He was an emperor. Then he was betrayed, imprisoned, and erased. But forbidden magic sent him 100 years into the past, into the body of a bastard no one respects. Does the idea of starting again from nobody scare him? Of course not. He knows every future betrayal. Every alliance is a calculated move. His unbelievable magic is still with him. And this time, he's not here to rule by accident. He's here to rewrite the empire from the shadows. But will everything be so smooth? Let's go. Magic is such a great and sublime power that it is said to be a trace left by the gods themselves. Swordsmen are 1 in 1,000, and mages are 1 in 10,000. For the first time in the history of the Burial Empire, a man gifted with magical abilities became emperor at a young age. It seemed that this would mark the beginning of a new era of magicians, but everything turned out differently. Emperor Ian Veroshin was thrown into prison, and his nephew Crony contributed to this. He sat down in front of his prison cell and mockingly asked what was so special about this magic. Only lesser beings use it. He can't do anything with these magical shackles, can he? Ian, already quite exhausted from being here, barely rose and said that he hadn't changed at all. The man asked what he was hinting at, and he reminded him of something he had often said before. Mages are rare, but most of them come from peasant families. If people found out about this, he'd be thrown out of the mansion. Back then, he thought he was just warning him, but now it's all clear. He told him to keep it hidden, but it turns out he was just jealous of this lowly magic. MC hit the nail on the head, and Crony, realizing he was right, immediately punched him in the face in rage and ordered him to shut his mouth. So what? Now the power is in his hands, and he's just getting in the way. He started stomping on his head and pulled out his sword, smirking and saying that it seemed like he wanted to die, so he was leaving him no choice. Since they were family, he would make sure his death was quick and painless. Just as the blade approached his neck, a guard burst into the dungeon and worriedly called out to Crony, informing him that there was news from Duke Hillon. Crony had to leave Ian's death for later, and he, casting a last glance at him, clicked his tongue in displeasure and left. Left alone, MC thought that this was how his life would end. At least he had done everything he could. His life would end, but maybe someone would remember him, Ian Veroshin, at least someone. Before he knew it, he had fallen asleep. But suddenly the worried voice of his friend Nom was heard. He grabbed Ian by the shoulders and began shaking him, urging him to wake up. And when he opened his eyes, he asked in confusion how he had gotten here. He answered that there was no time to explain. They needed to run quickly. But MC no longer had the strength. He burst into tears and said that thanks to him, he had become a magician and an emperor, but now he would prefer to let go. Nom asked if he had really forgotten. A separate building for magicians near the Second Imperial Palace. He usually hid there and cried all the time. He was told that if he went to this building, he would get a second chance. He doesn't know why he ended up here, but he thinks he'll figure it out. Ian looked at him and remembered how he helped him as a child, and then suddenly flashes of golden magic appeared around them. He became worried and exclaimed, "What is he doing?" But Nom ignored him. It turns out he had been drawing a magic circle with his blood all this time. Realizing what he was about to do, MC became worried and told him to immediately cancel the spell, but he replied that it was too late, he had already given up his blood. He shouted that this magic is forbidden, and at that moment, the door to the prison cell swung open with a bang. Crony ran up to them and exclaimed that he knew they would do something crazy. Nom smiled and told the emperor to never forget. God doesn't send troubles they can't handle. Crony then raised his sword over his head and struck, creating a distinctive sound. Ian watched in shock as his friend's body fell, then looked at Crony, who, raising his sword over his head, told him to pray that he would never be reborn again. The spell activated, and MC's memories and Nom's last words flashed through his mind, followed by a bright flash before his eyes. He now stood in a completely empty space, and beneath his feet was water, reflecting a young man he didn't recognize. The magic transported him to an unknown location, and as soon as he found himself in his new body, he immediately lost his balance, and the unfamiliar man called him by his name, Ian, with displeasure, exclaiming, "He can't even walk normally? Let him get up immediately." His wife Mary said mockingly that they took him out of pity for his mother. But there was nothing special about him at all. MC wasn't listening to them at all. His head was splitting with pain now. This man, Count Durgabrock, ordered her to watch her words, and not to speak like that in front of Sir Molan, to which she only laughed and asked, so he still considered him his son? Her son Zell laughed and said that she was right, and Ian thought, who are these people? His head was splitting, they were so loud. He looked around the corridor and thought, where is he? Who are all these people? Brushing off his clothes, he once again ran his gaze over the interior and stopped at the mirror, in the reflection of which was a complete stranger. He thought, who is this? The Count, his father, distracted him, telling him to stop embarrassing him and to behave well in front of Sir Molan. The ceremony will go smoothly. If he makes a good impression, the Emperor will find out about him. MC looked at him in confusion, not understanding which Emperor he was talking about, and the man irritably noted that he had that stupid expression on his face again. With a heavy sigh, He took out a document and showed it to him, saying that it was an imperial decree. He didn't show it to him because he was illiterate, but let him at least look at it. Ian stared at it in confusion and wondered what he was talking about. He didn't issue any decrees, but when he read the document, his eyes widened in surprise. The date was different. 98 years ago. Zell snatched the document from his hands and asked why he was staring at it. He couldn't read, after all. His father told Ian that he had to work hard to bring the central master of ceremonies for the ceremony, so he should behave himself. The maids behind his back began to whisper. One of them said that this was the first time Ian had encountered such a thing. She wondered if he would do something funny. Ignoring them, MC looked at his watch and thought that it was the year 1100, an emperor he knew nothing about, and an unfamiliar face in the reflection. It was clearly Nom's magic. After that, he went to meet Sir Malin and demonstrated his noble manners to everyone, which surprised them. Ian was a little awkward, because now he had a large piece of meat on his plate. But after starving in the dungeon, he was used to eating small portions. Sir Malin praised his table etiquette, and the Count said that he was too kind and very much hoped he would speak with the Emperor. The man replied that he would certainly do so, after which he said that the study of philosophy had recently become fashionable. He asked Ian for his opinion on the matter, but immediately changed his mind and said that he should first ask the young master who was the eldest son, which philosopher was his favorite. Zell was taken aback by his question. He looked away and started mumbling something, and MC thought he seemed to be trying to determine the family's level of education. He told Sir Malin that he liked Philin. If he studied his humanistic ideology, he could understand the basis of the ideal monarch's path. The man smiled and said it was surprising that philosophy had only just become fashionable in the capital, and he already knew so much. He hadn't thought the Count's family was so well educated. The man smiled nervously and said that he was flattering them, and his wife put a piece of meat in her mouth with an irritated look. Sir Malin said that since their son was extremely intelligent, not only the Emperor, but also the barbarians from the east would notice him. Ian thought they must be talking about an unearthly warrior clan. There was only one territory that marked the border between the unearthly clan and the Empire, the territory of Brock. In the past, the Brock family signed a peace treaty with an unearthly warrior clan, and thanks to the peace treaty, they officially adopted an illegitimate son named Ian into the family and gave him to the barbarians as a hostage. At that moment, his father touched his hand and ominously said that he was sure he would become a symbol of peace. Despite his intentions, MC only smiled sweetly in response. During a short break, Zell took Ian into a room and started yelling at him because he dared to humiliate him. Does he think he immediately became nobility because he was brought into their family? MC replied that if he wasn't considered nobility, or at least part of the Brack family, he would have been sent to the barbarians. Doesn't he think so? Zell began to stutter in rage and exclaimed, "Did he hear things right?" He picked up the nearest vase of flowers and threw it at Ian, exclaiming, "How dare he talk to him like that?" The vase shattered, shards cutting Ian's cheek, and Zell exclaimed, "Does he want to die with his mother? Not long ago he was just trash, and now he dares to show off like that." MC was very displeased. He looked at his wound, then at Zell, and his eyes flashed gold. He threateningly released his magic, causing Zell to fall. He called him an arrogant child, saying that he might be young, but he should weigh his words carefully. He better not use that nasty tongue again or they'll cut him off. He emanated a powerful and threatening aura, which scared Zell terribly, and even wet his pants, and at that moment there was a knock on the door. Sir Malin looked into their room and offered them something refreshing to drink, but seeing the room completely filled with magic, he immediately froze. Seeing his reaction, the Count approached him and asked what was going on, then turned his gaze to Ian and exclaimed, "What's going on here?" Zell was embarrassed. He realized that everyone probably saw a puddle under him, and MC decided to help him. He patted him on the shoulder and said that he told him to be careful with the vases and that he should get up quickly. Zell looked at him with a frightened look, after which Ian offered him a hand to help him up, but he was still under the impression and therefore reacted very slowly. Durga irritably called out to a servant named Hannah and ordered her to take Ian to his room, after which she ran up to him and politely told him that it was time for him to go to his quarters. She took him away, and while the Earl was dealing with his son, Sir Malin cast an interested glance at Ian. When MC entered his room, he froze. In front of him was a very nondescript closet. Hannah quietly called out to him and asked if he had a letter for his mother. He did not understand what letter she was talking about, and she said that he cried every day and asked her to send her a letter, since he was not allowed to go out. He looked down and thought that it seemed that this poor boy could not even escape. He told her that he would not cry anymore, so she should not worry, and she asked, "Then what about her food?" He looked at her in confusion, and she bowed to him, saying that she had 5 siblings, and they only ate what he gave them, so she asked him to have mercy on them. He clarified that he should give her his food. She asked him to do it at least today, and after some thought, he agreed, but on one condition: let her help him later whenever he asked. She smiled, agreeing to this, after which she happily thanked him and said that she would return in the evening. When she left, he sighed heavily, clutched his head, and cursed. Magic of movement in space and time returns a person to the place where they first appeared, but for some reason he was thrown too far into the past, and even further from his place of birth. and he also ended up in another body. Why? He said that to get answers, he would have to visit the Ministry of Magic in the Imperial Palace. He needed to get there by any means necessary. After that, he tried using magic and was only convinced that this body was also suitable for magic. It's incredible. He possessed such a rare person who was born with the potential to become a mage, and his name is the same as his. Do such coincidences happen? There was a knock at the door. It was Hannah bringing food. He asked her to leave the food outside the room, and when she left, he opened the door and was surprised. There was bread and a glass of milk on the tray, and he immediately noticed that someone had clearly taken a piece of his meal as a reward for their work. However, even so, wasn't that too much? He remembered how they had lunch with Sir Malin and realized something. Even they didn't have gula on the table. It is a very nutritious fruit. It forms the basis of the diet of the inhabitants of the empire. Previously, it was considered a weed, and the seeds in the fruit's pits are poisonous. After the correct and safe method for eating gula was discovered, mortality from starvation decreased by 85%. But this discovery would only be made in 50 years. If he showed people how to eat gula now, perhaps no famine in the history of the empire would ever happen. After a while, he went to the Count's office, and the Count informed him that there would be a reception the day after tomorrow, and that advisors from the capital would arrive. Understanding what he was hinting at, Ian promised him to try not to disgrace their family, and he said that this was excellent. After that, there was a clicking sound, and he pulled a small bag out of a secret drawer of the desk and tossed it into Ian's hands, saying that it was a package from his mother, a couple of coins, and a letter. He could ask his teacher to read the letter to him, and if he behaved well, perhaps he would allow him to see his mother before sending him off to school. At that moment, a servant looked into the office and called the Count. After glancing at his son, Durga rose from the table and left the office, making MC think he was as cold as ice, showing no signs of emotion. He felt so sorry for that boy. His gaze fell on the documents on the table. Naturally, he became interested in the Count's affairs and picked up a couple of them. That's how he learned that the Count kept double-entry bookkeeping. Apparently, he was stealing from taxes that should go to the capital's treasury. It was quite brazen. That's probably why Sir Malin had come all the way from the capital. At that moment, the office doors swung open, and he was momentarily confused, then quickly used magic to turn off the light. The Count entered the office and asked why it was so dark. His servant answered that they had recently changed the light bulbs. Something must have broken. He wanted to light the candles, but suddenly there was a crash. He tripped over a stack of papers and fell to the floor with a loud scream, scattering the documents. The Count asked him to quickly collect all the papers, and seeing a silhouette in the middle of the office, he froze for a second, in fear. After that, he quickly went to the window and opened the curtains, flooding the room with light, and saw his son standing in the same place, holding a bag in his hands. The Count quickly checked his desk. All the documents were in order, and then asked what he was doing there. He replied that he hadn't told him to leave, so he was still there. Durga sat down and said that an unearthly clan of warriors demanded a letter with his signature. These barbarians were a real headache. Let him correspond with them from time to time. He would warn his teacher he could take dictation. Now he could go. After this, Ian left his office and immediately took out his mother's letter, thinking that he couldn't read. Why was she writing to him on such expensive paper? And was it really her? In her letter, she asked how he was doing and told him about hers. She was doing well, thanks to Count Durga. She also asked him to be kinder to his brother Zel. He should be proud to have such a friend. And she had one request for him. If he was heading to the Great Desert, then, at this point, MC immediately understood everything. He chuckled and thought that it seemed like he had been right to suspect something was wrong. All he had to do was confirm it. The next day, the lords arrived, and Durga organized a social evening for them. They all immediately exchanged pleasantries with the Count and his wife, after which they finally began to eat. Sir Dagor told Ian that he looked more and more majestic every time. He replied that it was probably because he had been looking forward to this meeting. He was very interested in asking them about life in the capital. Sir Mac inquired what interested him so much, and, deciding to test how perceptive these capital officials were, he asked what people usually ate at court. Dagor replied that they didn't eat anything special in the capital, just like in the provinces. The rich eat more, and the less wealthy eat within their means. Sometimes he wanted more variety in food. MC asked, what if a food that had previously been considered unimportant appeared and became a new gourmet dish? What then? In nature, everything has its own way. There is no good or bad. It would be very good to help the starving. The lords fell silent, and after a short pause, Mac noted that he and the prince thought alike. Ian asked which prince they were talking about, and the man replied that it was the second prince, His Highness Gale. MC immediately remembered him. Gale Varoshan, the second prince who led the Mage Rebellion and was defeated. Didn't that mean they were the second prince's men? Mac smiled and said that after listening to him, he had the impression he had gotten along well with His Highness. MC glanced at the three lords and thought that getting close to traitors, of course, seemed inappropriate. However, why shouldn't he use them for his own purposes if they were useful? Sir Malin said it was a pity that time had run out so quickly, then turned to the Count and asked if he would consider it rude if he asked him for something. Could he take a walk with Ian alone? Durga was surprised by his request and nervously said that he would then send Zel with them. The man thanked him and said that it was always good to have an interesting conversationalist. Afterwards, They went for a walk in the garden, but Zell, having walked only a short distance, was already sweating heavily from fatigue. Sir Mac glanced at Mullen, and seeing that he nodded, suggested that the young gentleman take a rest if he was having trouble. He led him to the nearest bench, and Degore told them that they would rest there for a while, and then catch up. MC smiled, asking them to take care of his brother, and finally he and Mullen were left alone, which was exactly what the latter wanted. They found a picturesque spot for conversation, and Mullen said that last time he saw a golden glint in his eyes. "He's not a mage by any chance, is he?" Ian chose to hide it, and answered him with a smile that he didn't quite understand what he was talking about. The man said that Prince Gale was always happy to meet new mages, because it was a very rare gift. He chuckled and asked if that was the only reason. The man didn't understand what he meant, and he asked if that was the only reason he was so curious. He was sure he had other questions for him. The sweet smile immediately disappeared from the man's face, and MC asked if he wasn't here to investigate embezzlement of tax funds. Mullen's hand trembled. He hit the target, and Ian decided to take advantage of this, saying that the thing is, he also needed something from him. Maybe they could make a deal? Mullen became interested and asked if he wanted to bring him double-entry bookkeeping. He asked in response, if he did, what could he offer him? Embezzlement of treasury funds is a serious crime, and it could also affect him. Mullen pointed out that he wasn't yet a full member of the Brock family. If he stalled the adoption process, he wouldn't have to fear criminal prosecution and exile to a clan of unearthly warriors. He told him that he didn't need that, thinking that he needed a way to protect himself from punishment by the Emperor's court and to gain land for himself. He said that he would go to the clan of unearthly warriors without being adopted, and the man asked if he didn't know what it would be like for him in that clan. He replied that he knew perfectly well. When he reported the embezzlement of funds, his father would immediately suspect him because he had close contact with him. He needed a place where he would be safe with a clan of unearthly warriors. They had strained relations with both the Brock family and the imperial court, so they would be more disposed toward him, and having a clan of strong warriors at his disposal was a good trump card. He asked the Lord. He wasn't going to take him and his mother under his protection, was he? Mullen didn't know what to say to that, and decided to end the conversation, citing the fact that young Master Zell still hadn't driven them away, and he should go to meet him. MC smiled and thought that it seemed he hadn't expected such words from him. He also had things to do, so he would let him go. He said goodbye to him, saying that he would stay here, and the man wished him to thoroughly enjoy the sights of his native land while there was still time. After that, he left, and Ian watched him go, thinking that around this time, the Brock family had collapsed. In his current status, he wouldn't even be allowed into the imperial palace, so he should seize every opportunity. By giving Mullen the double-entry bookkeeping journal and putting the family at risk, he must take possession of the Count's estate. But first, he needed a reliable rear. He had to make friends with a clan of unearthly warriors. This way, he would pave the way to the imperial court. He wanted to return to the estate, but ran into a woman who hid her face under a hood, and in her hands she was holding a pot of flowers. Seeing the golden strands of her hair, he immediately grabbed her by the shoulder and stopped her, then asked with a smile how she was doing. It was his mother. When she saw him, she burst into tears and asked how he was doing here. She was so glad to see him. Hannah told her that she should come here. She was always so nimble. She reached out to his face, stroking his cheek, and he answered her that he was fine. He received her parcel. He regretted that he wrote her letters so rarely. After that, he took a pouch from his pocket and showed it to her, asking if it was she who sent him these gold coins. She immediately denied it. Where would she have gotten so much gold? MC said that she should take the money then. Let her get ready for the journey. He would give her the exact departure date through Hannah. Her hands trembled with anxiety, and she asked, is something bad happening? If he wants to escape from the Count's house, then let him run. She sent him here with such pain. She felt that he would be ill. If it was really hard for him, then let him run from here. He covered her palms with his and told her not to worry. When she looked up at him, she was surprised. His eyes turned gold. She wanted to ask what was wrong with him, but he did not let her do this and said that he would not run away, but let her promise him that she would do everything he asked. She remained silent, and the voices of the lords were heard behind him. Since they had very little time left to talk, he told his mother that it was time for him to go. Let her collect more gula seeds. They would be very useful to him later. He walked away, telling her to take care, and she called out to him excitedly, then handed him a pot of flowers and asked him to take it. They were the flowers he liked to take care of. He took it and thanked her with a smile, then left. A new day had dawned. Ian and his brother went to the training ground. He said that yesterday he noticed that they weren't in their best shape. His father had allowed him to go with him to train without asking questions. He was the best. Zell awkwardly asked, are they going to start training today? He answered that today was the first day, so the training wouldn't be very hard. The captain would focus on their strength. They approached a sleeping man on a bench who, by the looks of it, could do with sobering up a bit. He walked up to them, barely dragging his feet, and asked what he owed them. And Zell answered that he just wanted to look at the arena for training fighters. The captain suddenly approached him and asked why. He hadn't shown up here before. Zell took a sharp step back, not wanting to inhale the smell of alcohol, and told him that he was the Count's heir and he could come here whenever he wanted. Anyway, He wasn't in the best shape right now, so he wanted to train. He needed to be able to stand up for himself in case his bodyguard was drunk. Theo gave him a thoughtful look and then told them to follow him. It wouldn't be hard for him to show them around. He led them to the largest training ground, behind which were warehouses and rest tents. They slept there during night training. He wanted to lead them to another training ground, but suddenly there was a loud crack of a whip. One of the soldiers was beating some boys and training them, and Zell asked who they were. Theo told him they were orphans. If young Master Ian hadn't been so lucky, he might have been one of them. MC turned to Zell and asked what he thought about it. Because of this, the guy immediately got nervous and asked Theo not to do this to them, and Ian's attention was drawn to someone. The others were exhausted from pain, and this red-haired guy was standing straight as a board. He asked who he was, and Theo told him that it was Barrick, a real bastard. Hearing his name, the boy glanced at them, and then suddenly screams were heard. The boy next to Barrick fell, and Zell noted that it seemed he was not to be trifled with. Theo sighed heavily and said that this guy was quite useful. At that very moment, the training stopped, and Barrick allowed himself to relax, after which he raised a hateful look at them, and the captain said that he did not have any special talent. Sometimes success cannot be achieved, even if you try very hard. Sometimes it is important to realize that it is time to give up. You need to know your place. He said these words looking at Ian. It was immediately clear to whom they were intended. He did not pay attention to this and suggested that they take a rest in the shade, since they were finished. He doesn't want to watch this guy at all. In fact, he could have been in his place if he hadn't been lucky. After that, they went to the nearest tree and MC returned to Barrick alone. He sat down opposite him and asked with a smile if he could get up. He asked who he was and he told him his name, but Barrick didn't really care and told him to leave. Ian noted that this was rude, then lifted his face by the chin and said that he would pretend he hadn't heard anything. Barrick irritably shook his head and told him to go away, to let him leave him alone. Then MC decided to act differently. He poured water from the flask into his mouth and thought that magic has a very serious effect on ordinary people. But if someone who has even the slightest connection with magic comes into contact with it, then rejection will occur. He wonders how he will react. As soon as the water hit his mouth, his gaze immediately changed, and his eyes sparkled. His magic was weak, but Ian felt the energy of a magical swordsman radiating from him. Sensing something was wrong, Barrick immediately knocked the flask out of his hands and angrily asked what was in the water. He answered that the water was completely pure. Since he was feeling better, he was leaving. Barrick looked after him in shock, after which he felt that he really had gained strength. He wanted to say something to Ian, but he had already left. In the evening, classes with the teacher began, and MC asked him to help him write a letter for his mother. In the letter, he wrote that he was fine, so she should not worry. He also wrote a couple of lines from a song for her. The moon sets in the sky, the sun rises, and the endless darkness is no more. After finishing, he asked the teacher if he wrote everything correctly, and he confirmed it with a smile. He thanked him for his help, and the man began to collect his books, saying that he was sure it had been easy for him. Ian remarked that he seemed to have a lot of things to do lately, as if he were in a hurry. His words made the teacher nervous and confused, wondering why this was such a sudden question. MC said it was because he seemed different to him. He knew he was from Burial Central University, but he didn't have to answer if he didn't want to. The man nervously stuffed the documents into his bag and again said that he was asking such sudden questions, after which Ian said he understood everything and could go. The man immediately stood up and nervously said goodbye to him, and when he left the room, MC noticed that he had dropped something. Papers about the desert. A new day had arrived, meaning a new training session. Zell, already out of breath from running, asked how much longer they had to run. Theo told him 40 minutes left and told them to speed up. During training, Ian noticed screams. Barrick was currently fighting another orphan named Meryl with wooden swords. He screamed and pounced on his opponent, swinging his sword right near his neck, and then pounced again, not giving him a chance to counterattack. The boy began to defend himself, cursing and telling Barrick to stop, but he ignored him. When he wanted to strike him, Barrick blocked it, and he gritted his teeth in nervousness, after which he threw the opponent away from him, causing him to hit his back against the boxes and told him to stop already. Barrick called out to him, and he turned to him in anger, asking, "Is the sun burning his head or something? How dare he say his name?" The boy stood up and said that there was no winner, and Meryl, looking at his furious expression, sighed heavily and asked, "He doesn't want to die, right?" After that, he punched him in the stomach, throwing him away, and started cursing at him, beating him up along the way. The other guys were sitting nearby and laughing at this, and when Meryl finished, he said that if he continued to show off, he wouldn't last long. Barrick only sighed heavily in response. He didn't have the strength to say anything. When Meryl left, Ian came up to him and asked, "It's him again?" He had told him to get out. MC advised him to find a way to defeat him, and he asked in a rage, is he suggesting he use cheap tricks? He doesn't do that. He smiled and asked, "Is that so?" Barrick reached for his sword, saying that if he talked too much, he would kill him, and when MC said that he even felt sorry for him, he attacked him, but he stopped him with a light touch on the head. His eyes sparkled and he said that they could help each other. Magic began to emanate from his hand, and Barrick immediately smiled. Ian stepped away from him, only becoming more convinced that he was a magical swordsman. Immediately after, Barrick lunged at Merrill, who was now animatedly discussing something with his friends. Seeing him lunge at him, Merrill froze in place, and then the boy knocked him down with a mad grin, and he hit his head so hard that the floor cracked. Merrill called out to him in shock, and he immediately began hitting him in the head. Merrill's friends stood to the side watching in confusion, and finally came to their senses and ran toward them. They grabbed Barrick, trying to pull him away from their friend, and when they finally brought him down with their combined efforts, he laughed and said with delight that this was what he was waiting for. It was stupid to turn away and think this was the end. The captain immediately kicked him in the head and ordered the guys to take Merrill to the infirmary and Barrick to custody. After that, he turned his gaze to Ian, since he saw that he had spoken to him recently, and approached him, asking if he had done anything wrong. He answered that everything was fine, he just listened to a lot of insults. Looking at the soldiers taking the two away, Theo suggested that he call it a day. A strange atmosphere reigned in the training ground. He agreed with him and asked how Barrick would be punished, to which he replied that he was quite a sneak, so they would have to think about it. But overall, everything was obvious. They would beat him and then kick him out. MC thought that this was not what he wanted, but it was not so bad. If he was on his own, he would even be more useful. After that, he went to meet Sir Mullen and two of his colleagues to discuss their recent conversation. He asked if they had made a decision, and they exchanged glances. Sir Mullen said the Earl was well versed in such matters, and they decided they needed to gather evidence first, so they would need help. Ian agreed and said he would gather data on the total amount of grain in the area, mining activity in the mountains, and taxation of farmers. The man smiled, saying he was glad to see such firm determination. This decision would truly determine their future, and they respected him. MC thanked him for his kind words and thought he was right. Sir Mullen's brooch was the same as the emblem on the paper the teacher had dropped, and there were some dark deeds between them. He would definitely use this in the future. After meeting with the lords, he went out for a walk, but suddenly someone grabbed him by the clothes and pulled him around the corner, causing the servants to hear a strange noise, but they did not pay attention to it and thought that wild dogs were roaming around. And indeed, there is one such wild dog. It was Barrick who pulled Ian around the corner and now pinned him against the wall so that he would not escape. MC calmly noted that this was a very unusual greeting. How did he end up here? Barrick told him that he had been arguing all night, and the head butler said that he could come here at any time. Ian thought that he was already staring at him. Count Brock was faster than ever. He wanted to ask why he really came to him, but he did not let him finish and angrily asked what he had given him to drink. Every time they met, he felt uneasy. He did not know what was going on, but it was better for him to tell him the truth. He did not use such cheap methods. MC laughed and said that he was brave, but not very smart. The water he gave him was not his, but simply from the reserves, and he hardly touched him. Barrick looked at him in confusion, not understanding what was going on, and he lowered his hand, saying that he could satisfy his curiosity, but he had to promise him something right away. He used magic and ordered him to keep quiet about his golden eyes, and also not to be rude to him. But Barrick didn't listen to him. He was so surprised that he shouted loudly about his golden eyes, and he asked, "Is he a complete idiot?" He didn't finish, so let him hear him out. He must stay with him always and everywhere as a bodyguard. What he felt, the power hidden inside him, he will help him uncover it. He touched his chest and used magic, making him feel it. After which he asked had he heard of magical sword mastery. Barrick didn't know what it was, and then he asked had he even heard of simple magic, but even this the guy didn't know. And Ian, with a heavy sigh, covered his face with his hand and told him to listen carefully. He would tell him everything now. There are a few people in this world who have the ability to find a response in their souls. This manifestation is called magic. He has potential, but this magic is blocking his energy, so his training is of no help. He needs to use his magic. Barrick pointed at himself and asked, "Is magic blocking his power?" MC said that they just need to pave a path that will connect the energy of body and soul, and as soon as everything comes into harmony, then. Barrick began to understand everything. He did not let him finish and delightedly asked, "Will he pave this path for him?" Ian asked him to listen to him first, but he was very impatient and already wanted to take action. MC asked, is he sure it was worth rushing into decisions? He will have to protect him everywhere, even abroad. But he didn't care about that at all. He has no family, no home, and the fact that he might die is nonsense. If he doesn't follow him, he'll die of hunger anyway. Ian smiled at his words and extended his hand, asking, does that mean he agrees? He took his hand with a joyful smile in response, and he thought that he was so stubborn and carefree. Maybe that's what makes him so suitable for the role of a magic mechanic. They say the stronger the swordsman, the more unique he is. Such people do not admit defeat, do not miss a chance to strike, and are not afraid of death. A warrior who is not afraid of death has no equal. A golden glow began to emanate from the two of them, and Barrick, feeling something new within himself, smiled happily. After that, MC squeezed his hand tighter and offered to be friends. A new day had dawned. Ian was sitting at the table and dozing, and his father was talking to him about something. Suddenly, sunlight hit his eyes, and he immediately woke up. His father clicked his tongue in disapproval and remarked that he was drifting off again. MC noticed his ring, which was reflecting the light. He'd never noticed Durga's interest in jewelry, but he never took off this particular ring. Is it a wedding ring? It doesn't look like one. Gemstones are usually faceted, and the reflection of light in the facets is supposed to enhance the sparkle and beauty of the piece. However, the stone in his ring was cut in the most simple way. Perhaps this ring isn't just for beauty at all. By the way, he used this ring that time in his office, and then he heard some sound. He looked at the Count with confusion, and he told him to stop wandering in his thoughts and let him get down to his book. He immediately apologized to him, and he said that he found out he had made a friend. Ian clarified, was he talking about Barrick? He met him when they went to train, and they became friends. He thought that he would never see him again after the offense he committed, but he allowed him to see him again. Mary asked what offense he was talking about, and he answered her with a smile that he had assaulted another person. This made her uneasy, and she asked, did he make friends with the boy who fights? The Count said that he didn't care who he was friends with, as long as he didn't neglect his studies. If he doesn't learn to read and write perfectly within a month, he'll consider this boy a hindrance and order his execution. After breakfast, he went into the garden, where his teacher was currently talking with Mullen. The man gave him some instructions and left, and he sighed with relief, but it was too early. MC quickly approached him and showed him the papers, saying he'd wondered where he'd disappeared to, but it turned out he'd been talking with Sir Mullen. Realizing he'd seen them, the teacher became very nervous and told him he'd only exchanged a few insignificant words. Ian noted that it was quite a long conversation. They were in the provinces, where the Emperor's influence was weakened, which is why his father was in a state of sluggish conflict with him. He put the lost document in his hands and asked what he thought his father would think if he found out that a capital official had been talking for a very long time with his son's personal tutor in a secluded place. However, he would probably be worried not about what he would think, but about what they would do to him. The teacher tried to assure him that this was indeed empty chatter. Was it that hard for him to pretend he hadn't seen anything? MC answered him that it was not difficult to do, but on one condition. He asked him to talk to his father tomorrow. It didn't matter about what. The main thing was to distract him with a conversation in the garden for at least half an hour. He asked nervously, is that all? Ian said that there was actually one more thing. The document he returned to him contained information about the climate of the Great Desert of the clan of unearthly warriors, and he said that he understood that he knew a lot about the desert. Could he get him a map? And he also needs information about the climate during the late spring. He is sure that he is an intelligent man and understands what he is getting at. The teacher bowed to him nervously, saying that he understood everything, after which they parted. MC returned to his room and immediately began to visualize that ring with the help of magic, taking into account the size of the Count's finger and everything like that. But now a problem arose. He did not know how to draw this ring. He decided to try, and when he handed his drawing to Hannah, she doubtfully asked, was it he who drew the ring? Since the drawing was very crooked, she could barely make out what it was. She looked more closely and noticed that this ring had a stone the size of her thumb. It looked like the one the Count wears. He confirmed this, and she said that he never wears a wedding ring, but he always wears this one. He even once mentioned that he doesn't like diamonds, but this ring has a diamond. It has a simple cut and an unusual color, so this ring often caught her attention. Ian noted that she had excellent eyesight and thought it odd that he decided to make a key out of a diamond. Was there some special reason why it had to be a diamond? And then he understood everything. Diamonds don't conduct electricity. It's a secret desk drawer, so there must be a security mechanism on it, for example, using electric current. He told the maid that thanks to her, he had a brilliant idea. They need to find a carpenter who will make a dummy ring according to this pattern and cover it with a layer of rubber on top. She immediately went to carry out his order, and when everything was ready, they began to act. The teacher, as they agreed, led the Count out of the office, citing a long conversation, while MC meanwhile hid at the other end of the corridor and kept an eye on them. When they left, he came out of hiding and asked Hannah to give him the dummy. He examined it carefully and noticed that the ring was similar in size to the original, and the rubber layer was also present as he requested. The carpenter was quite skilled. He gave the girl a couple of coins and said that he hoped this would be enough to feed her brothers and sisters for a long time. She was very happy, because this much money would be enough for her for several weeks. He asked her to stay here on guard, went to the office and extended his hand to Barrick, asking if he was ready. With a heavy sigh, he extended his hand in return and asked why he had to do this. Through touch, Ian transferred some of the magic to him and said that he should not let anyone in here. He can handle this, right? He confirmed this with a confident smile and said that his role was very important. If he did not fulfill it, then everything would collapse. Now, he was so inspired, as if he really wanted someone to fall into his hands. Having said that, he would come soon, he entered the Count's office and immediately began to examine the table. He quickly found the button and the mechanism activated, the secret drawer opening with a click. MC was pleased to find it was a simpler device than he imagined. In the secret drawer, he found a letter from a clan of unearthly warriors, but since he didn't understand the language well, He couldn't make out what was written there and decided to simply copy it down. Writing the date and stamping it would give the document the appearance of authenticity. The treasury would check this document against the Count's tax records. Having finished, he began to arrange all the papers as they were. But suddenly there was a knock on the door, and the voice of a servant who asked the Count if he was there. Without waiting for an answer, he entered the office, and when he saw Ian, he froze in surprise. Having no choice, he immediately used magic and put him to sleep, after which he left. When the Count returned to his office and saw the servant unconscious, he became very angry. The butler didn't know what to do with him, and then the Count, in a rage, ordered him to get rid of him and confiscate all his belongings. His voice could be heard even beyond the office. Time passed. Barrick noticed the servants running back and forth outside the estate and remarked that it was quite noisy today. He wondered how it all ended. MC said that it was dangerous, but everything was resolved in the end. The guy noted that because of someone he almost died and asked if the Count found out that the assistant was looking through his office. He asked in response, "What difference does it make if he already believes it?" Because he rummaged through the secret drawer, he suspects that the unconscious assistant did it. Barrick missed him, but everything ended not so badly. Now the problem is different. He carefully examined the papers his teacher gave him. He drew a map and a supposed weather forecast for the desert. There was a possibility of a sandstorm. Besides this, he translated the contents of the letter that he had copied back then. Who would be the successor? He wondered if it was really so important as to put it in the safe. It seemed to be a letter to someone, and if it was about an unearthly warrior clan, then Barrick distracted him from his thoughts. He looked at the letter and said that he understood everything. The black thing was text, and the white thing was paper. Ian immediately folded the letter and said that he was quite good at literacy, but they had better not chatter now. Does he remember what he told him? Barrick told him that he had told him to get rid of the key, give the paper to Sir Mullen, and get the gold, and on the way back to send word to Phileas. He asked, what about words for his mother? Barrick told him that he needed to tell her to go away and hide, and also to collect the gula seeds. MC approached the window and praised him for remembering everything well, and then he heard some sounds outside. Looking out the window, he saw the foreign guests who had just arrived, and with a smile asked the guy where he had asked him to leave from today. He answered him that he should leave through the main gate, and he said that plans had changed. Today he should go through the back door. He glanced at the people who dismounted from their camels and began to look around, and, meeting the gaze of one of them, said with a smile that he thought there would be noise at the gate today. Later in the evening, when the guests had settled in a little, the Count and Ian went to talk to them. A messenger from an unearthly clan of warriors, the younger brother of the head of Kakantir, Balami Sin Nursaran, came to see them. MC smiled and said that it was an honor to meet him, but what urgent matter brought them here? Nursaran said the deputy head's health was critical, and he wanted to continue discussions on the peace agreement. This topic requires preparation for further action. In an unearthly warrior clan, the death of the deputy head is more significant than the death of the clan head himself. Unlike the clan head, who won the struggle for the post, the deputy is worshipped as a spiritual mentor. Because of this, if he dies, according to custom, the entire clan will mourn for at least a year. Therefore, before that happens, they want to make peace. The Count noted that the situation is dire, but why would they listen to them? If it was about the head, then fine. But what about preparing for the funeral of the deputy? Nursaran said that the deputy head is an important person. She has guided them on the true path since ancient times and has earned unprecedented respect. Clan members must look each other in the eye, and young Master Ian must meet her gaze and gain her recognition. The Count became agitated and asked if he doubted the lineage. Didn't he say he would send documents along with the Emperor's decree? He asked. Is he talking about the piece of paper he never received? Young Master Ian is his second wife's son, so the decree isn't created by just anyone. He thinks documents are proof. He glanced at Ian and thought that with the righteous eye of the deputy head, they could verify his family tree. MC, meanwhile, thought it was strange that the administration had included him in the register of the Count's relatives. This was to avoid suspicion by using their power. If the deputy head died right now, he wouldn't even know what would happen to the peace agreement. He could provide a register stating that sudden changes had occurred, then cooperation would be beneficial. He glanced at the Count, wondering what he was thinking. Derga hugged him and said with a nervous smile that he understood the whole situation. If such changes occurred, his son would have to prepare himself mentally. It would be better for them to rest today and continue the conversation tomorrow. He squeezed his son's shoulder and said that the butler would escort him to his room, and Nursaran thanked him, saying that he hoped he would make the right decision for the sake of peace. That same evening, the Count ordered the carriage to be prepared. He was outraged that these barbarians had arrived so suddenly and started complaining about their problems. Before leaving, he told Ian that he thought he was on guard. After all, he was the brother of the clan head. He would take care of the paperwork, and he should arrange a proper reception for him while he was gone. He replied that he understood everything, after which the Count got into the carriage and quickly drove away. He watched him with a smile and thought that it looked like he was going to hurry with the paperwork. Finally, he left. He could talk with the clan representative alone. He ordered the table to be set and invited Nersaran and his entourage to dine and talk at the same time. Sue, his subordinate, immediately started drooling over her food, and he looked up at Ian with interest. He told him he wanted someone to accompany him. Nersaran immediately frowned and said that they were promised him specifically. The rest were just a burden. MC smiled and said he didn't think so, and he was referring to Barak, who was currently carrying out his errand. Ian told Nersaran that he was quite skilled in combat, and he chuckled, saying he had a great sense of humor. He smiled, saying he wasn't joking at all, and the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. The man looked him up and down and asked what nonsense he was talking about. He was no different from their warriors. He was suggesting they take two people who weren't even resistant to poison and couldn't survive long in the desert without water? Was he really underestimating the desert? MC calmly asked why he was so worried. This help really wouldn't hurt. He might not be the smartest, but he's strong. He shouldn't worry about them. They can handle the desert. Nersaran said he'd think about it if he could defeat them in battle. After that, Ian called Barak, and they went outside the estate to fight. Sue asked tiredly why she had to fight him. It was so terrible to be the youngest. She'd only give them 5 minutes. Barak asked, so he has to fight her? They were calling it a fight, but they didn't even come to watch. MC told him to be on his guard. He'd regret losing because of his own carelessness. He figured they didn't even come to watch because they didn't think it was worth it. The difference in strength was too great. Barak noticed a light in one of the windows and asked loudly who was standing there. Ian told him it was Nersaran, the god of death, and he exclaimed irritably, is he going to watch the fight from there? How dare he underestimate him? MC laughed and told him to calm down. He just needed to win. After that, he transferred magic to him and told him to listen carefully. He would tell him how to win. After that, he approached Sue, and she asked, is he ready? As she had already said, he had 5 minutes. She timed it and said with a smile that if he could knock her out in that time, then he had won. He pulled his hair back into a ponytail and said that 5 minutes would be enough. Just let her not whine, otherwise it would hurt. After these words, he immediately rushed into battle and clenched his fist tighter to punch her right in the face. But she quickly found herself behind him and said that he would be the only one whining here. He turned around in surprise, and when she approached him, he immediately punched her, and she, quickly moving to the side, asked, is he punching the air? She's already here. She placed her hands on the ground and kicked him in the lower jaw, causing him to cry out in pain and stagger, but managed to stay on his feet. He wiped the blood from his nose, and she asked, with such clumsy techniques, was he just going to suffer in pain for 5 minutes? He exclaimed irritably that she was the one who would suffer here. There was still plenty of time. After that, he returned to the fight with a smirk, and Ian, watching them, thought that this was expected. Barak was losing. Sue began to press him, not giving him a chance to strike back, and realizing this, she smiled. It was time for the finishing blow. She jumped up and swung her leg, and MC at this time directed magic to Barak and gave him a signal. He quickly reacted and grabbed her leg, which made her confused. And then he pulled her towards him and said that she was caught. Now it was his turn. After that, a scream was heard. Barak grabbed her and began to hold her in one place, and she ordered him to quickly let her go. Barak said that Ian ordered him to grab her. Just a little more, he would have finished her off completely. While he was holding her, he smeared all her drawing on her face, which is why there were now huge red spots on it. She cursed, and MC approached her, saying that Nersaran specially sent the youngest one so that there would not be too much blood. Let her wipe the wounds and report victory. Although these spots even suit her, they look unusual. She clenched her teeth in irritation, then called Barak a fatso and told him to let her go already. He began to get indignant, and MC, looking at Nersaran, told the guy that he could let her go. They needed to finish the negotiations. Sometime after the battle, Nersaran scolded Sue, but in her defense, he explained that he'd made it clear it was only sparring, and he'd allowed himself to act like that. It felt like an insult to them. The protagonist replied that he was sorry for creating that impression. But wasn't it better than leaving such wounds on his face? Nersaran wondered if he was kidding. Yan asked again, does Ambassador Nersaran really think that? Let him look at Sue's face. It was incredibly red. And now let him imagine if he'd hit her with full force. They exchanged glances, and Nersaran began to laugh loudly. Then he clutched his head and declared that he was a man of character, calling him a young count. Fine, in that case he won. He asked again, so his name is Barak, right? They'll take him with them to the Great Desert. Yan bowed and thanked him for the gesture. Sue began screaming in frustration at the way he'd done her. Now let him give her something to heal that stain. She also turned to Barak and threatened to make his life a living hell once they reached the desert. Barak mockingly parsed her words in a comical manner, mangling her phrases in a squeaky voice. After some time, Count Durga informed him that he had heeded his request and would be ready to make peace within a week. They had little time, so they would gather and set out as soon as possible. Nersaran replied that he thanked him for his understanding on behalf of the clan of unearthly warriors. Let him convey words of support to their leader. They said goodbye and shook hands. A week later, Jan said goodbye to the servant Hana, who hugged him and asked him to return alive. Alan will be waiting for him very much. He'll cook him something delicious for his birthday. Please let him come back to her. She asks him to be careful, after which the protagonist looked her in the eye and asked her to listen carefully. He wants her to quit while he's gone. Hannah was dumbfounded by what he heard and asked again, what did he just say? But why does he think that? The protagonist replied that it would be difficult, but he promises that it will help her in the future and please let her quit without attracting any attention. Thank her for everything she's done for him. Hannah replied, please. Ian thought that he had now definitely burned all the bridges between them, and it was time for him to get ready to set off on his journey to the clan of unearthly warriors. Sometime later, under the scorching sun, several chariots gathered and arrived in the city. Kakanthir greeted them with kindness and introduced himself. He is the leader of the unearthly clan of warriors. Durga extended his hand and announced that he was a count from the Burial Empire. Kakanthir saw that they had arrived in person and suggested they proceed to the signing of their pact. Durga looked at this with a thoughtful expression, then placed a potion of blood kinship on the table. With this, he would prove that this youth was his son. They cut their fingers to combine their blood, and the potion began to glow blue. Narsaran whispered something in Kakanthir's ear, and they both looked thoughtful. After a moment of silence, Kakanthir said, fine, but they still need First Counselor Vinchin to render her verdict, so they would complete this procedure later. Durga realized that he had more faith in the old shaman than in the potion of blood kinship, so they could be described simply as barbarians. With these thoughts in mind, he replied that as he wished, so they would do. Suddenly, Kakanthir cut his palm even more deeply and signed the pact with his blood. He declared it was his signature, effective immediately. Durga, smiling, replied, eternal glory to the House of Brock and the unearthly warrior clan. After a while, they went outside, and Durga hugged Yan and told him to take care of himself. Yan replied, yes, father. Durga also asked him to remember the only reason he was still alive. Yan replied, for the glory and honor of the House of Brock, of course. After a while, Yan and Barak found themselves on a sandy road, where a strong wind was blowing. Barak felt very hot and began drinking a lot of water. Yan consulted with his friends about their route on the map, and after a while, someone shouted that Chief Kakanthir had returned. He must have been tired from the journey, and they should go. Everyone should prepare water and food for the chief. A man who entered the room, looking at Yan and Barak, wondered which of them was Yan. It was most likely the fair-haired man, as the red-haired one had a very strange expression. Kakanthir stood up and asked how First Advisor Vinchin was. His subordinate replied that Ian had improved greatly, and Kakanthir expressed his opinion that this was good, and that they should go. Ian watched him go, and immediately followed Kakanthir. When they entered the room, he sat down next to the bed where Vinchin lay. She was the first advisor. He announced that Ian had arrived with him, who would be staying with them as the guarantor of the peace pact with Count Brock. Ian bowed before Vinchin, who tried to rise and whispered something in Kakanthir's ear. He turned and replied that the first advisor had difficulty speaking, so she would speak in the dialect of the unearthly clan, and he would not understand the words, so he wanted to translate the text for him. Vinchin addressed him by name and said that she needed to look at him to determine whether he was worthy. Tell him to come here now. Yan slowly approached her, when Vinchin suddenly grabbed his hand and looking into his eyes, asked, has he come by the will of the gods? Yan confidently answered, and she repeated, is he a descendant of Durga? Yan again answered affirmatively, and Vinchin asked, does his presence signify peace? Yan swore that this was his only purpose, and an awkward silence ensued between them. Suddenly, Vinchin let go of his hand and stared at the floor for a moment. Kakanthir addressed her by name again, but then decided that they would leave now, and that she should rest. Meanwhile, Barak, standing outside, was surprised by their quick appearance. Kakanthir and Yan left the room, and Kakanthir announced that they were to accommodate Yan and his bodyguard at their estate. After this, Kakanthir addressed the protagonist by name and informed him that there would be a welcoming feast that night and that he should arrive promptly. Ian looked after him in bewilderment, when suddenly Barak ran up to him and asked what the chief had told him. He replied that there would be a celebration that night and they needed to be there on time. Barak was delighted by this news. When evening fell, the celebration began. Jan and Barak arrived in time and were in each other's company. Barak stuffed a multitude of foods into his mouth and tried to chew quickly. Suddenly, they noticed the chieftain appearing, who asked them if they had time to rest. Jan replied yes. They thanked him for his hospitality. He replied, excellent. Then they may sit down. The map of the great desert he had given them turned out to be excellent. Everything he gives them, he gives in the name of his house. Can they keep it for themselves? Ian replied, of course, they can use it. In this case, Kakanthir reported that Count Durga had managed to raise at least one son. The protagonist noticed that he was smoking. Could this really be a roll of garut leaves? He'd heard that unearthly warriors used dried garut leaves as a stimulant. For ordinary soldiers, this remedy would be far more effective. And Durga wanted to obtain this plant by cunning. One day, he reported that his mother had sent him a package. It was strange that a mother would write to her illiterate son. She said she'd heard that warriors of an unearthly clan smoked the leaves of a plant called garut. Could he please bring it to her, but secretly? Besides, the handwriting was very neat for a commoner. His father wanted him to smuggle the leaves in, and if anything went wrong, he would say his mother had ordered it. Suddenly, Kakanthir addressed him by name and informed him that he was warning him in advance for his own safety. He was not even allowed to look at the garut leaves. It was a type of tobacco intended only for warriors of the clan going into battle. He understood that he would still be inhaling smoke here, but he would not allow any interest or questions about this tobacco. The protagonist smiled and replied that he understood everything. At that moment, He thought about how perceptive their leader was, and that if he skillfully manipulated the leaf smuggling situation, he could arrange for the clan's peace pact to be dissolved. Suddenly, he turned and noticed the gaze of Kakanthir's subordinate. He turned to Sue and asked who he was. She turned to see what he was talking about, then informed him that he was a Boomart, a member of Lord Nursaren's family, a cousin of his second stepmother, if she was not mistaken. He was in charge of the clan's food supplies. Yan wondered why he was looking at him like that. This was quite unnerving. One of his subordinates approached Kakanthir and asked if he could have his attention for a moment. He stepped closer and whispered something in his ear, causing him to jump up abruptly and follow him. The protagonist watched in bewilderment and suggested that First Advisor Vincent must have had another attack. Sue informed him that the person who had told him was their doctor. They didn't know when the first advisor might be sent to the ancestors. Yan suggested that she must be in very serious condition. Isn't there any way to cure her? Sue was very upset and remained silent, then said that there was one way, but she wasn't sure it was even possible. People said she needed a silask flower, but there were doubts such a flower even existed. Let him think about it, because they said this flower never fades. At that moment, Yan was dumbfounded by what he had heard, and, imagining the flower, wondered how that was even possible. Sometime later, evening fell, and the sun set. The first advisor had been unconscious since the previous night. Kakanthir began shouting that they needed to hurry, sending more men to search and find this flower. But the previous expedition had still not returned, and they needed to wait for them. Suddenly, he turned to Nursaren and asked why he had brought Yan here. Nursaren replied that he claimed to possibly know where the flower they needed was. Everyone around was stunned by this and began whispering among themselves, carefully examining Yan. Kakanthir asked again, did he really know where to find this plant? Suddenly, Kakanthir slammed his hand on the table and began shouting at Yan not to interfere in this matter, as it was their internal affair and he should return to his quarters. Yan replied that he had been told there was a flower that never fades, called silask. Let him tell me, is it by any chance red? Kakanthir was stunned when he heard this and turning around asked, have you seen such a flower? Yan replied that it was only his guess, but perhaps he had seen one in his father's domain. But before he shared the information with them, he had a request. The county of Brock is part of the Burial Empire. The Emperor knows of their peace pact with the Count, and he is here, so to speak, at the Emperor's behest. Therefore, he demands a guarantee of safety and respect, not just as a guest from the county of Brock, but as a representative of the Burial Empire. Kakanthir smiled and said, well, then let me ask you something. If he dies now, will the Empire send its army after them? He grabbed the protagonist by the throat, stepped closer, and continued threateningly, saying that if everything is as he says, then it will be so. Yang tried to remove Kakanthir's hand from his neck, and replied that he didn't know if they would send their troops, but they would definitely have problems, since the soul of the imperial palace, passed down from generation to generation, resided within him. He might be physically from the Bra family, but his soul was from the palace. Kakanthir shouted, the soul of the imperial palace? Don't make him laugh. Fine. It was precisely because of people like him that God sent them Madame Vincent. Sometime later, Kakanthir dragged Yang into Vincent's room and informed him that the young man had said he possessed this information. He also said that the soul of the imperial palace resided within him. Was that true? Vincent examined him carefully, then extended her hand toward him and swept it with her left hand to the right. Kakanthir was dumbfounded by what he saw, and Yan realized something. Vincent began coughing and seemed to be choking, causing everyone to panic, and suddenly she collapsed right in front of them. The assistants began to raise her from her seat and scream in fear, after which Yan turned to Kakanthir and informed him that the flower was in his room. Kakanthir shouted for everyone to enter his room and immediately find the red flower. Sometime later, when Yan left the room, he rudely asked him what was going on and why they were so angry. What should they do now? Yan replied that everything was fine. This was the first gift he would give them as a guest of the Burial Empire. Sometime later, when the flower was placed on Kakanthir's table, he addressed him by name and bowed, stating that as a representative of the clan, he wanted to express his sincere gratitude for his help. The protagonist replied that, judging by what he had heard, this was not enough. He would need a few more roots to create the medicine. Kakanthir replied that he had helped them after all. Could he find a few more? Yan replied that he couldn't guarantee it since the flower pot belonged to him, but he'd been growing it for a long time and barely remembered what it was like. He knew someone who could help, but he'd only be able to contact them a month after the full moon. Kakanthir asked again, asking, a month after the full moon? But why such a long time? After all, if they hurried, they could get there in 3 or 4 days. Yan replied that if they wanted to know more, they should promise him something. He asked him to tell him about it, and Yan said that when they negotiated with the Brack family, they should give priority to him over his father. Kakanthir suggested that he wanted to get rid of his father, and the protagonist replied that the strongest became the leader. Didn't their clan have the same rules? Kakanthir smiled and then said that he was sorry, but giving him the right to negotiate would be too difficult. He didn't control the soldiers, and had no authority over the grain shipments they received from his family. The protagonist lowered his gaze and said, "Fine, he'll tell you all about it. Soon, the imperial palace would send its inquisition. This was the crime for which he should be charged. Treason for tax evasion. It was entirely possible that within a month, the Brack name would disappear entirely." Kakanthir asked in surprise, "Is that really true?" John swore by heaven he wasn't lying, and those around him asked him again, "But how did he know?" He replied that he'd heard it from the central government representatives who had arrived before the ceremony. They'd come here to determine whether he was a worthy representative for the agreement. If the Brack family truly fell, then he would also be in danger, right? Jan replied that this was true, and that was an important point. He may be Durga's son by blood, but that's not the case on paper, as he's not officially part of his family yet. So he's not Ian Brack, just Ian. Kakanthir and Nursaran were stunned by what they heard, and the protagonist insisted that the Empire had no grounds to accuse him of treason. He could become the head of the family. Kakanthir suggested that this meant they had sent them a son who hadn't even officially become part of the family yet. They had deceived them. Yan replied that he had repeated that he was the son of a Durga and hoped they understood that. He held a respected position in the clan, and he was confident he would make a wise decision. Kakanthir, with a menacing expression, asked if that was all he wanted to say. Yan replied that he knew he didn't trust him, so he would tell him what awaited him. As soon as his father died and the territory lost its leader, they would gather the warriors and invade the Brack territory with him. They wouldn't have to worry about the imperial troops. In fact, they would try to avoid any confrontations with them, as few would want to fight the great warriors of the desert. Even if unforeseen circumstances arose, he could return to the desert if he didn't want to fight. The clan only needed to stay behind him, and given his long alliance with the Brack family, it would be great if he said something along the lines of supporting Yan, that he had become one of them. Kakanthir understood that this would not cause any losses, but if they helped a bastard son seize the county, what would happen to them? He replied that if he became head of the county, he would turn it into the most prosperous territory in Burial, and he would demonstrate to the warrior clan that had helped him the true strength of a sincere alliance between them. He addressed Kakanthir by name, and declared that there was no need for them to continue their disagreements. The relationship is no longer one of mere trade, once bound only by numbers and letters. It's now two leaders supporting each other, paving the way for a peaceful era. Nursaran explained that there was one problem. If Verg requested assistance against the Imperial Palace, they wouldn't be able to refuse, as they had signed an agreement. Ian smiled and said he had excuses they could use to break the treaty. His father had ordered him to do something. Next year, when he returns for his birthday, he must bring Groot leaves. He ordered the man who is a symbol of peace to introduce an illegal product into the country. Groot leaves were banned. Wasn't that the perfect excuse to break the agreement? He burst into loud laughter and replied that this was more than an excellent excuse. Simply breaking the alliance wouldn't be enough. Did he have any proof? Yan replied that unfortunately, there was no clear evidence, but they could double-check everything that was going on here with Madame Vincent's help. Kakanthir told him he'd better swear by God, and Yan replied that if he wanted that, no problem. Kakanthir laughed and replied, fine. He thought all the Bra were idiots, but this guy really was extraordinary, so all they needed was a promise of support from the clan? The protagonist agreed. He'd take care of the rest. Kakanthir asked permission to ask him just one question. Why did he need all this? He replied that if he went to the capital, or more precisely to the palace, the territory of Brack County would be his only refuge, since he was from a distant land. Kakanthir slammed his fist on the table and asked permission to clarify something. They were not going to shed blood for him. The protagonist replied that he did not want that. Kakanthir asked again, but wasn't he afraid of death? Ian replied with a smile on his face, not at all. He had already died once. Kakanthir smiled slightly and said that he admired his decisiveness, after which they shook hands. As Ian walked towards the exit of his office, Kakanthir asked him again, did his trip to the capital have anything to do with the Emperor? He turned around and simply smiled. As he left the room, he heard shouts about him being an outsider and whether he was really not dead. Ian turned to observe what was happening, when suddenly he saw Sue among those people. She pointed at herself and asked, she? He asked her to help them, and Sue asked again, but with what? Ian asked her to teach Barak how to fight. After a while, they started fighting, and Sue yelled at Barak for being too lazy. He yelled back at her to shut up. Sue continued to irritate him and asked, what is he saying? She couldn't hear anything because he was too slow. Barak yelled that she would regret everything she said as soon as he punched her in the face. At that moment, the protagonist turned to Barak and asked if he was feeling okay. He yelled back at Ian not to talk to him. He thought it looked very sweet. He had planned to slowly lure the unearthly warrior clan to his side, but everything had worked out naturally thanks to the flower. He hadn't relaxed like this in a long time. However, when he thinks about the past, everything doesn't seem so rosy anymore. Sometime later, he arrived in Vincent's room and assumed she wanted to see him. She looked much better, and he was very happy about that. Vincent answered him in her own language, when suddenly Kakanthir translated her words, saying that she had called him here to continue their conversation. Jan replied that this was good, and everything he had told Lord Kakanthir was true. He swears by heaven. He left out a few things, but they had nothing to do with the clan. Vincent reported that the god had told him to change everything regarding him. He was dumbfounded and frightened, asked again, what had she said? She continued to say that even if a person has to change his life, he thought about it and thought that this must be some kind of divine message. The unearthly warrior clan turned more to shamans than to the temple oracles. He closed his eyes and thought that the phrase, change everything regarding him, was an unexpected thing that always happened to him. One of his subordinates approached him, handed him a bowl of delicious berries, and asked him to try it. He thanked her, and the girl scratched her head and replied that it was nothing. Thanks to him, Madame Vincent came to her senses and recovered a little, and everyone was very grateful to him. They were even preparing a banquet for him. He was simply their savior. The protagonist smiled and thanked her in return. After that, the girl informed him that as soon as he rested, Lord Kakanthir and Madame Vincent were waiting for him. They wanted to amend the agreement. He replied, fine, he'd be back soon. They were almost finished anyway. Barrack shouted back that he wasn't finished yet, and Sue punched him in the face, yelling that he was slow as a snail. The subordinate bowed and replied that she would pass everything on, when she suddenly remembered she'd found something in the pot and handed it to him. It was a necklace. Could it really be his? Yan examined the pendant carefully and wondered, what is it? Even as emperor, he'd never seen a necklace so beautiful. How could a boy from the slums have such a treasure? How did a boy raised in a cat house grow a silosk flower on his windowsill? And why was there a necklace hidden in the pot? Perhaps he didn't understand, but if he'd known about it, he would have sold it long ago as they were poor. Besides, it was hidden in the flower pot, meaning whoever cared for the plant must have hidden it. Perhaps someone asked his mother to care for it? His information was sketchy and he had no one to ask, so he couldn't know. Jan rose from his seat and asked if he'd been hit by Sue. Burrick angrily asked, did he? They were actually equally strong. The protagonist answered, yes, after which they decided to move on. He'll need to ask Burrick about this, because he knows everything about the great warriors of the desert, since he wants to become the strongest in the world, but he's still a long way from that. Fortunately, everything is going according to plan now, and he can focus on the next step. Suddenly, loud shouts were heard, and a servant burst into Durga's office, shouting that something bad had happened. Durga shouted at him to be quiet, as he had asked him not to make noise while he was working. What had happened? The servant apologized for what had happened, but he'd better go down and see for himself, because the tax police had arrived from the capital. Durga was dumbfounded and shouted back, what did he just say? When he entered the palace, he saw a tax police captain named Erica. She looked ahead and asked, so he is a Count Durga? He descended hastily and told her it was him. She introduced herself to him and informed him that their team had been sent here by order of the emperor. They would be investigating embezzlement and treason, and swore to conduct the investigation fairly and impartially. Durga became enraged and began shouting that this was absolute nonsense. He had defended the empire from these damned barbarians for so many years, and what was he getting in return? Treason and embezzlement of state property? He simply couldn't believe it. Erica bowed her head and showed him the document, again explaining that didn't this seal belong to their house? The document stated that someone was alleging embezzlement of tax funds by Count Brack and asking the emperor to have the competent authorities conduct a thorough investigation. He was dumbfounded and asked, what is this? Erica took a step forward and, looking around, declared that this was a fine house. They would live here while the investigation was underway. He and all his employees were required to obey their orders. She would start on the top floor. The office was over there. Let him shut his mouth and follow her. Durga thought about how these people were entering his house for the first time, but they already knew where his office was, so someone had ratted him out. So, could it really have been Old Mullen? How could he have gotten his seal? Could there really be a traitor among his men? The former secretary still hadn't woken up from his coma. So, who was it then? He remembered the expression on his son's face and realized it was him, after which he began shouting with incredible anger at the entire palace. Sometime later, a message from the Brock arrived at the Kakanthir palace. Kakanthir asked again, was he asking for their help? The young man said that it was true. A false denunciation had been filed against him in the name of the emperor, and an investigation was being conducted at his estate on charges of treason. The count was asking him for military assistance. Kakanthir asked again, did he want to resist the authorities? And where was the guarantee that this denunciation was false? If he helped the count and the accusations were later proven true, they would become enemies of the emperor. The servant declared that his innocence would certainly be proven, and he asked him to convey that he would prove his innocence at the cost of the life of his beloved son. These were the words of his excellency. Kakanthir was dumbfounded by this, and after he showed his reaction, his servant was dumbfounded and looked at him questioningly. Kakanthir apologized for what had happened and replied that he understood everything, but suggested they discuss it later. The servant replied, thank you, chieftain. He decided to ask about Jan, when Kakanthir suddenly replied that they could do whatever they wanted. He was merely a hostage in the name of peace, but they would not treacherously kill a warrior who had lived with them for so long. The servant replied that the count had actually given him orders for just such a case, and grabbed his sword. Kakanthir smiled and said that was good. After a while, Yan entered the study and asked if he had called him. Kakanther approached him menacingly and replied that yes, this knight had come to kill him. Yan replied with a smile that he had expected nothing less. After that, the knight turned around and asked why he was calling him sir. What was going on? He replied that he wanted to kill Sir Yan, so he had given him a place to do it. The knight realized something was wrong. He had accepted the idea of killing him so calmly, as if he had known all along that Yan would come asking for help. Besides, what was this antics? Why was he calling him sir? He was trying to figure out what these two were up to. And the knight suddenly realized that no matter what they were up to, he had his own task. At that moment, he drew his sword, when suddenly Barak appeared before her to shield his master. The knight exclaimed in surprise, realizing he was in danger. Yan explained that to kill him, he would first have to fight his bodyguard, Barak. Barak glared at him and parried the attack with trembling hands. Yan smiled calmly and said he would wait to see the outcome of their meeting. A fighter can train as much as he wants, but nothing replaces a real battle with the intent to kill an enemy. This is a real battle with bloodthirstiness and hatred against a superior enemy. The knight and Barak faced each other on the battlefield, surrounded by a crowd of screaming people. This was an opportunity for great advancement in martial arts for him. Kakanther and the protagonist sat on chairs and watched the unfolding scene. The surrounding people began shouting at Barak. Will he be able to do this? Yan might not die here today. Barak rejected any criticism and called these guys idiots. They shouted back that he was even snapping back, that he was completely out of his mind. Meanwhile, the knight Brak couldn't bear the idiotic shouts of the surrounding guys and thought that these damn barbarians were egging him on as if he were some kind of gladiator. At that moment, Barak smiled and asked if he should give him a head start. He really was going to fight at full strength. The knight grew angry and, gritting his teeth, declared that he was being insolent. Suddenly, the battlefield erupted in sparks and wind. Barak abruptly moved closer to his opponent and shouted that this was his defining characteristic. He pounced with incredible speed on the knight, who wondered why he was rushing at him like some kind of rabid dog. Barak asked again, was that really a compliment? Their struggle continued, and the knight was stunned by what he saw when he realized he was already right next to him. He plunged his sword into Barak's body, who began coughing up blood and fell to the ground. One of the onlookers remarked that it seemed he had actually hit him. People shouted for Barak to get up immediately. He tried to rise, his face showing incredible anger. Turning around, he threw sand into his eyes. The knight tried to dodge the blow, but suddenly froze, and Barak struck him square in the jaw, shouting that it actually hurt. The knight thought about how annoying this guy was. In a situation where every second could be his last, he shouldn't waste time on this bastard. He was also incredibly persistent. Barak screamed loudly and moved very deftly from one place to another. When the enemies faced each other, the knight's mouth suddenly dropped in shock, and Barak's blood spilled again as the knight struck him in the stomach with his sword. The knight declared that he was a good fighter, but now it would surely be his end. Barak was dumbfounded by what he saw. The people around him began to comment that he was a scoundrel, that he should have simply killed instead of inflicting such a grievous wound. But this was no duel, but some strange farce. When the sword was driven through Barak's body, he tried to hold it in with shaking hands, when suddenly he fell to the ground, unconscious. The knight rose from his seat and, turning to Yan, declared that he had no time and must prove the count's innocence with his death. Yan looked at him carefully, and the knight declared that he could consider himself honored to die for a noble cause. He swung his bloody sword at him, when suddenly Barak rose and attacked him from behind, despite the bleeding. He couldn't understand how this was even possible, and looked closely at the wounded Barak. He grabbed the sword and, pulling it from his body, menacingly declared that he wasn't finished with him yet. The knight began to scream in fear that it was a curse, because this guy was incredibly persistent. Barak became extremely angry. Every day, a warrior lives with the thought of death. A bloody struggle began between them again. The battle must have some kind of climax. The enemies were facing each other, and to rise to a higher level, a person must fight with all his might. It was Barak who, with the last of his strength, leaped high and pounced on the knight, plunging his sword into his stomach. He protected Ian with his own life, and after piercing the knight, he tried to catch his breath. He began to lose consciousness and fell down next to him, declaring that he couldn't take it anymore. The people around him were surprised by this performance, and began shouting with joy that Barak was incredibly brave. People say that a battle should always be seen to the end, and this turned out to be true. One of them tried to help Barak and shouted for the others to help him carry him. Where was the doctor? At that moment, Kakanther said that now he completely understood why Yan had taken him along. He had all the makings of a warrior. Yan smiled back at him, because there was no one in the world as rude and impudent as Barak. He was incredibly brave. Sometime later, in the palace, Derga was very worried about his future and was pacing the house. Suddenly, he turned and saw Sue, who greeted him and said that he looked quite nervous. She had arrived through the window, and Derga said that she had come from Nersaran, so where was his knight? She handed him the package and told him to take it from Kakanther. After these words, she turned back toward the window, and Derga shouted at her to stop and asked, what did the clan leader say? And what was going on about Yan? Had she killed him? Sue jumped from the window without a word, and Derga angrily shouted at her to stop. But, having achieved no result, He looked at the package in fear. When he took the documents in his hands, he read that they had confirmed that the Brack family had broken their word and sent an illegitimate child as a sign of friendship. Because of their attempt to smuggle Gurut leaves using the child, they were terminating their agreement. When Durga and his wife read this, they became terrified of what was happening and began screaming. Durga became enraged and shouted that they had betrayed them and that he would kill them all. The knights standing outside his room exchanged glances. After some time, the room was completely destroyed. Durga wondered if they really wanted war. He had only one choice left. Since he'd been tricked into betraying them, he'd either take everything or get nothing. And who needed their help anyway? He could figure out what was happening perfectly well on his own. He would become independent of the state. After some time, he lowered a rope from the window and asked his wife to use it to escape with their son and hide in the storage room. Marie was not to leave until he told them to. She asked him again, what will happen to him? He had to go with them. Zell agreed with her words when Durga suddenly shouted that they had to do as he told them. Minutes were counting now. He lowered them from the window and, turning around, realized he had to get rid of the reconnaissance before the capital's army arrived. He picked up a lantern and threw it on the floor. After a while, Erica's subordinate burst into the office and shouted, "Captain, they have a problem." Count Brock set fire to his mansion and fled. Erica said he was shortening his own life this way. She shouted for Philip to report the situation to the capital's troops, and for the others to follow her. He shouted that he had heard the order, and a moment later the knights began searching the area. Erica ordered him to make sure he hadn't escaped and to kill him if necessary. She thought about how this estate was supposed to be hers. How dare he set it on fire? She was incredibly angry, and many people rushed out of the estate. The trapped people screamed for help because they were burning. They would do anything, begging for their salvation. Erica watched silently, and the people continued to scream. Was there really no sand left? Philip asked her what they should do. Erica thought for a moment and said that they would have died with him anyway. He should try to put out the fire and direct all his efforts to finding Lord Durga. He replied, "Yes, sir." An order was issued to find Durga, some behind the mansion. The rest were to go forward. Following this order, Erica left the scene of the fire. Meanwhile, Durga rode horseback through the forest. Before his imprisonment, he sent letters through his butler. One was for the unearthly warrior clan, and the second for the first prince. But the last letter belonged to someone else. Suddenly, he stopped in a clearing and began shouting loudly, "Theo, has he really escaped?" He clutched his head and didn't know what to do, when suddenly he heard someone shouting, "My lord!" His servant Theo arrived and asked, "Is he all right? What about the unearthly clan?" Durga reported that they had betrayed them. They needed a little more time until he received an answer from the first prince. They must intercept the estate before the capital's army arrives. They are far from the capital, so they have plenty of time for now. They are fighting against intelligence, so they must use the terrain to their advantage, and their soldiers are the best. They are the most elite fighting force trained to repel the unearthly warrior clan. His knights shouted back, "Yes." Theo thought that if they won, he would definitely become commander. He was confident in his abilities, and Durga raised his sword and shouted, "Forward! They must restore their former order." Meanwhile, the estate continued to burn, with every room ablaze. After some time, Barak lay down in bed and began to receive treatment. A servant said she would bring some more medicine, and that Jan should monitor his condition. When the doctor left, Kakanthir turned to her and asked when he would get better. She replied that it would be 3 or 4 months. The injuries were so severe that a normal person would die, but he was fully strong and cheerful. Kakanthir thought that if it would take him 3 to 4 months to recover, this wouldn't be good news for Ian, since he was his only fighter. Ian knew that wasn't the case. If a person has a will, then he has a chance to win. After some time, Ian placed his hands on Barak and tried to use magic. Gritting his teeth in anger, he realized it wouldn't work. If he added a little more magic, then... But before he could finish his sentence, the doctor and Kakanthir entered the office. The doctor approached him and asked if he was all right. He replied that he was fine, just a little dizzy. The doctor advised him to sit down for a minute and she would check everything. Suddenly, she noticed something and asked the others to look at Barak. What was happening to him? Ian asked again, "Does she mean Barak?" She replied that she hadn't asked his name. He wouldn't recover so easily, and now she understood why everyone called him stubborn in battle. This wouldn't be enough. At that moment, Kakanthir approached and lit a leaf on a candle, after which he said that if he had known he was in bad shape, he would have brought more of the plant. It was a Garuta leaf, used by clan warriors to avoid death. He placed the leaf in Jan's mouth and announced that he was the first outsider permitted to use this substance. Jan sampled the leaf and thanked him. He mused that he couldn't believe he'd so willingly shared his clan's secret medicine. It even sounded somehow touching. After some time, Kakanthir reported that he'd received news from Sue. As he'd said, Durga had been cornered and was gathering soldiers. Jan asked again, "What about the Central Army?" He replied that there had been no report yet. The protagonist mused that they needed to know the size of the Central Army and intelligence. Only then would they be able to assess the situation and take control measures. Suddenly, Kakanthir announced with a smile that they had a couple of days, so let him rest. Ian looked at him for a while, then fell asleep. The doctor sighed heavily, then put them to bed. When night fell, he awoke with alarm and rising, wondered, "Barak?" He looked out the window and realized that he didn't understand. The warriors of the unearthly clan had been so kind that they had even given him Groot leaves. But why did he have such a strange premonition? He picked up his sword and suddenly the door opened. An incredibly angry man in a mask burst into his room, and the protagonist began to defend himself. His sword flew aside, and he gritted his teeth as the man began to choke him by the throat. He muttered that he shouldn't have stuck his neck out like that, the freak. How dare he plot such a plot against him? Did he even know what he'd done? They, the scum of the Empire, were as useless as ever. Just like his father, Durga. The protagonist wondered, Durga? At that moment, the man swung a dagger at him and screamed for death, when suddenly the protagonist used his magical powers and a bright, fiery explosion roared through the room. The people around him began shouting, "What was that? Where was the noise coming from?" They realized it was coming from Master Yan's room. Kakantire wondered if Ian and Barrack had been attacked. His subordinate answered, yes, after which they quickly ran into Yan's room. One of them asked, "What's going on here?" Yan sat in the ruined room, clutching his throat as he said he didn't know, but the man had tried to kill him. Kakantire asked the others to help Master Yan and find out who this man was. He dared to harm a guest of an unearthly clan. At that moment, Kakantire turned around and wondered how he had managed to fight back. What was that explosion? One of his subordinates was dumbfounded when he removed the man's mask, seeing what was happening, and declared that the man was Boomart. Kakantire was stunned by what he saw and said they should send Boomart to the dungeon. He would personally interrogate him the following morning. Sometime later, Boomart awoke in the dungeon and looked around. He was asked if he had really come to his senses. He was chained and kneeling opposite Kakantire. Boomart turned to Kakantire and asked to be untied first. Kakantire asked again, did he really attack Master Yang? Boomart didn't answer for a moment, and Kakantire stared at him intently. Suddenly, he grew angry and said he would not make excuses. If he considered him family, then he should ask him no more questions. Just be careful around Yang, as he possessed terrible power. His eyes turned golden, and an unknown force erupted. He was a suspicious man. Yang thought he was avoiding questions and talking only about him. Even if he was trying to deceive, Madame Vincent would find out everything. Was he trying to hide his goal and survive long enough to come up with a new plan? He turned to Kakantire and asked if he had something to say. He replied yes, after which the protagonist revealed that during the battle he had mentioned Lord Durga. At this point, Boomart was dumbfounded, and the protagonist continued to say that he had called his proposal a plot and had tried to thwart them. It was entirely possible that he was somehow involved, when suddenly he froze and remembered the letter. So who would become the clan leader? This letter, had he really sent it to Lord Durga? Boomart was dumbfounded and incredibly frightened. He is the first advisor. Suddenly, Boomart continued to speak to him in a friendly voice out of spite. Hadn't he caused this to happen? Suddenly, Boomart opened his mouth wide, stuck out his tongue, and bit off his own. Those around him began shouting that he had bitten off his own tongue. So was it really him who did it? Let them stop talking and stuff more cloth into his mouth. Yan replied that he knew he was in charge of the food supply. Apparently, Madame Vincent's ill health was a consequence of his manipulation of the food. He believed that Boomart had hoped to gain the chieftaincy himself in exchange for killing Madame Vincent. Kakantire was shocked by what was happening and stared thoughtfully ahead. The protagonist said that the Durga would have benefited from this. And suddenly, Kakantire stood up and asked what was happening to Madame Vincent. They told him she was resting. Boomart screamed in horror and pain as they held him by the hair and stuffed cloth into his mouth to stop the bleeding. Kakantire declared that no one was to be allowed near Madame Vincent without his permission. At that moment, he grabbed Boomart by the hair and dragged him along with him. After some time, they found themselves in an office, and he began beating Boomart, who screamed loudly in pain. Kakantire was completely covered in blood, and leaving the room, he sternly ordered the others to throw the body into the desert for the vultures to devour, and that Boomart's family should come to him immediately. His subordinates looked at Boomart's destroyed body in shock and told their master that they would do everything immediately. As they dragged the bloody, motionless body along the ground, Kakantire approached Yan and asked if the explosion during the ambush, orchestrated by Boomart, was really his doing. Yan looked at his hands and replied that it was indeed so. Kakantire remarked that he knew that in the Empire, people who perform miracles are called mages. The protagonist lowered his gaze and replied that he didn't want to lie, the leader, and he would definitely tell him everything in due time. He would tell him who he really was. It would be difficult for him to understand this now, as he lived in a different country and a different time. Kakantire stared at him silently for a long moment, then announced he was changing his plan. Ian asked how exactly he would do this. He replied that he wanted to deliver him to the Brock estate and support him until he got back on his feet. But since Durga had decided he could deceive the unearthly warriors and, under the guise of a peace pact, tried to assassinate First Advisor Vincent, they were obliged to come and remove his head. The protagonist nodded his head in understanding, then explained that the tax police would not give him such an opportunity, as he would be executed for treason. However, if he gained control of the Brock estate, he would help him achieve everything. Kakantire replied, in any case, they must help him. Jan said that it was more likely that he was asking for their help. Fine. In that case, that's exactly what they would do. Kakantire called him Demosha, and Ian smiled and replied, yes, after which they shook hands. Sometime later, the protagonist entered his room and, turning to Barrack, said in surprise that he'd been informed he'd woken up. How was he feeling? He'd been vomiting right there on the bed, saying he was dying. Ian replied that he'd noticed, and it seemed he should thank the gods that he was at least conscious. Barak replied that he was incredibly nauseous. Are they sure they weren't mixing alcohol with their potions? The doctor became enraged and shouted, "What kind of stupid accusations are these? He's simply shameless. He should be glad he's even alive and conscious, and that he can even talk nonsense after such an injury." The protagonist lowered his gaze and thought about how strange this was. Swordsmen, for example, possess not only excellent weapon handling skills, but also regenerative abilities. But is healing that fast even possible? He turned to Barak and asked again, "Does he remember his parents?" Barak asked, "What? Of course he remembers them, though they're long dead." The protagonist thought it wasn't like he had any other races in his family. So what was the matter? Barak wondered when they would return to the county. He replied that it would be soon, perhaps even tomorrow. Barak was delighted to hear such news, and Ian informed him that he should warn him in advance, as he wouldn't be able to go with him. Barak became incredibly angry and jumped out of bed, screaming, "What? But why?" Ian replied that it was precisely because he was in such a terrible state. Barak replied, "No, that's not the reason. He'll be able to walk tomorrow." Yan replied that he was sorry, but they would have to fight the Count's infantry, the tax police, and the Imperial Army, and in his current state, he definitely couldn't do that. He needed to rest and recover, and they could handle the county's affairs themselves. Barak, in an emotional outburst, shouted, "No, he wants to go with him." Had he really used him for his own purposes, and now was he abandoning him like this? He was simply a traitor. He couldn't even survive a compress properly. The weakling. Yan chuckled at his words, and Barak continued shouting that he had promised to teach him how to use mana. He had promised to do it. And how could he abandon his student in such need? Jan was already tired of this kind of speech and asked in despair, "Is that how a student speaks to his teacher?" He was simply a weakling who couldn't even survive a compress properly. He should have some conscience. Besides, had he forgotten? He himself knew how to use mana. At that moment, Barak was stunned and asked him again, perplexed. "Him?" The protagonist replied, "Yes." At that moment, Nursarin entered their room and asked John to step outside for a minute. He had received a letter from the Bracken. It was just in time. The Derga had ordered soldiers to cordon off the estate, and it looked like a group of tax police were defending the premises and awaiting reinforcements. But there was a problem. Subjects of the county, people had gathered around the bank in the city center. Jan replied that it was because the bank was neutral territory. The Gaiman Bank was the central control center for all financial flows in the empire. Each region had at least one branch. If the bank suffered damage due to a rebellion or civil conflict, the bank ceased cooperation with all involved, so the tax police and the Derga would not be able to harm the townspeople on the bank's premises. Nursarin asked again, "So it's some kind of holy place?" The protagonist replied that one could say so, but they needed to hurry. People who couldn't find protection on the bank's premises would inevitably start to side with the Derga. This means they're leaving for burial tomorrow. After some time, smoke continued to blaze in the Brock estate. Those around shouted that they needed to cut it down, as they needed a larger log. They needed to light their arrows and shoot. Durga, who had been watching from afar behind the bushes, asked his subordinate what was happening. Mariloff. He was the count of the neighboring lands. Why hadn't he come to their aid yet? He said he'd been informed that he'd repeatedly refused to accept their messenger and even closed the city gates. Durga shouted that he was just a cowardly fool. The subordinate explained that he had a trading city and a very small army. They must conquer it as soon as they sorted things out here, Your Excellency. Suddenly, they heard a rustling sound nearby and turned sharply. It was an army with a flag and coat of arms approaching them. Darga became frightened and screamed loudly in terror. The army was shouting that they needed to quickly block the bridge leading here. They needed to do it faster. On Portla Street, at the Heyman Bank, people were shouting, "Please let them in, open the bank, and stop trying to block them out." One woman was shouting that she worked there and that they should let her in. The guard replied that she was just a citizen and should leave. People were screaming for help because the Imperial Army was killing citizens, burning them alive. Meanwhile, Hannah was holding her trembling brother in a locked room. He turned to her and asked her to look at the large bird visible in the window. She noticed it and realized that the bird reminded her of Yan. Sometime later, the protagonist and Kakanthir arrived in the city. The people around were panicked and screaming loudly in terror, while children sat on the ground, sobbing loudly in fear. Kakanthir looked around and reported that things were even worse here than he had imagined. Jan asked again, "Really?" He expected exactly that. Suddenly, one of the boys started shouting that barbarians had broken into the city. Why did this happen now? They should flee as quickly as possible. These were bloodthirsty barbarians who decided to attack just when things were already bad. A girl running nearby shouted that they shouldn't talk like that, otherwise they'd be heard. One of his subordinates turned to Kakanthir and said he was getting annoyed by these people shouting that they were barbarians. Kakanthir addressed him by the name Mugarun and told him not to get distracted. Many children fell and stumbled, seeing what was happening. They screamed in fear and panic and ran. Kakanthir saw this and said that there was a child on the road and they should drive carefully so as not to hit him. The child's mouth dropped open in shock, and suddenly Jan approached him, offering him his hand and telling him to get up because the ground was cold. The boy grabbed his hand, when suddenly his father arrived to help, shouting, "Are you hurt?" Suddenly, he spotted Mr. Jan and asked if it was really him. Jan asked if they knew each other. He replied that his name was Jason the groom. He used to work at the Count's estate. The main characters remembered him, but he hadn't seen him in a while. It was good he was alive. Jason wanted to ask him something and asked him directly, "What's going on?" A long, awkward silence passed between them, and the people around him also watched intently. One of them approached Jason and asked if he knew him. Jason replied, "It was Mr. Yan." Another townsman shouted, "Yan? Is this the son the Count sold to the clan of unearthly warriors?" What did he say? He replied that he thought he'd said an unearthly clan of warriors had come to their aid. After some time, they found themselves at the city's main building. Barak, tied to a horse, arrived with them. He was glad they'd arrived. Even though he was incredibly ill, Sue asked why he'd brought this sick man here. Yan replied, "What else could he do? Leaving him would only cause more trouble." One of the territory's defenders approached them, drew his sword to stand ready with a menacing glare, and asked who they were. Were they barbarians? How had they ended up here? Kakanthir also drew his sword, when suddenly the protagonist announced that he was the son of a Brach count named Jan. With him was a great warrior of the desert, a clan of unearthly warriors. They had come in peace. Erica decided they could talk, and they exchanged glances. The protagonist asked to report their arrival to their leader. Sometime later, Kakanthir and John entered the main room, when Erica suddenly appeared and asked, "So his name is John Brock?" His adoption hadn't been formalized yet, so she'll just call him Ian. Sir Mullen told her about him. She's a captain in the tax police, named Erica. Ian asked, "Is Sir Mullen her boss?" She replied that in a sense he is. He asked, "So what's going on here?" She replied, as he could see, they have problems, but everything will be resolved soon. They had already confirmed the embezzlement. They just had to work hard first before they dealt with the Count's knights. And what were they doing here? She had heard he had a personal score to settle with Count Durga. Had he come to watch the execution? Ian smiled and replied that the Brock estate was his beloved home, and he was concerned when he learned what was happening there. The unearthly warrior clan agreed with him, so they decided to escort him. Erica chuckled and said, "What nonsense is this? Everyone in the capital knew that Brock and the unearthly warrior clan were sworn enemies. Isn't he proof enough? He's the illegitimate son of a commoner, sold to the desert dwellers." Yan smiled, but Erica suddenly sensed something was wrong, and was stunned by what she saw, unable to calm down. Yan smiled, bowed, and asked for forgiveness. He understands that for outsiders, the situation in the Brock family looks incomprehensible. It was quite arrogant. "Let her tell me, is it really true that in their time, the tax police only recruited people of low birth?" Erica was dumbfounded by what she heard, and began shouting with incredible anger. What did he just say? At that moment, Kakanthir rose from his seat and asked her to listen. He was the ruler of the great desert. In his presence, it was best to watch your speech. If she's already confirmed Durga's crime, then let them quickly execute him and go home. He and Ian are here to decide the fate of these estates, and she and her employees are getting in their way. Erica slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Has he completely lost his mind?" She turned her gaze to Kakanthir and shouted, "Where does he think he is, you barbarian scum? She is a representative of the Empire. His words are an insult to imperial authority." He looked down at her and said that he had already told her to watch her tongue, woman. She frowned angrily, and he added that she should think that she was alive only because he let her behavior slide, but only this once. Then she clenched her fist and turning to the protagonist said, "And he wants his head cut off along with his father's? Everyone knows he is the son of Durga. No one will blame whoever kills him, so he shouldn't think or presume. He needs to know his place, Durga bastard." He looked at her and replied that he knew his place perfectly well. As she had said, he was the son of Durga, but not quite a member of the Brock family. He was also the only citizen of the Empire to have earned the friendship and favor of the clan of unearthly warriors. She was a tax inspector. Her job was to investigate Durga's crime and carry out the sentence. But protecting this estate after his death, establishing order, that was not her job. Was a simple request to hurry up and fulfill her duties so repulsive to her? She cried out indignantly, "Oh, an arrogant provincial whelp." At that moment, Kakanthir pulled a scroll from his inside pocket and throwing it on the table said, "Here is the peace pact." They had made peace with the county of Brock. Peaceful existence was above all else for them. Then Erica opened the scroll and, smirking, said, "What impudence." He replied that according to this pact, they were obliged to assist Count Brock in emergency situations. But now he's a criminal. They're no longer bound by the pact and they can help her instead. Ian is her liaison, and the clan wants her to appoint him ruler of the county of Brock. She looked at him in surprise. He asked what she thought. She smiled nervously and asked what she'd just heard. They wanted a bastard to rule these lands? At that moment, the protagonist smiled. Then she chuckled again, and looking at the documents, said they were definitely crazy. She clenched her teeth in irritation, and thought that the worst thing was that the boy had no other guilt than being related to the Count. The people of the county were out of control and rebelling, but Ian, the direct heir to Brock, could calm them down. Besides, he already had an alliance with the barbarians, which meant peace on the borders of the empire. Then she said that only the emperor could grant titles, and that was beyond her competence. MC noted that he was aware of this, so until the emperor appointed someone as count, no one had any real power over these lands. She frowned at him, thinking that no one had the power, but many had the opportunity. Then she rolled up the scroll and, closing her eyes, said, "Okay." She already understood where they were going with this. However, they must know that Durga, his wife, and their son, Zel, had escaped. She had failed to take them into custody. She was responsible for suppressing the resistance of the remaining soldiers and establishing imperial authority here. At that moment, the protagonist rose from the sofa and said okay. He would help her capture Durga. They would clean up after her, and she had better leave quickly once her task was accomplished. The tax police and the imperial army had really angered the population. They would seize control, and then everything would be settled. She clenched her teeth in irritation again and, looking at him, told him not to even think about deceiving her. If he was planning to defect to Durga, he replied, it seemed she knew nothing of their relationship. She shouldn't be afraid. He would drag Durga back with his own hands, and she would see that he had fulfilled everything he promised. They would see each other soon. After that, she left the room and, closing the door behind her, walked into the corridor. She clenched her fists in irritation and thought that she just had to wait for the imperial edict granting her authority over the county. As soon as she received the authority, she would send these two to the guillotine. Then she shouted, "Deputy, send her carrier pigeons here at once." After a while, Theo stopped, turned around, and said, "This way, Your Excellency." Durga looked at him and asked how much further down. He replied that Count Mariloff had closed the city gates, so they needed to reach the border with the kingdom of Havan. He frowned and thought about the situation he had gotten himself into. He held a bag of gold in his hands and thought that he would wait it out and return to the county of Brock. The next second, a falcon flew near them, and one of the warriors was wounded. Theo began to cover Durga with his hand and shouted, "Ambush! They must protect the count." At that moment, members of the unearthly warriors appeared from above the cliffs, and Kakantir said that they had not seen each other for a long time. Durga, he should just see how far he had fallen. At that moment, Theo shouted, "Clan of unearthly warriors, they must hold the defense. We must protect the count." Before he could finish speaking, one of the unearthly warriors leaped to attack him, holding his sword in front of him, but he defended himself with his shield. And at that moment, Barrick, holding his stomach, said, "Oh, shit." He smiled and asked, "Does he remember him? He always beat him during training." He asked in surprise, "What?" Then the protagonist approached them and smiling asked, "Barrick, how is he?" He replied that everything was fine. He didn't have to say anything or help him, master. MC smiled even wider and greeted his father. He looked at him with irritation and shouted, "Him, Ian." The next second, Barrick destroyed Theo's shield with a blow of his weapon and attacked him. After some time, the protagonist threw his father to the ground and said that he had brought him. Erica approached them and looked at him silently, then said that it was really Durga. The protagonist added that they had piled the bodies of the soldiers and Captain Theo in the backyard. Well, does she believe him now? She folded her arms across her chest and said, "It seems he's not so useless." He added that he had brought Durga and she should judge him, carry out the sentence, and then leave. She replied that he was asking for it, Ian. She wasn't finished here yet. She was tasked with eliminating the entire Brock family, and the Countess and Zell hadn't been found yet. The protagonist asked if she thought they were already abroad. She replied that this was not so. Not a single woman had crossed the border since they were last seen. Since they had nothing better to do, they should search the settlements and stop somewhere for now. After that, she moved on and ordered her subordinate to identify the bodies. They must find them first. They needed them dead or alive, and if he managed to find them, he would know what to do. His subordinates bowed and answered yes. Then she added that until she got the imperial edict, they would hide them so no one would find them. After a while, Nursaran said, "Sir Ian, it seems, specifically named Erica, is waiting for the letter of appointment." He folded his arms and looked at the protagonist. He replied that he had thought so too. Apparently, the decision to appoint her as head of intelligence had already been made. And then Kakantir placed his hand on the arm of the sofa and said, "Then it's only a matter of time before she becomes mistress of the territory. In that case, the clan's warriors would lose most of their investment." He frowned and asked, "He does have a plan of action, doesn't he, Sir Ian?" He noticed that he was thinking correctly. It was only a matter of time, but on the other hand, that meant that if they had enough time, they had a chance. The carrier pigeon would need at least 15 days. And the whole situation was in their favor. Kakantir folded his arms and bowing his head asked, "In their favor?" The countess and the heir had escaped, and the people were trapped in the estate. The protagonist replied that she herself had said that her mission wasn't over yet, and that she had to get rid of the Brock family, but she still hadn't found the Countess and Zell Brock. Those were her words. He thought the reason they were staying here was because they were sure the Countess and Zell weren't far off. But if they learned of their escape, they would surely pursue them. Then he added that if they protected the Countess and her son, they could use them as bait. The next second, Kakantir thoughtfully said that he understood. Well, fine. But he would watch how everything unfolded. MC thanked him. He asked, "What will he do next, Sir Ian?" He rose from the sofa and said that he had a couple of things to do, so he would go. Barrick was outside. He would go meet him. "Lord Kakantir, please." He should rest with the warriors for now. He thought, those two must be in the mansion. As they say, the darkest place is always under the candles. The problem is that all the servants who could give a clue are dead. In times like these, it's best to take matters into your own hands. After some time, the protagonist was standing outside next to a horse and heard his name being called. He quickly looked to the side and, noticing Barrick, said, "Oh, there he is." He replied that he'd completed the errand and checked the forest, and everything was fine. He came closer and, sighing, added that his mother was perfectly fine. She liked living alone, and she looked fine. The protagonist hissed at him, "Be careful." He replied, "Oh well, no one heard anything." Then he asked, "But why are they here? These are the slums after all." MC walked forward and, turning slightly, said that they would go look for Hannah. He should lead the way. Barrick scratched his cheek and asked thoughtfully, "Hannah? Okay. But why him?" The protagonist asked, was he suggesting that he do it? After some time, they started searching and questioning the locals. After some time, MC entered the room and took off his hood. At that moment, Hannah was holding the baby in her arms and asked, "Oh my God, why is he crying again?" The protagonist called her. She turned around and, running sharply towards him, shouted, "Young master, Barrick." The protagonist said that he was very glad that she was okay. She shouted that she should be the one speaking. He came back. He came for her? Is it even safe for him to be here? He was Lord Durga's son after all. She thought his connection to the clan of unearthly warriors was just a rumor. He replied that he was fine. He had something to ask. "Were there any rumors circulating in this place?" she asked. "Rumors?" he added, "about some secret passage." She thought for a moment and then said, "No, nothing like that, especially about secret passages." He replied thoughtfully, "Well, that's a pity. If only the butler were still alive." Hannah looked at him fearfully and asked, "Was the butler dead?" He replied, "Well, he must have accidentally crossed the border while escaping. His body was picked up and transferred to Brock territory." "Something wrong?" Hannah looked away and awkwardly said that she felt a little guilty. What she secretly, that is, took, belongs to him. He understands. Barrick and the protagonist simultaneously thought that she had clearly stolen it. Then the protagonist said that if something had gone missing, they would have started suspecting her, since she had recently quit. What was the matter? She replied that she had borrowed it. And anyway, a lot of people quit at that time. The Countess had become very strict, beating him almost every day. He asked, "Lady Mary, why?" She replied that she hadn't been servicing the mistress, so she didn't know all the details. Maybe it was all because of overexertion, but strange spots had appeared on her body. Then she held out the box and said that she thought that if she left with the crowd, no one would notice her, so she took this. When she opened it, she saw that it only contained letters and drawings, and she felt terrible because it was as if she had stolen someone else's memories. Could they burn this along with his remains? At that moment, Barrick took the box and MC told him not to open it so carelessly. He looked at it and asked why he couldn't open it. He replied that if everything fell apart, they wouldn't be able to pick it up again. The next second, the letters and scrolls scattered in all directions, and Barrick let out a guilty yelp. After that, he crouched down and, holding out his hand to the protagonist, suggested they put everything back now. He unrolled the scroll and told him to wait. The estate plan looked a little odd. Hannah asked, "What's wrong?" Barrick said thoughtfully, "It's strange that there's nothing in the garden." The protagonist said that they usually remove natural objects from plans because drawing all the details is too difficult, and they're constantly changing. He asked, "Really?" Then he pointed to the plan and said, "But there's a tree here." The protagonist said, "Really?" Meanwhile, in the basement, Zell was sitting on his bed, hugging his knees, and, looking at his mother, said he was hungry. She nervously shouted at him to eat meat. He asked, "They only have jerky? How long would they live like this?" She looked at the ring in her hand and told him to wait a little longer. They would get out soon. She thought maybe, but they would have to hide their whole lives. If they went home, they would be caught right away, so they should sit here for now and wait for the moment to escape. The next second, she jumped back in fear and took out her weapon. A gust of wind extinguished the candle, and she, cowering in fear, thought, "Durga, is it him? Hurry." At that moment, MC said, "Mom, Zell, there they are." The protagonist came closer, holding a lantern in his hands. Then Sue, holding a torch, smiled and said, "Wow, they dug an entire underground tunnel?" She had heard that nobles made such escape routes. After all, they only know how to run. The next second, Mary grabbed her weapon and ran forward, shouting, "Ian!" But Sue twisted her arms and pinned her against the wall. She screamed. It hurt. What unimaginable rudeness. Savages, scoundrels. At that moment, the protagonist looked at her and thought that he had heard that she had become more irritable. But it was much worse. After that, he ordered Sue to let her go. She must bring Lord Kakunt here. His subordinate answered, "Yes, sir." Then Mary said that he must die. It was all his fault. All this happened because of him. After that, MC put his hand to his head and said that she better stop. Reconnaissance was still in the estate. If they were found, he would have to give up her name. Zell asked, "Ian, will he help them? And father?" The protagonist noticed that he looked unwell. Father was already captured. Nothing can be done. Mother? Zell, they must prepare to leave. At dawn they will leave immediately. He came closer to Mary and said that he thought the only thing left for her to do was go to her family. "Where are they?" She answered, "Fontrol." He said thoughtfully that it was north of here. He thought it would take about 2 weeks if they went around Mariloff. She asked why they should go around. They needed to stop there and get clothes and food. But the protagonist said that Mariloff had closed the gates. They killed the butler and locked themselves in. Mary asked in fear. How could that be? She didn't believe it. She couldn't do this to her. Then she grabbed the protagonist by the shoulders and shouted, Ian, they need to stop by the estate. After that, they'll go to Mariloff. He asked, Are you crazy? She replied that if Durga was alive, they just needed to wait for a response from the palace. They wouldn't dare kick them out. She'd borrow money and ask for help. Then, the protagonist threw her hand away and said, Mom, if she doesn't shut up, he'll shut her up himself. He walked on, and turning slightly, thought, Doesn't she understand what's going on? What nonsense is she talking about? Meanwhile, Kakantir stood outside under a willow tree. He extended his hand forward and asked, Inside, yes? His subordinate, taking his hand, replied, Yes, they'll head out as soon as the sun sets. He replied, Okay, Shul, Naru, they're in charge. They replied, Understood, Kakantir. Then he walked closer and told them to make sure they chose a remote enough location. They should bury it deep enough so no one would find it. His subordinate nodded, and then they saddled their horses and set off. He thought, Damn troops from the capital. They'll see how long they can wander the outskirts. After a while, the subordinate abruptly threw open the door, ran into the room and shouted, Captain, Madam and her son have been found. Erica turned sharply and approaching him shouted, What? Where? He opened the map on the table and said, At the northern gate. They passed the guards and ran away. There were 4 of them, he thought, and after the gate, they split into 2 groups. She said thoughtfully, North. Mariloff was closed now, so they couldn't go there. The Count's wife was from Fontrol, right? He confirmed it, and she placed her hands on the map and told him to send a telegram there. He asked how many men to gather. She considered this. She needed to approach the matter sensibly. It could be a trap, or they had their own secret forces. If they gathered too many, those scoundrels would take over the estate. Then she said about 20, and they should try to keep them alive. If that didn't work, they should at least bring back their bodies, headless, she thought. An opportunity right before her. If she could just capture the Countess and Zell, no one would object to her becoming mistress. Then she could easily defeat Ian and those savages. After a while, her subordinates were attacked, and then she said in surprise, Were all the fighters in the squad killed? Her subordinate, clutching his wounded arm, sank to one knee and, bowing his head, said he was the only one who had survived. They killed the captain in seconds, and then the slaughter simply began. They called themselves the Durga Knights. These fighters turned out to be very skilled. She clutched her head, sighing loudly, and then asked, Does he remember where it was? He saw the mistress and Zell. He replied, Yes, he remembers. He was sure the mistress and Zell were there. Then she said they would gather a second squad, and he could go. She waved her hand, and he replied, Yes, sir. Then she clenched her teeth in frustration and, slamming her hand on the table, shouted, Damn it, why hasn't there been a reply from the capital yet? Her subordinate closed his eyes and said he thought they had chosen the longer route. After all news passed under the emperor's seal with an ambassador in a golden carriage. She asked, Does time even matter to them? What about Ian and those savages? He replied that they hadn't noticed any activity. They were busy rebuilding the village, and the people were listening to Ian. She said they were distracted by the chase, and Ian and those humans had gained the upper hand. Wait, she thought something was wrong. They hadn't seen the lady and Zell all this time. Now they suddenly showed up to escape on horseback? Could it be that idiot? Then she shouted, He must call the person in charge of the barns immediately. Her subordinate replied, Yes, sir. She rose from her seat and thought irritably, She knew it was urgent, but how could she have made such a mistake? All the horses needed to be checked. And then she heard a knock and said, Yes, they can go. MC peeked out from behind the door. She asked, Ian? He smiled and walked on. He said, Miss Erica, how is her progress with the chase? She asked. Why was he asking? He replied, curious. If those 2 were alive, then his safety was in question. And those people who escaped with them, was she sure they were Brock Knights? Were there really no traitors on her side? She wondered. What kind of nonsense? He replied, If those traitors hid them and decided to put a spoke in her wheel, then the situation is dire, isn't it? The tax police were ordered to liquidate the Brock family. To carry out this task, they needed both mother and son. But what if they suddenly disappeared? The tax police won't be able to complete their task until they're found. Even if they were found dead, without a report on the fate of the Count's wife and son, the task won't be considered complete. Then Erica clenched the piece of paper and hissed angrily, Dirty Count's bastard. How did he find Marian Zell? He was surprised. What was she talking about? She shouted indignantly, Is he kidding her? She walked closer and, pointing her weapon at him, shouted, These knights are from a clan of unearthly warriors. How dare he unite with barbarians against the Empire? Ian asked. Her accusation was baseless. If she wanted, she could personally check the clan's army to see if several warriors were missing. She shouted irritably. He put his hand to her weapon and asked, What? She doesn't want to check. Apparently the tax police don't work hard enough in their time. She shouted indignantly. At that moment, her subordinate entered the room and said, Lady Erica, the head groom said 2 horses were missing from the stables. The protagonist looked at him and said, So their family's horses were stolen. He was certain this was the result of betrayal. She had better give chase as quickly as possible. She continued to scream indignantly. Then she stepped forward and added, She will kill him with her own hands. Did he understand her? With her own hands. He smiled and asked, Why is she doing this? She was frightening him. Then the door slammed, and Erica, stepping out into the corridor, shouted, He must assemble a squad. We must leave a minimum force here and send the rest in pursuit. Her subordinate asked in surprise, But what if they do that? Before he could finish speaking, she said, The knights who left the estate with them were most likely from a clan of unearthly warriors. They must be extremely careful. The boy won't confess. But they must catch these knights and expose this conspiracy. They must put someone on the barbarian leader's watch. Tell him to report immediately if he discovers anything suspicious. Her subordinate replied, yes. After a while, he shouted, everyone assemble. A little later, Nersaran said that the tax police had taken the next step, as he had expected. The falcon landed on his hand, and he, turning slightly to his brother, said that he must send the falcon with a letter so that they could get rid of Maria and Zell. Could he go to Zeno? Kakantir replied. It doesn't matter, but he must treat him to something sweet. He hadn't been himself lately. Then Nersaran tied the note to the bird's leg and said that they were probably already in the mountains. He didn't know how they were doing there. After all, they were accustomed to the desert heat. Kakantir bit into a fruit and asked if he didn't believe in his brothers. He replied, of course he did. Durga must be executed and order restored after the Imperial army left. They can't leave their home unprotected for long. After that, he released a bird out the window, and his brother agreed with him. Then he called him and said that if Ian was going to the capital, these holdings would be left without a master. And who would rule here then? He replied that he didn't know. Beric would most likely go with his master. But even if Ian left Beric in charge, it would be a very unsuitable job for him. Kakantir looked at him thoughtfully. Then Nersaran said no. He asked, what? He said he was hinting that he should remain in charge. He asked, is that right? Is that how he interpreted his words? He closed his eyes and said, of course, it would be better for them if he stayed, but he wasn't sure Ian would approve, and, more importantly, he wouldn't stay here. It was cold. Kakantir replied, ah, that's a very valid reason indeed. Nersaran then looked out the window and said he hoped the appointment letter would arrive before the cold weather set in. It seemed the end was delayed. Kakantir agreed, then said, I wonder what the Emperor's courtiers are planning. Sometime later, they arrived in the capital, Burial, at the palace of the first prince. Marev Voroshin removed his glasses and said they could enter. His subordinate entered the room and apologized for being late. Prince Marev. He stepped forward and asked what brought him at this hour. The subordinate handed him a tray with a letter and a ring and said it was a secret letter from Count Brock. It had no seal, but a family heirloom had been sent with it. Marev looked at the letter thoughtfully, then read the contents, smiled, and said he should read it too. He should tell him what was true and what was false. The subordinate began to read and said that the lies were so mixed with the truth that it was difficult to discern. Then the prince said that Sir Molin and the second prince invited him to join an alliance of nobles. That seemed to be true. Such an alliance does indeed exist, and Molin is Gale's man. However, he refused out of respect for him, His Highness the First Prince, but unfortunately, Sir Molin and his son Ian conspired to write a false denunciation of him for embezzlement of the imperial treasury. That was a lie. They barely knew him, so it was unlikely that he would refuse Gale's offer out of respect. Then the subordinate handed him the letter and said that he thought so too, Prince, but that this part of the refusal was most likely genuine. The prince said that he probably didn't try to approach the second principal because he feared the discovery of his crimes, but he was reported, and an investigation was launched. Who was sent from the tax police? He replied, Batty Erica, and she is connected with Molin. Are the rumors that Prince Gale is planning a rebellion really more than just rumors, His Highness? He asked thoughtfully. Who would know? Then he held the letter to the candle and told him to first bring him all the recent information about Brock, especially Molin's reports, and tomorrow, that is, in the morning, right? He must convey that he will be at the council. He thought, Gale, he hopes he won't do anything stupid. After a while, the man said they would begin the meeting. The first topic. Those present began to whisper among themselves. Why had Prince Marev suddenly decided to participate? He didn't know, but he, too, felt somehow uncomfortable in his presence. He hadn't even warned his subordinates in advance that he was coming. Perhaps they should invite Prince Gale? After a while, the man said the last topic was Count Brock's case of embezzlement of tax funds. He had managed to establish control over his estate and conduct an investigation, but he had resisted the tax police. This led to a direct confrontation with the tax police, then with the Imperial Army. Ultimately, the Imperial law enforcement officers succeeded in winning the day and taking the Count alive. His family, that is, his wife and son, are currently being searched for. At this point, one of those present slammed his fist on the table and shouted, No, not only has His Excellency embezzled, but they're even resisting. He must be punished to the fullest extent. His colleagues suggested immediately submitting this case to the Imperial Court. Then Marev raised his hand and asked one question. Are only the Count, Countess, and one son subject to execution? He had read the file and knew there was also an illegitimate son, Ian. The man replied that he had already been found unworthy of being the Count's heir, and therefore he was subject to sale into slavery, not execution. Moreover, the Count had given him up as a hostage to secure peace with the barbarians, and Ian was outside the empire. Prince Marev, would he be pleased to propose anything regarding this matter? He smiled and replied, No, it's just curiosity. He wondered if the bastard and Molin had conspired to report the Durga. Did that mean even this Ian was on Gale's side? If so, that would be a problem. He then asked, When the Brock execution is carried out, what will they do with the county? One of those present suggested perhaps sending someone from the Imperial Court. If the county were conquered by one of the neighbors, it would make one too powerful. That couldn't be allowed. It would make collecting tribute from this territory even more difficult. Then the prince shook his head and said he was worried. The tax police had already clashed with the population, so the people would be hostile to any attempt to install someone from the capital in their place. The quality of the produce would decline. And what about the county of Brock? With its clan of unearthly warriors, do they have someone who speaks their language? The others began to look at each other, and at that moment Wesley, the Minister of Magic, said, "Well, perhaps he has a suggestion, His Highness." He smiled, looking at her, and said, "Gentlemen, he proposes postponing the appointment of an owner for these lands for the time being." Then Wesley said that leaving the lands without a manager, in her opinion, was 100 times worse. He said that he could appoint a temporary manager. He would see how he was doing, and whether the county's subjects were satisfied with him. Only then could he be appointed Lord. She said, "The captain of the tax police is currently vested with such powers, Your Highness. She has not yet completed her task in this territory, so..." Before she could finish speaking, he asked. She said, "The captain of the tax police?" Then he threw down a stack of documents and said, "In the eyes of the people, she is a murderer. Besides, she was only tasked with the execution of 3 people, 2 of whom she managed to miss. The order to deal with the county of Brock was given by the Emperor. They must do everything as quickly as possible. It is a matter of honor for the Emperor and the entire empire." The next second, the man said, "Both opinions carry weight, gentlemen. What do the others think? Any suggestions?" The others began to put forward theirs. After a while, he raised the gavel and said, "They've all spoken. A decision must be made. The appointment of a governor for the county of Brock has been decided." Meanwhile, in the county of Brock, the residents gathered in the street were saying, "The Imperial Army is leaving. They are probably going in search of Countess Mary and young Master Zell." Apparently, the rumors that they had escaped were true. The man next to him asked, "Are you crazy? They are traitors. It's best to keep their mouths shut." At that moment, a woman behind them screamed, "What a relief. She hoped they never came back here." The man next to her added, "They must go away, the inhuman creatures. It's their fault his father died. Hooray, the Emperor's army is leaving. Mama, the soldiers are leaving." At that moment, Erica, watching from the balcony, thought, "The plebs are simply delighted." She hoped their people wouldn't return empty-handed. Then she turned back, but an unearthly warrior blocked her path. She indignantly asked, "What?" He said that the estate was now at their disposal. The Emperor's soldiers had left, only 5 of them. They could set up camp in the tents in the garden. She indignantly shouted, "He's so insolent. A barbarian. Is he even busy? Who is he talking to?" He said that she could forward any complaints to the leader. She shouted that she would. He must take her to him immediately. After some time, she abruptly opened the door, entered the room, and shouted, "Are they kidding? They're going to take over the estate." So she let them. These are their tents. They should live in them. Kakantir looked at her and said that if she wanted to live in the estate, there should be fewer of them than there were now. She asked, "What?" And he bowed his head and said that if she wanted, he would provide quarters. There was a storage room at the end of the corridor. But if she couldn't cope with the dwindling numbers, he would help. He needed to stain his sword with blood before it rusted. She looked at him in fear, then clenched her fist and muttered, "Damned savages." She thought about the letter appointing the overlord of these lands. If she had it, she would kick these idiots out of here right now. The next second, her subordinate entered the room and joyfully shouted, "Captain, it's arrived." She turned around and asked, "What's arrived?" He shouted, "A letter from the capital." She joyfully shouted, "Finally, they should be preparing their coffins, the scum." Her subordinate congratulated her. She added, "Finally, a letter from the capital. She'd be right down." He replied, "No need, Captain. Here it is. It came via deep mail." With these words, he handed her the tray with the letter, and the others looked at her in surprise. She seemed frozen in horror. He asked, "Captain, did he do something wrong?" After some time, Kakantir said, "So something as important as a document can't be sent via deep mail, right?" The protagonist noted that this was indeed the case. Therefore, the Emperor appointed temporary stewards to restore order to the holdings and repair any damage. The following individuals have been appointed stewards: Messrs. Romandro, Mullen, Mack, and Degore. Messrs. Romandro is tasked with carrying out the execution of the Brock family. The appointment of the Lord of County Brock is postponed until the situation stabilizes. Erica, having read the contents of the document, trembled with anger, and then Kakantir snatched the documents from her hands. She looked at him and indignantly shouted, "Hey, what is he doing? He must give it back," he said. "From the Imperial Council." He then handed the letter to the protagonist and told him to read it. The protagonist read the contents thoughtfully, then said they'd postponed the appointment of a county ruler. Interim rulers would be installed here for now. Kakantir sat down on the sofa across from him and asked, "Interim rulers?" He crossed his legs and asked what they would do. The protagonist replied that it said they would oversee the restoration work and establish authority. They would report everything and their clan to the capital. He looked at Erica and said, "So these rulers are more important to them than this one." Erica thought they were writing that the appointment of a permanent ruler had been postponed, meaning she was stripped of her authority to execute Durga. She would simply follow the traitorous family like a dog while others were busy with important matters. She now had absolutely no chance of becoming ruler of these lands. How could this have happened? At that moment, MC approached her and asked if they could talk. He smiled and added that he didn't know about the rest, but he could help her retain her authority to execute Durga. She was surprised. What? And he said that the three of them should just pretend they hadn't received this letter yet. There were still 2 weeks until Ramandro arrived. They had to execute Durga before he arrived. He wouldn't let Ramandro see Durga, but he asked that the execution itself be left to the clan. After all, it didn't matter who did it. She turned around silently and then added that she would think about it. She left the office and thought, however, it seemed she had no other choice. Then Kakantir asked what she was doing here. Sue tried to explain something nervously, and then, holding the dead bird in her hand, asked if this was also a postman from the palace. Kakantir asked if she wouldn't last even a day without another prank, right? She apologized and said that the pigeon was knocking on the window. She got angry. And, before she could finish speaking, the protagonist untied the letter from the bird's leg. It read, Erica, this is Mullen. Unforeseen circumstances arose, and Durga managed to slip a letter to the first prince. Because of this, the prince, who had previously shown no interest, unexpectedly visited the council, ruining all plans for appointing the county governor. He's heading to the county and will try to expedite the process, so she shouldn't be disheartened. MC said it was written here. He had a feeling everything was going too smoothly. Kakantir spoke, squabbling for power. And when did Durga manage to send the letter? The protagonist held the edge of the letter to the candle and said he didn't know, but he hadn't achieved his goal. The first prince had come and destroyed their hornet's nest. However, this plays into their hands. He must meet Ramandro and make an impression. But the first prince has probably already concluded that he and Mullen are in cahoots. He can't afford to be labeled the second prince's man. Kakantir asked if they would be a hindrance to Mullen, especially him. He replied that he needed to make his position clear. Becoming enemies of both sides was the death penalty. He asked if he wanted to side with the first prince. The protagonist looked up at him and said that he was not only smart, but also the rightful heir to the throne. And since the advisors had been appointed to the restoration work, their opinion would determine when they could safely return home. Kakantir remarked that this was precisely what he wanted to discuss. Their goal would be achieved as soon as Durga's head was off his back. He planned to send some of the brothers home before autumn. The protagonist said he had thought so. Kakantir added that whether he became a lord or not depended largely on him and his skill at intrigue. He hoped he understood that. The protagonist replied that he did, and that he needn't worry about that. A few days later, a falcon arrived early in the morning with news that Mary and Zell had been killed. Preparations for Durga's execution began. After a while, MC entered his father's dungeon and announced that today was the day of the execution. He leaned over and added that time was short, but he had managed to send a message to the palace. So, it was he who had informed the first prince of Murev? He was grateful for that. Erica had not received a permanent appointment. Since he had been forced to leave Brock in such a hurry, his execution had to be postponed. Mary and Zell were already dead, so he was the last one to bear the Brock name. He then placed his foot on his head and added that he shouldn't be too sad about this. He had exploited a girl who had given birth to a bastard and separated them, tried to deceive an unearthly warrior clan, evaded taxes, disobeyed the government, and ignored the needs of the county's residents. Hadn't he gotten what he deserved for all this? At that moment, a subordinate called the protagonist and said, "It's time." He turned to him and remarked, "That's right, they should go." At that moment, his father tried to break free from the ropes, but the protagonist emotionlessly walked out of the dungeon. After a while, he looked out the manor window, where Erica was watching him. Then she closed the curtains and thought, how absurd. Why hadn't that damned old man Mullen contacted her? He must have known about the Imperial Council's decision, so his carrier pigeon should have flown by at the same time. After the execution, she would no longer be able to remain in Brock County. She gritted her teeth in irritation. And then a subordinate approached her and said, "Mistress Erica, everything is ready for the execution." She frowned at him, then said she understood. Then she took the scroll and told the subordinate to lead her. Sometime later, she stood near the gallows and said, "He's the one sentenced to be brought here." Durga was brought before her, and the assembled people were saying, "He's a count. My God, without his luxurious clothes, he's even worse than them now. They captured his wife and son, right? Probably. After the execution, the investigation team will rejoin the pursuit squad, right? Then all the strangers will truly leave this place. Even the unearthly warrior class will leave the land before winter. Finally, everything will soon return to normal." The next second, Erica unrolled a scroll and, introducing herself, said that she was the head of the Imperial Investigation Team, speaking on behalf of the Emperor. She would read them Durga's crime. The first is falsification of tax reports. One of those present asked what that meant. The man next to him replied that they were robbed. Then Erica added, "It's worth noting that the coal mine produced 60,000 tons of coal, but the reports only showed half that amount and a profit of 8,000 gold." Those present began to shout indignantly. 8,000? They threw stones at the former count and shouted, "What about the taxes he demanded from them?" "Hey, idiot! Where did the money go?" "They were forced to sell their houses to pay for it. His daughter grew up hunchbacked because she had to work in the fields all the time." Erica then added, "Therefore, anyone named Brock in the Burial Empire is sentenced to death. Thus, the Emperor orders the extermination of the Brock family." At that moment, the former count's eyes were untied, and he saw people shouting angrily, "He must die. Let the one who robbed them rot in the ground. His family died because of him. The earth is like glass wool to him, you freak." The next second, he was hanging from the rope that bound his neck. Erica then said that if anyone is dissatisfied with this man, they should throw a stone at him. These stones will become the symbolic foundation of the new value system of the Burial Empire, and it will also be used to build a wall that will strengthen the emperor's power. People continued to throw stones at him, shouting, "Come on, they must throw. He must die." The next second, Kakantir walked forward and swung his spear, then threw it forward, hitting Durga right in the chest. The next second, a voice shouted, "Durga Brock is dead." Then Kakantir asked, "Ian, are you okay?" The protagonist looked at him in surprise, noticing that he hadn't thrown anything at him. Wouldn't it have been better to strangle him with his own hands instead of a rope? The protagonist replied that he didn't know, but he felt strange watching him die. He remembered things he couldn't tell him. Kakantir asked, for example, he thought he should ask Ian for forgiveness, not him, but the real him. Although he changed the course of history, Ian was originally sold to a country where he would become just a grain of sand in the desert, simply because the blood of a count flowed through his veins. Then Kakantir asked if he felt better now that it was all over. He replied that it did, but in reality, it was only just beginning. With these words, he looked up and noticed a falcon in the sky. After some time, Erica approached a subordinate and asked if there was news of reinforcements from the central region. He replied that there was, but they had lost track of Mary and Zell. The next second, she clutched her head and, sighing loudly, said, "Damn, where did this happen?" He replied, "Near the nearby valley." They couldn't find anything on their way to the forest. They also said they received a message from the Imperial Council. If the pursuit of Mary and Zell dragged on, the soldiers would approach the center. Erica asked in surprise, "What?" He said they had been told that all the soldiers sent to the provinces were being transferred back. He didn't know if she had heard the council's decision. She covered her face with her hands and thought, even reinforcements from the center won't be able to do this. So will one investigation team be able to find Mary and her son? Then her subordinate added, "By the way, Captain Erica, she didn't happen to receive a letter from Sir Molan?" She looked at him and asked, "What?" He replied, "Sir Molan, the captain of the reinforcements, received instructions based on the council's decision. They asked what they should do next. However, they never received an answer." She thought, there should have been a letter from Molan. A carrier pigeon is attached to a magic stone, so it couldn't get lost. So, after a while, she abruptly entered the room and said that she apologized, Ian. He was sitting at the table and asked what had happened. "Something urgent. Captain Erica?" She said that she was forced to rip open the bellies of all the falcons here. Nurse Aaron approached her and irritably said, for such jokes, he would rip her belly open and she wouldn't have time to squeak. "She wants to hang next to Durga?" She shouted that she was serious. "Looks like his falcon ate the carrier pigeon." At that moment, MC said, "Ah, the carrier pigeon." Erica was surprised. Did he know where it was? He replied that in fact he had an accident. The falcon didn't eat him. He buried the bird and removed the magic stone. With these words, he held out the box with the stone and the letter, and Erica indignantly shouted, "How dare he steal the palace carrier pigeon?" "It's a crime," he said, "but it wasn't a palace one, but a pigeon sent personally from Sir Molan." She thought, personally? What was written there? He's not a fool, so he wouldn't reveal his plans. Well, it could be used as evidence of treason. Then she frowned and told him to give it to her, Ian. After that, he rose from his seat and said that in exchange, she would finish her business here within 3 days and leave. Sir Molan seemed to have sent this letter in haste. He would have been even more grateful if she had left now. With these words, he held out the letter, and Erica, clenching her fist, thought, so he sets the conditions, okay? Then she snatched the letter from his hand and said they would pick up the body tomorrow and leave. The protagonist remarked that this was a wise decision, and then, approaching the exit, she called him over and, frowning, said that he too would have to leave before the advisor arrived. It would be foolish to think he was safe since he wasn't part of Brock. The advisor had been appointed governor of the territory by the council. He, born in a cat house, cannot cope with the advisor even with a barbarian ally. The protagonist frowned and told her not to call him that, otherwise he would get into trouble. If the advisor asked where she was, he would say she was dead. At that moment, Erica turned to him and said that he seemed to be confused about the situation. She walked up to him and declared that she would return, so he'd better be prepared. He placed his hand on his chest and said that he didn't think that would happen. The next second, he concentrated energy in his hand and said, "Captain Erica, she must not be mistaken. She cannot return here. Therefore, she must find the bodies of Mary and Zell and return to the capital. If she fails, death awaits her." She looked at him in confusion and asked, "Does he have powers?" Then he closed his eyes and, smiling, said that she could go, but she should not go too far. After some time, she was walking down the corridor when a subordinate approached her and asked, "Captain Erica, is she all right?" What did he say? She thought he had magical abilities, so that's why he was so confident? She doesn't want to be made a slave when the troops from the center arrive. Then she told him to pack his things. He asked, "What?" She walked up to the horse and added that after they leave this area and hand over Durga's body to the central troops, they will go look for Mary and Zell. She thought that they would face difficulties either way, so she should at least prove her sincere confidence in the center. After that, they set off. An MC watched from the window. He thought, well, that's sorted out. Then he looked at the decoration in his hand and said, "Now it's time to go to the meeting." After some time, they were walking through the forest and the protagonist asked, "Barrack, is this really the right road?" He waved his weapon and said, "I guess so." The protagonist asked, "Is it really?" "So, he's not sure?" He looked to the side and said, "Yes, this is probably the road. Here is his mark, a black stone. He said he had to hide it, so surely no one else would be able to find it, right? Ah, here it is." With these words, he approached a lonely building and, looking around, asked if she had left. After that, MC went inside and, noticing an empty bed, thought there was no silask flower here. At that moment, his mother was standing behind him. She dropped the basket of berries and asked in surprise, "Ian?" He smiled, looking at her, and asked how she was doing. She abruptly ran up to him and, hugging him, shouted, "Ian!" Tears streamed down her face and she screamed, "I'm grateful." Then she pulled away and, putting her hands to her face, asked, "How is he? Is he eating well? Why is he so thin?" At that moment, Barrack asked, "Hey, isn't this kind of physique considered good?" Then the protagonist said, "It's too long to explain." He suggested they sit down and talk calmly. After a while, they were sitting on a bench, holding hands, and he said that the Count's entire family were traitors, so he had something to say. She replied that she was listening. He said, "The Durga flag has been lowered, but there is still much to do. People from the center are heading here. It looks like he is going to go to the center with them. He doesn't know if he can stay with her anymore, Mom." Tears began to stream down her face. She said, "But he can still see her if he wants, right?" He looked down and then said he didn't know. After that, she hugged him sharply and said, "Well, so be it. This is enough for her." In fact, she didn't want to go to the village. "It's much better here than living in the basements of the poor districts." She looked around and added with a smile, she liked waking up in the cool valley in the morning. The fact that he lives like a hero, that thought alone makes her happy. Then he said that soon all this would be over, and then she would be free and could stay with him. She replied, "Okay." And then she closed her eyes and thought. A war had broken out in the territory. The Count had died. But despite all this adversity, Ian was safe and sound. Thank heavens. Then the protagonist said he had another question. She didn't remember where she got those red flowers she gave him in the park that time. She asked, in the park?" She had received them as payment for completing an assignment for the Merchant Guild. He asked, "The guild?" She said she couldn't remember what it was called. But it was quite a large organization. They were short of workers, so they even gave her the job. The leader paid her generously and even gave her those flowers. He asked if she remembered any more details. She looked thoughtfully at the sky and said that she had heard that there was an important person in the guild. What was his name? Whatever the case, she was happy to help them. The protagonist said, "I see." He thought, although it wasn't certain, that the owner of the Silask and the precious stone was somehow connected to this mystery. Since the guild was large, surely someone in the village remembered the name of this one. Then he rose to his feet, and his mother, holding his hands, asked if he was leaving already. He replied that he had something to do before the meeting. She asked him to wait. Did he need gula seeds? She placed a huge sack on the ground. The boys looked at her in surprise. She smiled, untying one of the sacks, and said, "But he said he wanted to take this. She has 2 more sacks like that." He said, "Mom, she has a talent for gardening." After that, he reached for the sack and she added that she had a lot of free time here, which is why she whiled away her days like this. But why would he need it? He said that gula seeds are actually not poisonous and can be eaten. Just like that. With these words, he tossed the seed into his mouth, and they cried out in surprise. Then Barrack shouted, "Captain!" He waited a moment until he wasn't looking, then shoved something strange into his mouth. "Hey, he has to spit it out now!" He grabbed his cheeks and shouted, "Did he swallow it?" At that moment, MC thought, delicious. Then he put his hand on his friend's shoulder and smiling said, "Barrack, he'll have to try harder." He asked, "What's that for?" He meant he'd have to drag him when he lost consciousness. He replied that wasn't true. He needed to move all those bags of gula seeds to the mansion and hide them. He remained silent. Meanwhile, the carriage was heading toward the county. Ramandro, holding the books in his hands, frowned and thought he was going crazy. Marev, this was too much. He was an expert in reconstruction. He wondered how long it had been since the temple had been rebuilt after the earthquake, and yet again he was being sent to this Brock county. He burst into tears, missing his wife. At that moment, Mullen called him and asked how he thought the situation in the former Brock territory would develop. He looked at him seriously, then said that, judging by Captain Erica's reports, the situation there was quite serious. He didn't know if they had managed to bring it under control, but if they weren't stoned, it would be good. He frowned and agreed with him. He thought Erica should have taken matters into her own hands, but this simple plan had failed miserably, and all because of that damned bastard. He said he hoped that was the end of the surprises. Sometime later, they arrived at the estate and noticed an unearthly warrior. Ramandro, looking out the window, looked at him in bewilderment and then shouted, "Is that an unearthly clan of warriors?" He'd never seen anything like it before. Mullen looked at him and thought he'd neglected to warn him because he thought it was better for him not to know. At that moment, the protagonist knocked on the window and asked, "Isn't he expert Ramandro from the Imperial Palace?" Sir Mullen, Sir Mac, and Sir Dagor hadn't seen each other in a while. Mullen said, "Ian." He bowed and looking up at them, told them to be careful. he no longer used the name Brock. Because of the distance, he didn't want to resolve the matter by correspondence. He'd explain in detail now. After a while, they all entered the estate, and Romandro shook Cockantier's hand. MC smiled and said, "Sir Romandro, meet them." This was Cockantier, the leader of an unearthly warrior clan, and his younger brother Nursurin. Cockantier shook his hand in return and said he'd come a long way. He replied, "Yes, it's a pleasure to meet them." The protagonist then added that Brock and the unearthly clan were allies. They had signed a peace treaty. While he was in the Great Desert, he heard news that a major battle had broken out in the territory. The unearthly clan, to prove their loyalty, learned of all the crimes committed by the Brock clan. Although the battle could not be avoided during the execution, the investigation team was busy with their duties, so the clan came to their aid. After this, Romandro, looking at the document, asked if it said something that wasn't in Captain Erica's report. "Where is she?" He replied that she had gone in search of the former count's escaped wife and son. After this, Mullen threw a scroll on the table and said, "Here are the orders for his further actions. Doesn't Durga blood flow in his own blood? According to their law, he is considered a slave, yet he lives in luxury." The protagonist opened the scroll. He asked what he had done to Erica. Either she went crazy or he forced her to leave. After this, the protagonist placed the piece of paper on the table and said that he had crossed the border. And although his heart was in burial, his documents stated that he was a resident of the Great Desert. If they decided to punish him, he would return to the desert again. Mullen asked, "Return? Who would allow him?" At this point, Cockantier spoke up. Mullen looked at him in surprise, folded his arms, and said that the county was currently quite calm. They were also planning to leave, leaving only a few of their men behind. At this point, Romandro held out his hands and said that he should not rush into such decisions. The protagonist smiled and said, "But if the expert says so." He was really looking forward to it when he learned that a reconstruction expert would be sent to the palace. Romandro replied, "Yes," but on the spot, he realized the situation was much better than he expected. But since the first prince had paid special attention and ordered him to carry out the reconstruction, Mullen rose from his seat and shouted, "He must look here, Romandro. He can't take this so lightly. The very fact that an unearthly clan was present on the Empire's territory can be considered treason, and he plans to abandon this territory to the barbarians?" He replied that people's lives depended on it, so how could they help? Mullen shouted, "Barrel's laws will apply in Burial territory. Even if he decides to return to the Great Desert right now, he will make him answer for everything according to the law." At that moment, Romandro rose from his seat and shouted, "Sir Mullen." He thought about what a mess, and to restore the territory, to look after the second prince, he needed this boy Ian. After that, the protagonist said that if he returned to the desert, he would cause some problems. Mullen thought he was even more unusual than the last time they met. To get Erica back, they first need to get rid of him. He asked, "He says his name is Cockantier?" The unearthly clan's help had reached the palace. They both need to get out of here and not be fooled by this bastard's words. Besides, the expert said the reconstruction has progressed significantly, so there's no point in staying here. The next second, documents flew in all directions. The protagonist concentrated his energy around himself and said that he had already said that if he returned to the desert, there would be problems. Then Romandro said in surprise, "So, he has magic?" He stood up from his seat and cried out in surprise, "Since when?" The MC replied that he didn't know. The powers had manifested naturally for quite some time. Romandro put his hand on his head and joyfully cried out, "Oh my god, it's simply incredible." He couldn't even imagine that he would meet someone with such abilities outside the Ministry of Magic. Then he thought that for some reason, he seemed unusual to him for his age. And now he found himself at the center of all the events that had taken place in Brock. Then he asked if he could shake his hand. He just understood that not everyone is lucky enough to meet someone with such abilities before they became a mage. The protagonist smiled and asked, "Yes?" Then he laughed and remarked that it was a great honor for him. Then Romandro took his hands and smiling said, "No, it's a great honor for him." He was sure everything would be successful, of course. He then suggested they finish everything quickly and go home. His wife was waiting for him there, after all. At that moment, Mullen, frowning with irritation, thought, so he wasn't imagining things that day. He'd simply changed the subject, but he should have understood everything. His origins were irrelevant now. Does Ian really want to become the next Count of Brock? The protagonist then said, "But, Mr. Romandro, isn't he a candidate for Lord of this territory?" He looked at him thoughtfully and said that wasn't true. He'd been sent to restore the territory and collect taxes for last year. It seemed like a difficult task, but it looked like there wouldn't be any problems after all. He smiled again and added, "Besides, now that they've met someone with such abilities, he's sure everything will be successful." In response, MC laughed and thought, the first prince was postponing the appointment of the territory's management, and the second prince sent Mullen here. Then he asked, "Was this the first prince's order?" Romandro asked, "How did he know?" "His Highness is very interested in this territory." The protagonist replied, "That's how. It is a great honor for him. He will do everything possible to help him, Mr. Romandro." He said that he would be very happy about it. And then MC suggested discussing everything in detail after dinner. He had come all this way. He needed to rest first. He replied that they would do so. He thanked him. After that, they all headed for the exit, and Romandro added how tired he was after 2 weeks in the carriage. At that moment, Mullen, who remained sitting on the sofa, folded his arms across his chest and called the protagonist, He said that he needed to talk to him. At that moment, the protagonist looked at Kakantir, and after a while, the two of them remained in the room. Mullen put his hand on his knee and asked why he was doing all this. Why was he making this so complicated? He wondered what exactly he was complicating. He'd given him a written denunciation, and in exchange, he'd given him his freedom, right? They hadn't had any agreement about what would happen after that. Then Mullen gritted his teeth in frustration and shouted. But then he'd said he knew nothing about people with magical abilities. It seemed he wanted to take over the Brock territory. If he'd been honest with him, all of this could have been avoided. The protagonist asked, but does he have to? His past actions were the best option in that situation. Now, whatever he said didn't matter to him. Then Mullen asked, what do you want? The MC came closer and said that was what he wanted to ask. He sat down opposite him and asked, what does he want? He replied, the manager of the Brock territory should give them power. If he gave up his position as manager, they'd try to find a compromise. The protagonist asked, how can you say something like that, sir? Only the emperor has the right to appoint other territorial lords. He replied, yes, but... Before he could finish, a voice came from behind the door. Lord Ian, a letter has arrived from Mariloff, he replied. Okay, he's coming. Then he rose from his seat and, looking at Mullen, said it was time for him to go. He was probably tired from the journey, so he should rest. He would ensure that the guests from the Imperial Palace wanted for nothing. Then he left the office, and Mullen glared after him. Sometime later, Romandro was sitting at the table, taking notes. A subordinate called him and said, Lord Romandro, they've brought him dinner. He replied, okay, they can go. After that, the subordinate approached with a tray of food, and Romandro, looking at it, asked, does everyone in the mansion eat this? The subordinate placed the tray on the table and said that he had brought him the same food as the gentleman who had arrived with him. Or would he like a specific dish? He replied that this was not so, he was simply curious. He thought that there were no fresh vegetables and fruits here, only smoked canned goods. It seemed that food supplies had not yet returned to normal. After all, many died during the Civil War, and the fields were ruined. And then he started tasting and thought, well, so be it. The main thing is that he eats at the table and sleeps under a blanket and not in the open air. After a while, MC said, Mr. Romandro, I beg your pardon. This is Ian. He opened the door slightly and asked if he liked the food. Romandro, looking at him, told him to go ahead. What is Mr. Mullen doing? He came closer and replied that he, like him, was eating dinner in his room. Then he handed him the notes and said that he had come to give him this. Here is information about the already restored territory and everything related to it. He asks him to study it. Romandro opened the records and asked what the food situation was. The protagonist replied that due to the fact that an investigative team from the center was stationed here, their supplies were depleted. They primarily used the mansion's reserves for food. But soon, he won't hide it. These reserves will run out. Therefore, it would be better to take only a quarter of the harvest as a tax this winter. The residents claim that this year they have collected half as much as last year. Moreover, they need funds to restore their property. If the capital exempts them from taxes this year, they will be able to donate half the harvest next year. Romandro asked if he had calculated all this himself. He replied that he had. Romandro looked at him and thought that he had heard that he was a bastard from a lower class. But these calculations were done so meticulously that he could get to work immediately. Then he said, as he'd already heard, he had to get everything back to normal here. And he couldn't adjust things like that. The protagonist thoughtfully said that in that case, he'd go with Plan B. In fact, he'd just received a letter from Mariloff. He'd asked the Count to sell them food. He promised to send a list of supplies and prices. Then he handed the notes to Romandro. He looked at them and thought, did this boy figure it all out so quickly? Then the protagonist added, but their corn and wheat reserves aren't any better than theirs, so they expect prices to still be higher than usual. Romandro thought in surprise, thinking, at this rate, he'd be able to get home before the first snow. Then MC added, so they need to negotiate with them. But right now they don't have much money, so they'll only be able to buy a week's supply of food. Romandro told him not to worry about it. Thanks to the allocated subsidies, they'll be able to buy enough for a couple of months. Then the protagonist bowed and said that in that case, he would write about it to Mariloff. After that, he left the office and, looking at his comrades, said that a problem had arisen. Barrick approached him and asked what it was. He folded his arms and said that he would not be able to adjust his goals. Kakantir asked, but he expected this, didn't he? He replied that he hoped this would not happen, but now the only thing left to do was use Plan B. Barrick asked if they were allocated subsidies, right? He replied, about 3,000 gold coins. He said, wow, wonderful. After that, the protagonist looked at Kakantir and said, apparently, they will contact Mariloff sooner than they thought. They need to be well prepared. He replied, I see. Then he added, by the way, about this expert Romandro. He seemed friendly. He thinks so too, right? He replied, that's right, Prince Marav sent him here. He acts completely different from Prince Gale or Mullen. One might have thought he was on Prince Gale's side, since Durga was pushing him to cooperate with Mullen. But seeing the hostility, he realized it was all just a show, and if they could finally win Ramandro over, everything would go as planned. Kakantir acknowledged this was true, but frankly, it surprised him greatly. He hadn't thought the Empire treated people with magical abilities so well, so leading this clan was entirely possible. They needed to drive a wedge between them. Nursarin, he should order Molin and his companions to be watched. He replied that he obeyed, Kakantir. Then MC looked at Barrack and asked, he did what he asked, didn't he? He asked, was he talking about planting magic stones for surveillance? Ready, he said. Okay, it's time for them to go. Meanwhile, in the office, Mac asked, Sir, what's the best thing to do? He couldn't think of a single solution. Dagor replied that he needed to calm down first. He continued to be nervous and said that he knew him. He couldn't control himself, like him, Dagor. It didn't matter if it was Erica or someone else. The new manager of the territory had to be someone who cooperated with them. But had he seen how Ian communicated with them? He was a mage, had the support of an unearthly warrior clan, had established relations with Ramandro, and was also very smart. He probably realized that both they and Ramandro were trying to limit each other's freedom of action. Then he looked at Molin and asked, Sir, maybe they should nominate someone else for this position instead of Captain Erica? Dagor remarked that this was nonsense. Didn't he know what her character was like? She's driven by a thirst for power, not loyalty to Prince Gale. If they don't give her the position of territorial governor, no one can predict how the situation will unfold. At that moment, Molin, standing by the window, turned and said, Whoever's standing in their way isn't going to stop. They can't go back, so if there's no other way, they have no choice but to get rid of whoever's standing in their way. With that, he filled his glass with drink, then held it out, adding, Besides, if this mage is hostile to them, they should get rid of him before he develops his skills. At that moment, Mac realized he was right. If they couldn't control his development as a mage, it could hinder Prince Gale. Molin frowned and thought, if Ian isn't here, then the unearthly clan won't remain, and Ramandro wouldn't be able to rely on anyone to fully utilize his powers. He said they couldn't allow a bastard to interfere with Prince Gale's plans. There was always a way out. They must calmly assess the situation over the next few days. At that moment, the magic stone was under the table, recording everything necessary. In the present, Hannah adjusted the device in her ear. To the east of Brock's territory lies an unearthly warrior clan and a great desert. To the west, beyond the Mon Desert, lies the neighboring territory of Marilof. Marilof borders the kingdom of Havan, and trade flourishes there. Brack once worked very closely with Marilof, and the two countesses were very close friends. At that moment, the guard called for a halt. Where were they going? The coachman raised his index finger and said that an imperial expert was coming from Brack's former territory. Then the guard ordered the gates opened. The next second, Ramandro peered out of the carriage window and asked, So he's saying that relations between the territories were severed long ago? The protagonist confirmed this. After the unrest in Brock began, all contact ceased. Perhaps the Marilof didn't want any unnecessary trouble. He thought, although they tried to stay informed of the situation, sending them messages. Perhaps, if the Imperial advisor hadn't arrived, the Marilof might have taken advantage of the opportunity to seize the territory of Brock. After some time, Count Carlo Marilof, the territory's governor, placed his hand on his chest and, greeting the guests, introduced himself. Ramandro greeted him back and introduced himself as well. Then Carlo looked at the protagonist and Ramandro introduced him. After that, the protagonist bowed slightly and said, Greetings, Count. Carlo sighed and remarked that he didn't look like a Durga at all. In response, the MC thanked him for the compliment, and then Carlo invited everyone to sit down. Are they about food supplies? Ramandro replied, That's right. Brock is experiencing a crop failure, and it's unknown when the situation will improve. They want to ask the Marilof for help. Carlo folded his arms and said, It seems they have no other problems. Ramandro held his hand out and said, Everything is moving faster than he expected, and if they can solve all the problems in 2 months, the county will be almost completely restored. Carlo then turned to his subordinate and said, Frankly speaking, their letter made him worried. As neighbors, they can't simply ignore their suffering. However, you can't help others by giving away the shirt off your back. He held out a document and said, Here is a list of the goods and prices they offer. Ramandro then studied it, and looking at the Count, said, But Count, can they discuss this privately? He then laughed loudly and looking at the protagonist, shouted, With this young man? The people in the center really don't have any prejudices. He then rose from his seat and, walking forward, said, In that case, while they speak, he will arrange for dinner to be prepared for them. When they return, they won't be able to eat properly. It's better to satisfy their hunger here. At that moment, Ramandro indignantly exclaimed, This is an aristocrat. Then the protagonist asked, Master Ramandro, can he see the list? He handed him the document and replied, Of course. After that, the MC began studying the records and said, There's no such thing as the most essential types of wheat, corn, or root vegetables, and other goods are 5 times more expensive than the entire empire combined. Ramandro put his hand to his head and said, Exactly. This is simply unbelievable. Whatever losses they suffered due to the Civil War, this is too much. Then the protagonist placed the list on the table and said, Master, if you trust him, he can tell you how to spend the subsidies much more efficiently. He looked at him in surprise and said he didn't understand, and the protagonist reached out to him and whispered the necessary information. Ramandro was surprised. Hire workers from here? But for what? After some time, Carlo asked in surprise, Have they simply decided to leave? His subordinate confirmed this. They would pretend the negotiations had never taken place. He replied thoughtfully, as if their bellies were full after all. The cold would soon arrive, and the unearthly warrior clan, who couldn't stand it, would also leave, and then the starving people would have no other choice. The subordinate asked, was he going to see them off? He approached the window and replied, okay, enough of that. Looking down, he noticed the carriage and thought, Mariloff was far from the imperial palace, so it wasn't as susceptible to the emperor's influence. But if someone appointed by the palace became lord of the Brock territory, the palace's influence would grow, and restrictions would sooner or later tighten. He had to take Brock somehow. With these words, he clenched his teeth in irritation. Meanwhile, the protagonist looked away and said, that's probably what he was thinking. Romandro said thoughtfully, there are also unearthly warriors in their territory, so the damage will be significant. He'll probably decide it's best to deal with the damage. Then MC turned and said, judging by the butler's lateness, the count won't be seeing them off, so shall we hit the road? Romandro agreed. As they approached the carriage, Rian Mariloff approached them and said, wow. The protagonist asked, isn't she Countess Mariloff? She smiled and remarked that was correct, and he was Ian, right? He bowed and, kissing her hand, said it was a pleasure to meet her, madam. She laughed lightly and said the feeling was mutual. Then the protagonist looked up at her and thought he'd heard that he and Countess Brock were very close, so he assumed they were the same age, but Lady Mariloff turned out to be younger than he thought. She also looked like a true aristocrat. After that, Rian asked, is he an expert sent from the imperial palace? Nice to meet you. Her name is Rian Mariloff. Romandro answered, that's right, his name is Romandro. With these words, he put his hand to his chest. She smiled and asked, they just arrived but are already leaving? He replied that they were offered dinner, but unfortunately they had a lot of things to do. Next time they would stay. She said, really, that's a pity. Then she looked away and after that, smiling slightly, said, by the way, she was curious about something, Ian. He said that she should ask, madam. She leaned towards his ear and asked if he, by any chance, knew who was currently residing in Mary's quarters. He asked, in Lady Brack's quarters? She said that she lent her something but never got it back. So what? Are her quarters all right? At that moment, MC remembered Mary placing her hands on his shoulders and shouting that before leaving, she should return to her room, and then they would go to Mariloff. In the present tense, he looked at her and said, yes, no one goes there, so she can come and go there whenever the desire arises. She asked, is that true? Then she thanked him. At that moment, Simon approached them and asked, madam, did she come out here? She looked at him and said that her guests are already leaving. Where is the count? He bowed and said that he was very busy right now. He could not go out. He asked for understanding and said that as their neighbors, they could always turn to them for help if they needed it. Romandro coughed into his fist and told him to convey their thanks to him. It was time for them to go. After that, they got into the carriage and set off. Then Romandro looked at the protagonist and asked, really, are all Margraves like this? And his wife is kind of strange. He looked back and said he himself hadn't realized she was so young. He thought she was the same age as Lady Mary. Romandro moved closer to him and smiling said, but that's not the most important thing. Now he had to tell him more about the pressing matter. There was an agricultural crop that yielded a harvest all year round, an incredible discovery. But where did they get it from? In the Great Desert? So a crop resistant to adverse conditions? What's it called? The protagonist smiled, looking at him, and noted that he knew it himself. Then Romandro asked in surprise, Gula? He said desperately, that's complete nonsense. They shouldn't have refused the Count's offer. The protagonist replied, but it's true. Gula seeds are edible. You can make a lot from it. It's very filling and full of nutrients. One day, it will be called God's grace. Romandro asked him to say something more like the truth, and he added that he had actually been eating it lately. He would like it too, Mr. Romandro. The growing season for Gula lasts about a month, so winter is no problem. Then the coachman turned to them and said, Mr. Ian, they have arrived at the town square, as he requested. He replied, okay, he should wait for them a little. He should be here soon. After some time, Barrick opened the door and sighing, said, the task is complete. He sat down next to the protagonist, looked at him and said, Barrick, he just got drunk and didn't do what he told him. In response, he laughed and said that it was not so. The pub owner just asked him to have a drink, so he didn't have much, but he completed the task. This is the most popular pub here. Dozens of people listened to him. He even put up an ad there. Romandro was surprised. An ad? MC said that he had already told him that he was going to hire workers here. There was also an announcement in the center of Mariloff. He promised to pay a gold coin for every 3 bags of Gula. Romandro shouted in surprise. What? Is he serious? Barrick tilted his head and said, isn't that too generous? The protagonist said they would be more willing to go gather seeds in the forest. The price was reasonable, as the promise of such a sum for bags of Gula would motivate them. He thought, and time was most important. If he hadn't given a time limit, people would have started growing Gula. It was still too early. After that, he asked what the state of Mariloff's agriculture was like this year. Barrick replied that they said it was worse than last year. Their harvests weren't usually very good, but things had gotten even worse since the river was polluted due to the fighting in Brach. Someone mentioned that foreign traders had also raised their food prices. The protagonist thought, meaning that if the inhabitants of these lands collected as much Gula as possible for them, Mariloff would ask them for a deal. At that moment, Romandro looked at them in surprise, thinking, Gula for gold coins? Seriously, what was he even thinking? Or would he give him a hard time, even though he had magical abilities? After a while, the cook asked, "He probably hasn't eaten in a while?" Ramandro looked at the dish in front of him in surprise. The cook explained that, on Master Ian's orders, they had prepared a dish of gula seeds. Several dishes were laid out before him: gula fried in butter, creamy gula soup, and gula seeds in honey. Then the cook added anxiously that he wanted to warn them. He said he was simply following Master Ian's orders, and if anything happened to him, it would be better to punish him and leave his daughters alone. At that moment, Ramandro thought, for now, he can't assure him that everything is all right. Then, he looked at the protagonist and asked, "There's a healer outside the door, right?" He smiled, looked at him, and replied that it wasn't so. He was home at that hour. He shouted. He had asked him to wait. The MC laughed and said that he was joking. He should try it. He had nothing to worry about. After that, Ramandro tried the dish. His body trembled, and the spoon fell from his hand. He put his hands to his face and thought, "Why is it so delicious?" After that, the protagonist looked at his subordinates outside the door and told them to come in and eat too. One of the assistant cooks asked, "What? Did he tell them that?" He replied, "Is that right? Don't you want to try it?" They exchanged glances, and then Hannah approached them and asked if she could try the one with honey. The protagonist handed her the plate and confirmed it, and she thanked him in return and said that it was very interesting. After that, she tried the gula and remarked that it was delicious. The protagonist asked, "Is it really so?" She replied, "Yes, the flavor is so rich." At that moment, the cooks entered the room and were surprised that it was actually edible. Should he try it too? MC replied, of course, they should all help themselves. After that, everyone tried the dishes, and the cooks began to chatter. "Is this gula? No way. It really is delicious. Could they have been eating this all this time? They should let him try it too, him." The protagonist thought that his connections with the territory's inhabitants were an important component in spreading gula. One will tell two, two will tell four, everything starts small. Then, Ramandro added, "It's really amazing. How did he make such a discovery?" He replied that he was just lucky. They need to build a greenhouse for gula immediately. It grows in any soil, but doesn't tolerate cold well. Then this winter, they will be able to feed on its harvest. He thought that while they were preparing for winter by planting gula, they should also collect all the fruits of this plant in the Brock and Mariloff territories. Then Ramandro said that if everything was fine with them after a few days, could he write about it in a report for the Imperial Palace? MC smiled and replied, "Well, of course, he must definitely report it there, and describe the circumstances under which everything happened." He licked his spoon, and said that he would tell everything as it happened, and would not forget anything. He had to believe it. "By the way, can he have more?" The protagonist apologized, and said that their supplies were not that rich yet. After that, he looked at the workers and told them to strictly control their gula consumption until they replenished the food warehouses. They replied, "Okay, Mr. Ian." After a while, Marev approached the bed, smiled and asked, "Did he call father?" Clay Veroshin, the current emperor of Burial, looked at him and replied, "Yes, Marev." He hadn't seen him for a long time. He was very busy lately. He came closer and noticed that he was always busy. Then he asked, "Has something happened?" In response, he asked, "Have you heard anything about Gale?" He replied, "No, nothing." Why is he asking? He said he'd recently dreamed of his mother, Carolyn. She rarely visited him in his dreams, but then she appeared and asked him to call Gale. Marev sat down next to him on the bed and said, "Father." He looked at him and said, "Okay, it's just a dream. He's kept him long enough." After a while, Marev left the room and turned to the maid and asked, "Are they keeping good care of the Emperor's quarters?" She was surprised and said there had been no problems so far, His Highness. He asked, "Then why does his father have nightmares?" She looked at him in surprise, then sank to the floor, her body trembling, clutching her face. Murev said that if he heard anything like that from his father again, he would execute everyone brought before him. The maid replied that she would remember that. Then Marev walked forward and asked, "Is that the end of today's business?" Simon answered, "That's right, but a report from Romandro has arrived. He should read it. The contents might surprise him." Marev placed his hand on the bridge of his nose and told him to be brief. He was too tired. After that, Simon told him all the information, and Marev thought, Ian, the bastard of Durga, actually has magical powers. He has taken control of the Brack territory and, together with an unearthly clan of warriors, is restoring it, and Captain has been exiled. He tied his hair in a ponytail and noted that this was outrageous. He turned around and said that they should go to the office and discuss this. His subordinate agreed with him. The next morning, Mariloff, the residents were chatting among themselves. "What? Brack is exchanging gula for money? Is that true? What is this weed for?" The man replied, "How does he know? But it won't last long. A month, I think. The nearby forest has already been cleared. They'll have to go far to get gula." The guy asked, "So how much are they giving for this?" He says, "After some time, Brack territory." The guy hit the wood with a hammer and shouted, "But a gold coin for 3 bags? What? Does he have money to spend?" His friend asked, "How should he know?" He said, "No way, he didn't know people would pay money for weeds." His friend asked, "Does he know what? This is good work for them." After a while, the MC looked at the bags and asked, "How many bags today?" His subordinate replied, 49. He said it had grown that much faster than he thought. At that moment, the subordinate looked at the sprouts and said that the growth rate depends on how much water they give them. They'll have to try different soil. Hannah looked at him and thoughtfully asked, "Then maybe they should collect some silt from the nearest river?" Then she turned sharply, noticing Romandro, and shouted, "Expert, you can't do that. They won't have enough seeds to plant. He has to stop eating that." He popped another seed into his mouth and shouted, "Right, he didn't think." At that moment, Barrack approached the protagonist, clasped his hands behind his head, and told him to let him guess what he was thinking. "About that old man, right? He was quieter than a dead rat." The protagonist remarked that it was true. He was right, Barrack. Mullen hadn't left the premises, but judging by the way his subordinates were scurrying about, he wasn't idle. He needed to retrieve the magic stone he'd planted for eavesdropping. He then stepped forward and asked him to tell them through Romandro that they could have lunch together. Barrack asked if they declined. MC turned around and told him to tell them it wasn't in their best interest to skip this lunch. Meanwhile, he'd retrieved the stone. After a while, everyone gathered at the table, and Mullen asked what was going on. What was this urgent gathering for? The protagonist smiled and said, "It seems he hasn't seen them in a long time, dear guests." He wanted to know if everything was to their satisfaction, and he also wanted to tell them something. Degor folded his arms and said that they were both very busy, so he suggested getting straight to the point. The protagonist folded his hands in front of him and said that it was nothing grand. They had simply found a new crop that would help them survive this winter. Mullen folded his arms and asked, "Crop? Was he talking about Gula?" The protagonist replied, "He already knew about that, Sir Mullen." He frowned, looking at him, and replied, "Yes." He couldn't help but know. But he had heard rumors that the mansions were paying gold for useless weeds, and that this was happening not only in Brock territory, but in Mariloff territory as well. But did he know about other rumors? The reason the bastard Ian was buying up the weeds was an attempt to launder the money he got from selling the territory to an unearthly warrior clan. The protagonist asked thoughtfully, "Is that so? This is a very stupid rumor. If that were the case, he wouldn't have traded so much effort to restore the territory, nor would he have allowed them to remain here and waste their food supplies." At this point, Degor shouted indignantly, "What, waste supplies?" He said he didn't know who started such a rumor, but if they met whoever did, they were to convey that they would be severely punished for insulting them and their allies. The others looked at him indignantly, and then Mullen asked if he didn't know what kind of plant this gula was. He replied that he knew perfectly well. It was poisonous and yielded a large harvest, a weed that should be eradicated, but its seeds were delicious and rich in nutrients, and the fruit deserved to be called God's grace. Sir Mullen, hadn't he said this before? What nature provides knows no distinction between rich and poor. If it can satisfy hunger, they should be grateful. He was sure he said the second prince had said the same thing, or was he mistaken? Mullen looked at him with irritation, and then said, "Okay, they'll pretend he's right, but people are unlikely to accept it. If he can't convince them that gula isn't poisonous, no one will even look at it, much less accept food from him." MC smiled and said he had an idea for that. Here's what he'd come up with. After he explained his plan, Mullen grew angry and shouted, "No way! He was making fun of the imperial family? If his plan ran into trouble, the imperial family's reputation would be tarnished." He replied that there wouldn't be any problems since gula seeds were edible. Besides, didn't he say that the territorial governor should solve the famine problem? He didn't think they'd protest over such nonsense. Mullen slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Nonsense! We're talking about the ruler's family." The protagonist shouted, "Exactly. When it comes to death, it's a mere trifle. Or are they about to discuss the importance of the imperial family's reputation in front of people dying of starvation?" And Sir Mullen, he misunderstood him. He's not asking his permission now. If they think they can interfere with him, they must leave the territory immediately. He'll order the warriors to escort them without their consent. They looked at him in bewilderment, and Mac frowned and shouted, "How rude." The protagonist replied that they shouldn't dismiss it as rudeness. They should look at the situation rationally. What were the three of them doing while he was thinking about how to help people? Were they involved in his plan? Or maybe they were doing something separately. Then Romandro held his hand out in front of him and said, "Okay, they need to calm down." When he tried the gula, the taste was pleasant. There are many recipes with it, by the way. At that moment, MC glanced at Barrack, who made a sign with his fingers. After that, the protagonist stood up and said that he had already told them everything he wanted, and since this matter was so important, he would not allow them to interfere. He clenched his fist and wished them bon appetit. "They should go, Mr. Romandro." He replied, "All right." At that moment, Max stood up and shouted, "How dare they?" After that, the protagonist walked out the door. Barrack said, "Hey, he said it well. That was cool." He replied, "Come on, did he take it?" Barrack looked at the stone in his hands and smiling said, "Of course." He brought the magic stone they threw into his room. After that, he threw the stone into the protagonist's hand. He said that he was doing well. They should go and check it out. After that, MC threw the stone into a glass of water and a voice was heard saying, "Complete nonsense. His character, not out of loyalty to Prince Gale, but out of a thirst for power. He cannot promise anything. He's blocking their path. They can't retreat or turn back. If there's no other way, they'll have to get rid of those blocking their path. There's always a way out." Then Barrack asked in surprise, "Are they talking about killing him?" The protagonist pulled a stone from a glass of water and said that was an acceptable solution. It was easier for them to get rid of him than to lose all of Brock's territory. Barrack asked, "So what will they do? Will they strike first?" The protagonist replied in the negative, "They'll wait. They need to identify their weak point." He thought, it seems they're biding their time because he's working, he's rarely alone, and he sleeps haphazardly. In that case, they'll send an assassin tonight. Memories of old times came flooding back. Then he stood up and told Barrack, "It's time to pull yourself together." He was surprised, but he always keeps his cool. He replied, "But now you need to be even more vigilant. He also needs to keep an eye on the Mullen group." He replied, "Okay." After a while, the man came out into the square and shouted, "Hey, the remaining wood needs to be sent to Gilsum village. Since the suspension bridge is broken, a regular bridge needs to be built." A worker passed by and said he was listening. At that moment, one of his subordinates shouted, "Mr. Ramondro, can I speak to him for a minute?" He replied, "Yeah, he'll be right there." Then he popped a gula seed into his mouth and sighing, said he didn't have time for lunch. At that moment, the workers watching him started murmuring, "Did he see that? What was that he just pulled out of his pocket? He won't tell me." Even if he asked, "Haven't they heard it yet? Aren't those gula seeds?" The guy shouted in surprise, "What? Lies. Why would he eat that?" He leaned toward his ear and said that he actually heard it from his friend. Not long before, MC smiled and said that he uses rumors to his advantage, for example, to spread information. The Imperial Palace was conducting research into alternative crops, and they discovered that gula seeds were incredibly tasty and nutritious. Most importantly, they could be adapted for agriculture. That's why Ramandro, who had arrived from the palace, began harvesting gula. Ramandro then asked, "Will it work?" He smiled and asked, "Well, how could it be?" Rumors from these parts only reached the palace through his letters and those of Moline. They could also share the results of their research, for example. In the present tense, the young man added that gula seeds improve skin condition and blood circulation. But they can't eat them in the capital since they don't grow there. Maybe that's why the experts pay gold for gula. The worker said he thought it was odd that they paid for it in gold. Maybe they should try it. At that moment, watching them, Barrack folded his hands behind his head and said, "Well, good rumors, huh? They say the emperor eats gula to live forever." The protagonist smiled and said, "Okay, that's enough, Barrack. Time to get ready for the next step." After a while, several men hiding behind hoods entered the greenhouse. One of them asked, "He sees it. He was right, wasn't he? He'd seen it with his own eyes." His partner replied, "Yes, they grow so much gula in this greenhouse. They picked the fruit." And then he smiled and said, "It really does look like a valuable crop for the Imperial Palace." His comrade told him to pick more before they got caught. If they filled a bag and sold it to the center, they could make some money. At that moment, an employee ran up to them and shouted, "Hey, them!" He pointed a spear at them and shouted, "He just caught one of them, and there are already others here? Hands up." The robbers raised their hands, dropping the gula, and screamed that they were begging for mercy. The employee shouted, "The two of them, follow him." Then the protagonist approached them and said they had done a great job. The guard noticed him and asked if he was going for a walk at such a late hour. Without security, he replied that Barrack alone was enough for him. "By the way, are these two thieves?" They looked at him with fear, then fell to their knees and began to bow. They shouted that they had made a mistake. Work was bad right now. They were having a hard time feeding themselves. The MC told them to wait a bit. Then he looked at his subordinate and told him to put them behind bars. "Good job." He was surprised. "What? Good. He must be careful, Master Ian." Then Barrack yawned and asked if the original idea was to lower the guard and let those who wanted to steal, and now the greenhouse is guarded very closely. The protagonist replied that they could do this in other territories or in the capital, but there is no ruler here. Allowing thieves to commit crimes in the territory could cause security problems, so there must be a more effective way to deal with this situation. After a while, he knocked on the door. Victor came out and, sighing loudly, asked who was there in the middle of the night. The protagonist removed his hood and said it was him. He cried out in surprise, "Sir?" Then the MC gestured for him to be quiet and said the children were sleeping. Victor worriedly asked what had happened. Had he done something wrong? But the protagonist handed him a bag and told him to take this gula. It doesn't heal, as rumor has it, but it is truly delicious and nutritious food. Although the gula seeds are currently under the strict control of the mansion, an expert from the capital ordered them to spread it throughout the entire territory as quickly as possible. However, he is raising 5 siblings alone, so he decided that he would be the first to give the seeds to. At that moment, Victor frowned, barely holding back tears, and the MC said that he couldn't stay that long because he still had many houses to visit. "He knows you can only eat seeds, right?" He replied, "Of course." And then the protagonist handed him a bag and said that one seed grows more than 10 fruits. He should eat a couple and plant the rest. If his neighbors want some, he should share. He replied, "Good." He was very grateful. Then he bowed. After that, Barrack said that he really didn't know him well. The protagonist asked, "Yes?" And he knew him well. "Was he sleepy yet?" He replied, "Very much." And the protagonist walked forward and said that while the Empire had a monopoly on growing gula, their reserves were dwindling. They worried about the coming winter every night. If they wasted gula like this, how would people perceive him? Barrack replied as if he was very thoughtful. He said that it wasn't like that. They would see him as a kind and good person. They should hurry. They needed to visit a couple of other children. After a while, they approached Sophia. An MC handed her the bag. He also handed it to some other villagers. A second later, Barrack turned around, and at that moment, the man hiding behind the hood was watching him. Then he entered the room, and Mac, looking at him, asked, "Have you come?" He must tell Dagor what he saw. A second later, he walked further, took off his cloak, and said he had gone out in the middle of the night to distribute gula to the people. Mac was surprised. "What?" he chuckled. "The boy really is strange, sir." At that moment, he thought, the opening of the gula would undoubtedly be prescribed by Ramandro, thus ensuring the trust of the people at the imperial palace. However, if they left at dawn, this could be the perfect opportunity to get rid of him. After a while, Ramandro said, yes, the restoration of Jilsum village has been successfully completed, and the gula liveries, the protagonist, sitting on the nearby sofa, said he thought he could gradually improve that. They say it's selling quickly thanks to the people he's given it to before. Then, Ramandro put his hand on the table and asked, by the way, will he still be doing charity work today? MC replied that he plans to do it for another 3 days. Ramandro said he's busy day and night. They say magic users have special talents and such, and it seems he has more endurance than ordinary people. Then the protagonist looked ahead and asked if they should end the meeting now that they've discussed supplies, if they have anything to say. At that moment, Nursarin raised his hand and said he'd been contacted from the Great Desert. Counselor Vincent's health is deteriorating. Since the situation is urgent, it's been decided to stop cultivating the Silask and use all the remaining roots. The protagonist said, that's how it is. Then Ramandro raised his hand and asked for them to enlighten him. Who is Counselor Vincent, and what is Silask? After that, the protagonist explained everything. Ramandro, sitting in a chair, said thoughtfully, well, the first advisor of the unearthly warrior clan, Vincent, is currently in critical condition. They decided to use the precious Silask flowers instead of continuing their cultivation. Kakantir said they made this decision because of the current situation in Brock. He knows about their funeral customs, right? The protagonist replied that he did. When the chieftain or first advisor of a warrior clan dies, the entire clan must spend 1 year in isolation. In other words, they can no longer remain in Brock. Given Vincent's age and condition, time was incredibly short. The protagonist then turned to Ramandro and asked if he had received a response from the palace. He replied, no, nothing yet. He would request an answer from the first prince, just one. Nothing special. He simply asked for a thorough report on the situation at the estate. He was told to thoroughly verify the information that he truly possessed magic. That's all. MC said, His Highness the First Prince wants the new Margrave of Brock to be unrelated to the Molen group and unrelated to the second principal, correct? Ramandro replied, those above him have their reasons. Then the protagonist added, he must have already guessed, but he shared this opinion. He is also at odds with Molen. He placed his hand on his chest and added, he must recommend him as Margrave. Ramandro looked at him in surprise. He said that if he does not become Margrave, he will have to return to the Great Desert. The new Margrave won't leave him alone because of his relatives. The palace will exploit his abilities and turn him into a slave. Becoming a new Margrave is the only way to ensure his and Brock's safety, right? He also wants a new Margrave elected so he can return quickly. There's no one better suited to the people's desires. At that moment, Ramandro thought, that's right. He was in the middle of the reconstruction. And besides, this man had acquired a gula, although occupying the position of lord of such a small land isn't enough. Then the protagonist extended his hand, and Ramandro said, okay, let's be honest. Prince Marav doesn't understand his connection to Molen. He reported his father through Lord Molen, giving him an excellent opportunity to make his man Margrave. Moreover, since he's a mage, he expects him to join the Ministry of Magic and side with him in the fight against the conspirators. MC said that if that's the reason, he can explain everything. Ramandro asked how. He replied that he would personally share all the details when he met with the first prince. He explained that no matter how detailed his story, there were simply things that couldn't be conveyed in writing. The protagonist clenched his fist and said, however, he could easily prove that he and Molen were on opposite sides of the barricade. He thought it would remain this way until his death. Then Ramandro said, okay, he'll convey that to His Highness. After that, he took the documents and offered to finish for today. MC thanked him and then added, yes, could he ask for something? He wanted to know if there were people in the center who dealt with Silask. Ramandro looked at him, then said he'd check. However, he wasn't sure he'd be able to find a flower he'd never heard of. The protagonist thanked him again and wondered if he, the emperor, nor the imperial advisor knew about it. Would it really be that hard to find it in burial? Then everyone left the office, and Brock, putting his hands behind his head, said that he could use a good rest. The protagonist thanked him for the work he had done and said, until tomorrow. After that, he approached him and suggested leaving early today. He replied, okay. Is he tired? He replied, yes. His eyes are closing. After some time, Sophia happily said, Mr. Ian has arrived. The protagonist came closer and said, so they are not sleeping yet. Why not? Even though there are not so many preparations today. She asked, is it really so? Victor leaned towards her and told her not to cause him any trouble. Mr. Ian is helping them hide from those people from the palace. He replied that everything is fine. Tomorrow he will bring more. Victor said that if he comes, he should give it to him first. He replied that he understood. They should not make noise. After that, they walked forward, and the protagonist said that they need to go. Brock. Then he turned around and asked, what is he doing? He looked at him and whispered, Ian? There are 3 of them. The protagonist stepped forward and said they needed to hurry. The darkness was thickening. At that moment, several silhouettes moved behind them. Then one of the attackers said, hey, is he Ian? MC turned and asked, what if he is? The next second, the attackers rushed to attack, but Barrick blocked their blows and asked, what the? He attacked the attacker with his hand, and the protagonist shouted, Barrick, from above. At that moment, One of the attackers, swinging his weapon, jumped at them from above, but Barrick managed to jump to the side, dodging his blow, then pushed off the ground and ran to attack. At that moment, the protagonist watched what was happening and thought, the way they held their swords and kept their distance. These people are well trained, they know how to fight. They apparently already know Barrick's ability. There's a good chance Mullen or someone from his group hired them. Then he shouted, Barrick, he has to let him live. He launched an attack and turned around shouting, but it'll only cut a little. He replied, okay. Then he thought, something's wrong. If they know Barrick's ability, then they probably know he has magic. And why isn't anyone attacking him? At that moment, a few more people came out of the alley. MC smiled and said, as expected, looks like they'll have a lot of work to do tonight. Colin walked forward and, hitting his hand with his baton, said, let's say less. He's Ian, right? MC smiled and confirmed it, and at the same time concentrated energy in his hand and said, that's right. Then he thought, so that's why it took so long. They were gathering people. After that, he asked, why are they doing this? Aren't their own lives important? Colin stepped forward and shouted that he should shut up and die already. Did he even know how much money they would put on his head? He ran forward and shouted that he should die. The next second, he struck. But the protagonist suddenly leaned forward and struck with magic, hitting the opponent in the face. He looked forward in surprise, and then his face was covered in wounds, and he fell to the ground. The next mercenary charged and shouted, bastard. He struck, but the protagonist dodged to the side, then grabbed the attacker by the arm and delivered a powerful magical blow to the chest, throwing him back. Then he extended his hand and said that they weren't like ordinary people. Were they residents of Brak? One of them shouted that he didn't need to know that. He answered, I understand. He controls his power less well than he thought, but they should try to attack him if they dare. At that moment, the remaining ones were talking. No one warned them about this. The man next to him shouted, he shouldn't be afraid. He's just a kid. We need to pull ourselves together, guys. They'll all attack at once. There are more of them so they can handle it. At that moment, Barrick rushed past the protagonist. He shouted, who dared bother a man in the middle of the night and force him to do exercises? Along with these words, he swung his weapon, attacking everyone in his path. After that, the protagonist approached him and asked, will they survive? He answered, if he's talking about those he recently fought, then yes. After that, MC put his hand on his shoulder and said, excellent. Good job. He says, just in case, please, he must leave one alive. He's asking. He smiled and said, wow, is this all because of fatigue? The effect is mind-blowing. MC was surprised. Why is he talking like that? Is he even listening to him? The next second, he rushed forward and shouted, of course, damn it, hey, it's the end for everyone, you idiots. The mercenaries screamed in fear that they should run. He'd lost his mind. But at that moment, Barrick was making his way forward, attacking everyone in his path. He swung his sword again, and the remaining ones were screaming. The red-haired one was angry. Looks like. At that moment, the protagonist sighed and thought, angry? What are they even talking about? Such a happy smile was shining on their Barrick's face. After a while, Barrick put his hand to his head and shouted, how good, how refreshing. At that moment, Colin, lying on the ground, thought, he's crazy. Then the protagonist walked forward and said, luckily, there was only one left alive. He reached out to the man and grabbed him by the clothes. He looked more closely and said that he had a feeling he had seen him somewhere. Barrick asked, huh? He had to show me. Then the protagonist turned to him and told him to take a closer look. Did his face look familiar? He said thoughtfully that he wasn't sure, but he looked ugly. Oh, he hid his face when he said that. At that moment, the mercenary put his hand with the ring to his face, and the protagonist turned around abruptly. And the next second, the man's face seemed to melt. Barrick said that his face looked like it had turned to mush. He didn't recognize him at all, and the protagonist thought that his skin had completely melted, like the poison that assassins use to avoid identification. Then he told him to bring someone. They need to take him and that boy to the mansion. The guards haven't made a fuss in a while. Meanwhile, Mac asked worriedly, did they get rid of him? What if everything went wrong? Dagor said that he was a former member of the Imperial Guard, so there was nothing to worry about. He worries too much, Mac, he responded angrily. He's too optimistic, Dagor. They need a plan in case Petrio fails. At that moment, Mullen said, quiet, Mac. The servants might hear. He apologized, adding, Petrio possesses superior abilities. Although he is old, he was vice-captain of His Majesty's Guard. Moreover, he is a man of faith and will not make mistakes. Petrio, accompanied by 10 men, attacked these two boys, so there should be no problem. They just need to wait. The next second, they heard a knock on the door. Mac asked, who is it? Petrio? Him? The next second, the door opened slightly, and Barrick smiled and asked, Petrio, is that the name of the one they are waiting for? They looked at him in surprise, and he walked forward and said, follow him, Grandpa. Dagor indignantly shouted, hey, what does he think he's doing? Then Barrick put the weapon to his neck and said that Ian gave him permission to cut up anyone he wanted. He screamed, insolent. They are people from the palace. He replied that he knew, but they were on the border, and where they were from was absolutely no concern to anyone. When morning came, people gathered on the blocked-off street, wondering, oh my god, what's going on? They said it all happened when Mr. Ian was returning to the palace in the middle of the night. The girl was surprised. What? How could this be? The guy next to her said that's what he was trying to figure out now. Ian brought the gula to the people, and they suddenly attacked him. Meanwhile, MC stood in front of the captured mercenary and asked, Petrio, that's his name, right? At that moment, Barrick was wiping his disfigured face, and the protagonist added, at least, that's what the others called him. The next second, the mercenary suddenly screamed loudly, and Barrick screamed, oh, how loudly! He was washing his wounds. He could have held on. That's why he opened his mouth so quickly. The next second, the protagonist looked at him and thought, when they searched him, it turned out that even the tattoos by which he could be identified had been erased. After that, he folded his arms over his chest and asked if he even knew how terrible he looked now. The healer said that at this rate, he wouldn't last even 3 days. He would die soon. He just needed to prove his name, and he would make him a member of the council. At that moment, Petrio turned his gaze to him, and MC stepped aside and said that he didn't want to torture a man dying. But in the Great Desert, they could forget about retribution. So his name was Petrio? He hoped that he had no one dear to him left, because anyone bearing his last name would die. After that, he left the dungeon. Ian, turning around, told the remaining barrack to keep an eye on him. He replied, "Aha!" After that, he wiped the mercenary's face again. At that moment, the protagonist heard his name being called. Ramandro ran up to him and grabbed his face. The protagonist asked, "Mr. Ramandro, is he here?" He cried out in alarm. "Is he okay?" They told him he was attacked. "Is he injured?" "What about Barrack?" He heard more than 15 people were killed. The protagonist replied that he saw that he and Barrack were safe and sound. He said it was a relief. He was so scared when he heard the news. But he, as a magical being, was strong. The protagonist added that they had captured 2 attackers. He thought there was a mastermind behind this attack, but one was unconscious, and the other remained stubbornly silent. No leads so far. Oh, and one more thing. With these words, he reached into his inside pocket and, taking out a ring, asked if he by any chance knew what kind of poison was on this ring. It worked very quickly. As soon as the guy pricked his face with it, it seemed to melt. Ramandro looked at the ring thoughtfully and said that he should take a look. If that ring made his face drool, it might be a tibarfin. Mercenaries and slave traders mostly use it to hide their identities. MC asked, "So that's what it is?" Then Ramandro handed him the ring and asked, "What about the Mullen group?" He replied that they continued to insist they knew nothing. Ramandro asked, "Is he going to kill them?" He replied that he wasn't. Otherwise, the palace would send another squad to investigate, and he didn't think he had the right to decide who to kill. Ramandro looked at him in surprise, smiled, and said, "Didn't he say he'd prove it? So he must tell His Highness Marav that he will follow his will." Sometime later, in the dungeon, Digor threw a plate of food at him and shouted, "Ian, you idiot!" The protagonist, ignoring him, asked if the 3 of them had managed to get any sleep. Max shouted, "They came here by order of the Imperial Palace." Digor added indignantly, "Insulting the Emperor by treating them like this, and an unearthly clan of warriors. He should do the right thing too." As Ian said, he is now a citizen of the Great Desert. Don't they know what will happen if their man treats the people from the palace like this? Then the protagonist asked, "Isn't that why they are still alive? If they weren't people from the palace, they would be in the same situation as Petrio." The next second, Max shouted in surprise, "Petrio? What is he talking about?" Then MC took out a magic stone and dropped it into a flask of water. A voice was heard saying that if someone blocking the path refuses to give way, and there is no bypass, there is no choice but to remove the obstacles. As expected, Petrio. The next second, Digor stretched out his hand and shouted, "Was he eavesdropping on them? This recording cannot be used as evidence. He must officially begin the trial." The protagonist laughed and asked, "A trial? Sir Digor, these are the borderlands, not the capital where they're from." Yes, he's now a member of an unearthly warrior clan, and warriors of the Great Desert don't take revenge lightly. He can only draw one conclusion from this recording, and he's not about to turn a blind eye to it. Incidentally, they should treat food with respect. He trusts them to understand that they're in no position to be picky. The next second, they looked at him indignantly. After a while, he walked on, and Hannah ran up to him, calling out to him anxiously. He asked, "What's wrong?" She shouted, "There's a whole crowd outside. Everyone wants to see him." Then he opened his eyes and thought, "Him? Why?" He ran after her and wondered if it was to steal the gula, or had Mullen set them on it, or had some problems arisen during the restoration? A conflict with the unearthly warrior clan? There was a simmering discontent among the villagers, something he hadn't even suspected. The next second, he shielded his face from the light, and Sophia, holding a bouquet of flowers, called out to him anxiously. The other villagers were beside her. They surrounded the protagonist from all sides, shouting, "Is he all right? Who spouted this nonsense?" They were told he was seriously wounded. "Mr. Ian, he must take it. It may be a modest gift, but it comes from the heart, and these flowers are soothing." Victor added that he had been so upset when he heard he had been attacked. There had been so much bloodshed in that alley. Sophia asked if he was in disarray. He shouldn't have gone out so late. He looked at them and thought he remembered. Only thanks to this warmth had he been able to endure the enormous pressure of the throne for all 3 terrible years. He smiled and then said that it was good that they had all come. Couldn't they gather the people in the square? Sophia looked at him in surprise. He said that Mr. Ramandro had finally authorized the distribution and cultivation of gula. After a while, everyone gathered in one place. The protagonist said that those who had come to receive gula must listen carefully. The number of seeds and seedlings they would receive depends on the size of the garden and the number of family members. Currently, they were distributing it for free, but next year during the harvest, they must pay a 10th as a tax. He hoped that they would not share their methods for growing and preparing gula with each other. Also, the sale and purchase of gula with residents of other territories must only take place through the mansion. In case of violation, they would be required to pay a fine of 50 gold. They would also receive a reward if they reported the violator. A moment later, one of the residents raised their hand and asked what about trade among their own. He replied that it was permitted. However, they could not sell even a single seed or sapling to residents of other territories without the mansion's permission. If they didn't receive anything today, they shouldn't worry. There will be a second delivery. At that moment, Barrick approached him and said that he needed to return to the mansion for a while. One of the guys woke up. After a while, the subordinate asked, "Are they here?" MC said. The second one woke up and said, "What about Petrio?" He replied, "There's little hope. At best, he'll survive today." He couldn't even speak. The protagonist asked, "Is the other one like this?" He replied, "Oh, him." The next second, he opened the door to the dungeon and Colin fell to his knees, screaming loudly. The subordinate said he wasn't quite okay. The protagonist looked at him and asked, "What's his name?" He looked up at him, eyes full of tears, and replied, "Colin. He's 20 years old, has 2 older brothers and 3 younger ones." The protagonist irritably put his hand to his head and said, "Enough. He's not interested." Then Barrick clenched his fist and shouted irritably, "Hey! He still needs to tell him his personality type, his zodiac sign." And he answered, ENFJ, Aries. Then the protagonist said he'd better tell them where he was from. He replied that he was from Mariloff. A security guard at the gambling house where he worked told him there was an opportunity to make some good money, so he followed them to the right person. The protagonist frowned and thought that this was to be expected. The client was looking for contractors among the poor, because they wouldn't refuse. Then he asked who that person was. He replied fearfully that he didn't know. Then Barrick shook his fist at him, and he grabbed his head and screamed in fear that it was true. The guards paid him, so he hadn't met him in person. At that moment, the protagonist tapped his hand and thought, Mariloff. After that, he headed for the exit of this dungeon and said, "Barrick, they shouldn't kill him. They need to take him into custody." He replied, "Aha." At that moment, Colin continued to kneel, screaming that he was begging for mercy. He would do whatever they asked. The protagonist walked on and said he needed to keep them alive. Anyone else? He'd send a message to Mariloff, so he needed to prepare a horse. After a while, Romandro glanced at the door and said he could enter. He noticed the protagonist. He asked what had happened. Had Petrio died? He replied that wasn't true. He was still breathing. One of the criminals admitted he was from Mariloff. Most of them were from there. He wanted to send a letter there. Could he help him with that? Romandro said he was asking because he needed a reason to write the letter. MC smiled and said that was fine. Romandro also smiled and said, okay. He handed over the documents, saying he was just in time. He was just about to send His Highness Marev a letter of recommendation. What would he say? The protagonist read the contents and said he hoped His Majesty the Emperor and Prince Marev would like it. They started discussing whether we should include this when sending it. What? What did he mean? Oh, of course. Then they'll do that. What should he write to Mariloff? The protagonist said he thought he should write that the next lord of the territory had been attacked by criminals from Mariloff, since one of them had confessed, and this crime must be properly investigated. They request Mariloff's active cooperation with the investigation, including identifying the victims, who will be handed over to them. Romandro finished writing and said, well done. He sighed and added that since this was just being used as an excuse, he hoped they wouldn't respond. MC said, but it probably will come someday. They'll need some gula themselves soon. Romandro smiled and noted that that was true. He offered to sell it. He needed to sell it for more than they quoted them for essential items. He could imagine their faces. The protagonist approached him and thanked him for his help. Things are going well so far. He hopes that His Highness Marev can help. At that moment, Romandro frowned and wondered, help from Prince Marev? He didn't even know. After a while, Marev fired an arrow, which flew right past the animal. People around were saying, oh my god, what a pity. Exactly, it was all because of the wind. One of the archers said, so first place now goes to Lord Dorenzio. His partner added, well, that means he'll win this hunt. By the way, it seems he hadn't seen His Highness Gale today. His colleague asked if he regretted it. He replied, a little. As children, they were both so cheerful and noisy. Sometimes they would scare off prey. It was quite funny. The next second, Marev fired another arrow and asked, just like now? The man next to him was surprised. Excuse me? Marev smiled and said that he was also very sorry. What was this Gale doing anyway? After all, the ministers aren't satisfied with his hunting skills. Then the man put his hands in front of him and said in fear, my god, what is he saying? It's completely wrong. Then Marev stepped forward and said they should continue, and he would go and rest a bit. The others agreed. After a while, he sat down on the sofa, and a subordinate approached him and asked, Your Highness, are you all right? He put his hand to his head and replied that he wasn't. He was tired. What business? He handed him a letter and said that he had received a message from abroad. He thought it would be a good gift for him. Marev looked at the letter and said how ridiculous. They think they can stave off winter famine with gula. It turns out gula is delicious and rich in nutrients. It ripens in just a month and is generally fruitful despite the condition of the soil and the abundance of watering. He thought it was impossible. No one would eat a useless weed. Then he tossed the letter aside and sighed, asking, is that all? A meager gift. The subordinate added, Oh, and the letter of recommendation names Ian as the next lord of the territory. He also had Sir Mullen's ring enclosed. He looked at it, and the subordinate placed the ring on the table and said, "The report says Mullen tried to kill Ian. His man, Petrio, led the attack but failed. According to the letter, he's currently in custody. They want to hand people over to him." Marev then took the ring in his hand and smiled. He thought he'd assumed this would happen ever since he'd been informed that Ian had brought an unearthly clan of warriors into the territory. But the guy had proven quite useful. Did he really think that, because he had no connection to Gale, that he would make him a lord? Then he rose from his seat and ordered his subordinate to write a reply letter. Even if someone with magical abilities became a lord, he had to come to the capital. So what was he gonna do now? He thought how wonderful everything was going. Ian would be useful to him at the Ministry of Magic. After a while, he returned to the field and asked if they had caught anything. The men turned to him, and one of them said there were a lot of deer here today. He should shoot too. Marev smiled. The next second, an arrow flew past his head and pierced the animal's neck. The others looked back in surprise, and Marev said, "He's still careless, Gale." At that moment, he smiled, approaching him, and said that he apologized, brother. He hadn't treated the guests very fairly, had he? Then he dismounted and said that he had business to attend to, which was why he was late. One of those present said that was not true, Your Highness. They had been waiting for him very long. They hoped he was well. His colleague added that they would not go any further, but would get some water. The man agreed. It was very hot here. After that, they disappeared behind the carriage, and Marev walked ahead and said, "And despite his busy schedule, he still came. Should he thank him?" His brother replied that he had a much busier schedule. He had affairs of state and all that. But he still showed up at these boring hunting competitions. And why was he so interested in the border regions? He thought Mullen's denunciations had stopped at some point, and Ramandro was still sending letters. He'd realized everything the moment he'd suddenly walked into the meeting and interrupted it. But had he really understood everything too? Marev began to draw his bowstring and said it was surprising that he'd become interested in this, given his busy schedule. He didn't know what he was planning, but it would be better for him to give up the Brock territory. A letter had arrived with recommendations for the appointment of the next lord of the territory. He was a mage and was already rebuilding everything there. He'd even formed an alliance with an unearthly clan of warriors. The next second, he fired an arrow, also hitting the animal's neck, and smiling, looked at his brother. He said he had no objections, so he asked for the succession process to be expedited. After a while, everyone gathered for a meeting. Whispers began to circulate. Both princes had returned to the ministerial meeting. Could it be because of those rumors? Then the man spoke. So regarding the Brock territory, a letter had arrived from the restoration expert recommending a man for the position of lord of the territory. And this was the bastard son of the executed Durga Ian. Those present began to mutter among themselves, the son of a criminal. If they were to put a family member back in charge, what was the point of punishing the entire family? Actually, he should have been a slave, but he was the one who brought charges against his father, meaning he himself had severed ties with the family. Besides, Ian had never officially been a member of this family. After this, Marev placed his hand on the table and said, according to the report, Ian had done everything the expert believed a lord should have done. He's a native of Brock, who managed to establish an alliance with the Great Desert. He's a mage, and the locals love and respect him. They also support his candidacy for lord. Those present began to discuss the matter. Typically, lords on the borders hold the status of count, but in this special case, it would be better to make him a viscount. With Prince Marev and the expert Romandro supporting his candidacy, there's no reason to object. What will happen if he becomes lord? If Ian possesses magic, he should work in the palace, but will he be able to leave for long if he's busy rebuilding the lands? Now is not the time to discuss this. The important thing now is to decide whether Ian is right to lead the territory. As long as the territory pays its taxes, there's nothing to worry about. The next second, Gale snapped his fingers, smiled, and said, "Taxes. Well said. He's a bastard after all, who was originally a slave. Since the boy possesses magic, it would be better to return him to shackles and force him to work in the palace. Isn't that right, Minister Wesley?" She smiled and remarked, "That's right. Even novice mages receive more than 100 gold coins. As they see it, that represents too much expense." At that moment, Marev frowned and asked, "Are they trying to make a mage the closest thing to a god, a slave?" As Minister of Magic, she should know better. She replied, "Your Highness, she was simply speaking about the economic side of things and wasn't suggesting turning the boy into a slave." Then the man slammed his hand on the table and declared, "Be that as it may, that's his opinion. The taxes stolen by Durga, the subsidies allocated for the restoration of the territory, and the taxes Ian could provide as a lord, all added up, come to 10,000 zlotys per year. Surely everyone would be satisfied if he paid that much." Gale then said, "But if Ian can't fulfill the conditions, then it's only fair for the criminal's offspring to return to slavery." Marev looked at him and thought, he's already read everything, Gale. 10,000 gold per year. The Brock territory could only pay that amount if it kept nothing from the residents' taxes. Otherwise, Wesley would lay claim to the territory, which would be put up for sale. And if Ian did pay the taxes, the territory would drown in debt. Had they really decided to pull off such a plan? At that moment, one of those present said he thought it was a good idea. Such a sum would justify him in the eyes of others. Besides, then there would be no protests from other nobles. The others spoke up, and he agreed. Even if he has magical abilities, few will like the fact that he has the blood of a criminal, and he thinks so. Then the man said, okay, then first of all he needs to be appointed to the territory. At that moment, Gale thought, how unexpected. He thought they would be more zealous in protecting a mage. I wonder what he's thinking? At that moment, Murev thought, it doesn't matter whether Ian gets into debt or not. The main thing is that none of Gale's supporters become lord of the territory. Besides, he thinks he's capable of it. After some time, a carriage arrived. Romandro shouted, Ian, he has to see this. A carriage has arrived from the palace. He asked, seriously? Is this because he imprisoned Malin and his men? Romandro shouted joyfully. People have arrived with the emperor's decree. They brought a letter appointing him to the position of lord. After some time, the estate workers who arrived were surprised. What? A carriage from the capital? They sent another investigation team? But this one has a different banner, and the carriage looks a bit too rich, doesn't it? What business did they have? The next moment, Chelonia, an administrative official of the imperial palace, stepped out of the carriage. She introduced herself, holding documents in her hands, and noticing everyone's bowed heads, added that she had come with an order from the emperor, so they must show respect and observe all the rules of conduct. A letter of recommendation from Crown Prince Marev and expert Romandro had been approved by the council. In recognition of his contribution to the restoration of the border defense territory, Ian was being granted the title of the new Viscount of the Brock territory. At that moment, the butler, looking at Hannah, asked if she had heard that. She smiled happily, and the residents were saying, Mr. Ian has become a Viscount. How wonderful. The next moment, Chelonia, continuing to read the documents, added, however, since Ian is the illegitimate son of a criminal, he is obligated to fulfill the conditions. Within a year of receiving the title, Ian is required to pay 10,000 gold as compensation for his father's unpaid taxes to secure his right to govern the territory. This will secure his right to Brock, and his word will be passed on to future generations of the family. At that moment, MC thought, so he only became a lord temporarily. Fulfilling this condition will determine his position, the new ruler of the territory or the bastard of a criminal. And then Chelonia closed the scroll and said, Ian, he has the right to refuse. He looked up at her and said that he would not refuse. It was a great honor for him, and he accepted the will of the emperor. And then she added, oh, one more thing. Is Sir Malin alive and well? He replied, yes, he is fine. She reached into her inside pocket and said that in that case, she would now read not the emperor's order, but the order of Second Prince Gale. The subjects of Molin, Mac, and Dagor must be returned safe and sound. In response, the protagonist folded his arms and asked, what is she trying to do? His Majesty the Emperor is like the sun. There is only one sun in the sky, and according to palace etiquette, only imperial decrees are delivered in the golden carriage. She must know that. She frowned and thought, even some aristocrats don't know this, so how did a bastard outside the empire know this? The protagonist added, she is disrespecting His Majesty. He will ensure the safety of Molin and his entourage. She should expect no more. He wondered if even the Ministry of Magic had sided with Gale, or were only Gale and Colonia opposed. In any case, he would never hand over those three to them. Then she said irritably, in that case, she would like to ensure the prisoner's safety so she can report to the palace. The protagonist replied, of course, he will take her inside. After a while, they arrived at the dungeon, and she cried out in surprise, Moline. The men cried out in surprise, Chelonia? Max shouted, Mistress Chelonia, what is she doing here? He's asking, she must get them out. This bastard. Then he glanced at the scroll in her hand and said, has she really come with a decree appointing him lord? MC smiled and said that was true. He was now a viscount. From now on, they should address him appropriately. Then Chelonia looked at him and said, Sir Ian, she would like to speak with Sir Molin. The protagonist replied, they are suspected of conspiring to arrange his murder. As lord, he is obliged to keep an eye on them for his own safety and for the well-being of the territory. Well, they are unharmed. He does not give his permission for negotiations. With these words, he blocked her path with his hand and smiled. He asked if she would like to go upstairs now. After some time, the celebration began. The villagers shouted, Lord Ian was the new lord of the territory. Lord Ian has been promoted to Viscount. Hey, unearthly warrior clan. They shouldn't just sit there. They need to drink. From now on, they will only call him Viscount Ian. They congratulate him, Lord Ian. My God, he's become a true aristocrat. At that moment, Cockatier approached the protagonist and said that he congratulated him. They shook hands, and he thanked him. It was all thanks to his clan's help. He said he was glad because everything had ended well. They were planning to return in a couple of days. The protagonist wondered why so suddenly. He replied that it was getting cold, and the warriors were missing the desert. Nersarin and a few of the boys would remain in Brock territory. Supporting him was the best decision. Now they were treated as allies, not as barbarians attacking border regions, and he had become stronger. At that moment, they both turned their attention to Romandro, who was pouring wine into a glass. He said, they only gave the title of Viscount to the lord of the border territories? Okay, Baron is not enough. Count is a lot. And then he shouted indignantly, but 10,000 gold, damn it, 10,000. What nonsense. He poured alcohol into his mouth straight from the bottle and shouted, have they seen the tax report for the Brock territory? There can't be that much. MC thought, obviously. They deliberately named an amount that would be difficult to pay. Gale did that. Then Romandro said, how is that possible? They will never collect that much money. And what about the locals who still haven't recovered from the Civil War? How can they not understand what the people went through? Then he looked at the protagonist and added, but now, they've seen the title of Viscount, so the protagonist held the scroll in his hand, smiled, and said that it hadn't happened officially yet, so he should address him as before. Romandro, flushed from the alcohol, asked sheepishly, is that so? He'd been rereading the imperial decree for a while now. Was there something wrong with it? He replied, no, it's fine. Something was just bothering him. He thought Clay was currently ruling the empire. He couldn't remember anything special about him. Just one of the emperors whose reign coincided with an era of turmoil. However, this seal was different from the one he knew. He'd definitely been leaving this seal on every day for 3 years, so he couldn't have simply gotten it mixed up. If he'd suddenly changed it, he'd definitely have known. Why would the emperor's seal, which hadn't changed since its founding, suddenly change? There can be only one conclusion. In the midst of what was happening, the emperor's seal was changed. Even without knowing all the details of what happened, he couldn't have been unaware of such an event while sitting on the throne. MC's thoughts were interrupted by Romandro, who was trying to call him. Ian looked at him and asked, what? Was he calling him? Romandro said, well, he somehow gloomed. Is something bothering him? MC answered, no. Did something happen? Romandro answered, no, he was just asking. He smiled and said, since he received the letter of appointment, should they notify their neighbors about it? Ian smiled and answered, well, of course. After a while, Carlo asked discontentedly, did this bastard receive a title? He threw the sheets of paper on the table and said, the one who was born in a cat house decided to pretend to be a nobleman. Where is the world coming to? The butler asked. They will have to write a congratulatory message, right? Besides, they need to answer all the letters regarding the latest attack. Carlo clicked his tongue in displeasure and said, what a waste of paper and ink. He ordered him to write just something. The butler bowed and replied, yes, sir. Carlo frowned and said, by the way, Brock didn't write anything about food supplies? The butler replied, no, they didn't receive any letters on that topic. Carlo thought, that's strange. They were also in dire straits because the harvest was worse than usual. So what will Ian do with Brack's devastated territory? He'll probably start feeding on carrion and weeds. He waved his hand and told the butler he could go. The man replied, yes, sir. He walked out the door when he suddenly heard a voice. The butler. He looked away in surprise and seeing Rian asked, madam, has something happened? She asked, has there been news from Brack? The butler replied, they were informed that Ian had received the title of Viscount. Rian was surprised and asked what the count said. Let him say. The butler's eyes widened in fear and he couldn't answer anything coherent, and Rian said, I understand. They are their neighbors after all, so they should send them an answer. She will write and send the letter herself. If the count starts to scold him, he can say that she ordered him to do so. The butler replied, okay, mistress. Rian closed her fan and added, and one more thing. She is thinking of sending some kind of gift to Brock. She told the butler to leave the treasury open. She will ask the count's permission. The butler said, madam, she doesn't have to do that. She turned around and answered sharply, no, that is exactly what she must do. In the morning, Romandro was sitting at the table when MC entered the room. He asked, Ian, did he sleep well? MC answered, yes, quite well. He looked at Hannah and ordered her to pour him some cold water. She answered, yes, lord. He thought, this is a new sensation. It seems to him as if with the help of one title, he was able to overcome a great mountain. Romandro said, Ian, by the way, about the support received from the palace. MC asked, yes, but isn't it usually the case that the remaining subsidies aren't returned? Romandro said that's true, and it's literally customary. He can use it as he sees fit, and he would like to draw up an estimate of all expenses. What does he think about that? MC asked again. Really? He would be very grateful if he did that. Romandro replied, come on. He thinks that would be the most correct thing to do. If he hadn't been able to open the gula to everyone like this, 3,000 gold pieces would have been wasted, and he believes that he can also put the remaining money to good use. Ian thanked him and said that he would keep that in mind. Romandro smiled slightly embarrassedly and said, thank you for allowing him to return to the capital in the middle of winter. MC asked again, was he talking about his wife again? Romandro happily said, news came that they were expecting a child. Ian happily clapped and congratulated him. At that moment a voice rang out, Mr. Ian? A reply came from Mariloff. Should he bring it after the meal? MC replied, no, let the messenger come in. A guy entered the room and said hello. He was holding a box in his hands and said he had come to convey congratulations from Mariloff on receiving the title. MC said, it's strange that it came first. First, they sent a complaint. Nothing was said about this. The guy said fearfully, well, Ian replied, I see. He took the letter in his hands and the guy said, yes, he congratulates him once again with all his heart. And one more thing. The lady handed him the gift. MC looked closely in his direction and the guy opened the box and said, it was made in another country. Romandro asked again, was it brought from abroad? What is it used for? The messenger replied, frankly, he doesn't know, but he knows the name. Ian interrupted him and said, a dripper. Romandro asked, Sir Ian, so he knows? The guy said, and there really wasn't anything he didn't know. MC looked up and asked, he says this is a gift from the Countess? The guy replied, that's right. She said this device would definitely help him, and although it was expensive, he shouldn't feel indebted. MC looked at it and thought, what? Didn't she send this little thing on purpose? A very unusual reaction. Ian thought for a moment, then chuckled, and the guy wondered, Or is it really that simple? Maybe this really was nonsense? Ramandra wondered if they'd sent such a trifle as a gift. The Countess has specific tastes. Mariloff would soon start pressuring them about the gula, but he certainly didn't expect such a provocation. How would Ian react to this? MC asked him to wait a little while. He would write a reply to the Countess. Ramandro asked what he was going to write. MC replied that he liked the gift, and as she said, it would be very useful to him, and also that he would like to meet her sometime. The dripper is one of the recording devices. It automatically makes a hole every time the handle is pressed. Many think that the device is useless and generally nonsense, but the dripper became the basis for all the machines of the future. Automated mechanisms are the future of the technological revolution. These are the most advanced inventions, and before he died, their development became one of the national projects. Was it an insult, or does she also realize the value of the dripper? He needs to check it. After a while, MC asked if they were all ready for departure. Kakantir answered, yes, Nursaran is finishing the preparations. Was there something he wanted to tell him before leaving? Ian answered, rather, he wanted to ask him to do something regarding Mariloff. It's just between them. In winter, Mariloff relies on food brought by ships from Huan. He thinks if he takes care of that, it will simplify everything. Kakantir said it could be done, but they might gain an advantage in the mountains in winter. MC said no, they didn't need fighting. If they found out they'd interfered, he thought, he understood, they'd use it against them. Kakantir asked, is there another idea? Ian smiled and answered, of course. After a while, people were talking in the hall. They'll see each other again, right? Thank you for everything. There's water and dried meat here. Have a good trip. Kakantir, where should we load these things? The guy squeezed the girl's hands and said with tears in his eyes, he'll definitely come again. She asked him to be careful. MC looked around and said they'd been loved here more than he'd expected. Ramandro replied, even in such a short time, true love can blossom, but isn't an unearthly warrior clan a nomadic people? Ian thought, that's not so bad. Marriage best strengthens the alliance between two nations and ensures cultural exchange. A while ago a voice rang out in the office. Mr. Ian, his choice could change someone's life. So let him try to hear the voices behind these words, not to just discuss what is on the agenda, but to try to understand how the people living here feel. Currently, he thought, it was too heavily reinforced by politics. Marriage is not a political tool, but a choice of individuals. Barrick approached him and said, Ian, everything is ready. He told them to leave then. Kakantir looked to the side and said, Nursaran, he's handing over his duties to him. He replied, accepted. He wished him a good journey. The order was given to open the gates. They were returning to the great desert. The people joyfully wished them good luck and asked them to take care of themselves. They saw the detachment off and thanked them for everything. They could not have managed without them. Suddenly, a man with a boy holding a bouquet approached Kakantir and asked forgiveness. The boy thanked him and handed him the flowers, smiling happily. After some time near the temple, Kakantir thanked Master Ian for seeing them off. As soon as they returned, he would immediately start working on the task concerning Mariloff that he had asked of him. MC replied, yes, thank you. Kakantir said that he hoped his trip to the capital would go well. God does not give trials that cannot be overcome. Perhaps a good opportunity would arise there. Ian smiled and said that he thought so too. He suggested that the two of them try. He held out a chest with a small bag and said, here's the gula and the reward. Kakantir took the bag and said that he would take only this. He showed a bouquet and said that he saw that his hands were full. He shouted loudly, forward, to the unearthly clan of warriors. Demosha. Barrick waved after them and shouted, Demosha, have a good journey. MC spoke and it was time for them to return. They had a lot of things to do. Barrick smiled and replied, okay, where will they start? Ian replied, it's already decided. First, they'll cultivate the gula, then they'll subdue Mariloff. He thought the Countess had already received his answer. After a while, the warrior said, Kakantir. He seemed to be in a good mood. He asked again, is it that noticeable? The boy replied, yes. Strangely, he was in a good mood himself. He would never have thought that in the Burial Empire there would be someone who would earn his respect, because he was different from the other idiots from this empire. He doesn't know if the legends are true that mages are messengers of the gods, but his wisdom has given them much. Silask, information about the traitor, an ally on the border, and finally, a map of the Great Desert. Then they returned to the Great Desert after the peace ceremony. Kakantir was asked to stop for a minute. He looked to the side and asked, what's the matter? The woman answered, the wind has changed direction. It looks like the sandstorm will come faster than they expected. He asked, from which direction? The woman answered, the guide branch was damaged and its energy was exhausted, but judging by the wind's energy, it will come from the north. Kakantir spoke up, at this rate, they will have to turn around soon. Okay, they will get around the sandstorm. He ordered everyone to turn east. MC asked again, east, not south? The guys turned around and asked, what is he talking about? Doesn't he know that they need to go north? What can you expect from an aristocrat? He is now a nobleman, Burial. The guy laughed loudly and shouted, exactly. He was probably setting foot on the sand of the Great Desert for the first time. He ordered MC to listen carefully. The guides had been passed down knowledge of the desert from generation to generation so that they would protect them. Who was he to interrupt them? Kakantir looked at him carefully and asked, is that the map he holds? Ian replied, yes. It was compiled by an explorer of the Great Desert from the Burial Empire. Judging by this, the sandstorm will come from the northeast. If they go east, they risk ending up almost in the epicenter, and they can't go along the current route, so it's best to go go south. Kakantir took the map from him and ordered him to give it to him. He looked at it and said, "This is the Bariel language." He ordered Nursaran to translate. He replied, "Yes, Kakantir." The map is very detailed. It shows the amount of precipitation, the temperature, and the humidity over the past 100 years. Kakantir looked carefully at the map and thought, they learned this information while traveling on foot, and there's even an oasis marked here that they discovered only recently. Could all this be due to the difference in technology and science? He turned and asked where he got this map. Ian replied, his mentor gave it to him. Kakantir wondered if even a regular teacher would have such information. MC replied that he was forced to become a teacher for personal reasons, but in reality, he had been studying the Great Desert for a long time. Kakantir thought about it. The Empire was so technologically advanced that it could create a map, but this boy was smart enough to figure it out. He seemed no fool. He needed to keep an eye on him. That day, Ian gave them the map and other information, and they managed to reach the settlement without getting caught in the sandstorm. They were informed that those who went east had encountered this, so this boy's information and insight had helped them. Broad-mindedness, composure, and courage. Kakantir smiled and thought, such talents shouldn't be wasted in Brock. He was really looking forward to learning what he had accomplished in the capital, Ian. After a while, Gale asked, "Are they saying they just put Mullen behind bars?" Colonia replied, "Yes. They weren't even tortured, just taken into custody without any special procedures." Gale paused, then asked, "So he's familiar with palace etiquette?" Colonia replied, "Yes." And as soon as he said the words, even his expression changed. Even the expert Ramandros seemed unaware of this. Wesley said, "Without a doubt, she and Marev were in contact." Gale ordered Wesley not to jump to conclusions. She spread her hands and said she couldn't find any other explanation. As a bastard, he could probably only learn the basics, while this was about the intricacies of etiquette. That would explain why Marev had initially decided to make him the territory's lord. A couple of people had been fawning over Marev, hadn't they? But he chose Ian instead. Even if Ian has magical abilities, his knowledge is still alarming. Gale looked away and then said, "Be that as it may, thank you for your work. Chelonia can go." She bowed and said, "She's leaving them." Wesley picked up the papers, walked around the desk and asked, "Gale?" She leaned toward him and asked, "Should she kill Ian?" Gale smirked and asked, "Any ideas?" Wesley replied, "During the Lord's appointment ceremony, he'll have to become part of the Ministry of Magic, and there will be plenty of ways to do that." Gale paused, then stood up and started to leave. Wesley asked, "Where is he going?" He replied, "To his brother, Ian." "Why do you think he didn't kill Mullen?" Wesley replied, "Well, old man, he's an envoy from the Imperial Palace, and if anything happened, Ian would have to face the investigators again, which would have been difficult. After all, Captain Erica had visited him not long ago." Gale said thoughtfully, "Yes, maybe so." Wesley asked, "Why else?" Gale smoothed her hair and, leaning close to her ear, asked, "Why?" He asked, because he didn't know himself, as he thought she is not suitable for the role of Minister of Magic. Wesley thought he meant by this that she is suitable to be by his side, and not as a minister? That's what he meant, right, Gale? After a while, he was riding inside the carriage and looking out the window. He thought Wesley was ideal as a lover, but for a colleague who should help him govern the state, she acts too hesitantly and aggressively. The investigation team could be one of the reasons why Ian spared Mullen, but it was definitely because of Marev. If Mullen had died while the clan of unearthly warriors was involved in the situation would have worsened so much that not the investigation team, but the army would have come to the territory. Therefore, the decision was left to Marev. Ian clearly understands the difference in position between himself and Marev, and this was a strategic choice. Gale looked out the window and thought, Mullen's life depended not on the bastard's decisions, but on Marev. There are not many of his people in the administration, and they are not as experienced as Mullen. We can't lose such a valuable employee. He tapped his hand with his finger, and then ordered the coachman to stop and turn the carriage around. The coachman asked again, "What?" Gale grinned and replied, "He must visit his father, not his brother." Sometime later, at the Merloff mansion, Simon knocked on the door and asked, "Sir, is he up yet?" Carlo replied, "Yes, let him come in." Simon went inside and asked, "Didn't he get cold last night?" Carlo replied, "It was indeed cool." Simon nodded and replied, "He will tidy up his fireplace. And here are the letters that they received from yesterday evening." Carlo picked up the letters and examined them carefully. He asked, "What is this? A reply to congratulations? Did they send something to Brock?" Simon replied, Well, the lady ordered congratulations to be sent. As he knows, she is trying very hard to help him." Carlo frowned thoughtfully and looked at the signature. Lady Rian Mariloff, from Ian. He said he saw it, and it was Rian who sent the reply. Simon replied, "Maybe he did it because the greeting wasn't sent in his name?" Carlo opened the letter and said, "Judging by the reply, she sent him some kind of gift, and he liked it." Simon replied, "And she personally chose something that no one else had used." He meant that old device that was standing in the fire. Carlo frowned more and more with irritation and asked, "Had these two even met?" Simon answered, "Only for a moment during the farewell, and almost did not speak." Rian snatched the letter from Carlo's hands and asked what he was doing. Why was he reading a letter that came to her? Carlo ordered her to look. Rian asked, "Wow, so he really liked it? Should he be happy about it or not?" Carlo looked at her with displeasure, and she turned away and asked the butler to make them dinner. She would like venison steak. Simon bowed and said, he would pass it to the kitchen now. Rian asked if he'd forgotten last time, or if she thought he'd forgotten. Simon apologized, and it wouldn't happen again. Rian put her hands on her husband's shoulders and said, "Darling." She hugged him and said, They say everyone in Brock grows and eats gula. They say it's tastier than they think. Carlo said he must have become a beast himself after living with those desert barbarians. Is it that bad that he decided to feed people gula? Rian replied, well, their situation is worse than theirs. Ian said he'd like to meet them and thank them. What if she goes to Brock? Carlo ordered her not to talk nonsense. Isn't it the time when everyone's complaining about having nothing to eat? A large trading organization will soon arrive from the kingdom of Havan. Until then, they need to be patient. That's right, because of them, agriculture has declined. Meanwhile, the entertainment and hotel industries have begun to flourish. Rian thought there were problems both without and within. She stood up and asked, so when will the traders arrive? Carlos said, they said they would leave the kingdom of Havan in a month. Rian asked again, in a month, and the road through the mountains will take a month and a half? No. It will only take a month and a week. She approached the door and said she hoped they would arrive here as soon as possible. She went out into the hallway and called out to Clark, who was wiping the glass. He looked at her and said, yes, my lady. Rian told him to wash the windows clean. In a month, guests from the kingdom of Havan will arrive. He bowed and replied, I will obey. He thought, in a month, guests from the kingdom of Havan will arrive. After some time, MC was sitting in his office and saying, Lady Rian Mariloff. He doesn't even know about her origins. The man asked, is he talking about her maiden name? Ian replied, he doesn't know whether she is from a noble family or not. The lady had been married for 3 years. The wedding was very modest by aristocratic standards. Even the residents of the territory learned about the event later. Ramandro said that there was a significant difference in status between them, and perhaps she was a commoner. MC answered thoughtfully, perhaps. He thought about it. He didn't think Rian was from Mariloff, but if she knew what a dripper was, then she wasn't a commoner. He asked, by the way, had they found out anything about the caravan from the kingdom of Havan? The guy replied, it was the Ilak trading organization, which sets out every 5 years. Although Ilak only has 100 people, including the leader, a large number of people rely on them due to the caravan's routes. Following Ilak, smaller formations will follow in a few weeks. Ramandro said, meaning they should reach them first. Nursaran replied that if they earned their trust, it would be easier for them since they could only rely on them in case of an emergency or any unforeseen situation. MC replied, yes, in that case they would. Suddenly, loud blows were heard, and Nursaran said discontentedly, how rude. Sue ran into the room and started screaming. No, why her? She fell to the floor and started rolling from side to side, screaming loudly. Why? Why her? Why did she have to secretly infiltrate the caravan from the kingdom of Havan? Nursaran ordered her to get up, and she replied that she didn't want to. It's cold there, she doesn't even know the way through the mountains. Nursaran, she hates him. Barak asked mockingly, she doesn't know the way through the mountains? That's nonsense. Sue ordered him to shut his mouth. He was the one who recommended her to them. Barak replied, no. MC slammed his hand on the table and said, Sue. He left the table and said, Kakantir trusts her completely and considers her a worthy warrior. Of course, this is not an easy job. But with her responsibility and endurance, she can definitely handle it. And what's more important, isn't she the fastest in the clan of unearthly warriors? This is a one-person task, and if suddenly they have to retreat quickly, no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't find a more suitable person for this than her. Sue blushed with embarrassment and looked away. She said, well, then nothing can be done. Ian smiled and said, okay. He thinks she has heard about it anyway, but she will tell everything in detail. Sue, she will have to. After a while, a loud order to stop was heard in the clearing. Today they will make camp here, so let them settle in and have dinner. They need a good rest. They are leaving in the morning. The guys spoke tiredly, their whole bodies aching. How much longer do they have to go? Sue shouted, so, let them get in line. Don't cut in front of someone. The old woman smiled and said, young lady, she works hard. Thank you for helping with the cooking. Sue fixed her hair and replied, you're welcome. An order was given to pour them soup. Someone ordered them to wait. He was completely out of his mind. Sue remembered MC's words, that she needed to join the caravan from Havan and add some gula powder and yellow scorpion venom to their food. And she needed to try to delay them in the gorge as long as possible. Meanwhile, in Mariloff, a little boy said, Mom, he's hungry. She asked him to be patient. On the other side of town, a man said, damn it. He's never seen anything like it. A villager asked, it's harder this year, right? It's all because of Brock and the blood pollution in the river. Shouldn't Brock pay them compensation for this? Hadn't he heard that someone from Mariloff tried to kill their new lord? That's why relations between them had become strained. This is the first time they've had such a bad harvest, and last year's reserves are everything. What if they ask the Count for help? Unfortunately, he only raises taxes. The man frowned and said, well, in Brock they say gula is delicious. The men laughed loudly and shouted, nonsense and nothing more. The man replied, no, it's true. An expert from the imperial palace said that he often eats it. News reaches them late. But in the center of the empire and in the royal family, they have been eating gula for a long time. The townsman smirked and asked, idiot, does he really believe this? The man told him to stop. He was already going crazy from hunger. They don't need gula. When will the caravan arrive? The townsman replied, they should have arrived by now. Where are they stuck? At that moment, loud screams were heard from the tents. Their stomachs hurt so much. Let them get some water. The man asked, how is this possible? Usually, a couple of people from the caravan get poisoned, but this is the first time so many people have gotten sick at once. When will the doctor arrive? The man replied. Merloff promised to send one as soon as possible. So soon. They are waiting. Sue turned around and asked if they were closer to Merloff or the kingdom of Havan. The woman looked at her thoughtfully and then answered, they left recently. That means Havan is closer. And the road to Merloff is not easy, and the road to the kingdom goes through a plain, so a healer from Havan would have arrived faster. The guy frowned and asked for water. Give him warm water. Sue smiled and replied, she will prepare it now. The old woman looked after her and said, they can trust her. Let them be patient a little. How glad she is that she is there. Sue went outside and thought happily, she got out of there. If she can return, she will never go beyond the desert again. Be that as it may, when the healer arrives here, she will try to convince them to return to Havan. Suddenly a man called out to her and grabbed her hand. He ordered her to show her hand. Sue screamed in irritation. What is he doing, you idiot? The guy ordered her to explain what was in her hand. Scratches on the back of her hand and wrist. This is what the hands of those who often use their fists look like. So what is she doing here, little cook? He ordered her nicely to get what she put in her pocket. Sue smirked and asked, does he have nothing better to do if he is spying on her? The guy frowned and asked, what? Sue pulled her hand away and punched him in the stomach. The guy fell to the ground and the others screamed. What was that sound? Was there a fight here? The guy heard a scream. Sue frowned and thought, trouble. It will be difficult for her to deal with them alone. Suddenly a man appeared from the bushes and asked, nightmare, what kind of place is this? Sue pointed her finger at the fighters in fear and screamed, robbers. The men asked in fear, robbers? Horror. We need to grab our weapons. Erica screamed, what? Stop. Let them wait. What thieves? She is the captain of the Imperial Army. Everyone started fighting and screaming. It's terrible. They can't see anything in front of them. They need to light a fire. Let the thieves die. But they are not thieves. Sue jumped onto a tree and thought, because of the darkness, no one can distinguish between friend and foe. Half will die, half will escape. So she will be able to deal with the caravan before the healer arrives? Kakantir, she will be back soon. After some time, a cart pulled into the city, and Carlo clenched his fists and asked, no, 3 people arrived here in an empty cart? Simon replied, it looks like they were attacked by bandits. Carlos slammed his fist on the table and screamed, what nonsense? Simon replied, he went there with a guide. Most of the people are wounded or unconscious. The leader of the caravan was hurt the worst. They say he returned to the kingdom of Havan. Only the survivors were asked to come here. Before he could finish speaking, Carlos suddenly started throwing all the documents off the table and screaming loudly. He screamed, the horror, the nightmare, the idiots. Why does he have to eat only porridge because of them? Carlos slammed his hands on the table and asked, butler, what are the prices in Sharon? He said. Simon replied, 1 sack of flour costs 6 silver coins. Carlos said, it can't be helped. We need to send people there. He ordered them to find out who exactly needs supplies, and then form a trading group. Simon asked to be forgiven, but why don't they ask Brock for help? Carlo looked at him irritably and asked, what? Simon replied, it's colder in Sharon than here, so it will snow there earlier. This will make it difficult to transport the cargo. Maybe they should get some gula, which they eat in Brock now? Carlo slammed his hand on the table and screamed, this is complete nonsense. Paying money for weeds that even pigs don't eat? They won't have that on their tables. Simon apologized, and Carlo ordered them to immediately find out the price in Sharon. Simon bowed and said, yes. He thought, it can't be helped. After a while, MC was sitting in his office and saying that a letter had arrived from Mariloff, but it wasn't from the Count, but from the butler. Barrick asked again, not from the Count? Ian replied, there's no seal here. Viscount Ian was greeted in a letter by the butler. He writes to him in the hope that he will agree to start trading in gula. This is his personal request and has nothing to do with the Count. But if he agrees, they will both try to make a mutually beneficial deal. MC said that the very fact that the butler wrote the letter suggests that the Count is trying to get food somewhere else. Rumandro said, probably from Sharon. But snow falls early there, and the journey there alone will take 10 days. MC stood up and ordered Barrick to go to the dungeon. He ate a cookie and said, yes. Ian said, and also Barrick, let him give him 1 cookie. He looked at him questioningly and looked away. After a while, they went down to the dungeon to Colin. MC said, Colin, it looks like he's having a hard time here. He handed him a cookie and said, here, if he eats this, he will let him out. He grabbed the cookie from Ian's hands and quickly ate it, and MC said, okay. Now let him listen to it carefully. Don't tell anyone about this. He will send him back to Mariloff, where upon his return, he will join a group of traders that will go to Sharon. Colin asked again, to Sharon? Ian said, and he must ruin the deal at all costs. It doesn't matter if he burns the cart, ties up all the members of the group, or breaks something, but the group must not return for 2 weeks. Colin looked at him in fear and asked, how can he do this? MC lifted his head and said, if he doesn't do this, he will die. If something goes wrong, he will immediately release this energy and the poison that was in this cookie will begin to act. Colin grabbed his mouth and recoiled in fear. Ian said, his blood will turn acid and his body will melt. Then it will seep into the ground. Colin tried to spit out the cookie and MC said, but if all goes well, he would break the spell and he would be free. Well, how is he going to cope? Colin sat on the floor with tears in his eyes and looked at him. After a while, a voice was heard in the Mariloff mansion. Let those who are going with the trading group to Sharon come here. They must write their names on this list. If he doesn't know how to write, there is no need to disturb the others. Colin wrote himself down on the list and put his fingerprint, and Simon said, frankly, he doesn't fit since he has a criminal record, but they will take him for his enthusiasm. Let him gather his strength and try, okay? Colin answered. Yes. He thought fearfully he must survive. If he hadn't come here, he would definitely have died. The men stood to the side and talked. A guy asked, do you think he can cope? Another guy answered, he thinks so. They took him. Otherwise, he would have fed the worms. By the way, the atmosphere here has changed since their last visit, right? Apparently, it's all because of the rumors that the caravan won't be able to arrive. These are not rumors, but the truth. And that's true. Clark heard this and went back inside the mansion. He walked down the corridor and knocked on the door and said, Madam, a suspicious man joined the group of merchants. Rian asked again. Yes? What joy. She wishes Clark an easy journey. She believes he will do his job well. Clark sadly lowered his head and told her not to worry about it. After a while, the caravan stopped near the cave. Colin approached the cart, holding a torch in his hand. He closed his eyes and mentally asked everyone to forgive him. But if he doesn't, then he will die. He lowered the torch when suddenly a cry was heard behind him. Colin, what is he doing here? Colin turned around in fear and answered, he's not doing anything. Clark snatched the torch from his hands and asked, then what is this? He decided to burn the carts and take the gold for himself? Colin's eyes widened in fear, and Clark threw the torch aside. He thought, what? What's going on? And this man? Who is he? How does he know his name? Clark swung his sword and cut off Colin's head, and then turned around. The guys ran out of the cave and screamed, what's going on? Fire, Clark said. Colin set fire to the cart with gold, and he resisted so hard that he had to sort it out. The people screamed loudly, horror, this crazy Colin. We need to bring sand. The man stood behind the others and thought, what the hell is going on? Why is he talking like he's reading a script? He needs to report this to Master Ian and Master Romandro immediately. He started to run away. After a while, Simon came into Carlo's room and screamed, Sir, something bad has happened. Carlo looked at him and asked, what's the matter? Simon spoke in fear. They had contacted a group of merchants, and all their carts had burned down. Carlo slammed his hands on the table and screamed, what? Simon folded his hands behind his back and said, Colin, who had begged him to join the group, had set the carts on fire and tried to kill people. He thought he wanted to steal the gold coins they had taken with them. They tried to detain him, but the guy resisted, and in the end, Colin was dead, and the carts had burned down. And since there were casualties, they decided to go to Sharon first, but they didn't know how long the journey would take. Carlo thought, this winter promises to be the hardest. Even the mansion's supplies would soon be running low. If they couldn't get food from Sharon and Havan, then he remembered MC's image and then grabbed the guy by the head and slammed it on the table. He screamed, what does this mean? How did this even happen? The guy begged for mercy, and Carlo screamed, was it Colin who started the fire? Let him kill this idiot's entire family. After a while, the girl said in fear, the butler. Simon told her not to go in. He was raging and throwing tantrums. The maid asked what they should do. Simon told them to be quiet, or did they want to calm him down together? Rian ordered the door to be opened. The girl said with tears in her eyes, Mistress, right now. Rian said, it's okay, let her open it. The girl bowed and opened the door, and inside Carlo was hitting the guy. Rian said, darling, let him leave this boy and give her a minute. She put her hand on his shoulder and asked him not to be so angry. And why don't they ask Brock for help? Simon dragged the guy out of the room, and Rian said that if he was afraid of hurting his pride, she could talk to their lord. They were closer in age, so maybe she should go to him instead? Carlo turned around and grabbed her head and asked she? Rian asked him to leave it to her. He squeezed her hair and asked, is she trying to escape? Rian looked at him and asked, what if she is? Carlo told her only to dare. After a while, MC bowed and asked, surely the way here was not easy. Welcome, Countess Mariloff. She smiled and said, they have not seen each other for a long time. He is Viscount Ian now, right? MC replied, he was mutually glad to meet. He was very surprised that she personally came to them. Rian replied that when she heard the news about his title assignment, she was not able to congratulate him properly, and it bothered her and the Count very much. Ian turned around and said it was not worth it. He understood that they were very busy. Besides, they sent him a gift. It is a very valuable thing. Isn't she sorry to part with it? Rian smiled and asked, as she thought, does this put him in an awkward position? She insisted on another gift, but the Count claimed that this is what would help him, Viscount Ian. If the Count says so, what can she do? Ian narrowed his eyes and thought, she gave him the dripper to leave them alone. It's all clear. He doesn't know where she comes from, but judging by her manners, she is an aristocrat. Rian said, but, Viscount Ian, today she came to him because she wanted to see Lady Marie's chambers. MC thought in surprise, so she is not here to buy a gula? Ryan said, as she told him last time, Marie borrowed one thing from her but she never got it back. Ian told her to do as she sees fit. He did not touch her chambers, so if she was in them, it is still there. He will show her. Rian said that he can tell her where her room is, so he doesn't have to waste time. She will find it herself, MC said, and yet he will show her. After a while, they entered the room and he asked, which one is she looking for? If she says, he can help her. Rian replied, no, it cannot be touched. She apologizes, Viscount Ian, but could he please step out for a moment? These are the ladies' quarters after all. She will let him know when she is finished. MC turned away and said, okay. He whispered to the butler to keep an eye on her. He replied, he is obeying. He entered the room and apologized. He asked, Madam, can I help her with anything? Rian replied, hadn't he heard what she said to the Viscount? Let him open the drawer and leave. She looked in the broken mirror and said she would find this thing herself. Everything in the room was scattered in different directions, and Ramandro entered Ian's room and said, he heard that Countess Mariloff had arrived. Where is she? MC replied, she is in the previous countess's chambers. She is looking for something of her own. Ramandro asked in surprise, and what is it? So, she didn't come to buy gula. Ian replied that he didn't know himself. It was already past noon, and she was still searching. Ramandro said he was sure they'd talk about the gula, but later. Ian replied that yes, he thought so too. The Countess hadn't come all this way here just to find one thing. Ramandro smiled and said, he sees, he's already decided on a price. How much is he going to charge them? MC smiled and answered thoughtfully, he thinks he'll raise the price a bit. The bag will cost at least. After a while, Rian entered the room and said, Viscount, please forgive me. It took longer than she expected. MC got up from the couch and asked if she had found what she was looking for. Rian replied, no, unfortunately. Ian smiled and said he was sorry to hear that. He told her to sit down, and if she waited a little, she would be served tea. Rian said, yes, thank you. Ramandro greeted Madame Mariloff. Rian greeted the palace expert and asked how he was doing. MC approached the butler and ordered tea to be served, and then to go to Barrack and tell him to clean the former countess's chambers. After some time in the office, Rian said that she hadn't actually come here for the lost item. She'd heard he had debts to pay off to the palace. Ian asked how she knew about it. Rian sipped from her cup and said she wouldn't let anything slip by. The sum was quite impressive, but she could help him with it. MC asked again, help from Mariloff? Rian replied, yes, instead of lending it to him, she'd like to buy some gula from him. What did he think about that? Ian smiled and said thoughtfully, he didn't particularly like it. Ramandro spat out his tea in surprise, and MC said, thank her for her offer, but they'd already figured out how to raise the necessary amount. They'd pay the debt themselves. Rian asked again, would he pay it off himself? Really? MC replied, of course. Besides, gula costs over 5,000. Winter promises to be tough, Rian said, but gula wasn't worth a penny before. Ian answered, indeed, that was the case before. But, madam, she wouldn't skimp when people's lives were at stake, would she? Of course, he didn't mind if she wanted to buy gulu from them. Rian asked, then at what price was he willing to sell it? MC replied, 50 gold per bag. Ramandro thought, and he said that he hadn't overstated the price much, and after that he asks for 50. At the same time, in Madame Marie's chambers, Hannah entered the room and asked, Mr. Barrack, what is he doing here? Barrack replied, it was Ian's order. He asked to search the chambers after Madame Mariloff was looking for something here. Hannah asked again, what was that thing? Barrack replied, he doesn't know. She didn't say. She's a strange lady, right? Ian said that it should definitely be here, but he couldn't find anything. Hannah looked around thoughtfully and asked, was he looking under the ceiling? After a while, Barrack said, his head. He was standing on the table and holding Hannah in his arms, who was examining the ceiling tiles. Barrack asked, is there really something there? She knows how to open doors and is good with her hands and knows how to find things. Hannah answered, where she comes from, many people know how to do that. Barrack answered, he doesn't think so. Suddenly Hannah said, yes. She screamed loudly. She found it. There is something here. Barrack asked, is it really? She took out the thing and asked, is it a powder compact? They got down from the table and Barrack asked, why did she hide it here? Hannah answered, she doesn't know. It looks quite ordinary. Barrack opened the powder compact and froze, turning suddenly pale. He winced and said, this smell, something is wrong. Barrack fell to the floor and dropped the powder compact, and Hannah screamed in fear. Mr. Barrack, let him come to his senses. Wake up. Mr. Barrack. At the same time in the living room, Rian said thoughtfully, 50 gold. That's a considerable sum, especially considering the yield of gula. MC replied that in 2 months she could help everyone in Mariloff survive. He was sure she understood the importance of maintaining the territory's population without him, so it was a very fair price. Rian answered thoughtfully, true. MC thought she was only thinking about that borrowed thing. She wasn't at all interested in buying gula. Ian said that they, like the Count, set the price based on the interests of the inhabitants of their territory. At what price did they want to sell them the grain then? Ramandro said that the list of goods didn't include either wheat or corn, and she was asking twice as much as usual. Even a crate of the most common potatoes costs half a gold coin. Rian said thoughtfully, it was the Count's decision, so she didn't think her opinion mattered. She understood that he wanted to make money by asking 50 gold per sack. Thank you for your understanding, in that case. She didn't have time to finish speaking when suddenly a loud stomping sounded in the corridor, and Hannah burst into the room. She screamed, Master Ian, something bad happened. He asked, Hannah, what happened? She answered, Master Barrack found that thing in the room. It was a powder compact filled with white powder. He lost consciousness as soon as he inhaled it. Rian jumped up from the sofa in fear and started to run. MC asked, Madam? He ran after her and screamed, Madam. He grabbed her hand and said, Countess, let her calm down. Rian turned around and ordered to let her go. Ian let go of her and asked her to stop. Suddenly he fell to the floor and Ramandro screamed, Ian, is he okay? He answered, yes, he is fine. Madam, is she okay? MC saw large bruises on Rian's leg and froze. After a while, Barrack was lying in the chambers, and MC turned to Rian and said, he thinks they have a lot to discuss. He stood in front of the tied-up Rian and asked if she could tell him everything, from start to finish. Rian screamed, it's just powder. Ordinary powder. So what are those ropes for? before. Hannah said it wasn't ordinary. Most powders were skin-colored and coarser ground. Besides, she couldn't remember anyone losing consciousness because of it. Rian asked, "Who was she?" MC replied, "She was a very educated member of the family." Rian frowned and looked closely at Ian, who asked, "Hannah, could she get a wet towel?" She bowed and said, "Yes, Master Ian." She asked Master Ramandro to come with her. He said he also needed to go for a while. When only Rian and MC were left in the room, he suggested they talk frankly. No matter how much he thought about it all, he couldn't help but notice some oddities. He sat down on a chair and said, first of all, he thought she knew what a dripper was, more precisely, about its significance. He's right, right? Ryan pursed her lips and remained silent. And Ian asked if maybe she was from the Rajan Mountains, that is, she is part of the Dare people? Ryan asked in surprise, "Does she look like one of them? Does she really look like those moles in human form?" MC spoke up, since she knows what they look like. His guess is correct. Rian said she was born near the Rajan Mountains and was friends with the Dare people. Her mother is a dryad. Ian asked, "So she is half dryad?" Dryads are fairies who guard the tree with whom they share their lives. They are willful and cruel, and therefore, in order not to be separated from their loved ones, they swallow them alive. Rian said that because she couldn't understand her mother, she cut down the tree herself and ran away. She didn't have time to bury her father's remains. MC asked, "And then she ended up here?" Rian replied, "She was caught and sold. As soon as she left the forest, she met slave traders. She knows how valuable the dripper is. Although she doesn't know how exactly it is used, the Dur people value it very much." "But how did he know about it, Sir Ian?" MC replied, "He heard it from someone somewhere, sometime." Rian said he knows a lot about this thing. Ian asked, "Does the Count know that she is half dryad?" She answered, "No, she looks more like her father than her mother." MC said, "Does this mean she wants to help him?" Rian answered, "He has a strange reaction, Sir Ian. Should she be grateful for this?" MC replied, "It depends on her intentions." Ryan lifted the hem of her dress and exposed her leg. MC looked at this, and she said, "Her husband, Count Mariloff, is not in his right mind. She is of low birth, and she cannot divorce. But she is not able to live for several more decades either. It wouldn't be fair to live like this after she cut down her mother's tree. That's why she needs this compact." MC's eyes widened in surprise and then grabbed Rian's hands and asked, "So this is poison?" Rian replied, "No, it's a new hallucinogenic sleeping pill brought from the kingdom of Havan. When using it, breathing can stop for a while. But this is the first time she has seen something like this happen after one inhalation. Neither she nor Marie had any problems with it." MC asked, "And she used this powder?" Rian replied, "She was probably going to use it on Durg at first, but apparently she decided to try it on herself first." Ian asked, "But why?" Rian looked at him and said, "Sir Ian, it's all because of him. He is her husband's bastard. So that's why she looked like that in the basement. Was it because of withdrawal?" Rian said, "Sir Ian, she hates the name Mariloff. So what's the difference between her and her mother now? Freedom of choice. That's all she wants." She raised her bound hands and said, "She has a proposal for him. The enemy of her enemy is her friend. Therefore she sees no reason to avoid cooperating with him. If he helps her, or rather, if he turns a blind eye to certain things, she will help him pay off his debt to the palace. And she will help in any situation." MC folded his arms across his chest and said, "He knows that Count Mariloff has younger brothers and sisters. If he suddenly dies, one of them, not she, will receive the title." Rian replied, "It doesn't matter. She has the right to decide where to be." Ian asked if the right would be preserved if she helped their territory. Ryan replied that she didn't know. It was high time she returned home. Maybe he should just accept the offer and let her go? Or... Suddenly, a scream was heard in the hallway. MC opened the door slightly and heard, "Are they joking? Why can't he see Madam? He told me he needed to talk to her." Ramandro replied that he and Master Ian were having an important conversation right now. Clark asked what they were talking about, that he couldn't even deliver a message to her. What did he do to their mistress? Ramandro replied that he just explained it. Hannah screamed, "How stupid are they? She's the one who did this to their people." Ian went out into the hallway and ordered them to listen. "Their mistress is busy for now, so let them wait a little longer." Clark saw Rian's tied hands and blushed with anger. He rushed forward and shouted, "What does this mean? He will soon be feeding the worms." MC grabbed his hand and released his mana. Clark flew aside, and Ryan looked at it in fear. She screamed, "Clark." At that moment, Barrick whispered, "Horror." He fell asleep. Ryan ran to Clark and crouched down, and the guy said, "Master Ian, Master Ramandro, it was him. It was he who killed Colin on the way to Sharon and set the wagons on fire." MC asked again, "Is he sure?" Ryan screamed. She said she hated everything about Mariloff. Ian asked, "So it was he who destroyed the caravan?" Ryan cried out in displeasure. Instead of thanking him, did he attack him? Ian folded his arms and replied, "He attacked him first. Besides, his Clark is simply unconscious." "But how did they know that they sent Colin?" Rian answered. Against the backdrop of the news of the attack on him, several people disappeared from the gambling house. Of course, the return of one of the missing was suspicious. Ian asked, "What about the Count?" Rian replied, "The old man did nothing. He might not even have known Colin was there." MC thought he couldn't understand the Count at all. He ignored what the people in his territory had done. He ordered Mistra, Clark, to be carried to his room. The butler approached him and said, "Okay, Mr. Ian." Rian looked after Clark with sympathy, and MC asked, "Is there something between them?" She replied, "Not what he thought." Ian replied, "Okay. Well, Countess, now she needs to tell him everything in detail. She wants freedom, he wants to pay off the debt. However, as long as the Count has heirs, there is no guarantee that she will receive the money after his death. And if he finds out about her plans, the problems will be his, because it was he who allowed her to kill the Count. They need to figure out how to move the gold from Mariloff here, and not put her in danger. Rian replied, "That's right, and she knows what he wants, Sir Ian." After a while, the maids in the mansion looked fearfully at Carlo, who was irritably clenching his fists behind his back. The carriage pulled up to the mansion, and Carlo approached it with a displeased expression and said, "Rian." She smiled and asked to be forgiven. She was very late. Carlo replied that he had no idea what was going on now. Rian said she had a lot to tell him. Carlo loudly ordered her to speak now. Rian replied that she had sold Clark and received gula in exchange. She was late because they had been arguing for a long time. Ian didn't want to lower the price. "Darling, wouldn't he like to try the gula?" She said to serve it as a side dish, and they could discuss everything calmly over dinner. After a while, there was food on the table, and Carlo asked, since she had exchanged Clark for this, "Does that mean the gula is worth 15 gold pieces?" Rian sat down next to him and said, Ian asked 50 gold pieces for the bag, and wouldn't agree to less. However, he agreed to such an exchange in the form of humanitarian aid. Carlo replied, "Well, that's nonsense. But as a side dish, the gula looks decent." He tried it, and his eyes widened in admiration. He said it was even good. Rian asked, "Isn't it?" It seemed true that they like to eat it in the capital. She was told that the seed germinates a month after planting. She can't wait. Carlo asked, "What did she talk about with the Viscount in Brock?" Rian said, "Well, as he sees it. She tried to improve their affairs with his help." Rian said a while ago that she understood everything. He wants her to persuade him to buy the gula, right? Ian smiled and said he was asking her to do something more. First, he wants to get as much profit from this as possible. Frankly, Mariloff has no other choice now. The roads to Havon and Sharon are closed, and the county is facing famine. Rian replied, "That's not a bad plan." In exchange, she asked him to keep an eye on Clark, and she would take care of the Count. And she asked for her compact to be returned. She poured wine into a glass and said that after they made the deal, she checked Marie's quarters but didn't find it there. Apparently, she lost the compact during the Civil War. Carlo asked what she was going to do with a dead traitor's thing. Rian replied that it had originally belonged to her. Simon apologized and said he would take the dishes. Carlo skipped irritably and said not to disturb them until they went to bed. And for breakfast, let him serve more ghouls. At that moment, Rian added powder to his wine, and Simon replied, "Yes." Carlo said, "Rian." She replied that she was listening to him. He said discontentedly, "There won't be a second time. If she came home after sunset again, he would break her legs." Rian thought that he definitely wouldn't see her a second time, because he would soon be feeding the worms. She replied, "Yes." He didn't need to worry about that. After a while, an order to open the door was heard in MC's estate. What is he going to do with the lady? Ian approached the door and asked, "His name is Clark, right?" He asked, puzzled. "Sir Ian?" He asked him to spare her. He begged him not to harm Lady Rian. It was hard enough to protect her in the Mariloff mansion. Thanks to the lady, many people were able to escape the Count's wrath. MC asked again, "Did she help people?" Clark was kneeling and knocking on the door. Ian said, "Okay, his lady just went back to the mansion." He asked again, "Really?" MC replied, "He is. This is a pledge guaranteeing the protection of their interests before Mariloff. So he asks him to just wait. If he makes noise, he will only disturb his lady." Clark calmed down and looked down, and MC remembered the conversation on the street. He told Rian that his people would take them to the mansion. He told her to be careful. Rian climbed inside the carriage, and MC said, "Lady Ryan, this." She interrupted him and said, "Everything is fine, for now." She had been waiting for this chance for several winters. He thinks she can't hold out for a few days. The carriage moved away from the mansion, and MC looked after it. Currently, Ian left Clark and came to Barrick's room. He asked how he was. The healer answered, "It looks like he just fell asleep. He may not wake up because of fatigue. He says it's because of the sleeping hallucinogen." Ian answered, "Yes, if you take it for more than a month, you can die. The respiratory system stops working." The healer said that such a dose would kill someone, but Barrick inhaled a small amount, nothing to worry about. However, since it is a hallucinogenic thing, they should monitor him more closely until he wakes up. He can talk in his sleep. In a really bad case, he might even sleepwalk. Romandro's eyes widened in surprise, and then he asked, "Ian, maybe we should tie him up. How will they stop him if he starts sleepwalking?" MC replied, "He doesn't know. He can do it himself." Suddenly, Barrick woke up and his eyes widened in surprise. Ian asked, "Is he awake?" Barrick asked, "Why is he lying here?" MC replied, "He inhaled some powder from Madame Rian's compact and passed out. Does anything hurt?" Barrick replied, "It doesn't hurt. It's just weird." MC asked again, "Weird? It's a hallucinogenic powder, so he might have visions. If it's hard for him to tell what's real and what's not," Barrick replied, "No, he can tell the difference. He feels disgusting." He sat up and looked at Romandro, who was standing behind the door. He broke out in a sweat and asked, "Barrick, he recognizes him, right?" Barrick cried out happily, "Doggy." He quickly ran up to him and asked where he was running. Romandro shouted, "An unearthly clan of warriors. Where are they?" "Warriors? Let them stop him." The healer said, "Well, he has no problem with physical strength." Ian thought it wasn't for nothing that he was a magic swordsman. A week later, he received a letter from Mariloff. In it, he wrote that he wanted to purchase more gula. Ian picked up a pen and began to write, "Dear Mariloff." He thanked him for his agreement regarding the deal to purchase gula. After an expert assessed the situation in Mariloff, They concluded that 100 bags of gula would be enough. However, they refused to sell it for less than 50 gold pieces per bag. In exchange, they will forget all past grievances. If he wants to make changes to the terms of the deal, he can contact them anytime. Ian. After a while, MC looked out the window and asked if the Merloff couple had arrived. They seemed to be in a hurry. Ramandro said, "So everything will be decided today." "Okay, then he'll distract them." MC said he'd be grateful, Mr. Ramandro. After a while, he greeted the Count and Countess. He thanked them for their personal visit. Carlo coughed and said he didn't know if they distracted him from his business. MC smiled and said, "But his business must be important, right, since they came? So why are they here?" "They came to buy the gula." Did he guess right? Carlo tapped his fingers on the armrest and said he'd calculated the exact amount of gula needed. If they planned to eat and cultivate it at the same time, he'd need 100 sacks. That's a large purchase. That's why they'd come to find out why the price was so high. Ramandro replied that they couldn't lower the price despite the large purchase, because gula is a long-lasting product. Since it doesn't spoil, there's no need to rush to sell it out of worry about it spoiling. You can just eat it when you need it. MC said that they weren't selling wild gula, but gula grown by the residents of their territory. That's why they were asking a fair price for it, and he knew, right? Gula grows in any conditions, but it will die as soon as snow falls. It looked like this would be the first and last deal of such a large size. Next time, Mariloff would be able to provide for itself. So first, he had to either sell more gula or ask for a higher price. Carlo asked if the weather wasn't strange right now, even if it wasn't snowing. MC replied that they wouldn't be able to get a large harvest in the future, so they were asking for a price so they could build a greenhouse and increase the harvest. Therefore, they would sell the gula for at least 50 gold coins per bag. They also respected the emperor and the residents of Brock's desire to restore their territory. They left the room, and the Count and Countess were left alone. Carlo asked with displeasure, 5,000 for some weed, and how could he dare mention the emperor's name? Rien said that this year, the situation is special. Now they need to save the territory as soon as possible. While they went out for a while on urgent business, they can leisurely discuss everything among themselves. What do you think is the maximum price they could pay for the bag? He thoughtfully looked away and said that he didn't think the bag was worth even 1 gold piece, but he would give a maximum of 35 gold pieces. She thought for a second and asked, but would Ian agree to that? Judging by what she saw, he was trying to grab a bigger piece. She touched his hand and said that she thought if he lowered the price to at least 40, then he should agree right away. After all, he said that the gula would die when the snow fell. If this happens, the price will only increase, and it will become even more difficult to buy a gula. They can buy seeds and food for planting. How about half large seeds and half small ones? He thought about her words, after which MC returned and apologized for keeping them waiting. He simply had very urgent matters to attend to. Carlo coughed awkwardly and noticed that the tea had already cooled, and he immediately ordered his maid to brew new one. When he sat down on the sofa, he noticed the Countess. She demonstratively adjusted her earring, giving him a sign. Understanding what she meant, he frowned and thought that he had asked for 50 gold pieces, but they were only willing to pay 35. It was good that he had inflated the price in advance, especially since he was concerned not only about the Count, but also about the residents of Mariloff. The Countess slapped her palm on the table in displeasure and said that she thought 50 gold pieces was too high a price. It sounds like he's trying to monopolize the gula, and by setting them such a price, it's like he doesn't want to make a deal with them. He sighed as if doing them a favor, and said that then he would set a different condition. He would sell them the bag for 40 gold, and in exchange they would sign an agreement that they would not interfere in their politics. The Count glanced at the warrior standing by the door and wondered if he really thought he was stealing something by collaborating with desert barbarians. He was an idiot. Even if they agreed not to interfere, if he reported this to the capital, they would immediately stop him. He agreed with a smile, saying that after all, their economic freedom was part of their independence. But then they shouldn't interfere in Mariloff's economy either. And yet, they should agree on 30 gold. Ian noted that he had told him about the price of 40 gold, and he said that then he would agree to raise it to 31 gold. MC asked if he had decided to change the proposed price twice. That was too big a discount. The Count became nervous and started raising the price 1 coin at a time, and when Ian refused him again, he nervously clenched his teeth, as if tearing this money from his heart, and quickly blurted out that he could only offer him 35. He would not agree to more. MC sighed heavily and agreed. 100 sacks at 35 gold, so in total they owed them 3,500 gold. Now they could discuss the contract. Ramandro laid out the documents on the table, and the Count asked if they could change the word fresh to a week after harvest. The man said that in that case they would add a clarification that it depended on the harvest schedule. They continued to draw up the contract, paying attention to every detail, and Ian, noticing how the Countess was stretching her back, remarked that she must be tired. The discussion would take a long time. Why didn't she rest in her chambers? She looked at her husband and asked, "He doesn't mind, does he?" Without looking up from the agreement, he told her to go and not to get on his nerves, after which MC stood up and offered to accompany her, as he also wanted to get some fresh air. She didn't refuse, and the Count became very angry after hearing this. He looked at Ian in fury and thought, This servant offered to personally escort her. How dare he approach her? Ramandro distracted him, asking, "Is he listening?" They returned to discussing the agreement, and the two left. As soon as they were outside the room, MC thanked her for her efforts, and she asked how Clark was doing. He told her that he was in the best chambers of the mansion, and that he took his meals exclusively there. His face became serious, and he asked if she had seen the Count's younger brother Mariloff. She told him that she had seen him a couple of times, and that he lived in an old mansion in the east of the territory. They are clearly of the same blood, judging by the fact that they both have a nasty character. Ian noted that this means that if the Earl dies, only the younger brother will claim his place. If he is not there, then there's nothing to worry about. No one will suspect her, even if the Earl dies. The Countess said that she is cursed. Her mother always said so. The existence of dryads and other fairies depends on promises and their fulfillment. If a promise is made, it must be kept. Otherwise, there will be a price to pay. She will not get away with killing the guardian of the forest and destroying the sacred bond between her and her mother. The death of the Earl will immediately raise doubts about his brother. He will begin to suspect her and eventually sell her to slave traders after learning the whole truth. Or is she just imagining it all? MC answered her that he himself does not know. Did she promise her mother something? If not, then he does not know why she should be cursed. If she thinks it's all because of the broken connection, then so be it. And if she doesn't think so, then there is no curse. So she shouldn't feel sorry for herself. They approached the chambers where Clark was, and Barrick opened the door. Seeing Clark, Rian froze in the threshold and said his name, and then her face darkened. She turned around and Ian asked, "She's just leaving like that?" She asked in response, "What else can she do?" She sold him to them for a gula and just wanted to make sure he was alive. The guy looked down in disappointment, and Barrick, noticing this, scratched his ear in confusion and asked, "What were they even doing here?" Soon they returned to the room and MC asked, "Have they discussed a lot without them?" Ramandro noted that they arrived just in time. They had already finished everything. He handed him a huge stack with a very tired look and asked him to check the edited part. Ian praised him for his work and began to read the documents. Having finished, he told the Count that there were no problems. Unfortunately, he didn't have an official seal yet, so he would sign it. He agreed, since a note about this had already been added to the contract, and said that they would pick up the gold today. He can pay 1,000 gold pieces now, the rest will be transferred through the Heyman Bank. MC thought that he probably hoped to lower the price to 10 coins per sack, after which they shook hands to sign the deal, and the Count said that his men would begin loading the gold. In the meantime, why don't they go to the bank? Ian agreed, after which they left the meeting room, and while the Count was giving orders to the servants, he asked Barrick to order his men to help them. Let him tell them that they can put as much gall as they want in the sacks, so they shouldn't bother themselves too much. He nodded and asked him to also order them to prepare the carriage. As soon as they checked the authenticity of the gold, it would be sent to the bank. Barrick asked which bank he was talking about, and he responded by asking if there were many banks to choose from in Burial. Of course, they would go to Cayman. When they arrived there, they were immediately met by a banker. She greeted Ian with a smile and said that she had heard about the deal with Count Mariloff, and, looking at the chest of gold, asked, "Was this all the gold received?" He told her that there were 1,000 gold pieces, and she asked in confusion, "So the Count didn't even write him a check?" Ramandro confirmed this, and hitting Barrick, who reached out his hands for the gold, said that this is how rich people handle money. The armored warrior closed the chest and picked it up, asking the woman if he could take it. She gave him her permission, and Barrick, struck by the sight of this man, looked up at Ramandro and asked, "Who is this?" He asked, "Is this the first time he sees him?" His armor was made of magical stones, and his strength was enough to crush a person's head. The armor is impervious to fire, swords, or even simple spells. A shudder ran through him, making him uneasy, and Barrick noted that thieves wouldn't even look at the bank with him. MC said that if a robbery were attempted, he would kill the thief before they could act. The banker said that the Cayman Bank is a kind of shrine, like the Temple of Burial. Therefore, even during the Civil War, neither the investigation team nor the Count's men attacked the place. Moreover, people seeking refuge here had gathered at the gates. If they had decided to rob them, they would have been dealt with immediately. She led them to the break room and said that refreshments had been prepared for them. They could wait here while they counted the gold. Barrick immediately began to eat, and Ramandro said that having earned 3,500 gold, they had covered part of the debt. And even if they collected more taxes than usual, it wouldn't be enough, not to mention the problems next year. Travel expenses, New Year's celebrations, living expenses, food for Barrick, and all that jazz. Upon hearing his name, Barrick immediately looked at him questioningly, and he sat down next to Ian and said that if he didn't mind, he could stay at his house in the capital. MC replied that he was, of course, grateful for it, but he had just recently gotten married. Ian responded that they wouldn't be sleeping in the same room. So, what's there to worry about? Everything will be fine. He shouldn't worry. They've already collected 40% of the debt, but it's too early to relax, because that's the easiest way to fail. Ian said that taxes have already increased because of Gula, and it could only make things more difficult for the residents of the territory. Ramandro asked, so why don't they save a little more? Over time, they might find a better solution. He's not going to increase taxes, is he? He replied that he won't be here for very long, but he understands everything perfectly well. Now people are busy preparing for winter, But when spring comes, they will be overcome by one negative thought after another. The commoner ruler went to the center and now demands even more taxes from the residents. He knows that he is worried about him, but it is just because of his stubbornness, so he has nothing to worry about. Besides, there is a more effective way to make money than raising taxes. Hannah gave him advice. The residents of the territory will soon want to sell gula. She then asked worriedly, isn't he afraid that Mariloff will start growing his own gula and selling it? What if they are only allowed to fry gula? MC said that they were going to give them permission to do this after the deal was made, because it will take them another month to grow gula. Depending on the season, it is better to sell raw gula. Ramandro was delighted. He grabbed Ian by the shoulders and exclaimed that he knew this would happen, which is why he mentioned the sales rights in the contract. At that moment, the banker entered the room and informed Ian that they were almost finished checking. He just needed to sign. He asked if there were any problems, to which she replied that everything was fine. There were exactly 1,000 coins. She hadn't seen such sums in a long time. The vault would be full by the time the experts arrived. MC signed and handed her the document, saying that Count Mariloff would hand over another 2,500 coins in the coming days. He hoped they would be able to check them in advance as well. The woman thanked him and thought that she had heard that he was a commoner, but he was well versed in financial documentation. The palace expert must have taught him this. After that, they left the bank, and Ian told Barak that he had heard that Count Mariloff's younger brother lived alone in an old mansion, and that he should find out more about it. Imagining the huge, creepy mansion, the guy felt uneasy, and Ramandro said goodbye to them, saying that he needed to stop by a couple of shops to buy gifts for his wife and child. But before he left, MC asked if there was any news about Mullen. He answered that he himself tried to find out about it recently, but he was told that he needed to wait. It seems they are a lot of work, and why did he suddenly remember about him? Sometimes he forgets about his existence, because he's in the dungeon. Ian frowned doubtfully and thought that they are not busy. Isn't that strange? A few weeks earlier, the Imperial Palace. Prince Marev was working in his office as usual, and when his brother arrived, he asked what was wrong. It didn't seem like he had the wrong door. Gale smiled and asked in response why he had such a reaction to a man who came to greet his good friend. Marev asked him to get straight to the point since he was busy, and he sat down on a chair and asked if he had already decided what to do with Sir Mullen, who was currently at the border. He smiled and remarked that this was a very interesting question. But what did he have to do with it? Gale told him not to pretend he wasn't interested. There was no one who didn't know about his support for the miserable life on the border. When he arrived downtown, it would be better for him to come with Mullen and his people. After the ceremony of accepting Ian's title, he would be brought to the Ministry of Magic. He himself understood what this meant. Marev took a clean sheet of paper and began writing a letter, simultaneously answering him that he understood everything. But had he really fallen under the influence of his mistress Wesley? He decided to threaten him in the hope that this would make it easier for him to deal with him. It's even surprising how worried he is about Mullen and his people. To be honest, he hadn't really thought about it, but now he too has become interested. In the letter, he wrote about the order to kill Mullen and his men, and then his brother said that it would be better for him to forget about this interest. He immediately looked up at him and asked the reason. Gale smiled and told him that he had just returned from his father. During the discussion of the appointment of the Chief Justice, he nominated Sir Halot. Marev frowned, suspecting that he was up to something, and he, showing him a bottle of potion, said that it was recently invented at the Ministry of Magic. It is called the Potion of Truth, and whoever drinks it will tell only the truth. Immediately after his words, Marev stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair, and stared at his brother. He said that he asked his father if this potion should be used in court, and he agreed. There are many lies told by snakes, so he would be interested to see the potion's effect during oaths. If he wants to make Sir Halot Chief Justice, he thinks they should invite Mullen and his men to the New Year's celebration. Marev clenched his fists nervously. Distinguishing lies from truth is not a problem. The problem is that the potion is made by the Ministry of Magic, so there is a risk of hearing not the truth, but what the maker put into it. That is, the potion can suppress the will, rather than force one to tell the truth. What if the ministry wants to subjugate the judicial power, which he has long relied on, with the help of magic? Gale is truly ready to do anything. He asked if he thought he could do it. He answered that perhaps some ministers would protest, because truth potions are as useful as they are dangerous. It is like a fire in human civilization. At first, chaos will reign, but with time, everyone will understand the value of this potion, and Sir Halot will be at the forefront of this chaos. Marev nervously pursed his lips, and his brother rose from his chair, saying that he hoped he would think it over carefully. The prince ordered him to stop pretending that he was giving him a choice. Kill Mullen or leave them alive, and he would give Sir Halot this suspicious potion either way. He clutched the letter he had just written and thought that if this happened, he would kill Mullen and abandon Halot. He had no time at all with this potion, so he needed to find the best way out. Noticing his reaction, Gale smiled and said that this was why he didn't like the way he thought. If he had chosen a man with such a good reputation and achievements as Halot, it would be a shame if he abandoned him like that. Maybe he considered people expendable because everything had come easy to him since childhood? These words greatly angered Marev. He slammed his fist on the table in a rage, scattering all his papers, and exclaimed, "What nonsense was he talking about? What did he even know about him?" Gale said goodbye to him with a slight bow and said that he hoped he would not hear bad news. After that, he left, and Merev was lost in his thoughts. A few seconds later, his servant entered his office and worriedly asked if he was all right. He told him to ignore him, then glanced at the letter under his hand and immediately tore it into pieces and ordered the servant to immediately call a meeting. Instead of that letter, he wrote a new one, in which he asked Ian to refrain from executing Mullen. By now, night had fallen. MC was riding back and thinking about this situation. Merev asked him to hold off on the execution, obviously because Gale intervened. He did not expect that he would decide to save him. Does he really need him so much? No matter how loyal Mullen is, he is just an old courtier. Either Gale loves his people very much, or Mullen is valuable for some reason. Or is there something in Brock? Amid so many changes, the reason must hide here? The carriage stopped at the estate. He got out and turned to the Count, asking if he had finished his business. Carlo said that they wanted to check everything thoroughly, and Ian immediately noticed a huge mark from a blow on the Countess's face. He frowned and thought that he couldn't wait to get everything back into his own hands. How mean it was. The Count handed him a letter and asked him to look at it. It had been sent by the Heyman Bank. The letter said that the territories of Karen, Longinus, and Zyklov were being raided by bandits, who were making it difficult for caravans to move through the towns. This could cause inconveniences, for example, a paper shortage and the like. The Count said that, of course, their bank had also run out of paper, so he would like to move the payment date to the next day. MC noted that in that case they had problems. Not even the ink was dry on the contract. Carlo asked, wasn't he still going to come to them and take the gold in his carts? He replied that this was a clear violation of the terms of the contract. Doesn't the contract say that payment is made by check? Carlo coughed awkwardly and asked him to be understanding, but he firmly replied that he didn't want to make a deal that would result in a loss. He glanced thoughtfully at Ian, then asked his wife to give him her jewelry as collateral. He thought earrings and rings would be sufficient guarantee. She obeyed him and took off the earrings, and when she started on the ring, MC's eyes widened. He saw a familiar stone and immediately remembered the pendant. Noticing his reaction, Rian asked what was going on, and he asked if she knew what kind of stone was in her ring. She turned her gaze to her husband and told him it was a gift from the Count, so she didn't know. He thoughtfully touched his chin and said he didn't remember well, but he had received it as a gift from a merchant from the capital. It happened in the first spring after their wedding, but he definitely bought the ring from a caravan merchant, and he remembers that there was an alchemist there too. Ian remarked that it was quite interesting. Alchemists strive to turn iron into gold by studying the laws of nature, not magic, but they are usually perceived as crazy or considered heretics who are trying to become magicians. Carlos said that in other countries they are treated calmly. There, alchemists are living factories for the production of precious metals, so trading organizations often enter into contracts with them. Although he has never personally met alchemists, it would be interesting to see their work with his own eyes. Since they are popular in other countries, he decided to accept the gift. MC thought that this meant the stone was the result of an alchemist's work. Then, why was it hidden in a flower pot? The Countess put the jewelry in his hand and asked if this would be enough for collateral. He confirmed it and said that if they sent him a check tomorrow, he would return her jewelry. After that, a servant ran up to them and told the Count that they had already loaded all the bags, and he said that this meant it was time for them to leave. Rian extended her hand to Ian and thanked him for today, and he, bowing to her, said that everything was fine. He was happy with the deal. She smiled and said that now they only had to wait 30 days, and what they were expecting would happen. Her husband asked what she was talking about, and she answered him with a smile that, of course, she was talking about Gula. She suggested that he hurry up because she was already tired, and he, throwing a displeased glance at Ian, headed to the carriage. After they left, Barrack asked, did he see this? Why was he looking at them like that? What if they don't receive a check tomorrow, and these jewels are not even real? MC answered him that he was too worried. He would only say thank you if they didn't send a check. Then, they could file a complaint with the palace for failing to honor the contract. Most Margraves don't like having to deal with the palace, but sometimes it's worth it. As soon as Count Mariloff and his men leave the premises, have him go out to the square and announce that only prepared gula is permitted for sale. 1/10 of each sale will also be taxed. They entered the estate, and Barrack asked what they should do with Clark, and Ian replied that, since he was now with Madame Mariloff, he would stay with them. Clark might be of some use to them. Barrack frowned and asked, so they weren't getting rid of him, but simply keeping him? Ian remained silent, and after a short pause told him that if he wanted to do something, then go ahead. The main thing was that no one would get hurt. Immediately after that, the boy ran out of the estate with a joyful cry, and the next morning the Count's servant arrived with a receipt for the gula purchase. 2,500 gold, minus the 1,000 paid yesterday. MC immediately checked the receipts and asked Hannah to bring their jewelry, after which he told the man that if he was not in a hurry, he could sit down and wait. He thanked him for the invitation, and when he sat down on the sofa, he asked if his name was Simon. He confirmed it and asked if he remembered his name. Ian answered that, of course he remembered it. He had reread his letters several times. His face immediately changed. Back then, he secretly sent letters on behalf of the Count in his territory, but this effectively deprived them of all negotiating power. He nervously clenched his fists and thought that if the Count found out about this, how would he explain himself? MC said that since that was the case, they also needed a butler. Simon immediately refused, saying that he was born in Mariloff and planned to die there, and Ian said that in that case he had another request. He needed a tutor. The man looked at him in surprise and said that of course, he would need to get permission from the Earl, but this man was hard-working, so he would enjoy the training process. Of course, he would receive fair pay, and also, if he wanted, he would return that guy Clark to Mariloff. Simon promised him to discuss this matter with the Earl, after which Hannah entered the office and told Ian that she had brought the decoration. He asked her to come up to him and introduced her to Simon. She greeted him awkwardly, and he nodded, saying that he understood everything and would convey his request to the Earl. MC thanked him, but Hannah remained perplexed. After that, Simon went back to the estate, but since the carriage was moving slowly, he decided to check what was going on. Seeing a crowd of people on the streets, he asked the coachman why there were so many of them, and when he told him everything, he was very surprised. Returning to the Count, he handed him the jewelry and told his wife to examine everything carefully, in case he noticed something and decided to pocket it. She told him not to joke like that, and he looked at her suspiciously, wondering if he had imagined it then, or if the two had conversed in some strange way. Simon said that on the way back, he learned that Sir Ian had told the inhabitants of the territory about the deal. He asked, so all this time, he had prevented the inhabitants of their territory from trading with the people from Brock? Beginning to guess everything, he looked up in surprise at the butler, and when the butler informed him that the inhabitants of Brock were selling gula to the inhabitants of Mariloff, he smashed his mug on the table in a rage and exclaimed that he was a scoundrel. Simon asked him to calm down. They were selling ready-made gula. Such things can only be eaten, but they cannot be grown, so there is no problem. Besides, do the inhabitants of the territory have problems with food now? Of course, it was strange that he did this without discussing it with him, but it wasn't that bad. The Count slammed his fist on the table in rage and exclaimed, what nonsense was he talking about? What if they start selling the gula at a lower price after they've sold everything they've bought? He deceived them. They should have thought about this from the beginning, when they discussed economic ties. Having finished with the decorations, the Countess sat closer to her husband and told him to think about it differently. They still had plenty of time. They didn't know what exactly Sir Ian wanted. Simon awkwardly said that he also asked for his help in training his butler. He promised to pay him, and if he wanted, he could bring Clark back. But he refused, saying that he needed to ask his permission. Rianne immediately realized that this was an appeal to her. Was he going to bring Clark back if they sent him their butler, or when everything was over? She couldn't understand him. Carlo ordered the butler to send Ian a new message, or rather, to issue a dinner invitation as thanks for selling the gula. Then, he would arrive. It was highly unusual for him to use the center. He would give him a warning. Some time passed, and MC summoned Barrick, and when he showed him the chest of gold coins, he delightedly asked if they had earned all that money in one day. Ian noted that everyone had been more resourceful than he had imagined. It was surprising that they had managed to earn so much through trading with the residents of Mariloff. Barrick said that now he understood why everyone praised passive income. What a huge sum there was. MC smiled and said that he, too, was curious how much there was, so he should count it all. They also needed to sort the coins by value and put them in different storage areas. If he couldn't handle it himself, he should ask someone to help. He heard that lately he's been taking Clark with him everywhere. Barrick said that he was very boring. He wouldn't even make a sparring partner. He took a few coins and asked if he would take him with him to the capital. Ian thought for a second, then sat down next to him and told him he could go if he wanted. Barrick asked what else he could learn there, and Ian answered that he could learn a lot. There were many scholars in the burial palace. He asked if there were even more of them than in the unearthly clan. How strong were they? Ian answered that they could not be compared. He could not remember exactly, but someone had told him that. He immediately fell silent, choosing his words, and continued, saying that the best warriors of the north were no match for the captains of the Imperial Guard. Barrick, with a tired expression on his face, noted that he really did not know how to lie, and he asked if it was so obvious. In fact, he almost forgot that it had not happened yet. Perhaps it would happen soon. A battle in the north of the Burial Empire, when the descendants of Etan, known as the Blood Tribe, were defeated by the captains of the Imperial Guard. Barrick asked how many captains there were, and he replied that there were usually 3. Barrick noted that the Imperial Palace was still enormous, and he said that there were experienced people not only in the palace but throughout the capital, and the border wasn't called a border for nothing. After some thought, Barrick said that he would go too. If he visited the capital, he thought he could rise to a higher level. He was right? He smiled and confirmed this, thinking that it would be nice if he joined the Central Army. He didn't know about the others, but he was confident in his abilities. The Empire couldn't miss out on a man with the talent of a magical swordsman. Hannah entered the room, telling Ian that a message had arrived from Mariloff. Barrick asked with displeasure. Again? It seemed he had a lot of time to write letters. MC said that it probably had to do with the Gula trade permit and their entire deal. This is surprising. He thought he would personally decide to attack him. He read the letter and told Barrick that they were inviting them to dinner. When he finished counting the money, he should join them too. He was delighted and was already starting to drool over the food, but Hannah threw him a bag of coins and told him to count it too. After that, she turned to Ian and asked if she should prepare his clothes for dinner. He agreed and was about to leave the office, but she stopped him and asked if he would wear this pendant to dinner. He confirmed it, and she said that then she would find something to cover it up with. He said that Count Mariloff was suspicious. What if he says something about him and Madame Rien wearing the same jewelry? He refused, but she insisted, saying that he should not be underestimated. Psychos are always stronger than you expect. She was able to persuade him, and he thought for a second. After which he asked her to prepare Clark. He would go with them. He is Madame Rienne's only friend in the mansion. Therefore, he thinks that for her safety, he should be brought back. At that moment, Barrick joyfully and loudly shouted that he was finished, and MC thought that he would take him with him and feed him to his heart's content. There were 11 hours left before the death of Count Mariloff. When they arrived at his place for dinner, he noticed a guy who was devouring food without any manners and asked Ian why he took him along. He smiled and said that it was Barrick. He trusted him more than anyone. Since he invited him, he wanted to introduce them. Carlo frowned with displeasure. He had told him to come alone. MC said that, as he saw, he liked gula. He was very happy. The Count admitted to him that it was his favorite food, after which he looked at him displeasedly and said that he heard that he allowed the villagers to trade in gula. Does this mean that this taste will soon become known to commoners? He replied that good things should be shared. He would also like to thank him. Thanks to him, he collected part of the taxes he had to pay. Since he invited him to dinner, he also prepared a gift for him. He would like to return the servant named Clark, whom they gave them. Rien flinched, and Ian said that if he knew how important he was to them, he would never have accepted him. But since this agreement was not documented, he would return him to them. The Count did not refuse, after which he slammed his hand on the table in displeasure and asked how he could single-handedly decide to allow the gula trade immediately after making a deal with them. Whether he likes it or not, they will always remain neighbors. If he does not do this, there will be no problems between them. MC said that he did not understand him. They did not intend to specifically attract buyers from Mariloff. But if their residents want to buy gula, then how can he refuse them? And since they made a deal, he was able to grant permission. He thought this deal had established peace between their territories. Or was he wrong? The muscles on the Count's face twitched. He coughed nervously and said that he agreed with that. However, he gave permission as soon as the deal was made. He doesn't think this can be misunderstood. He answered that this is exactly why he agreed to come to dinner. He would recommend encouraging the inhabitants of his territory to consume gula, but prohibiting them from trading the seeds. They could do it themselves, but they don't have enough workers. Since supply directly depends on demand, both sides of the deal must be careful. He nervously pursed his lips, then drank the entire glass of wine in one gulp, and Rien asked him not to get so drunk. He slammed the glass on the table and said that then he would declare the trade in raw gula seeds prohibited in the territory, and he hoped to do the same in his own. Ian agreed, after which the Count rose from the table and said that he needed to go. He had a lot to do. After asking his wife to entertain Ian for a while, he left, slamming the door loudly. She calmly continued eating, and MC asked if she was okay. She told him that the gula was very tasty, and he asked if she used the cosmetics she took last time. She confirmed it and added that she used it even today. She looks good, right? Besides, he took Clark with him. He is outside and his value is greater than gold. She thanked him and said that she didn't think it was right to accept it without paying for it. During their last meeting, she had thought that her ring had aroused great interest in him. If he did not mind, she would like to give it to him as a token of her gratitude. But could he tell her why he was so interested in the artificial stone, which was the result of an alchemist's mistake? He took a pendant from under his clothes and told her that he actually had something similar. She leaned forward with interest and asked if she could take a closer look at it. He agreed, and she reached across the table to examine it, and he said that he had had this pendant since childhood, and it raised many questions. She examined it and noted with puzzlement that it seemed that these stones were made by an alchemist. Meanwhile, a servant who wanted to enter the room saw them in such an ambiguous position and immediately hid. There were 4 hours left before the Count's death. As soon as the guests left, the butler ordered the servants to quickly tidy everything up here, and the maid stretched her arms, saying that she felt so heavy. Had these guests really been starved for several days? Why did they eat so much? The butler noticed that one of the servants was staring at one point and approached him, asking what was wrong with him. What was he thinking about so hard? He looked at him nervously, not knowing how to find the words, and asked how long Ian and Madame had been so close. He thought they had only met a couple of times. He replied that he himself didn't know. What was the matter? He nervously told him that in fact, before that, he had seen her touch his neck. One of the maids, in shock, dropped a plate from her hands and it smashed on the floor with a crash, after which the entire room was plunged into oppressive silence. The maid angrily ordered him to watch his words. Her colleague agreed with her and exclaimed, "Is he crazy? Doesn't he remember how the Count beat him last time, and Madame came and saved him? If it weren't for her, he would have definitely broken something and then thrown out of here. The maid exclaimed in rage that it was only thanks to her that he worked there in peace, and the butler loudly ordered them to stop. He tiredly grabbed his head and asked them to remain silent for now. If they were not careful, both they and Madame would be in trouble. The Count must not find out about this, but it was too late. The Count heard their conversation and asked what he shouldn't know. The servants turned to him with frightened faces, and the Count approached the butler, ordering him to speak. Why should they remain silent? There were 2 hours left before the death of the Count of Mariloff. The Countess was walking along the corridor, thinking about her own things, and then the butler appeared in her way. He told her that the Count asked her to come up to him. Noticing the bruise on his face, she immediately tensed up and asked what was the matter. He awkwardly lowered his gaze and told her that her relationship with Sir Ian aroused his suspicions. What she heard made her very nervous and quietly asked how he found out about this. Simon asked in surprise, "So it's true? But why did she do it?" She grabbed her head and staggered, saying that it was not true at all. What nonsense was he talking about? He asked how she could make such a mistake, knowing what kind of person he was. She exclaimed irritably that she knew it, but it was simply unbearable. She grabbed her head and nervously wondered what she should do. She would be stuck in this disgusting mansion for the rest of her days. This realization made her panic. She rushed to the stairs, went down to the first floor, and ordered the servants to prepare the horse. The butler stopped her, saying that this was impossible, and she hysterically ordered him to get out of the way and shut up already. They want her to die? Well, let them die here themselves. She rushed to the exit, but a knight named Pulu grabbed her by the arms and told her that she better not resist. She looked up at him in shock, and in a trembling voice asked who he was to grab her like that. She began to break free and ordered him to let her go. How dare he touch her? Suddenly, the Count's voice rang out. He clapped his hands and ordered everyone to disperse. No one would leave here until he gave permission. His voice sounded like thunder to her, and she froze in horror, realizing what awaited her. After that, loud screams were heard, and Clark, who heard it even from outside, became very worried. The room where the Count had taken Rien was now in complete devastation. After that, Clark immediately ran into the estate and headed for the room. A knight and a butler were standing outside. Seeing him, Simon immediately ordered him to leave, and he worriedly said that Madame was there too. At that moment, a loud scream and crash were heard. They both looked there, and Clark rushed to the door, calling for Rien. The knight grabbed him and ordered him to leave, and at that moment, the doors to the room swung open and Clark, seeing the Count and the beaten Rien, whom he was dragging by the hair across the room, froze in shock. Rien looked up at him in surprise, clearly not expecting to see him here, and the Count asked how many more lovers she had. Ian and Clark. Why these two? She said in fear that she had said that all this was not true, and he, pulling her hair, asked in a rage, then why did she call Clark? She screamed in pain, and the Count asked him to come in. If so, he would end it all today. Rien burst into tears, and the mere sight of her filled Clark with horror. An inner voice told him to run, but he gathered his strength and stepped into the room, after which the doors closed. The next morning, Ian received a letter from Mariloff. This time it was an announcement of death, which he certainly did not expect. That night, Clark and Rien ended this horror with their own hands. When MC arrived at their estate, he was shocked. A trail of blood led into the room, and inside was complete devastation. Rien, whose clothes were spattered with blood, sat on a chair surrounded by knights, looking tired. Upon learning that Ian had arrived, she smiled weakly and greeted him, and he immediately entered the room, inquiring about what had happened. She glanced around the room and told him that, as he could see, there was a mess. He asked if the Count was really dead. She told him that a doctor was examining his body in the chambers. Clark used her hairpin and stabbed him in the throat while he was beating him. MC thought it was simply unbelievable. They used poison to avoid criminal liability, but he could not even imagine that everything would turn out like this. Pulu decided to introduce himself, bowed his head, and told him his name, and he asked if he had sent the message. He confirmed it and said he needed to check something. He asked if he really decided to check it. The knight cast a displeased glance at the Countess and said that he had sworn allegiance to Count Mariloff. His duty was to investigate his death. Anyone involved in his death would be punished. This was their final task. Ian frowned, and then Pulu inquired about the relationship between him and Rien Mariloff, which surprised him. Rien, looking tired, explained that they suspected they were romantically involved. MC looked at her in confusion and thought this was just crazy, and Barrick burst out laughing. Ian asked them to bring Clark here, to which the knight replied that he was currently in captivity. The Countess angrily ordered him to bring him, and he looked at her with disgust, saying that he would not carry out her orders until the investigation was completed. MC glared at him and asked, what was there to investigate? The Count answered for his cruelty. The incompetent knights had failed to ensure the safety of their master, and now they were being rude to the neighbors who had come here out of concern. He told the Countess that she would probably be busy managing the mansion now, and he really hoped that she would fire these idiots. Pulu called out to him in displeasure, but Barrick immediately stood up for his master and, threatening him with his sword, told him to step back. It was getting too crowded in here. Ian looked at the three knights and thought that it would be a lot of trouble if they forced the madam out of here and put the Count's younger brother in her place. He told Barrick that the place needed cleaning, and he asked if he should get rid of them. MC told him not to talk nonsense. Let him bring Romandro here. Beric awkwardly scratched the back of his head and went to carry out his order, and the Countess told the knights to leave too. Let them help him bring Romandro, and not stand here and get on her nerves. The three of them looked at each other and nodded to each other, and she asked the butler to bring tea. They had guests, so they needed to receive them properly. After that, they all finally left, and there were only the three of them left. The Countess grabbed her head and said that she was going crazy. Ian advised her to pull herself together. Don't the knights have a captain? Before taking any action, she needed to make sure that she had the right to own this territory. Was the Count's younger brother notified of his death? She told him that this had not happened yet, and he said that in that case, she should keep the Count's seal with her until Romandro arrived, because the owner of the seal is the owner of the mansion, and let her just go about her business as usual. If the knights betray her, he will provide her with troops. She narrowed her eyes and asked what in return. He answered that he did not know yet. Nothing came to mind right now, but maybe she could make them a donation? She rose from her chair and answered him that she could make a donation, but it would be better if he wanted something besides money. Knights might ask for that too. She opened the chest of drawers and took out a ring with a smirk, saying that of course she could not give him much now, but there was something that she could give only to him. Wasn't that what he was interested in? His pendant and her ring were indeed made of the same material. He remained silent, and Beric asked if he would not take what they gave him. He wondered why he had not left yet, and he answered that he would leave now, but first he would take this. He took the ring and tried it on, but when he tried to take it off, it got stuck. MC asked the madam for a knife to cut off his finger and remove the ring, and he nervously left, saying that he would immediately bring Romandro to them. Ian told him to hurry up and get to work. They better act before the knights do. When he left, Rian nervously asked what would happen to Clark. He honestly told her that he would definitely face the death penalty, since it was the murder of an aristocrat, as well as the murder of a slave of his master. Such a crime is considered especially serious without a trial. She asked if there were no exceptions. He replied that he had never heard of such a thing. He remembered that in this era, there was a king who had once been a slave. He said that the first person he killed was his master. Rian asked if there was no way to help him. He apologized to her, but he would soon be leaving for the capital, and he could not afford to get himself into more trouble. She clenched her fist and said that someone like him had the opportunity to change everything. He asked how he could save a slave who killed a nobleman, and she told him that he had already done it. The bastard crossed the border, survived, and became the head of the family. And then, a brilliant idea came to her. She was silent for a second, staring at him with surprised eyes, and then confidently declared that she would lead the territory. He remained silent, and she asked if she couldn't do it. He reminded her that she didn't have the blood of the Mariloff family. It would have worked if they had children, but now that the Count was dead, she was just a stranger. The Count's younger brother was the rightful heir, and he would be against her inheritance. Therefore, in order to lead the territory, the Mariloff law of succession would need to be changed. Right before his eyes, her face darkened. She glanced out the window and asked if she didn't lead the territory, she would never be free, right? He remained silent and thought that he did not understand her worries, but it would be more advantageous for him if she, and not the Count's younger brother, led the territories. Who knows what will happen while he is in the capital? What if the younger brother or even one of the knights becomes Count? It will be much easier for him if it is Rian with her weakness and desires, who has no ambitions to expand the county's territory. But while the key to the succession is with the Count's younger brother, hasty actions can aggravate the situation, so he must think everything through carefully. Or should he simply capture Mariloff? Then this will give Gale an opportunity to intervene again. But this way he will be able to prove his worth to Marav. For starters, it would be a good idea to meet the Count's younger brother. He told her that he would inform the Count's younger brother of the elder's death. He heard that he lives in a mansion on the outskirts. What is his name? She answered him that his name is Dave Mariloff, and apparently he was involved in very dark deeds. Late in the evening, MC arrived at his mansion. Inside, there were many strange magical objects. A servant immediately greeted the guests and was quite surprised to see the butler, Simon, and an unknown man next to him. Simon introduced Ian to him and asked if Master Dave was home yet. They needed to tell him some sad news. The servant asked him to wait there for a bit. He was praying. His words alarmed MC. While they were waiting for him, he asked the butler what kind of person Dave was, and he answered that he had actually only seen him a few times. But he had heard from the Count that he had a great thirst for knowledge. He considered it a blessing, but later called it a curse. Ian looked at these magical things hanging all over the estate and asked why it was a curse. He answered that he had read a forbidden foreign book, and when he asked which one, he became nervous and told him that they said it was about the god of the underworld. Hearing this, MC was surprised, and at that very moment, Master Dave appeared on the second floor, saying that he had received an answer from the god of the underworld. He went down to them, and the butler told him that they had sad news. Dave did not let him finish and said that someone had died. Simon was very surprised because he hit the nail on the head, and Ian mentally noted that this is exactly what sad news meant. Simon told him that an accident had befallen the Count last night. Dave sighed heavily, again not letting him speak, and then began to pray quietly. Having finished, he turned his attention to Ian and asked who he was. He told him his name and said that he did not have a surname yet, so he could address him simply as Viscount. Dave recognized him and asked if he was from Brock. The butler said that among his people there was currently an imperial expert, and Countess Mariloff also asked for his help. She wanted to meet with him and discuss the affairs of the mansion. She badly needed his help, as she was in a very anxious state. Dave looked away and asked displeasedly why his daughter-in-law had distanced herself from the family members and invited a stranger. He headed back to the second floor and said that he would go to the mansion. He would get ready right away. MC frowned, thinking that it was such a mess. It was unclear how he even worked there. When they arrived back at the estate, they ran into Romandro, and Ian introduced him to the late Count's younger brother. They shook hands and introduced themselves, after which Dave said that since it was a family matter, he would go first, and they could take their time. He went into the carriage, and Romandro noted that he was already acting as if he had become an earl. He had already been told some things. So it was that slave Clark who killed the earl? MC confirmed this and said that the knights of the mansion were also bothering him. They wanted to take the chance and take control of the mansion themselves. Besides, Dave believed in the god of the underworld. This greatly surprised Romandro and exclaimed, "What kind of day is this today? This mess is getting worse." Beric asked what god they were talking about, and Ian explained that it was a new religion that arose among the common people abroad. At that time, it was considered another heresy, but over time, the sect grew and became much more influential. It even led to a religious war beyond the border of Burial. Romandro asked, "Isn't this the most aggressive and repulsive sect? This only complicates everything." MC said that he thought about it too. He thinks it would be better for Madame Rien to become the new lord of the territory. If such a heretic is given power, who knows what the future holds? It would be better if the lord is someone who is willing to negotiate with them. Romandro agreed with him. The knights are too determined, and now the god of the underworld too. He tiredly rubbed his neck and sighed. So much had happened at once. Ian said that in that case they need to intervene, and he asked if he had a good way to do it. He answered that there were many ways, but they need to go to the capital soon. They can't waste too much time on this. And then Beric had a great idea. They could just kill everyone. MC remarked that he was good at finding solutions, but they couldn't get rid of them so quickly. They had no authority to do this, and Madame Rien had to be in charge. Although it would be difficult, they had to do it quickly. After that, Romandro headed to Rien. She was sitting alone in the room, listening to the sobs of the Count's younger brother. Seeing him, she asked where Ian was, to which he replied that he would be back soon, as he had some business to attend to. He leaned toward her and quietly asked if Master Dave was already inside. She confirmed this and said that he was pretending to cry from grief. Romandro whispered that Sir Ian had asked him to convey something to her. As soon as she obtained the seal, she should keep it. Then Mariloff will definitely become hers. She nervously clutched the seal in her fist, and he continued, saying that first he would send a report to the capital on the appointment of the new lord, and depending on the decision there, an expert from the palace might be sent here. But then both he and Sir Ian would be in the capital, and they wouldn't be able to help her. She looked at him decisively and asked if she would still need to keep the seal on herself. He confirmed it, and when she glanced at the seal, he added that she had no other choice. After that, he turned his gaze to the knights standing at the door and said that she would then have to dismiss them. The order of actions was very important. If a man died as a knight in Mariloff territory, his name must be included in the report to the Imperial Palace. But otherwise, it was not necessary. He hoped she understood what he was getting at. She frowned and promised him to try to spare them unnecessary trouble, and inquired about Dave. He replied that Sir Ian had said that he would deal with it himself. She should just rely on him. However, she must promise a fee of 5,000 gold and make sure that the number of soldiers does not exceed half their current number. She can refuse this offer, but Sir Ian will retain the right to vote in this situation. If she agrees, they will make a contract after the situation is resolved. She noted that she has no other options, so she agrees. But that was not all. It concerns Clark. At the mention of his name, she immediately cringed and asked, was there really nothing that could be done? He answered her that some things could be done, but at that moment, Dave entered the room. He did not let them finish and, wiping away tears, told his sister-in-law that he was very sorry that everything happened this way. She looked at him with displeasure and said that he ignored her all day, but now he finally noticed. Is it because the palace expert is next to her? He answered her that this was not true at all. He was so shaken by his brother's death that he went straight to his chambers. Romandro asked everyone to calm down and sit down. A lot needed to be put in order. Dave agreed with him. Although the situation was sad, it needed to be dealt with. They say the slave who committed this crime is still breathing peacefully in the dungeon. Rien immediately frowned, and he asked Romandro to describe the incident in detail in a report he would send to the capital. He also wanted to raise the issue of the title succession. Romandro said there was a catch. Judging by what he had heard, he believed in the god of the underworld. Dave immediately became agitated and pretended to be indignant, asking who had told him that. He quickly calmed down and said that he didn't believe in him at all, In the Burial Empire, such a thing was considered heresy. Nevertheless, the situation was unpleasant. Therefore, they needed to arrange a simplified title succession ceremony and then organize his brother's funeral. Ramandro disagreed. They needed to organize the funeral first. That was the proper etiquette. Dave didn't like this, but he didn't object. After that, they began discussing the issue of the succession, and Rien lowered her gaze and fell into thought. First, she needs to survive, and then she'll drop everything and start from scratch. The main thing is to survive, even if she has to give up everything. Her heart sank at the thought of what fate awaits Clark. She was so lost in her thoughts that she didn't notice Ramandro calling her. Waking up, she immediately looked up at him and asked what he said. He told her that he asked her to inform the residents about what happened and to take care of all, even small matters in the mansion. She agreed, but Dave immediately protested. Why was a man who would soon be leaving the mansion busy with its affairs? From now on, the affairs should be transferred to him, and his daughter-in-law should take care of her health and peace of mind. She crossed her arms discontentedly and said that she knew he had been banished from the mansion a long time ago. If he decided to delve into the affairs, he wouldn't even know where to start. He advised her to be more polite, and she asked in response what she had said wrong. The funeral hadn't even taken place yet, but he was already itching to take the title for himself. She understood that he had been cast out of the family for believing in heresy, but there was such a thing as morality. Her words angered him greatly. He jumped up from his seat and attacked her, but Ramandro stopped him and said that he couldn't behave like that. Rien said that even though he had been exiled, the fact that he was raising his hand to her made it immediately obvious that he was a member of the Mariloff clan. He furiously called her a commoner who didn't even know what kind of nonsense she was talking, and then she also stood up and hissed through her teeth in his face. Then, what will he say about his brother, who married her? That he is just as crazy because they both share the same blood? He wanted to tell her something, and then she turned to the knight and asked, since they serve the count, shouldn't they protect her? The knight replied that until the truth about how the count died was revealed, they could not protect her. She examined the seal in her hand and said that since they continued to talk this nonsense, she had no choice. Sir Ramandro confirmed that she was responsible for the mansion until the funeral, so she was releasing all 3 knights of Mariloff from service. The knight chuckled and asked, what did that mean? At that moment, a roar was heard in the main hall. He immediately left the room to check what was going on and saw Barrack and Mustang. Seeing the clan warrior, Dave immediately turned to Ramandro, demanding an explanation, and he said that there was nothing unusual about it. Help had simply arrived with the security of Madame Rien. Is that what worries him? He hesitated, and the knight, seeing that they had beaten his friend Kerr, became very worried, and Barrack said that he was blocking their path and said that they could proceed only after his death, and that's how it happened. MC approached them and said that as he saw, nothing special had happened here, and he was very glad about that. At the sight of him, the knight became nervous and thought that this idiot Pulu had said that Ian would not interfere. Dave screamed in fear when he saw the dead knight and asked Ian what it all meant. He answered him that, in fact, these knights had insulted him. He rushed here after learning of the Count's death, and they tried to accuse him of indecent relations with Madame Rien. For the first time in his life, someone had insulted him like that, but they paid for it with blood. Dave asked if people usually prove their innocence at the cost of their own lives. Ian answered that he certainly didn't do that. To prove your innocence, you need to survive. Offensive thoughts disappear only when the owner of these thoughts dies. They both became nervous, and MC patted Barrack on the shoulder, ordering him to deal with them. He drew his sword, and Ian walked past the trembling knight into the room, leaving him alone with him. The door closed, and immediately after that there was a loud clang. Dave threw a plate at Rien, but she didn't even budge. Ramandro tried to hold him in place, and he screamed that it was all because of her. Because of her, those barbarians were able to enter his mansion. She destroyed their family with the help of this idiot. MC asked him to calm down, and he immediately called him a devil spawn, ordering him to shut up. Ian pointed behind himself and said that he had just insulted Madame, so he will be able to handle what happens when those doors open. A loud scream was heard outside, followed by Barrack's cheerful voice, asking where he was going. This made Dave uneasy. He immediately calmed down, sat down on a chair, and began to pray. And Ramandro asked, does that mean all the knights are finished? MC answered him that one is missing from the mansion. He is going to give the order to find him. After that, he sat down on the sofa and smiled and told Dave that he wanted to make him an offer. First, he wants to apologize for causing such a mess. But, as he heard, these people no longer have anything to do with Mariloff. He nervously asked, did he really think that was so? His face became serious, and he advised to listen carefully to what he was going to say. Think carefully about what he heard, and then make a wise decision. This also applies to Madame. They both looked at him and he asked, the two of them don't want to coexist next to each other, right? They both confirmed this, and he said that in that case, someone would give up Mariloff in favor of another. To be more precise, it would be even better for that person to leave burial. Personally, he hoped that Sir Dave would do it. He immediately stood up from his chair and exclaimed indignantly, "What kind of manipulation is this? Is there really no one behind these doors?" No one answered. Then the door creaked open and a bloody Mustang looked into the room, asking Ian if he had called him. He asked him to clean up after himself, and Dave's face turned pale at the sight of blood. When the doors closed again, MC said that in fact, it would be wonderful if there was no one left with the surname Mariloff. But because of this, Madame Rienne could face difficulties. An expert from the palace will come here, re-examine the entire situation, and then, like him, the emperor will grant her a new title. This is a very difficult process that could take a long time, so it would be ideal if Sir Dave stayed away from this territory for a very long time. Didn't belief in the god of the underworld originate from Tulun? Why shouldn't he go there? It would only take him 3 months on horseback to get there. Rian asked what if he returned after his departure, or secretly reported everything to the emperor? He told her she didn't have to worry about that. He would be under the supervision of escorts from Havan. This would require money, but it would be safer. After that, he turned his gaze to the frightened man and said that the most important thing now was what decision he would make. Dave closed his eyes and folded his hands in supplication, probably asking his god for advice, and then he gave them his answer. Time passed, and Ian was sitting in his office that evening with Romandro, who was sorting through documents. Hannah brought a new stack of papers, and Romandro noted that this would surprise people even in the capital. MC agreed with him. After all, a slave had killed his master, and the count's younger brother was a heretic. Romandro remarked that they would also be surprised by Mariloff's gula deal. Judging by the reports, they were still skeptical. Ian asked if there had been a reply from the capital. Romandro confirmed it and hesitated a bit, trying to find the right words, then said that they were requesting Sir Molin be sent to the center. MC immediately understood everything. Apparently, Murav had lost to Gale in a mental game. He noted that it was annoying but not difficult. He would have the carriage prepared. Romandro asked if he was okay with it. They would meet again in the capital. He responded by asking what else he could do. He didn't care anyway. Romandro said that Madame Rienne wanted to share the gula grown in Mariloff with the territory's inhabitants. Ian suggested that they, too, should allow free trade in gula, so that not only cooked but also raw gula could be sold. Romandro noted that if everything went smoothly, they would be able to pay the capital before summer, and by then, they would definitely take him into account. He replied that this was already enough. He was also grateful for his help with the work. Romandro said that once they more or less sorted out Mariloff, they could head to the capital. The journey would take about 2 weeks. MC agreed with him. He didn't have much luggage anyway, and Barrick was the only family member accompanying him. Then Romandro awkwardly asked what he was going to do with his mother, and he replied that he had asked her to come to the city, but she preferred living in the forest, in nature. She promised to come when it got colder, but he would ask the foresters to check on her. Romandro noted that they would still be leaving for the capital and wouldn't be able to see each other for a long time, to which he replied that even if they went together, they wouldn't be able to see each other often. The man sighed and noted that they say that magicians leave with the sunrise and return when the stars are already in the sky. So, it's true, there wouldn't be time for meetings, but it's better this way. Wesley, with her poisonous character, definitely wouldn't leave him alone. Ian called Hannah over and said that tomorrow she was going to Mariloff. There, she would study to master the work of a butler. She stared at him, dumbfounded, and then pointed her finger at herself and asked in bewilderment, she would study to be a butler? Would he really appoint her to such a position? He confirmed this, and she excitedly said that she didn't know anything. How would she cope with such an important job? He answered her that that's why she was going to study. Mariloff had a very experienced butler. He would teach her everything. She looked at him with eyes shining with delight and trembled from an excess of emotions, but managed to restrain herself. She asked him for permission to step outside for a minute, and as soon as she was outside the office, he heard a joyful cry. Romandro laughed and asked him what Barrick was doing that he hadn't returned yet. He replied that he had gone with the soldiers, so if anything had happened, a falcon would have been sent here. But something bothered him. It was still taking too long. Meanwhile, Barrick was wandering through the mines and came across something strange that even made him sweat. Romandro smiled and remarked that Hannah was very restless. Could she handle it? The protagonist replied that she could be trusted. She might be inexperienced, but there were plenty of people who could help her. Nursarin was here too, and the 2 assistants who came with him would stay. The expert remarked that he had intended to leave only one here, but Mariloff was in an unstable condition. Instructions would obviously come from the palace, so he ordered him to stay. The protagonist said that he heard that he left only unmarried people here. Romandro smiled and replied that such was their fate. Why don't they find wives? It would be a sin not to have a submissive wife. Suddenly, a falcon began tapping on the window with its beak. The MC remarked that something seemed amiss. The expert anxiously asked, "Isn't this a falcon from an unearthly warrior clan?" What did the letter say? He took the paper from the falcon, unfolded it, and read, Barrack, Knight, Monet, Pursuit, Forever. The protagonist said that, apparently, the warriors who went with Barrack didn't know the burial language well. He wondered if it was about Monet, this was the mine. After some time, the protagonist came to the mine itself. Reuben met him and noted his arrival. He asked what had happened to Barrack. The guy explained that he had been beating someone inside with all his might. Confused, the MC asked who he had been beating. He replied that he himself didn't know how to explain it. He would understand when he saw it. After that, they descended into the mine. Meanwhile, Barrack tried with all his might to break the magic crystal, but his attempts were futile. After another failure, he furiously shouted, "What the hell is this?" Reuben stopped him and pointed out that he had told him to get out. He was losing a lot of strength and there was no result. The protagonist looked at it and wondered, surprised, where did this energy come from? Barrack noticed it and asked what it was. He asked if he really thought he knew everything about everything in this world. He had a rough idea. It reminded him of a magic stone. Did he remember the stone they used to eavesdrop? Like that one. This mineral had special properties due to its energy. MC wondered if it could do anything, from transferring him, the Emperor, to recording voices, tracking locations, creating a bottomless vault, increasing mana reserves, and much more. Since magic is infinite, there are many uses for magic stones. The protagonist asked if he felt anything. As soon as he entered, he immediately sensed magic. Barrack, perplexed, replied that he couldn't feel anything. He thought that magic swordsmen were warriors first and foremost. Besides, he still didn't know much, so that might be the reason. The MC asked what happened to the knights. The guy explained that they were chasing them and ended up here. He began to tell how he caught up with the knight and told him not to move. They needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. The knight, frightened, tried to run away, but suddenly fell into a magical trap and was immobilized. In the present, Barrack said that he fell into this trap and soon died. At first, it was a sticky liquid, but then it suddenly hardened. Maybe something had happened. The protagonist silently hit him. He exclaimed in bewilderment, "Why did he hit him?" He replied, "Don't let him get mad. What would he do if what happened to that guy happened to him? What if the liquid appears again and he ends up in it? Imbecility and courage, that's what they're all about." The protagonist turned to Reuben and Mustang and told them to report this to Nursaran. He replied that they offered to return, but Barrack categorically refused. The guy himself wondered if it was a magic stone, then it must be worth a lot. MC replied that it could be priceless. They needed to study it further. Suddenly, he thought about it and said yes, it was possible. They should quickly return to the mansion, seal off access to the mine, and keep no one out. Barrack asked what they should do with the body. The protagonist replied that nothing could be done about it now, so they should leave. After that, he headed for the exit of the mine and thought about how to study the magic stone deposits. They needed the help of the Ministry of Magic. Only the Ministry could determine whether there were underground veins of magic stones and their sizes. And one of Gale's main supporters was Wesley, the Minister of Magic. So that's what it was. That's why, of all the border territories, they were focusing on this one. Now it all became clear. Even if they weren't completely sure, they still saw Brack's potential, which is why they were targeting it. They were training troops to repel the barbarians. A situation requiring the palace's intervention, a scandal involving the territory's lord's tax evasion, and a nearby mine with magical stones. Things couldn't have gone better for them. MC went outside and shouted for everyone to return to the mansion. They needed to seal off the mine immediately, but someone had to stay and alert the miners. He thought about how, upon returning to the mansion, he should immediately check everything. Was it a coincidence, or were they deliberately attacking Brack? Sometime later, the protagonist arrived in the dungeon. Mac, seeing him, excitedly asked what had happened. He replied that a letter had arrived from the palace. The letter concerned Sir Malin. The official inquired, what did it say? The protagonist replied that he had been told to take care of him, as he was soon leaving for the capital. The old man, stunned, thought that couldn't be right. There were magical stone deposits nearby, the location near the border, the troops. Everything was suitable in these lands. So why had he invested so much effort? But now he'd given up so easily. MC wondered if his reaction suggested it was true. Mullen and Gale knew everything, and so they took action. After a while, Marav looked out the window, saw snow falling, and remembered his mother telling him to listen to the snow falling. Presently, Fall, a servant, having delivered waste paper, asked if it had already started snowing outside. This was the first snow of the year. He remarked that the New Year's celebration would soon be taking place. The young man agreed, adding that there was a real commotion in the main wing of the palace. The person in charge spoke with Lady Delane every day. She had also been entrusted with organizing the New Year's celebration. Marav said he should notice that she was a bit reckless. He didn't understand why she was making such a fuss about the celebration. Fowl replied that the Emperor had previously been responsible for organizing it, but now this woman is in charge of organizing it, as it's a great honor for her, being the closest favorite. The prince inquired if she had received her father's approval. He replied that it was good that Madame Delane was here. Without her, things would have been difficult. He works late, and what if there was also the organization of the celebration? Murav asked what he should do then. As long as he and Gale were here, she would never become empress. He reflected that the topic of Delane becoming the new empress had been raised several times, but because of him and Gale, it had never even come to a discussion. No one could become empress while their mothers were alive, and no one could call them sons except their biological mothers. On that, they agreed. Marv asked when Ramandro and Ian would arrive. The servant replied that they hadn't sent them any written notice, but had said they would arrive by the new year. He assumed they'd see them soon. He inquired about Molan. The young man said he'd likely arrive in the capital before Sir Ian. It hadn't been confirmed yet, but the administration would likely send him on leave. He'd send someone to him as soon as everything worked out. Marev remarked that everything was going well. He called out to the servant and asked if there was really no way out. Things wouldn't have been so complicated if it weren't for the truth potion. Fal replied that due to the Ministry of Magic's nature, others couldn't interfere with their work, development, effectiveness, and side effects. They judged these matters only by reports, so they had to take their word for it. Although the report contains many terms that are understandable only to magicians, since the matter was serious, others were also opposed. Marev noted that he hadn't heard anything about this from the main administration. The servant replied that since there were still new Molan employees, they would have to wait until the New Year's celebrations. And if Sir Ian were sent to the Ministry of Magic, he thought it would be easier for them to verify this information. The prince reflected that things hadn't been like this before. Just a few years ago, the Ministry of Magic was said to inherit divine power, so it maintained neutrality and was firmly entrenched in the center of the palace. However, after Wesley became Minister of Magic, this balance had been upset. He inquired if there was a report comparing the truth potion to similar ones. Fal handed over the documents. Marev took them and read what they said about Lulan. He explained that Lulan was a rare, high-quality magical stone. The prince remarked that there weren't enough resources to study such a rare and high-quality material. Had they really conducted human trials to test its effectiveness and efficacy? Fal replied that they apparently had no problem with it. The Ministry of Magic reportedly obtained 15 kilograms. Marev said that was too little. Aren't other magical stones mined by the hundreds? He explained that Lulan was different. Scientists had only discovered it last year. The prince remarked that this meant it was a very valuable resource. Fal said that the deposits were unknown, as it was rarely found near deposits of ordinary magical stones. But there was something unusual. They said it was a liquid mineral, but it solidified under the influence of external magic. Marev said that if a person touched it, disaster could occur. Fal replied that no deposits large enough to engulf a body had yet been discovered, but he would urge others to exercise caution. The more bubbles in the stone, the more susceptible it was to magic. But he didn't know what the mages were doing with Lulan, or what they were trying to achieve. Hard Mulan is impossible to scratch. The prince inquired how the stones were processed then. Fal replied that it was apparently all done with magic. The more concentrated the magical power, the easier it was. The prince remarked that in that case, this stone could be used to determine a mage's power level. After some time in the mine, Ramandro joyfully exclaimed that it was incredible. He'd found magic stones. He must have been the emperor of a peaceful country in his past life. Barrack exclaimed, "LeBron, come to your senses." LeBron, surprised, said he didn't know these were here. He truly hadn't suspected anything at all. Miners pass here 5 or 6 times a day, but judging by the fact that they hadn't told anyone anything, the workers hadn't noticed the magic stones here. The protagonist replied that this meant it hadn't been that long since these things appeared here. He shouldn't worry. He wasn't going to shift the blame onto him. LeBron, surprised, asked, "So he knows what kind of vein this is?" He replied that it was partially so, but this vein was clearly very large. Ramandro asked if he knew what kind of magical stones these were. The protagonist replied that he wasn't sure exactly what kind. He'd only seen these processed stones before, so it was difficult to tell at first glance, as this was his first time seeing raw crystals. The expert asked if he had a problem. He'd contact the Ministry of Magic immediately. Wait, is this really what he thinks it is? MC agreed and added that he thought that was why Prince Gale was so eager to take over this territory. For now, it was just a guess. Ramandro nervously said that if the Ministry of Magic found out about this, the situation would get worse. He agreed and said that at least it was good that no one else knew about this vein. They both looked at LeBron, who bowed his head and exclaimed that he would keep quiet no matter what. The protagonist thanked him for his trust and returned to the stone. Ramandro inquired, "What exactly is it?" LeBron approached them and asked if he could take a look. He agreed, adding that they wouldn't bother him. The man took out his tools and began pounding the stone. Barrack, perplexed, noted that it wouldn't work. He had struck it with his sword, but there wasn't a scratch left. He replied that he wasn't trying to break the magical stones, but the druze. It seemed to connect somewhere around here. After several blows, the stone gave in to the pressure and cracked, after which a magical liquid flowed out. Barrack exclaimed that it was that very liquid. As soon as he approached, the magical liquid immediately solidified. The protagonist inquired what was going on. LeBron noted that liquid had definitely emerged from the ground here, but as soon as Barrack approached, it turned like this. The boy, perplexed, exclaimed that he hadn't done anything. He swears by the stolen goodies. The protagonist asked if he stole it. He didn't know that, so it would be better to let him stand next to him for now. Barrack immediately stood behind him. He asked if the liquid remained the same, even after he walked away. LeBron agreed and added that it was still solid. Ramandro asked if he had any guesses. MC replied that magic stones always react to magic. The principle of such stones is based on a reaction to external magical force. Just like playing the recording from the brooch requires a special solution. Could Barrack tell them more about the chase for the night? The guy said that when he first found him, he thought he fell into some kind of sticky liquid. But then, when he tried to get out of it, this happened. The protagonist thought that most likely it was a reaction to Barrick's magic. He's a magical swordsman, naturally. He has magical energy. These magical stones harden when exposed to external magic. In that case, it was Lulan. He motioned for everyone to step back and let him try to crack it. Barrick asked, perplexed. Was he planning on doing it with his bare hands? Had he gone crazy? He'd only be able to do it if he surrounded everything with boxes of something explosive. The protagonist approached the stone, placed his hand on it, and applied a tiny bit of magical power, when suddenly a powerful explosion occurred and the stone shattered. Barrick worriedly asked if he was okay. He agreed and wondered if he'd gotten that close. It seemed he'd hit the magical barrier without realizing it. The guy exclaimed that he'd scared him. If he was going to blow himself up, he should have warned him beforehand. MC, perplexed, thought this was odd. He slowly channeled a very weak stream of magic, just to see what would happen, but the reaction was too strong. He couldn't figure out if the stones had really become so susceptible to magic. Barrick noticed that no matter how hard he tried, there was no reaction whatsoever. Apparently the magic had worked well. Meanwhile, Romandro began crawling along the ground, picking up small stone fragments. The boy noticed this and, perplexed, asked what he was doing. If he decided to take the stones for himself, should he just grab the big ones first? He replied that he wouldn't waste his time. Even a stone the size of a bean would be worth 1 gold coin. Barrick immediately jumped up, walked to the mine's exit, and shouted, "Does anyone have a broom?" The protagonist turned to LeBron and pointed out that he knew he'd be leaving the mansion soon. LeBron agreed and replied that he'd go to the title ceremony, and while he was gone, he'd do everything he could to keep the mine running. The protagonist thanked him and said that, speaking of which, the mine would have to be closed for now. He'll pay him the same salary as now, and he'll handle the miners' pay. He'll say it again. Keep everything he saw today a secret. LeBron replied that he understood. After that, they closed the mine and put up a sign at the entrance stating that outsiders were forbidden from entering the Monet mine. After some time, the workers began removing the magical stone from the mine. One of the mansion's servants noted with surprise that there were only 5 crates, but they were heavier than any other mineral. A girl, also a servant, asked if he'd seen it. They said 10 carriages had arrived. Meanwhile, in the building itself, the protagonist, holding a document in his hands, asked Barrick what about the mine's management. He replied that the manager was still in charge. He asked what to do with the stone chips mixed with earth. The protagonist said to tell him to separate it. The crumb contains magic, so it will certainly be useful to them in the future. Today he will go into the forest. The boy asked if it was because of Philia. He replied that he should say he was leaving soon. If she wanted to come to the city, she should go with him. Perhaps this would be the last time, since the chances of returning were slim. Barrick agreed and asked, so he would go to Mariloff alone. MC replied that he would be with Romandro and his men. The others remaining here would see Madame Rien often, so he hoped they could find common ground beforehand. He accidentally dropped several documents and nervously thought about how he needed to review all of them so that everything would run smoothly even in his absence. At that moment, a maid knocked on the door, noting that the carriage had arrived and Romandro was waiting for him downstairs. Barrick approached her and asked if she was also leaving for Mariloff. Hannah agreed and added that she'd be back late today after completing her butler training. "What's wrong?" He replied that it was nothing special. Ian looked a bit tired. The girl agreed and added that he wasn't finishing his meal. Suddenly, she became horrified and said that a butler's primary responsibility was to ensure the master's health and comfort. She'd completely forgotten that. She had to immediately prepare something delicious for dinner tonight. She would strive with all her might to become the perfect butler. After that, Hannah ran into the kitchen in a panic. Barrick sighed and remarked that she was so busy that she'd soon lose her mind. After a while, the girl ran to Chef Meadow and screamed loudly. He panicked and exclaimed, "Isn't she leaving for Mariloff?" She agreed, adding that she had to go already, starting tomorrow, without interruption, until Lord Ian leaves for the capital. Let him prepare nutritious meals for him. Pork, duck, and beef, did he understand? The Lord looks very tired, as if he's completely exhausted. Let him feed him everything that's healthy. After that, Hannah left. One of the cooks asked what was wrong with her. Meadow replied, "Let her bring meat from the village for Lord Ian." She excitedly exclaimed, "What's wrong with him?" A villager overheard this, and he also exclaimed, which another young man heard. Thus, a rumor spread throughout the city that the protagonist was ill. Eventually, the rumor went the wrong way, and people began spreading the word that the Margrave's illegitimate son had taken over the territory. Sometime later, sitting in the carriage, the protagonist became restless and began scratching his ear. Romandro noticed this and asked if something was wrong. He replied that nothing. MC wondered if Barrick was scolding him behind his back. The expert noted that he had sorted out other questions via correspondence, but he hadn't received an answer regarding how to organize the Count's funeral. The protagonist said that they were apparently trying to keep it a secret, just as no one knew about his marriage to Madame Rien. They hadn't decided to wait until winter, had they? After a while, one of the companions said that this was the first time he'd heard of a slave killing his master. What could have happened? He'd heard that the Count had beaten his wife, and the slave had killed him trying to stop him. The man replied that he'd heard that the Count had beaten his wife and the slave had killed him trying to stop him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Is that true? So that's why no one knew what was going on between those two. So, the Count beat his wife? Didn't he spoil her?" Another young man asked what had happened to the slave. Had he been executed? The young man replied that he had been sentenced without a trial. After all, the slave had killed a man, and his own master at that. He had heard that there had been something between the Count's wife and this slave. They laughed and said it was funny. He exclaimed that it was true. He had learned this from a friend of a friend who worked at the estate. The young man wondered who this friend was. Sometime later, in the mansion, Rien was lying on her bed in a depressed mood. The butler approached her and asked if he should bring her some food. She replied that she didn't need it. He noted that she hadn't eaten dinner the night before either. The girl asked if he found that strange. The butler replied that it wasn't strange, but she looked unhappy. Yes, it was indeed strange. Rien was overcome with the thought that her husband, who beat her every day, was dead, and she wasn't feeling well. Just like when she'd cut down her mother's tree and run away. She wondered when, and with which caravan, Dave would be sent to Tulun. The butler replied that it would be soon with the United Trade Organization. They were ready. If Dave were handed over to them, they would leave immediately. It would cost 200 gold, including the advance payment. Rien remarked that this wasn't as bad as she thought. He shouldn't abandon the matter. He needed to convey her request quickly. Master Ian would arrive soon, and let him explain the details. Besides Dave, one more person would be traveling with the caravan. Sometime later, Rien came to the dungeon where Clark was imprisoned and noted that in a few days he would leave for Tulun with Dave and a trade caravan through the kingdom of Havan. Did he know where that was? He agreed, saying it was very far away. The girls said that if the Imperial Palace decided to investigate in the future, they would need proof that Dave had arrived safely. So let him accompany him to Tulun and return. Clark smiled and pressed his hand to hers. After a while, she met the protagonist. He bowed his head and remarked that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Had she been doing well? The girl agreed, adding that it was all thanks to him. Let him sit down. How is Mr. Romandro? He replied with a smile that everything was fine. Rien handed over the folder and said it was the certificate for 5,000 gold they had agreed upon. Their army had also been halved, and they would continue to fulfill other agreements. The protagonist asked if he could see the estimate. She agreed, pointing out that it was on the back. He looked at the information he needed and asked if her assistants had told her anything. Rien asked if he was afraid of being criticized for selling the territory. He shouldn't worry. There won't be any problems managing the territory, but if he feels uncomfortable about it, let him assume she's paying with her own money. The protagonist noted with a smile that he hadn't said that. He was simply curious. In any case, it was a favor for a favor. Romandro handed her the item and said he would show this report to the palace. Let her check it out. The girl began reading the contents and noted that there were no lies and no things that needed to be hidden. She liked that. Let him send this particular report. Experts won't be coming from the palace, right? MC replied that if no serious problems arose, Rien said she would put her seal on it. It's that simple. So why did her husband spend all day on the paperwork? What a mean and ineffective old man he was, and what good neighbors she had. Thanks also to the residents of the Mariloff territory. They received a lot of food from them, including gulu. The protagonist remarked that this was a relief. Winter is cold and harsh, so this is very welcome. What about Mr. Dave? Ryan replied that he was in the annex. It seemed it was time for him to leave. He inquired about the caravan. She explained that it was the best trading organization. They had reasonable prices, and they were reliable and honest people. The caravan would include 5 workers and 2 representatives. She was also planning to send Clark with them. Everyone else, except him, would return after they were sure Dave had entered the Havan. Romandro said that he trusted her, but she needed to make sure there would be no problems. Frankly, they were taking a risk too. Rien, smiling, said that they needn't worry about that. All these people were very talented, and she made it clear that they were to strictly guard Dave, as Sir Ian had said. The protagonist, smiling, said that this pilgrimage was just right for a believer. The girl asked if they should visit him then. After a while, the caravan itself arrived, and Dave was grabbed and dragged into the carriage. He screamed in horror, asking them to let him go. May the heavens punish them all. Do they think they can get away with this? Rien gave him the finger and agreed with a smile, then added that she was indeed one and would live a better life than he did. She hoped they would never see each other again. The guy shouted that she was just a crazy scoundrel and that God would punish her. How dare Ian do such a thing? MC ignored him and asked if anything was missing, right? They should beware of bandits when crossing the mountains. At that moment, Clark came out to Rien. She asked if everything was ready. He agreed with a disappointed look. The girl turned away and noted that in that case, they should go. After that, everyone got into the carriages and set off. Rien asked if they wanted to go get something to eat. Today was a happy day, so she asked for some good wine. She turned to her servants and asked if the 2 of them wouldn't be visiting Mariloff often. One of them replied that that would be great. The girl remarked that she would need their help. MC wondered if his real body had perished. Would something similar have happened all over Bariel? Of course not, because he was an escaped traitor emperor. Rien asked if he wouldn't go inside. It was cold in here. He replied that he would. By the way, what about the Count's funeral? She said that he knew. After some time, they drank some alcohol and got into the carriage. Romandro asked if he was okay. The protagonist noticed that his face had become even redder. The guy chuckled and said that, frankly, he was seeing double. He said that this was the third time he had said this. Ramandro smiled and said that he must be drunk, but still, he had two faces now. After some time, they arrived at the right place. The driver stopped the carriage and informed them. MC got out of the carriage and said that he had done a good job and should now rest. Suddenly, the cooks grabbed him and started telling him that he couldn't even walk. Was he okay? He seemed to have a fever because his whole face was red. It's cold here. He needs to go inside quickly. He's not in the best shape as it is. Confused, he asked why they were all acting like this. When they carried him into the mansion, the maid exclaimed that he was back. Ian noticed a pile of gifts and, confused, asked what they were. The girl replied that the residents of the territory learned that he was dying, or rather sick, and sent gifts. Confused, MC said that he thought nothing would happen since it was winter. But apparently they managed to find something. Let them collect it all and move it to the bedroom, and let them tell the people he's well. The maid agreed, adding that he also had a guest. He asked who it was. Suddenly Barrick shouted from the second floor that Philia had arrived. The mother herself, seeing him, joyfully rushed to hug him. She remarked that she had missed him terribly. The protagonist asked if everything was okay with her. Perhaps the cold had been hard on her? Philia replied that she should be worrying about him. He asked, perplexed, what he had done. She replied that Brick had told her everything, so he helped people with the gula, and not only in Brach, but in Mariloff as well. And he had also become the head of the territory, and she had heard that the people trusted and loved him. The inhabitants of the territory and the palace, and even the warriors from the border. She was so proud of him. MC thought that he had once again realized that Derga was a real scum. Ramandro approached them and asked who it was. He replied, let him meet her. This is his mother. She lives in the mountains and came here because of the onset of winter. The boy asked in surprise, so it was his mother who always collected the gulu. This lady had done a great job. Philia sheepishly asked, what kind of lady was she? Not worthy of such honors. Ramandro replied with a smile that he could speak to Ian without formalities because they had been through a lot together, but he couldn't afford that with her. Let her introduce himself. He was a palace expert. The woman teared up, shook his hand, and thought that even though she couldn't do anything for him, she would always be proud of him. She was proud of her son. At that moment, Nursaran came down to them and asked if he had come from Mariloff. MC agreed, and asked if he had returned from the observation deck. The boy agreed, and Mustang approached him, pointing out that he hadn't said he had a sister. The protagonist replied that it wasn't his sister, but his mother. He wondered if the unearthly warrior clan had thought his birth mother was dead. He wondered how they would react to learning his mother was from the lower classes, and still alive. Ian said he had a reason for hiding her existence. If he didn't mind, he'd like to explain everything in more detail. His mother was worried that this could all turn out badly for him, so she stepped forward and declared that she was the one who asked him not to say anything, so they shouldn't blame her son. He had nothing to do with it. MC looked at her trembling hands in surprise. She was scared, but she was protecting him. Nursaran paused for a moment and said that, in fact, he knew about it. He had been communicating with the locals every day since he arrived here. There were rumors about the Count's illegitimate son returning from the Great Desert with an unearthly clan of warriors. He even heard a story about his mother disappearing before the peace treaty signing ceremony. He figured that this was part of Ian's preparation, since he had planned it all before leaving for the Great Desert. He asked, does this mean Kakantir knows about this too? He confirmed it. There is nothing that he knows, but his brother doesn't. He thought he would be able to see his mother since he was leaving for the capital soon, but he would never have thought it was her. Realizing that everything was fine, Philia sincerely thanked him for trusting her son. She hopes that he will continue to cooperate with them. Her smile made him slightly embarrassed, after which he looked away and said that she had no reason to address him so politely. MC suggested that he go inside while he talks with his mother alone. Nursaran asked him to wait and decided to give him some advice. Lately, the movement of the stars has become unusual, especially today. Several dozen stars fell, and unlike shooting stars, which fly in quickly, they seem to float slowly. So let him be careful on the way to the capital. The stars symbolize people who illuminate the world, just like him. Ian thanked him for the advice and told him not to worry. He was going to become the sun, not a star. The man stared at him in surprise, then smiled and remarked that in that case he would become an important person in the Great Desert. He wished him luck and left. Time passed. Philia had already started to manage the kitchen, and MC came to her, saying that she could address the servants and rest. She told him that she wanted to do everything herself. Would he have dinner with her before leaving? Maybe he would like barley porridge? It was his favorite dish. He agreed, and Hannah told her where everything was for cooking, and said that she could contact her if she suddenly needed anything. Dilia approached her and asked with a smile, wasn't it she who had passed on messages from Ian to her? She confirmed it and asked if she remembered her. She confirmed it and said that she was so grateful to her for that. After she was alone with her son, she started preparing porridge and asked how he had been doing all this time. He told her that everything was fine. And how was she? Wasn't she lonely in the forest? Now that Derga is gone, the territory is abundant. She can move here and live in this mansion. And if she wants, he can find a house for her. She told him that she needed to think. In fact, she wasn't lonely, at least not after meeting these people. By the way, who was that man? He answered that he was the younger brother of the head of the unearthly warrior clan, Nersaran. He would help with the management of the territory in his absence. She smiled, remembering his face, and he asked if anything special had happened in the forest. If dangerous people suddenly came there, then she immediately turned around and didn't let him finish, assuring him that she was completely fine and that he shouldn't worry. Only people who had lost their way and also the wounded came to her. She was so surprised by them. He was immediately interested in this, and she said that there seemed to be 3 of them, and their names were Ricardo, Nav, and Erica. MC immediately understood who she was talking about and asked if they were badly hurt. She answered him that, fortunately, this was not true, but they said that they lost a lot of comrades. It was hard for them because they could not return home. He asked if she heard where they went next, to which she answered him that they said that they were going towards Havon. After that, she put a plate of porridge on the table and asked if she could write him letters. She touched his hand and said that she would like to calm her mind this way because she was worried about him. He thoughtfully looked at her hand and told her that he did not mind it. She should just not be offended if he did not answer her right away, because he would be very busy. She smiled and hugged him tightly, saying that she would always be waiting for him here, and she hoped his path would be easy. A new day dawned. Everyone began to prepare for departure, and Hannah gave Ian the brooch made of a magic stone, which he asked her to make. He thanked her for her help, and told all the servants to return to the mansion. He hoped they would have a good winter under the command of Hannah the butler. The girl promised him that she would look after the mansion well. She would shed blood, sweat, and tears to complete the task given to them. She almost burst into tears, and he told her not to overwork herself, after which Romandro approached him and asked him to check if they had forgotten anything. They would leave as soon as he confirmed this one last time. MC said that he was fine, as was Barrick. He approached Nersaran to say goodbye, and when they shook hands, the man told him to be careful and wished him luck. It was time to set off. They got into the carriage, and Ian, looking at his mother, mentally told her to live freely, wherever she wanted. As soon as they left the estate, all the townspeople came out to see him off. They waved at him, congratulated him on his departure to the capital, and asked him to take care of himself. Watching this, everyone couldn't help but smile, and Barrick looked out the carriage window, waving goodbye to them all. But no one shouted anything goodbye to him, which made him a little upset. Time passed. They drove into the snow-capped mountains, and Barrick, shamelessly lying on Ian's lap, said that he was so bored that he thought he was going crazy. He was already in pain. Romandro irritably advised him to switch places with the coachman. He wouldn't have time to get bored, and his mind would immediately clear. Barrick continued whining and asked how much longer they had to go. There was nothing but forest everywhere. Romandro said they'd been traveling for 4 days already, which meant there were still 10 more. MC asked Barrick to be patient. They would be stopping in a village tonight. He immediately perked up and asked how big the village was. He answered that there wouldn't be any mansions or luxurious inns there. The village was pretty big, but he shouldn't expect too much. He was immediately disappointed, and Romandro, checking the map, said they should soon arrive in Karenna. Barrick remarked that he'd never heard of the place before, and he told him it was a perfectly ordinary small town. The only problem was the plains west of Karenna, where there were 2 more towns, Longlin and Zalkov. As Count Marilov had said, an official document was issued stating that bandits had appeared in these lands, making it difficult for trade caravans to pass through the mountainous regions. This resulted in a paper shortage. Barrick was even surprised, as he thought the Count was lying, and Ian said that official documents were usually not easy to forge. Then a thought occurred to the young man, and he excitedly asked, in that case, bandits might attack them? This was a first for him, and he even got goosebumps. MC asked, haven't he ever seen bandits? Barrick, with a wide smile on his face, asked, are these regions nearby? This meant they would run into them if they went to Karenna. He remained silent and thought that he wanted to answer that this was not so, but he was right. He said that they had a lot of baggage, no knights, so it was best for them to move as quietly and quickly as possible. Barrick smiled and told him that he thought so too, but judging by his expression, it wasn't true at all. At that moment, the horses stopped. The coachman called out to Ian and asked if there was by any chance another village on the way. He looked out the window and told him that he would take a look, then returned to the carriage and asked Romandro to look at the map. Barrick, meanwhile, looked out the window and, seeing a bunch of houses, told him to look. They had already arrived. They got out of the carriage, and Romandro, carefully examining the map, said that this was strange. There should be no villages nearby. MC asked when this map was compiled, and he answered that it was last year. He used this map when he was traveling to him, so he had no doubt about its accuracy. Barrick turned to them in anticipation and asked. It made no difference to them where to spend the night, in Karenna or here. They could go and look around for now. Ian asked him not to act so recklessly. If this village is not on the palace map, then the Empire does not know about the settlement's existence. Besides, hadn't he been told that bandits had appeared in these parts? This place was probably their lair. They immediately turned around and left here. He gave the order to the coachman, who relayed it to his colleagues. They tried to turn the carts around, but it didn't work, and the coachman told him there wasn't enough room. They'd have to unharness the horses and turn the carts separately. MC said that if it didn't take too long, they had no choice. They should be careful so no one got hurt. Meanwhile, Barrick stretched and thought that while they were stuck here, he should take advantage of the opportunity. He walked away from the carts and headed toward the village, but suddenly he heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes. He immediately stopped and gripped his sword tighter, then ordered the stranger to come out and not hide. The sounds immediately died down. Then another rustling sound was heard, and someone jumped out. Barrick immediately assumed a fighting stance, preparing to repel the attack, but when he saw that it was just a puppy, he was even surprised. The dog froze in place, staring at him, and he patted its head and asked, "So, he probably ran from the village?" Suddenly the dog spoke, and Barrick immediately pulled his hand away and stared at it in surprise. Thinking that he was imagining it, he smiled nervously and said that it couldn't be. But the dog said that he was saying this specifically to him. He was a rude person who decided to pat him on the head, and then Barrick realized that he wasn't imagining it, and he jumped back from the dog in fear. Meanwhile, the coachman dealt with the problem and told Ian that they were ready to leave. The roads were very slippery because of the snow. Why not check the wheels before leaving? He replied that it wasn't a long drive anyway, and the people and horses needed to rest, so they would go slowly. Suddenly, loud screams were heard behind him. Barrick was chasing someone, shouting curses. MC got angry and turned to him, irritably saying his name, and the guy immediately ran up to him, telling him to look at what he found. He handed him the poor puppy, trembling with fear, and he excitedly told him to look at it. It was talking. Ian stared at him in shock, not knowing what to say to this, and Ramandro advised him to ignore him. It seemed like he was really tired from the trip. MC told him not to talk nonsense, and he indignantly exclaimed, "Why is it nonsense? Is it some kind of magic or something? Do talking dogs really not exist?" He abruptly picked up the dog, causing it to appear right in MC's face, and said that he heard everything himself. The puppy just called him rude for petting it on the head. He looked at the puppy with bewilderment, then asked it to say something, and its eyes darted around in fear. The puppy was silent, as it was very afraid, and an awkward pause ensued. Ramandro let out a quiet chuckle, and, trying to contain his laughter, asked his friend for a cigar. Ian said that they didn't have much time. Let him let the dog go. Barrick exclaimed that it was true. The puppy was certainly funny, but maybe they should at least eat it. Right after that, the dog bit him and escaped from his arms. At the end, he turned to them and exclaimed that they were rude, but they seemed decent to him. They looked like such pious gentlemen, but in reality, they were not at all. They all stared at him in surprise, after which he hid in the bushes, and they realized that Barrick was right. He pointed his finger at the bushes and exclaimed indignantly, "They heard that, right? This dog definitely spoke." Ramandro dropped his cigar in shock and asked what just happened. Did this dog really speak? The coachman laughed, saying he was such a good joker, they should already be on their way. MC asked Barrick how this even happened, and he, looking at the bite mark, asked in response, if he didn't know, how could he know? This dog bit him so hard. Ian shook his head, thinking, is this some other creature? Maybe a deity or a demon? Although the dog was too small for them. Noticing something, he looked towards the village again, and Barrick asked what was wrong with him. He answered that it seemed like someone was here. He didn't feel it. Barrick immediately started looking around, thinking that the dog was still there, and MC decided not to dwell on it for now, and ordered him to get into the carriage. After that, they continued on their way, and he thought he had a strange premonition, as if someone was watching them. In the late afternoon, they finally reached Karenna. They stopped at an inn, and while the others were carrying their luggage, Ramandro approached Barrick and asked if he was okay. He replied that if he meant his hand, then he seemed to be fine. MC asked with displeasure, who on earth would grab a dog running by like that? He indignantly asked in response, was it just a dog running by? It was a talking dog. Maybe it was magic? He answered him that he didn't know, but it was possible. But where did a mage come from in such a small settlement? And this is being asked by someone who is a mage himself from the border region. The innkeeper came out to greet them, and Ian said that they had a lot of carts and luggage. Would there be room? She replied that they had few guests at the moment, so everything would be fine. She will take care of everything and let them go inside for now. She led him inside the building, and he remarked that it seemed that because of the winter, they do not have many guests. She confirmed this and said that business is not so good in the summer either. It is a small town, so they only had people passing through, and many were scared away by bandits. They came only for a day? He confirmed this, and she calculated that 20 horses, 10 carts, 15 people, and a mountain of luggage with food and a bathhouse would cost 1 gold piece. MC gave her 2 gold pieces and asked if that would be enough. She was very happy and promised him to do everything in the best possible way. Should she heat water for him to bathe? He told her that he would be grateful to her. It is cold today, so let her bring more firewood. Barrick immediately began begging for food, and the woman asked him to wait a little. The food would be ready soon. After that, she led them to the best room and gave Ian a tray with hot food. But before she left, he decided to ask something. On the way here, they saw a village that was not on the map. Did she know anything about it? They thought that the bandits' lair was located there. The place was convenient. She thought for a second and said that he was probably talking about the village of Daniel. Barrick immediately stood up and started reaching for the food, and the innkeeper said that this village would not be on the new maps, A few years ago, all the inhabitants died, so the houses were empty. Demolition of houses is expensive, and the village was simply abandoned. MC gave the food to Barrick so that he would not disturb him, and asked why the people died. She answered him that it was very strange. Their bodies lay in neat rows. No one had seen such a nightmare before. An investigator was sent from the imperial palace, but he said that they seemed to have all been poisoned. Barrick remarked that this sounded like complete nonsense. And the woman said that whatever the case, if the palace said so, then it must be so. Since the investigator was from the Ministry of Magic, the investigation was thorough. This immediately confused him, and she said that perhaps because the entire village had perished, they sent a mage there, and he personally conducted the investigation. After that, she clapped her hands joyfully and said that mages are so wonderful, they can even summon a storm. Ian didn't respond to this, and Barrick, looking at him, laughed and agreed with her. After that, the woman said that since they had investigated everything and already reported to the palace, she saw no reason to doubt it. They have since been very careful about hygiene, so he need not worry. MC found this very strange. The Ministry of Magic is short-staffed, and they send a mage to a small village to conduct an investigation. Magicians do magic, as funny as it may sound. It is not their job to conduct investigations. Usually, special investigations are under the jurisdiction of the investigative team. The woman said that if he needed anything else, he should just let her know. She would call them when dinner was ready. After that, she left, and Barrick asked, "So that dog lives there alone?" He sat down opposite him and confirmed it, and he asked, "So maybe that dog ate all the dead?" Ian remained silent. Barrick probably didn't even understand what nonsense he had just said, and looked at the piece of bread in his hands, then handed it to him and offered him a bite. He immediately refused and said that he was amazed at how much the dog bothered him. He replied that the dog didn't bother him, he was just interested. Moreover, he bit him. He would definitely kill him the next time they met. MC began to wonder when their next meeting would be. After which there was a knock on the door, and Ramandro's voice. Ian let him in, and he said there was nothing here except beer, so he'd go somewhere else. They don't need anything? The MC replied that everything was fine with him, then gave him some money, and said that if the others wanted anything, he could buy it. Let him just tell the coachman not to get too drunk, and he shouldn't overdo it either. They're leaving early tomorrow. Ramandro waved goodbye with a smile and left. Having finished dinner, Barrick collapsed onto the bed and sighed blissfully, saying that it was so nice here. He had eaten his fill and warmed up. He didn't even need to go to the palace. After that, he fell silent, and his breathing became even, and Ian called out to him. But instead of an answer, he heard snoring. He asked if he was going to sleep here. How should he lie down? In the end, he didn't bother waking him up and simply lay down next to him. But when it was deep into the night, he was awakened by some noise from below. He tried to fall asleep, but suddenly he heard a scream. He immediately opened his eyes and jumped out of bed, then shook Barrick by the shoulder and told him to wake up. He didn't want to get up, but as soon as he heard these sounds, he stood up and grabbed the sword, then carefully approached the exit of the room and began to wait. Footsteps were heard outside. They both froze in place so as not to make unnecessary sounds, and then the door suddenly swung open with a bang, and the floorboards creaked. Seeing the silhouette entering the room, Barrick immediately attacked the stranger and swung his sword, dealing him a fatal blow. But seeing that this guy was still on his feet, he was confused. Despite the blade in his neck, he even managed to make a couple of sounds, and MC stared at him in shock, thinking that this could not be. Where did the undead come from? The undead said something, and he realized that he had heard this voice before. He immediately remembered the dog, and a man entered the room, this time alive. He asked if their carts and horses were downstairs. He noticed Ian and noticed that he had very nice clothes. Where were they from, and where were they going? Barrick raised an eyebrow in confusion, indignant at his interrogation, and the bandit said that judging by the number of crews, they had a lot of money. He wanted to attack, but suddenly the undead spread their arms out to the sides, blocking his path, and he pushed him, asking what was wrong with him. Had he forgotten how to walk? The guy continued to stand there, not letting him go, and then he irritably struck him several times with the blade and said that he was so irritating. The guy fell with a crash, his mouth open, trying to say something, and tears flowed from his eyes. He looked at Ian, who was amazed by this whole spectacle, and then his gaze dimmed and smoke began to come from his body. The bandit assumed a fighting stance, preparing to attack them, but Barrick got ahead of him. He made a sharp lunge, throwing him against the wall, after which he plunged his sword into his shoulder, and said that now he knew what it was like to be stabbed. And how did he find them? He pressed harder on the sword, ordering him to respond, while MC went to the window and saw the entire village on fire and people scattering in all directions. He called out to Barrick and said there were bandits downstairs. So when he felt someone following him, it was them. It seemed they had been following them all this time, and they had led them to the village. Barrick also went to the window, then extended his hand to Ian and asked with a smirk, "Does that mean he can feed the sword blood?" He looked at him and, transferring the magic to him, said he had a lot of questions for them, so let him leave at least a couple. Meanwhile, The other bandits were causing a ruckus on the first floor. One of them decided to check what the guys on the second floor were doing, since they had been there for a long time, and at that moment, a sword flew into his leg. He fell down the stairs, screaming in pain, and then Barrick, quickly covering several steps, pounced on the bandit in a jump and stepped right on his face, causing his head to hit the floor. The other bandits stared at them in shock, and then one of them asked, why are they standing? They would attack him with the whole gang. He was alone after all. They rushed into battle, and Barrick, pulling his sword from the bandit's leg, smiled, already anticipating new deaths. At this time, MC carefully examined the dead man and thought that it was the second time in his life he saw the undead with his own eyes. Necromancy came here from the east, and in burial, the dead were rare and only found in places where wars often occurred. But why didn't the city dwellers know that there were undead among them? Had they never been robbed before? And he had heard the voice of the undead before. It was definitely the voice of that dog. How could these two be connected? He stepped over his body and headed to the first floor, determined to find out. When he got down, he saw Barrick beating up bandits and thought he was a very good fighter. He wouldn't forget to leave a few men behind, would he? At that moment, one of Romandro's subordinates entered the inn. He called out to Ian and Barrick and let out a loud scream when he saw the dead bandits. MC told him they were both fine, and he worriedly asked what had happened. Realizing it wasn't that important right now, he told Ian about the terrible problem. Their carriage was missing. All three immediately ran out of the inn and into the outbuilding. There really was nothing there, which was very bad. Barrick touched his head in confusion and cursed. All their luggage was in the carriage. Ian thought it wasn't just luggage. There were magic stones, documents, gold, and many other important things. He asked his assistant to find Romandro first, and he would gather everyone else. Barrick asked about him, and just as MC was about to answer, a whistle rang out. Guards arrived, and the bandits began to scatter, and then MC ordered Barrick to capture the fugitives. He asked if he could kill them, and Ian replied that it was even necessary. Hearing this, the guy grinned contentedly and rushed into battle. Drawing his sword, he ran enthusiastically toward the bandits, and they tried to stop him, but he deftly dodged their attacks and, gripping the sword more comfortably, struck back, saying that if they escaped, he would kill them all. Another bandit attacked him and called him crazy, but the guy immediately grabbed him by the clothes and threw him against the wall of the nearest house, right next to Ian. He barely moved, trying to move away from such a blow, and the assistant screamed loudly in fear and told Ian to look ahead. The undead was quickly approaching them, growling quietly. Seeing this monster closer, the assistant became very worried and asked, "What the hell is that?" MC asked, "He's heard of the undead, right?" As soon as he said this word, he became even more scared, and at that moment the undead sped up and broke into a run. He wanted to pounce on them, but Ian stopped him with a bright flash of a spell. The dead man's eyes began to water, and then a magical explosion near the head finished him off. The undead immediately fell, and the assistant asked Ian if he was okay. He confirmed it and asked him to quickly find Romandro, after which the man ran away. He examined the remains of the undead and thought that no one had noticed. People even distrust magicians, not to mention necromancy. In such a commotion, it will be difficult to notice anything strange. Perhaps this is a clue. He turned his gaze to the bandit who had fallen next to him earlier and noticed something in his bag. He walked closer, and as soon as he opened the bag and saw its contents, his face turned fearful. There was a strand of hair, and its owner was clearly the undead he had just killed. Time passed, the fire was extinguished, and Ian and Barrick returned to the horses. While all the victims of the fire mourned their loved ones, they stepped aside and Barrick decided to have a snack. He bit off a piece of meat and said that the dog had bitten him too. These idiots have no conscience. MC asked him to hurry, because neither Romandro nor those who went looking for him were visible. The guy asked what they would do if Romandro died, and he grumpily told him to just try saying the same thing in front of him. He sighed heavily and asked him to forget about it, otherwise they would both be mad at him for 100 years. Suddenly, a man in armor called out to them and asked if they were from around here. He approached them, and MC confirmed it, asking if he was the captain of the guard. The man was even taken aback at first by the informal way he addressed him and thought that if it weren't for him, this tough mercenary, he would have been finished off already. Pulling himself together, he introduced himself to them. He was Ulan, captain of the guard. He was grateful for their help, but according to protocol, he was supposed to check their documents. Ian showed him his documents and said that they were going to the capital for the New Year's celebration, and now they were looking for an expert sent from the Imperial Palace. Realizing that he was from the upper classes, Ulan became very nervous. He immediately realized his mistake and bowed to him, apologizing for his rudeness, and MC asked why the guards had done nothing during the bandit raid. He heard it wasn't the first time. He apologized again and said that they were guarding 3 cities at once, and as luck would have it, problems had arisen elsewhere as well. He asked angrily if they had opened an inn here. Didn't that mean they were supposed to guard it? Thanks to them, his carriage had been stolen. He needed to take his things to the palace, and now it was extremely difficult. He asked where the mayor was, which confused Ulan, and at that moment Romandro appeared with loud and excited shouts. He approached them and, dumbfounded, said that he hadn't imagined such a drinking binge. It was as if he had gone to the other world and returned. Barrick chuckled and noted that despite this, he was safe and sound. He exclaimed in response that he almost died, he heard that their carriage was robbed. Things turned out to be even worse. Ian said that it seemed like those guys attacked them from the forest. They robbed them at the same time as the raid. Is everyone else safe? He answered that their people were fine, but the coachmen were drinking separately, so he didn't know what happened to them. MC turned to Ulan and asked, did he hear that? Let them first collect the bodies of the robbers at the inn, and he would ask the mayor to see him for a while. He immediately went to carry out the order, and he climbed on his horse and told Ramandro that he would quickly ride to Daniel and return. He didn't understand what he was talking about, and he told him that this was the abandoned village they had seen during the day. It didn't look like a robber's lair. He asked what he would do there, to which Ulan replied that he would look for the dog there. After that, he left with Barak, asking Ramandro to deal with the consequences, and he shouted after them so that they wouldn't forget about the carriage. After a while, they arrived in Daniel, and it was very cold there. Barak dismounted from his horse, his teeth chattering from the cold, saying that he was going to freeze to death. As soon as he caught these bandits, they would be finished. If they had come here by carriage, would it not be so cold? Ian answered him that he didn't know, after which he ignited magic in his hand and said that if the carriage hadn't been stolen, they wouldn't have done this at all. Barak stared at his hand in admiration, and Ian asked what he was looking at there. Let him stay close to him so as not to trip. Barak asked with interest if he knew how to create such a flame. Ian answered him that it was the easiest thing to do. He just needed to concentrate the magic and hold it. Barak asked why they had been using the lantern all this time. He replied that he had brought it himself. He not only couldn't stand the heat, but also the cold. After that, they went to the village. The Ministry of Magic said that the village's destruction was caused by poisoning. That's probably why there were no signs of a battle or raid here. But even so, everything here was too well preserved for being abandoned. Noticing something, he called out to Barak and asked him to go into the house in front of them. The guy pointed at himself in surprise and asked if he should do this. He didn't mind, but why here? He answered that there was a dog door in this house. He stretched his shoulder and said that he understood everything. The door was just the size of that dog. Should he open it? MC asked him to enter carefully, as it was too suspicious, but Barak didn't listen and kicked the door down, causing a crash. He quickly glanced around the room and turned to Ian with a smile, saying that there was no one here, and there were no problems either. He noted with displeasure that he had asked him to be careful, but that was no longer important. He entered the house and suggested that they search everything first. They walked around the room, and Barak, noticing the photo, told Ian to look at it. It looked like these people lived here, and this was that dog. The picture showed an old woman and a boy with blue hair and pointy ears who was holding the dog in his arms. It immediately seemed familiar to him, and suddenly the voice of that dog was heard. He called out to them in annoyance and asked how they dared to invade someone else's home. Barak almost screamed in fear. He told the dog that it had crept up on them so quietly. In response, he exclaimed with displeasure that he, such an arrogant criminal, had too long a tongue. MC stepped forward and asked if he was the guardian animal of this house. He apologizes for the intrusion and for what happened earlier. Barak looked at him with confusion and said that he had bitten him. Why should they apologize to him? Ian ignored him and told the dog that he heard him asking for some time. Perhaps he had a request. He also had something he wanted to ask, and he thought they would both benefit from this time. The dog came closer to them and said that before that, he needed to check something. What was his connection with the Ministry of Magic? He answered that he was a wizard, but he had nothing to do with the Ministry of Magic. More precisely, he was on a different path from the Ministry. The dog frowned, not knowing whether to trust him, and MC, noticing the photo, asked, "Are these his owners?" It seemed they were from Astana. The dog immediately perked up and wagged his tail happily, asking, "So, does he know about Astana?" He confirmed this and added that he understood it from the blue hair and clothes. They say that those who live in the valley of the edge of the world are calmer than clouds and freer than the wind. The dog was even happier, and Ian picked him up and said that they also say that the tradition of necromancy is passed down through generations. The dog immediately felt uneasy, and MC put him on the floor and asked him to tell them more about it. He told him their names, and then the dog decided to trust them. He said that his name was Hasharang Tokuntai, or Hasha for short. They settled in more comfortably, and Ian said that it was a pleasure to meet him. With his permission, he would ask a question first. He saw a boy in a photograph. It seems he became undead and raided the village with the bandits. Is he by any chance in cahoots with them? He exclaimed that this was nonsense, and he asked, "Does that mean this is his master?" He loudly answered him that this is not true at all, that the man in the photograph is him. Barak poked his finger at his furry muzzle and asked in surprise, "Is this true? Then why is he talking like that? Judging by the photo, he must be 10 years older." Hasha called him rude and ordered him to remove his hand, and MC told him that the people of Astana live longer than them. He thinks he is about 30 years old. He was very surprised and asked, "Is he serious?" Hasha immediately bit his finger, calling him a little idiot, after which Ian asked how a man from Astana ended up in these parts and why he looked like that. His face immediately became sad, and he told him that an invitation from the Ministry of Magic had arrived in Astana. His grandmother was the leader of the largest faction in Astana, she received an order from the king and brought him to Burial. At first, everything was new and interesting for him. The city of Burial is different from Astana, so for him everything seemed like from another world. Thanks to the support of the Ministry of Magic, he was able to study necromancy, but his joy did not last long, because the Minister of Magic, a woman named Wesley, suggested using this magic on living people. Necromancy is used on the dead. Anything else contradicts the laws of the universe. It is the cause of all future troubles and the source of destruction. Eventually, discord arose among the necromancers. His grandmother and some of the necromancers abandoned their research and hid here. However, they were found. 2 mages broke into their house and used magic on him to weaken him. One of them said that they had helped them conduct research, and these villagers weren't even grateful to them. Her colleague asked her to report this to the minister. They had found them all and would return as soon as they dealt with them. The mage turned to Hasha and asked, "Isn't he still a child? Doesn't he want to go with them?" After all, there were no children among the test subjects yet. After these words, Hasha became frightened. He looked at his dog, Rookie, who was sitting nearby and also trembling with fear, while the mages discussed how they would test a spell on him. That's how his grandmother paid for betrayal, and he paid for resisting the truth. That day, the only living creature was Rookie. The spell didn't work properly, and the mages didn't even realize he'd moved into Rookie's body, so they probably thought he'd died. After that, they poured something unknown into the well and disappeared. MC thought that after they'd wiped out the entire village, they'd probably tried to cover up the crime by pretending to come to investigate. It turned out to be much more serious than he thought. Hasha said his body had become undead because of a necromantic spell. From the day it emerged from its grave, he'd kept a close eye on it, making sure it didn't go anywhere. But he once encountered bandits in the forest and hadn't seen the body since. Ian asked, "Did they take it?" He shook his head and replied that they hadn't taken it right away, and that they themselves were confused at first. They thought that if they were spotted, they'd call the guards. So they tried to kill him twice, but then, realizing that blows were useless, they decided to just take his body with them. After that, they somehow figured out how to use the spell. At some point, he was able to look around through the eyes of the undead. Every time they created new undead, he could see more and more. Maybe it was because he himself was a necromancer. That's why he also saw everything that happened at the inn. He hung his head dejectedly and after a second of silence said that he would like to ask them for help. He needed someone to take care of his body. MC thoughtfully looked away, and Barrick said with regret that he had suffered so much. He pulled a piece of bread from under his clothes and handed it to him, telling him to eat and gain strength. But Hasha immediately bit him and asked, "Did he take him for a dog?" Barrick indignantly told him to stop. They would have to sweat for him, and this little thing was behaving like this. Ian smiled and thought that, be that as it may, their interests intersected. Hasha will find his body, and they will find their carriage. He turned to Hasha and asked if he could tell where the bandits were. He confidently confirmed this. After all, he now had a nose like a dog. After that, they set off and soon reached the camp, which was located at the foot of the cliff. Barrick noted that Hasha did well. He really did have an excellent sense of smell. MC said that they would check their camp and then go to Karena for reinforcements. Barrick inquired if they would take people with them, and how long would it take? He answered that he could not determine how strong they were, and he said that it was not necessary, he would kill them all anyway. He didn't care about the magic stones. What if they burned the documents while they were gone? He looked at Ian with eyes glowing with anticipation and asked if he didn't feel sorry for Sir Romandro. MC remarked that he was about to choke on his saliva, then turned to Hasha and asked if he could check if they had taken his body with them. He concentrated and felt energy in the central tent, after which Barrick immediately drew his sword and told Ian to look there. They were heading to the carriage, which meant they had their documents in hand. Romandro, who had just recently married and had a child, would be fired. MC asked him to calm down and not let the bandit leader get away, and he had to make sure everything went smoothly. He agreed and jumped off the cliff, saying in part that he would immediately clear the way so he could go around. Meanwhile, the bandits, seeing a man in the sky, were very surprised, and then there was a roar. Barrick landed not far from them, scattering all the boxes, and one of the bandits asked, "Isn't that the guy from the village?" He was without a banner and guards. One of them wanted to ask who the idiot was, and at that very moment, Barrick killed him, making the others nervous. They took up arms and rushed to attack. The man lunged at Barrick with an axe, but he quickly parried the blow with his sword and struck back, causing his hand to tremble. When he turned his gaze to his opponent, he was already in his face and asked, "Didn't he come to Karena today? Does that mean he missed someone?" He swung his sword sharply and angrily, killing him too, and then asked, "Is there anyone else? Let everyone come out." He had told them then that if they decided to escape, he would kill them all. One of the bandits screamed in fear, and another ordered everyone to leave. The situation was emergency. They began to beg for help. Meanwhile, Ian asked Hasha what he thought about Barrick. He thoughtfully replied that he had a disgusting character. If he behaved like this in Astana, things would be difficult. MC agreed with him, saying it was the same in the Empire, and suggested he get down to business. Even for a magical swordsman, Barrick is cruel. He's fearless, but thirsty for blood. but that's a little odd. Taking advantage of the bandits' distraction, they snuck into the camp and hid near a tent. Ian apologized to Hasha and lowered him to the ground, saying they should check the carriage before entering. Hasha immediately understood, and they split up. MC quickly got rid of the guard with magic, and Hasha ran into the tent. After checking the carriage, Ian found that nothing was missing. All the documents and luggage were in place. Hasha, meanwhile, ran into the tent, but seeing a man in front of him, he immediately stopped. It was the bandit leader, and he was unhappy about the noise at night. He wanted to go out and check what was going on, but seeing the dog, he stopped, and Hasha cringed under his piercing gaze. He picked up the dog by the scruff of the neck and asked, "How did the dog get in here?" These idiots were so drunk that they didn't even notice the puppy getting in. Then his gaze fell on Ian, who was standing by the carriage, and he asked, "Who the hell is that?" Suddenly someone called out to him loudly, and it was Barrick. He approached him, dragging the body behind him, and asked with a smirk, "Is he the boss here?" He stared at him in shock, and then his face twisted in rage. He threw the dog to the ground and exclaimed, "Who the hell is he?" They were both in cahoots. Barrick didn't let him finish and pounced on him. Seeing this, the leader also drew his sword and managed to block his blow at the last moment, breaking his sword. But this didn't shake Barrick's confidence in the least. On the contrary, his smile only widened. The man swung his sword, causing him to duck, and then he grabbed his broken sword and kicked his opponent in the lower jaw, causing him to lose his balance and drop his sword. He staggered but managed to stay on his feet, and Barrick jumped back and said that he thought so. Food tastes better when you're hungry. Isn't that right? The man felt his teeth with his fingers. It turned out he had knocked one out. This made him very angry and lashed out at him, telling him not to be so arrogant. He punched the guy in the face, causing his nose to bleed, but he only found it amusing. Licking the blood from his lips, he grabbed the robber by the clothes and pulled him towards him, then swung his arm and hit him on the head with all his might. He knocked him to the ground and continued beating him, and then MC told him not to kill him. He had a couple of questions for him. He immediately stopped and looked around for Hasha, but he was nowhere to be found. He decided to check in the tent and saw his body sitting on a chair, and Hasha himself next to it. He pressed his ears back in sadness and asked, "So this is what death is? Now all that remains is for him to do is return this body to the earth as it should be." Ian asked, "Is he really ready for this? If his body turns to dust, there's no guarantee his soul will remain." He replied that he doesn't know how control of this undead passed to these people. Therefore, it's time to destroy the body before bandits or worse use it. MC sadly looked away, then ignited magic and said that he respected his decision. He shot his former body in the head, and he, watching the ashes fall, began to cry and thought that there was no turning back now. Dead, but not dead. That's the kind of creature he had become. Meanwhile, Barrick dragged the bandit leader into the tent, and his attention was drawn to his sword. He took it and examined it more closely. Something about this weapon impressed him. Ian came out of the tent and said that this was a special sword. Barrick noted that for the first time he saw a blade comparable in gleam to the darkness. He also didn't know what it was. He asked in response, "What is he? A walking library? Maybe it's the blacksmith style, or maybe it's just a decorative sword." Sometimes weapons made from magic stones change their color. Barrick pointed out that he had said that he didn't look like a walking library. After that, he admired the blade and thought that the sword was light and maneuverable, very comfortable, and fit perfectly in his hand. He happily told Ian that he wanted to take it. After all, his sword had just broken during the battle. MC agreed, saying that since he was his accompanying knight, he should have a sword to match. He would make sure he paid for it when they returned to the village. Barrick asked, puzzled, what that meant. The sword was already stolen. He told him that they would return all the loot to the residents of Karena and other cities. Otherwise, it would go to the city treasury. He would deduct the cost of the sword from the amount allocated for food. He should keep that in mind. Barrick began to thrash about, faced with a difficult choice. The sword or the food? Ian noticed this and asked if he liked it that much. He confirmed it and said that even blood wouldn't be noticeable on this sword, and the color was beautiful. MC thought that it often happens that warriors come across weapons that seem destined for them by fate itself. It seems Barrick has fallen in love, if that's what you can call a weapon. He told him to stop this. They need to call Romandro and the guards. While they were chatting, the bandit leader woke up and tried to crawl away unnoticed, but Barrick quickly noticed and thrust the sword in his face, and Ian said it was time for them to talk to him. The man screamed in fear and begged him to let him go. He started calling him all sorts of names, and Barrick advised him not to waste his energy. He lifted his head by the hair and pressed the blade to his neck, asking if he didn't want to talk to them. The man indignantly noted that it was his sword, and then Ian approached them and ordered him to answer his questions and not lie. Otherwise, they would slit his throat and send him to the next world. After finishing saying goodbye to his previous body, Hasha approached them, and MC asked how he was able to use necromancy on a necromancer. He didn't understand what he was talking about and decided that he was trying to avoid the question. Barrick immediately pressed the blade to his neck, and he screamed in fear, begging for mercy. He didn't steal it. He went for it himself. Ian asked why he needed it, and he answered that he didn't know. At first he thought he was an object, since he didn't die even if he was stabbed in the heart. So he took this dead man with him to sell him to a slave trader later. He asked if maybe they were helping them. He confirmed it. They said that if the body was used correctly, many more such undead could be made. They need a lot of dead bodies, and for them, killing people is their job. MC noted that this meant they made a deal. The slave traders teach them the spell, and they will make and sell the undead. The man became very agitated and swore that he really didn't know what they did to them. They thought it was just easy money, because they would be paid for the bodies. He asked the name of this organization, and as soon as he said Pakins, Barak hit him in the face with the hilt of his sword, asking if he was being rude to him. The bandit exclaimed that he had already said that it was the slave trading organization Pakins. After that, Barak looked at Ian with a smile and asked, "Did he see that?" He earned his living. MC continued the interrogation, asking how the ritual works, and he answered that to get at least one normal undead, they need 10 bodies. And they also need hair, so bald ones are not suitable. Hasha's ears perked up in interest and said it was his ritual. Every caster uses a different technique for the ritual, and only he uses hair. Barak remarked that being bald was advantageous, and Ian asked Hasha if he needed more information. He confirmed it, since he was the owner of this body, after which MC ordered the bandit to continue speaking. How does the ritual go? The bandit looked away and said he would show them if they gave him the body. Since the dead man usually became uncontrollable, he tied him up when he wasn't working. After the body was cleansed, they needed to pick flowers and apply incense. After listening to him, Hasha only became more convinced that this was definitely his ritual. After that, they left. They learned a lot that night. When they returned to Karena, rumors had already spread about outsiders who had killed all the bandits, and Ian and Barak began to attract attention. They approached them and began to thank Ian for capturing the bandits. How could they repay him for such a feat? He smiled and said that they shouldn't thank him, but it turned out that these words were meant for Barak. And when he realized this, he felt awkward. Barak was confused at first, but quickly began to enjoy their attention and boast that he was even stronger than his master. The people immediately turned to Ian and asked, so it was he who saved them? They began to thank him, and he said that he didn't want it for anything in return. Because of this, Barak became upset and indignantly exclaimed that it was he who did everything. But MC responded by telling him to just hurry up. They continued walking and he exclaimed, why did he stop praising him? When they entered the inn, they were met by a smiling Ramandro. He began hugging and kissing Barak, glad that they returned with all the documents and things, and that they were in perfect order. Barak shuddered at his kisses and said it was disgusting. At that moment, Ulan approached them and thanked them for helping them deal with the bandits. Ian told him to stop being nice and get down to business. Ulan said he brought the mayor. He wanted to meet him now? MC thought for a moment, then said they would meet him later. They needed to rest and freshen up. He turned to Barak and told him to go first, which made him very happy. And after a while they finally met the mayor of Karena, Onyx. The man was sweating profusely with excitement when he introduced himself to Ian, and Ian asked, he knows who he is, right? Ian replied that he had already heard of him. He was an aristocrat going to celebrate the new year. He heard that an expert sent from the palace was also with them. MC asked him what he was doing while his city was being destroyed, and he awkwardly replied that there was trouble in another city at the time. Suspecting something was wrong, Ian firmly asked him to come closer, and Onyx took an awkward step toward him. When he looked up, he met his piercing eyes, which made him uneasy. He thought he'd been told he was a nobleman with a title, but in reality, he was just a child. MC noticed he reeked of alcohol, and he awkwardly replied that he'd had a drink before such an important meeting and apologized. MC covered his nose in disgust and asked him to talk less. He smelled. What happens to bandits according to Karena's laws? He replied that according to the laws, the sentence for such criminals is death. Robbers, murderers, and others face the death penalty. Ian rose from his chair and said he still had questions for the bandit leader, and that they should take him to his cell. Onyx became nervous, and MC, noticing this, asked if something was wrong. He nervously replied that everything was fine. He decided to leave because he needed to prepare the coachmen and horses, and Ian thought these bandits knew a lot about the ritual, so it was impossible for them not to know what the undead were. He would question him personally and find out everything. When the mayor left the room, Ulan said he was relieved that he was so busy preparing the banquet to celebrate the coming of the new year. He would settle all the necessary matters and leave tomorrow at first light. Onyx agreed with him. He seemed young, but his character was something quite special. Ulan said he thought they were all those who had actively participated in military operations. For example, the power of that red-haired guy was no joke. Onyx noted that this was not at all surprising if we are talking about those who use magic. It is enough to look at those who recently investigated Donald's case. In any case, if the advisor reports this, they will have problems. They need to make everything look perfect, and then no one will suspect them. He glanced nervously at the captain of the guard and asked, did his desire to see the leader of the bandits mean exactly what he thought it meant? Ulan answered him that he thought so too, and Onyx said that the noble youth, who was unable to sit down for a second to rest, would never leave him alone. If he went and personally flogged him, then maybe his anger would subside a little. Ulan stood at attention, saying that he would prepare everything. After a while, the mayor brought Ian to the prison cell, and he, seeing a bunch of whip marks on the bandit's back, raised an eyebrow in confusion. The mayor proudly declared that he had thoroughly scolded him. He had just passed out, but if he wanted, he could hit him again. MC turned to him with displeasure and said that he needed to ask him something. How can he do that when he's unconscious? Onyx was confused and thought, so this isn't what was required of him. Ian asked him to bring him a paper, and when he left, he frowned and thought that he had a tense road ahead, although perhaps it would even be right to entrust the extraction of information to those who specialized in torture. The mayor brought him paper and a pen, and he, having written down the address, told him to send it there as soon as he came to his senses and was interrogated. He gave him 2 weeks to do this. He needed to extract an answer from him on one question: how the boy with blue hair had come to him. He gave him a note with the address and squeezed his shoulder, saying that if he didn't receive his letter within 2 weeks, a report on his dereliction of duty would fly to the imperial palace, and if he didn't shut his mouth and continued to chatter, he would personally visit here again. He looked at him with a piercing gaze and asked threateningly, did he understand? He trembled with fear and answered that he understood everything. After that, MC returned to the inn and gathered everyone in his room. He asked Tasha what he intended to do now, and he sadly replied that his grandmother was no longer alive, and the body had already been buried. He thought he should return to Astana. There was no other way at the moment. Ian remembered that he had said his grandmother was the head of a sect. In that case, there would be many helpers, but the enemy forces would also be significant. Perhaps there was another reason why he didn't return to Astana: to avoid meeting Wesley. Hasha jumped off the bed and reached out to him with his paws, asking him to allow him to accompany him to the capital. If he was going to Astana, then it was on his way anyway. MC asked if he would make it to the capital, and what he planned to do with the dog's body there. Hasha immediately wilted, and he, picking him up, promised him that he would take him to the capital and help him get to Astana comfortably. Barak asked with displeasure, will they travel together? The carriage was already a bit cramped. He told him he just needed to lie down, not fully. Then he looked at Hasha and said with a smile that he hoped he would always remember his name. Who was with him on the day of true mortal rest? What was that person's name? Hasha happily wagged his tail and pounced on him, shouting that it was Ian, and he said that if he needed to take anything with him, he should make sure he packed everything properly, since they had to leave the next morning. The next day arrived, and early in the morning they got ready for the journey and checked their luggage. The higher they climbed, the more snow there would be. They just needed to drive forward without stopping. Barak told Ian that Hasha hadn't arrived, and Ramandro asked who he was. MC told him that they had met him during the trip to the village. There he runs. The man followed his gaze and saw a puppy running towards them, a photograph clutched in its mouth. He quickly jumped into the carriage, and Ian said that now everyone was gathered, they could go. As they set off, all the villagers came out to see them off. They wished them a good journey, and when they passed Onyx, MC gave him a meaningful look and then drew the curtain. He noticed Ramandro, who had pressed himself into the seat, and asked if he was afraid of animals. He answered that this was not the case at all. Why did he think that? He noticed that he was pressed so tightly into the corner, and then Hasha decided to introduce himself. He introduced himself to him, and he stared at him in surprise, after which he awkwardly coughed into his fist and said that, to be honest, he thought the story about magic was complete nonsense. It's just that unusual people sometimes have odd behavior. In general, he sees that this is not the case and apologizes. He shook Hasha's paw and introduced himself, then asked what had happened. Ian told him everything, and he thoughtfully noted that the Ministry of Magic had been gathering necromancers of different races for several years. He asked if this was an official decision. Ramandro answered that the general meeting had approved this policy because there was no point in nitpicking over a name. Of course, there were moral disputes, although this could lead to trouble, but an army of the undead is very useful in war. However, there are different political positions. MC thought that Wesley had been a mage long before she became a politician. She must know better than anyone how dangerous it is to break taboos. So why are they doing all this? Meanwhile, Wesley was sitting in her office. She called her assistant Barreto over and told him to put the report away. He asked if she hadn't expected this. He was talking about the results of the necromancy research. She read the report, and he said that necromancers are also so funny. In their home countries, they were at each other's throats, but when they all gathered together, the research results steadily increased. Wesley noted that this was the power of the Great Burial Empire. They probably realized that making a fuss here would only invite trouble. Besides, hadn't those guys sold their souls for academic interests? It must be a lot of fun getting together like this. Barreto said that since each race had its own strengths and weaknesses in necromancy, with cooperation, she could probably take it to the next level. It wouldn't take long, but should he submit an official report to the General Assembly? She put her seal on the report and agreed, noticing that the elders were beginning to show curiosity about the matter. Now Barreto presented her with additional materials concerning the study of living beings. She was immediately intrigued by the stack of papers and began to read. At one point, she frowned and threw the papers on the table, asking in displeasure, "Why is the same thing written here that was known several years ago?" He apologized to her and said that the difference between the dead and the living is obvious. The spell continues to distort. She became angry. They are investing so much money to stabilize this process, and her assistant, slightly nervously, asked, "How about instead of necromancy, they try mind control magic?" Even if this is His Highness Prince Gale, he still does not have the full blessing of the Imperial Palace. After all, he is the child of a concubine, not his first wife. Hearing this, Wesley slammed her fist on the table in rage, shouting his name, then abruptly rose from her chair and said that she knew what he was trying to say now. He immediately apologized to her and she stepped aside. The blessing of the Imperial Palace is an unknown force that originates from the founding of burial. Information about this is recorded in the foundation myth. It is a blessing whose effectiveness has been proven. Those who inherit the imperial family's blessing are immune to mind control through magic. She said there are many possible interpretations, but it is generally believed that this is a member of the imperial house. Obviously, this description fits not only Gale, but also Marev, and even the aged emperor. Besides, doesn't he know which Gale is? He doesn't even remove the magical seal from his body in his bedroom. It's abundantly clear that he somehow created a shield to avoid mind control magic. So she studies the art of necromancy to find a way around it. She knows herself that her love for Gale is unfair. He never reciprocates the love she gives him. When Gale ascends the throne, will he really tie the knot with her? Will the position of Empress be hers? She closed her eyes pondering this, then told Barreto to stop talking nonsense and get back to working with necromancers. The rebellion is coming soon and there is no progress. Before he left, she asked, "What about that boy, Ian? He will be arriving in the capital soon, right?" He answered her that since they were told about participating in the New Year's banquet, it must be so. She said that if he comes here from Brach, his route must lie through Karenna. The fugitive Astana clan was hiding there. They were a real thorn in the side because they opposed the experiment until the very end. She is glad the story did not become public. King Astana was also very pathetic. He believed the tales of their secret escape. Barreto noted that there had been a strong earthquake at the time, so he probably didn't have time to worry about it. Wesley said that despite this, they should be careful that Gale didn't notice anything. He was very smart, and if word reached him that they were researching living people, he would definitely suspect something. She decided to return to the discussion of Ian and asked if there was a department that wanted him. He remembered how the mages had been scared of him and replied that he didn't think anyone was particularly enthusiastic. She noted that this was not surprising since they were on the Marev side. She rose from the table and suggested that he start with preparations. Who knows? Perhaps for the first time in a long time, they would have a newcomer. Time passed, and during the long journey, Ian and Barrick had already fallen asleep. When the carriage entered a flat road, MC woke up. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked out the window, his gaze immediately becoming lively. He told Barrick to wake up with a smile, and he, yawning loudly, asked what was going on. He answered that they had finally reached the capital. The entire city and the majestic palace were visible from the window. They drove through the main gate, and Barrick and Hasha pressed themselves against the window, delightedly looking around. Ramandro asked if he remembered what they had talked about before crossing the gate. From now on, they must be mindful of their actions. Barrick answered him with a smile that he understood everything, and he immediately grabbed his cheeks and asked if he was sure he hadn't forgotten the rules of etiquette he had taught him. He excitedly answered that he remembered everything clearly and distinctly, and Ramandro reminded him that while eating, he should not touch anything with his hands except bread. When meeting someone, he should greet them with a smile. Barrick asked if he should also ask who the boss was. Ramandro replied that wasn't the case at all. He should start with something like "good morning" and "hello." MC asked if he wasn't going to head straight to the palace, but would rather stop at his mansion first. He replied that since they had arrived early in the morning, he wanted to take a bath, take a nap, and then head to the palace. Ian said with a smile that he liked that approach too, but most importantly, he would meet his wife very soon. Ramandro immediately blushed and began shaking his legs with excitement, saying that wasn't why he was in such a hurry. It wasn't like that at all. After a while, the carriage pulled up to Ramandro's estate, and the maid, who saw this from the window, immediately called Madame excitedly and told her the good news. Her husband had returned. Vivian was overjoyed to hear this. She immediately ran out of the house to meet her husband and called out to him with tears in her eyes, and he rushed to her. She asked if it was really hard for him. How did he even get through it all? Did he even know how much she missed him? He answered that he missed her too. It was so hard for him there, but burning with the desire to see her, he endured everything. She immediately hugged him and said that he was just like a poet, and Ian and Barrick were already tired of looking at this sweet couple. Barrick warily asked if he should finish unloading the luggage. MC agreed, after which Ramandro approached them and introduced them to his wife. Vivian greeted them with smiles and said that she was glad to finally meet them. She had read a lot about them in letters. Her husband owed them a lot. Ian replied that Ramandro had helped him a lot too, then showed her Hasha and said that this friend had joined them along the way. Hasha greeted her, and she delightedly said that it was so cute, he's a talking dog. MC asked, so she wasn't surprised at all? She smiled back and said that even before the wedding, She had traveled with her husband around the empire on restoration work and had seen a lot. She suggested that they hurry inside. When she found out that the two of them were arriving, she had prepared the rooms. Ian thanked her, and she asked, "They're not leaving right now, are they? Shouldn't they be going to the palace?" Ramandro remarked that they really should have stopped there first, but not in such a state. Only now did Vivian notice how exhausted they were from the long trip and asked her maid Minnie to prepare a bath. Minnie asked the guests to follow her, and Ramandro escorted his subordinates and said that they had done a good job too. They should leave their luggage and documents here and go home to rest. They said goodbye to him, saying that he had done a lot of work, and he told them to go rest and wait for him to contact them again. He headed towards the house and yawned, thinking that he needed to take a bath and get ready. Most likely, it would take a few hours until noon. However, he had a feeling that he had forgotten something. After taking a bath, they all felt thoroughly refreshed, and Barrick said that the bath was good. Ramandro agreed with him and said that he didn't even know his bath was capable of such a thing. Vivian said that they should rest longer, but it was almost noon. Now they had to get ready for the palace. Ramandro said that he had thought the same thing, but he wanted to rest for at least 5 more minutes. Vivian smiled and said that their child would think his father was a whiner. Her words immediately made him stand up, and Hasha asked if it was okay if a strange dog whined. MC approached them and told the two of them to stay in the mansion and let them find out how to get to Astana. Barrick asked if he could rest since he wasn't going to the palace. He asked, "What's the matter?" He wanted to go with him. He immediately smiled and told him that he could rest for both of them. Ramandro said that on the way back, they would need to buy some magic water to read the brooch's inscription. Along the way, they recorded Hasha's story about magic stones. Ian agreed with him and said that while they were there, he also needed to buy a few things, and they could stop by the shopping district for a while. Ramandro stared at him in surprise and asked where he learned that. He didn't understand what he meant, and Ramandro thought he mentioned the shopping district, which is usually how capital officials speak. Even aristocrats call this place the city center, or simply the center. He decided not to dwell on it and called out to Minnie, asking about the carriage. She told him that everything was ready, and they had also transferred the documents. After kissing his wife goodbye, Ramandro left the mansion with Ian, and they hit the road. While they were driving, MC looked around the streets and thought that it seemed like the Heyman Bank was right there. It looked like they had just built a new building, and that road over there looked familiar to him too. His eyes sparkled, and the realization that he was really back in the capital warmed his heart. They entered the palace grounds, and he asked Ramandro if they could stop by the Ministry of Magic on their way back. He confirmed it, and said that even if they couldn't go inside, they would appreciate the situation outside. After that, he pointed to the window and said that the first palace houses the imperial family and the offices of the government members. The departments are in the second palace, where the Ministry of Magic is also located. There is the third palace, where the maids, palace workers, and slaves live. In the fourth palace are reception rooms, low-level government departments, and so on. Ian was no longer listening to him. He knew all this without him. He remembers Naum's words while using forbidden magic. He will be given another chance if he comes to the wing of the Ministry of Magic. He wants to know why he transferred into Ian's body, what happened to Naum later, and why he really died then. The answers to these questions are in the wing of the Ministry of Magic. The carriage stopped at the palace where Crony lived. This is the east wing of the main building of the first palace. Ramandro got out of the carriage and the guard greeted him joyfully, and he told him in response that they had not seen each other for a long time. He came to make a report. Could he carry his luggage? A guard approached him and asked if he wanted to meet His Highness Prince Marev. He replied that he had much to report to him personally. MC exited the carriage, and the guard told them they could go inside for now and wait for the prince there. Ramandro, surprised, asked, "So that means he's not in the palace?" He replied that His Highness Prince Marev was currently at a reception at the Imperial Palace, causing him to stare at him in shock. After that, he slapped his face with his hand and remembered that today was the very same date, and he thought he'd forgotten something like that. There was nothing to be done. They would have to wait. The guard pointed towards the palace and said that they would inform His Highness of their visit. Ian asked if the prince was in the palace. Did that mean high-ranking officials had gathered there too? He confirmed this. He usually went hunting, but sometimes he admired works of art. After an artist's work was exhibited, his fees immediately increased sharply. The interests of many people were intertwined in this matter. MC noted that this meant Prince Gale would be there too. Ramandro turned to him with a questioning look, and he explained that if Prince Marev was informed of their visit, Prince Gale would know about it too. Ramandro immediately became nervous, but quickly pulled himself together and said that everything would be fine. He rarely attended receptions. Ian asked if this was true, but he remained silent, unsure of his own words. In fact, 2 princes were present at the reception right now. Marev was chatting with artists about works of art with interest, and Gale was doing the same. Marev glanced at him and thought that now he too had begun to appear in high society. He had restrained himself to avoid suspicion, but now he needed to act carefully. It seemed a real war was beginning. His servant approached him, and at the same moment, Wesley approached Gale. Both princes exchanged glances while their confidants whispered in their ears about the arrival of Romandro and Ian. The servant told Marav that they were waiting in the reception room of his office. Should he prepare a carriage for him? He refused, asking him to tell them to wait and for him to keep an eye on the other side as well. He left, and the aristocrat asked if he had urgent business. He answered with a smile that he did not. He would share this important moment with him. Could anything be urgent? He asked him to tell him about his painting, and while he was explaining the materials he used, he thought that of course a bastard youth who had subjugated the great desert seemed more interesting to him than annoying old men. However, he had no need to leave the reception to meet him. He would, just as he had when he had not objected to Gale's proposal, throw dust in the eyes of fools. It was a bad ploy that had not worked on either Gale or Wesley, but it was a good opportunity to test Ian. Besides, if he were the one to act first here, the others would start keeping score. He glanced at Gale and silently asked him what he would do. Evening had come. Marav was still at the reception, and Ian and Romandro were still waiting for him. The man sighed heavily and said that his back was already hurting, and he would like to lie down. He asked Ian if he was okay, and he confirmed it. As they thought, Marav and Gale were together, so they both decided to stay out of fear that the other would figure out their plan. He looked around the room and noticed that the furniture and decor echoed the cultures of neighboring kingdoms. The room was designed to make guests feel welcome. The books on the shelves hint at the political image being projected, but they showed signs of fair use. There were also artificial flowers in a well-lit area. Does he have allergies? He's a very cool and meticulous person. Finally, the reception ended. A servant warned the guests of Prince Marav's arrival, and they both immediately rose from the sofa. Marav entered the reception room with a friendly smile and told Romandro that they had not seen each other for a long time. It must have been hard for him to leave his family. The man bowed to him in greeting and replied that this was not at all the case. It was a great honor for him to be in the spotlight of Prince Burial's glory. Marav turned his gaze to his companion, who bowed gracefully and smiled in greeting. Marav touched his chin in confusion and remarked that Romandro had apparently taught him palace etiquette well. The man smiled awkwardly and said that was not true at all. Ian was so educated that he had nothing to teach him. Marav invited them to sit and asked Ian if he liked the capital. Ian replied that everything here was exactly as he had been told. It was no wonder this city was called the Heart of Burial, maintaining peace. Marav noted that when he left for the capital, many back home surely saw him off, reluctant to let him go. MC paused briefly and said that he was right. He wouldn't be able to see them for a long time. Palace servants accompanied him day and night, along with warriors of the unearthly clan. Marav grinned and said that apparently many in his territory trusted him. But does he really think he's worthy of being a lord? This question made Romandro tense slightly. He glanced at Ian, thinking he was starting with sudden questions. If he answered no, the prince would reproach him for considering himself unworthy. If he said yes, he would most likely accuse him of arrogance. Will Ian find the right answer? He told the prince that of course he was worthy. After all, it was he, his majesty, who had decided to make him a lord. So who would dare disagree? He has only one duty, to do everything in perfect accordance with his will. Marav gazed at him carefully, mentally noting that he not only possessed magical abilities, but also an unusual ingenuity and an ability to read the situation. He has also strengthened his position in the territory and answers without a shudder or a hint of doubt. In fact, the intentions of these questions were too obvious for MC. It's all because he considers him a person of low birth. To be honest, he's much more concerned about something else. The prince asked if they had familiarized themselves with the New Year's celebration program, and Romandro replied that they had only arrived today, so they hadn't heard anything about it yet. Marav said he would ask his assistant to familiarize them with it before they left the palace, but he would tell them in advance. The Imperial New Year's celebration was always grand, and this year it would be even more special. After all, there would be a title-granting ceremony, followed by an event where they could evaluate Ian's abilities as a mage, and then the transfer to the ministry department would be formalized. He had collected the necessary sum for the contribution, hadn't he? MC told him that was not the case, and Romandro looked at him in surprise and wondered what he was planning. They had gold from Mariluf, after all, and magical stones too. So why is he lying to the prince that the situation is unfavorable? In fact, Ian had decided not to reveal all his cards for now, and the prince said that in that case, he wanted to give him good advice. Perhaps he had heard of magic stones? Because of this, Romandro choked on his tea, and the prince's subordinate, with a nervous smile, suggested that he go outside and get some fresh air. They could also talk about work. He cleared his throat and agreed, then apologized to his highness and left. That's how they were left alone. Marav said that when the Ministry of Magic decided which department to assign him to, they would most likely ask his opinion first. The Department of Magic Stones Management is constantly short of working mages. They don't even conduct additional research because they focus only on magical training and spiritual practices. Judging by him, He has a talent for research. He placed several documents on the table and said that if he were sent to a deposit of magical stones, especially if it was a stone called Lulun, he would actively assist him with the contribution. MC thought that apparently he wanted to help him not only with raising money, but also with canceling the meeting's decision. He knew that Gale wanted to get Lulun for himself, which was natural, since he only cared about the Ministry of Magic. But judging by the fact that Marav, far removed from all this, is starting to interfere in matters related to magical stones, he doesn't just want to stop Gale, but has more serious political plans. If he intends to monopolize the deposit, that's still acceptable. But if he wants to completely destroy it so that no one can use it, that complicates everything. One of the Lulun deposits is located in Brock. Of course, both the mine and the Lulun he brought with him could disappear. He took the documents and thanked the prince for such words. He would make every effort to achieve this. Marav rose from the sofa and said that in that case it was time for him to go. He didn't have to wait for Romandro. He could leave the palace immediately. He would convey all further instructions through his assistant. Ian also rose and said it had been an honor to meet him, to which Marav smiled and said that he had also enjoyed their conversation. After that, MC left the reception room and told Romandro that it was all over. He peeked around the corner with a frightened look and asked, "Is that true?" He confirmed it, saying that they could leave without saying goodbye to the prince. Romandro approached him and sighed with relief, saying that he hadn't seen him in a long time, so it had been a bit difficult. And what did he tell him? And what kind of report was that? He replied that he knew that even portraits in the palace had ears. He shouldn't forget that they still had to stop by the Ministry of Magic on their way back. Romandro said that they needed to hurry because the guard would be increased after dark. Ian asked him who the crown prince was, and he replied that everything was still unclear. They left the palace, and he said that no one except the first and second princes had much influence. The third prince had died in an attack a few years ago, and the fourth and fifth princes were still very young. They approached the carriage, and he said that if nothing special happened, everything would be decided at the New Year's celebration. But why was he suddenly interested in this? He replied that it was just curiosity. He had also said that everything would be decided during the celebration, but he thought it would be nice to know everything in advance. Marav Voroshin, blue-eyed, blonde. In the imperial family, these are the facial features most common. Was his face among the portraits of the rulers of that era? His memories are vague, but he is sure of them. Neither Marav nor Gale, who lost the coup, will become emperor, but someone else. Someone who is now in the shadows. They got into the carriage, and Romandro told him that the fourth and fifth princes were born to Madame Delena. Madame Delena is the only favorite who still remains by the emperor's side, so she is entrusted with organizing the New Year's celebration. But Prince Marav treats her differently. MC said that he must hate her, and Romandro, awkwardly coughing into his fist, said that he rather ignores her. Ian remembered how he walked every day along the palace corridor where the portraits of the rulers hung. In order to trigger memories from the subconscious, he needs a strong push. For example, something like the face of the current emperor. The carriage passed by a place that left MC's gaze enchanted. He asked the coachman to stop there, and Romandro said, confused, that they were still far from the Ministry of Magic. He told him he was just going out for a while, and while he was getting out of the carriage, Romandro said he couldn't go with him because it would be difficult if he were seen. If something happened, he should run to him immediately. He smiled and asked what could happen in the palace. After that, he returned his gaze to that place, and thought that if he went to that wing and found traces of Nom's magic, he would be able to return to his time and his body again. He glanced at the sky, regretting that he hadn't said goodbye to Barrack properly, after which he called out to Romandro and said that he was grateful to him with all his heart and wanted him to look after Barrack too. His words seemed strange to the man, and he asked why he was doing this all of a sudden. After that, he laughed and said that Barrack would make a scene again if they were late, so they needed to hurry. Ian looked at him with a smile one last time and then left. He broke into a run. Somewhere out there was his homeworld, the place where he came from. And Nom, his only close person and teacher, was there too. But when he reached that very place, he found nothing. There was nothing but forest. This confused him. He looked around and thought that this wing wasn't here, but it should be. He couldn't even sense magic here. Had he really ended up in the past when this wing hadn't been built yet? Suddenly, he heard the crunch of branches behind him, and a voice asked, "Is that Ian?" He was pleased to meet him. He immediately turned to the stranger, and his eyes widened in surprise. It was Gale. He frowned and realized that he had been waiting for him. He had been following him since they crossed paths at the event. He bowed to him and said his name was Ian, and that it was an honor to meet him. He asked if he knew him. He also thought he was lost. He pointed behind him and said that the palace exit was in the other direction. Or, hadn't Marav told him that? He looked at Ian with displeasure and thought that he was getting on his nerves. A small obstacle that had unexpectedly interfered with his plan. He was like a stone thrown into water, the ripples of which could not be stopped. MC apologized to him, as he was new to this palace and wasn't familiar with the roads. Gale noticed that for someone unfamiliar with the area, he walked very confidently, as if he had been there before. He remained silent, and said that it wasn't that important, and that he would rather answer one question. He stood in front of the Ministry of Magic and happily spread his arms out to the sides, saying that he thought it would be much better if they cut down all the trees and built another wing. But his master claims that fairies live in the forest, so the trees cannot be touched, and this upsets him very much. He doesn't think so, does he? Ian was surprised. Marev and Gale were in a dispute over the construction of another wing of the Ministry of Magic. He told the prince that he didn't understand what he was talking about, but his master could only be His Majesty the Emperor. The path he was leading them on could only lead to the glory of burial. If cutting down the trees leads to a bright future, then so be it. Gale liked his words. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he thought he was a country bumpkin, but he knew how to behave like an aristocrat. He had high hopes for him. He was Ian first, not a lord, and a wizard before Ian. He hopes he realizes who he is. Aren't mages and Ministry of Magic employees insignificant? For the sake of progress, they should cooperate with each other. Isn't that right? MC nervously clenched his fist, saying that he would take his words into account and thought that it was already starting to get on his nerves. When he returned to the estate and told Romandro what happened, he was speechless. He immediately started asking if he was okay and what he told him. He calmed him down, saying that he hadn't said anything about him. He had talked more about the garden. Is there construction going on there now? He confirmed this, saying that this proposal had been made a long time ago, I think last year or the year before. This is just one of the many cases of rivalry between the princes. Prince Gale protects the interests of the Ministry of Magic, and Prince Marev believes that the forest is under the protection of the fairies, so he does not allow anything to be built there. Ian thought that if he didn't want to let Gale stage a coup and gain more power, he should, of course, side with Marev. But if he wanted Nom magic to appear, he should support Gale. The situation only became more complicated. Romandro said that he didn't understand why the Ministry of Magic was expanding more and more. Considering how much money and time it was taking, in his opinion, they should build housing for the employees. Barrack and Hasha started arguing, throwing all the food around. Romandro, fed up with it, loudly ordered them to stop behaving like that at the table. They both turned to Ian, complaining about each other, and because Hasha called Barrack a barbarian, the fight continued, and Romandro's nerves were already on edge. MC apologized to Hasha. He didn't have time today to find a way to get to Astana. Most likely, he would have to stay in the mansion and see how things develop. Hasha agreed. But let him do something with this fool before he bites his ear off. Vivian came up to them and asked Ian if they hadn't managed to get to the shopping street today. He told her that he was going there tomorrow, and then she asked if she could go with him. It would be nice for everyone to go shopping in the morning. He told her that he would only be grateful because he didn't have a good understanding of the capital's fashion and could use some help. She smiled and said that he could rely on her. She would take him to the store where she often goes. He is so handsome that he will look great in any outfit. Barrack also asked to go with them, and MC said that they would rest today and leave the house early tomorrow. He would also give the sword to the blacksmith. Barrack was very happy, and Hasha stared at one point, as if he felt something. Ian noticed this and asked what was going on, and he told him to ignore it. After he became a dog, my sense of smell became more acute, and it seemed like some scent had drifted in from outside. MC didn't pay any attention to it, and told Barrack that he looked brimming with energy. He must have slept a lot before this. He happily replied that he felt very well, while Hasha frowned and thought it was strange. A familiar scent had definitely drifted in from outside. Ian told the guy that since he was so full of energy, he would go on patrol, which immediately upset him. After a while, MC nudged Barrack and told him to wake up. He woke up and yawned, and then said he was so tired after the night watch, he'll have to eat some meat today. Ian said Barrack, he woke him up this morning with his snoring. Barrack said but he didn't sleep until dawn, and nothing happened. MC said Romandro's maid, Minnie, told him everything. Apparently, he worried for nothing, but he's worried about the smell that Hasha smelled. He told him not to pay attention. After he became a dog, his sense of smell became more acute, and it seems some smell came here from the street. And Ian is sure it was from outside yesterday. No, he just became too suspicious after meeting the princes, and Hasha said that the smell was gone in the morning. Apparently he bothered Barrack for nothing. He asked, so where are they going? Vivian smiled and said, first of all, to the blacksmith to give him the sword. They will give this, then buy clothes, and after lunch they will return home. Here is the forge. The master here knows his business. Romandro covered Vivian's ears and said, Ian, he and Vivian will wait here. He replied, okay. He ordered Barrack to go. The blacksmith saw the guys and cried out, the customers have arrived. Senior, they have people here. The man replied, yes, he is already on his way. He came up and asked how he could help. MC replied, he would like to sharpen the sword. The blacksmith looked at it carefully and asked, this one? He asked to let him have a look. Ian asked how much it would cost. The blacksmith replied, 5 coins are enough, but that is not the problem. What is it made of? The other blacksmiths approached him and asked in surprise, Senior, what is it? Why is the sword this color? Is it a momentum alloy? No, it is even darker. This is not a monster stone, is it? What kind of nonsense is this? Are there monster stones lying around underfoot? MC thought, apparently, those bandits stole something really valuable. The blacksmith said, guys, if they don't tell them what it's made of, they won't be held responsible if it breaks. Ian answered thoughtfully, they're not experts, so they don't know. Barak replied, "It doesn't matter. It can't get any worse." MC said, "Yes, they hope he does a good job." He handed over a small bag and said they'll come this evening and pick it up. The blacksmith replied, "Yes, thank you. They'll do what they can." The guys turned around and headed toward the carriage. Barak said, "How cool it is in here. It was so stuffy inside." Ian replied, "Yes, he agrees." He started to climb inside the carriage when he suddenly stopped and turned around. He looked around and told Mr. Ramandro to go without him. Ramandro asked again, "What's wrong with him?" MC replied, "He and Barak will take a walk and cool off after the forge. The store with things is in that building on the left after the intersection, isn't it?" Ramandro answered, "Yes, that's right. They will meet there." Barak watched the departing carriage and asked, why should he also go there on foot? He was already frozen, so he would have gone in the carriage. MC ordered him to come with him. Barak answered slowly, "Oh well." They were walking down the street when suddenly Barak noticed something off to the side. A girl in a robe was watching them from around the corner, and he ruffled his hair and said, if he would buy him a new sword while it was at the forge. MC answered, "He has money, Barak." He asked again, "But shouldn't the master provide his guard with a weapon?" They turned the corner, and the girl who was watching them rushed after them. She ran out to the intersection and looked around in confusion. She thought they had disappeared, but where? At that moment, Barak attacked her from behind and tried to hit her with his fist, but the girl quickly blocked the blow. She threw him aside, but Barak landed deftly and asked, was she going to attack him? The girl ordered him to shut up. "Is he Ian?" Barak replied, "Yes, he is." He clenched his fist and tried to punch the girl, who covered her face with her hands. She swung and hit him on the chin, and Barak just smirked. He swung his leg and attacked his opponent, who frowned in displeasure. Ian stood around the corner and watched what was happening. He thought, this girl, her fighting stance is very unusual. Unlike the newbie Barak, she is well trained and disciplined. But because of this, her movements are too predictable. MC shouted loudly, "Barak, she's left-handed. He needs to attack from the right." Barak grabbed the girl by the robe and head-butted her chin. She staggered and fell to the ground, clutching her face. She said, so he's Barak. She created a magical sphere, and Ian's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if this was a magical swordsman. She created a blade and pointed it at Barak, who asked in fear, "What the hell is that?" A bright explosion erupted in the alleyway when Ian ordered him to step back and released his mana. The smoke settled, and the girl began to breathe heavily. Barak asked, "She attacked, and now she collapsed without strength?" MC replied, "It looks like that was the finishing blow, Barak." The girl ordered him to shut up. Barak asked, "What, she won't pick up the weapon?" She replied, "Raising a sword against an unarmed man is a shame and a luxury." Barak said, "But she has a backbone. Maybe they should introduce themselves?" The girl grabbed her mouth, spat out a tooth, and said, "She is the daughter of Petreo, the great commander of the Imperial Guard. She is Bathsheba Brut." Barak ordered her to attack. "He doesn't have any illustrious parents. He is simply Barak." Bathsheba screamed, "He is her father's enemy." Barak smirked and asked again, "What?" It seemed she was mistaken. They simultaneously hit each other in the face, and after a while they were lying on the ground. MC approached Barak and asked, "Is he okay?" Barak screamed loudly, "No, it hurts. It hurts a lot." Ian said, "Yes, it seems he is okay." Barak screamed. He said that it hurt. MC approached Bathsheba and said, "She says she is Petreo's daughter. So it was she who was in the mansion yesterday?" Bathsheba stood up and said, "Yes." MC asked, "Why is she crying?" She screamed, "No one cries here." She ordered to kill her now, otherwise she will go again to kill her father's enemy. Ian asked again, was it Mullen who told her that he killed Petreo? Barak screamed, "Mullen? That old man who came from the palace?" MC asked to clarify. "They didn't kill Petreo. It was her father who made the first attempt on their lives. And her father chose death out of loyalty to his lord." Bathsheba screamed, "Liar." Ian asked, "Why does she think that?" Bathsheba looked down and said, "Her father, him." MC interrupted her and asked if she thought he couldn't leave without her. Bathsheba, let him clarify the situation. If she was ready to complete her father's task, then the right decision would be to kill him. But if she wanted to avenge him, then she needed to act differently. He made decisions based on his own convictions. Could a knight have a more honorable death than dying in a fierce battle? But another problem is what the family experiences because of the loss. However, if she were a knight, she would be able to understand him. Ian asked, did she trust Mullen and decide to follow his instructions? Bathsheba answered, no. MC asked again, so this is all for the sake of knightly honor? Bathsheba answered, exactly. She started to get up and said, but she actually got this information from Mullen. He said that Ian from the borders of the Empire killed her father. Ian thought, it seems they are not on the same side. He thinks this girl can still be useful if she's left alive. Suddenly, a loud scream was heard behind them. Here, there was an explosion. MC turned away and said, next time let her come to the mansion on an official visit, observing etiquette, and then he will give her the ring that remained from her father. Ian smiled and asked, his death is not so useful for her, right? Otherwise, she will not know where the last relic left from her father is. He left, and Bathsheba frowned and looked down. After some time in the mansion, Ramandro turned around and said, they have arrived. He screamed loudly, Lord. MC replied, they were delayed because of some business. Romandro looked at the beaten Barrick and said, if such things happen again, Barrick will have to be taken to the hospital. Ian asked, Lady Vivian, had she chosen the outfits? She replied, yes. But is his knight okay? MC replied, he was okay, so she could show them the clothes. Vivian smiled and said then, to look at this. Loose-fitting suits in light colors with a little tweed are in fashion now. Ian said, these outfits, they are certainly fashionable, but Barrick is a slob, so he needs a dark suit, and he likes this white option. The girl said, he has excellent taste. MC said, the buttons and lining are beautiful. He would also like to see them separately. Can he wear this to dinner? The girl replied, yes, they will prepare everything. Vivian looked at him and thought, he is unusual. She had no prejudices against people from the borders, but he is as refined as the local young men from noble families. She can't even help him. He has a very calm reaction to this. Barrick looked at the suits and asked, this suit and this one, what is the difference? After a while, the girl said, thank you. All this will cost 5 gold pieces. MC gave her the coins and asked her to make the suits by the deadline. The girl replied, of course. He could rely on them. Romandro smiled and said, Ian, he's a great guy. Rumors about him will spread through high society through these craftsmen. That's exactly how you create an impression. Suddenly, a bright light shot into the sky, and Barrick screamed in fear. What was that? Vivian replied, don't be too surprised, knight. This is the palace's signal to begin the New Year celebrations. MC thought he had never seen anything like this in his time. This is also magic. So after the number of magicians dwindled, something like this couldn't happen. Barrick looked away and said, another explosion. And what was that this time? MC looked away and said, some strange black smoke. Barrick put his hand to his head and asked, isn't that coming from the forge? After a while, they ran up to the forge and Barrick said in surprise, what chaos! The blacksmiths were sitting on the ground and dark smoke was billowing upward. The man looked up and shouted, you kid, he didn't tell them anything about this. Couldn't you have warned them before handing over the sword? MC asked him to calm down and explain what happened. The blacksmith frowned and replied, they heated the sword and started hitting it with a hammer, but over time, the sword didn't cool down. So they decided to put it in water, and after that, there was a bright explosion. At this moment, Barrick looked at his sword and joyfully said, it's his sword. It's so sharp. The blacksmith cried out in irritation. He almost lost everything because of this. He should have been warned that the blade was special. He also had to compensate for the damage and pay the insurance. He looked at Ian in confusion and asked, didn't he know what kind of sword he was carrying? He's apologizing, but didn't he steal it by accident? Barrick started to answer, yes, they did. Romandro grabbed his mouth before he could blurt out all the information. MC apologized. He secretly received it as a gift from his family, so he didn't know about its properties. What compensation do they want? The man replied, 1 gold coin is enough. Ian said, that's too little for insurance. He heard his forge was the best in the capital. He poured the coins into the blacksmith's palm and told him to consider it payment for a result that exceeded expectations. The blacksmith said, slightly embarrassed, no, well, if he says so, then he is very grateful. Luckily, no one broke anything or got seriously hurt, but next time, he needs to give them regular swords to work on. They will do it even better. MC waved and said, yes, thank them for their work. Barrick quickly ran inside the carriage, and Romandro asked, Barrick, let him be careful with this. He thinks that it will explode if it gets too hot. Barrick replied, he will hold it very tightly. Yes, and everything will be fine with it, as long as you don't heat it up. MC looked at him and said, Barrick, with this sword in his hands, he shouldn't emit magical energy. Barrick replied, yes, he will do so. He listened to him carefully. Magical energy, after all, is the energy of heat. If you release it through a sword, the same thing will happen. Barrick asked, Ian, what is he thinking? MC replied, he's wondering how much meat can be bought with 2 gold coins. A gold coin is the average monthly income of a commoner. Barrick screamed loudly, but it wasn't his fault. Romandro cried out in displeasure. If he hadn't taken that sword, none of this would have happened. Barrick asked again, should he be held accountable by law for simply picking it up? After a while, at the estate, Vivian asked how he managed to look so resplendent. He'll definitely shine brighter in the hall, Master Ian. MC replied, she flatters him, madam. Barrick pointed at himself and asked, Vivian and him. She smiled and replied, Barrick, he looks very handsome too. Romandro said, okay, they should finish. They need to hurry. They'd better leave early, because there will be more carriages on the roads than usual. Ian, he's the main character of the New Year's celebration, so he'll be given plenty of instructions. Hasha raised his paw and wished them a good journey. The guys stopped at the door and turned to look at them. MC said they would be back soon. After a while, Carr bowed and said, welcome, Mr. Ian, Mr. Romandro. His name is Carr, and he is responsible for the title granting ceremony at the New Year's celebration. He asks them to follow him. The men followed him down the corridor, and Carr said that as soon as the celebration began, the oracle light would turn on. Then they would enter, wait a bit, and then he would be granted his title and surname. After that, he would immediately undergo the ceremony of confirming his magical powers. Ian asked again, can the oracle light also confirm the presence of magic? Carr answered, that's right. The name Oracle Light sounds incredible, but in fact it is only an illusion created with the help of magic, since it emits waves that depend on the strength of the magic caster. This is just a pretentious performance that is supposed to enhance the status of the Ministry of Magic. Ian thought, in short, this is just a show, and if someone wants to disgrace themselves, then this is the perfect moment. For example, it is possible to make it so that there is no reaction to magic at all. He turned around and told Barrick to follow only Romandro. He answered, yes. After a while, the doors opened and MC saw a luxurious hall. Everyone around quickly turned and looked at Ian. Someone said, look, it's him. Everyone present started whispering. Is this the illegitimate son of Margrave Brock? My god, and he's even younger than they thought. How vile must he be to disgrace his own father? They say he hangs out with barbarians from the border. It's immediately clear at first glance what he is. They said he's a mage. But then why isn't he on Prince Gale's side, but on Prince Marev's? Romandro grabbed Barrick by the arm and told him to come here. Barrick asked again, should he move already? Romandro thought, he knew it would be like this, but seeing it with his own eyes turned out to be even worse than he imagined. Their looks are frankly caustic, and they look down on Ian as if he were some kind of curiosity. Will he be able to hold out until the Emperor arrives? MC walked forward and thought, he needs to smile, His Majesty. The spirit is so strong that others will know it without words. So let him consider himself the center. Then others will think the same and be drawn to him, and he needs to always smile. If he smiles, the whole world will smile, but when he cries, the world will smile even wider. A guy approached MC and apologized. Ian replied, it's okay. Is he by any chance from the Sirio clan? It's not the most influential family, but for a first opponent, it's a good option. For someone who knows how to read a situation, a peer is more suitable than an elderly aristocrat. The guy smiled and said, right, his name is Malin Hoff Sirio, and he. MC interrupted him and said, it is nice to meet you. His name is Ian. He asked to forgive his first name for being so short. He will only receive his last name today. Malin smiled and said, so he is that Ian. A girl approached them and said hello. She asked, is it a nice day today, isn't it? She is Alinara Sirio. They say that he is a mage. Could he shake her hand? They say that meeting a mage before his official recognition brings good luck. MC replied, of course, my lady. Some guys approached them and asked, Sirio, would he introduce them too? Malin replied, this is Sir Ian. Sir Ian, this is a representative of the Cayman family. The guy said hello and said, they haven't seen each other for a long time. So he is Ian? They talked for a while and then asked for everyone's attention. His Majesty the Emperor has arrived. Everyone bowed their heads in anticipation and the Emperor appeared in the hall. MC raised his head and thought, the Emperor, who is on the throne now? He saw the man and widened his eyes in surprise. Now that he sees the face, he remembers. The 13th Emperor. How old is he? He read that he lived a long life. But in that case, he doesn't look healthy enough. This means that after him, a man with silver hair, blue eyes, and a scar on his face will ascend the throne and rule. That is, he doesn't look like either Marev or Gale at all. They differ not only in the lack of a scar and hair color, but also in facial features. If all the members of the royal family died and they had to look for an heir, they would have to turn to the ducal house. The guys looked at Ian, who looked at them in surprise. The people around MC started talking. Why is he looking here like that? His gaze is directed not at them, but at Ian. Today is clearly a different protagonist of the holiday. The girl doesn't understand at all what he is thinking. The Emperor said that another year has passed in the Great Burial Empire. He would like to personally thank everyone who has worked all this time for the good of the Empire. He is confident that next year, the flowers will bloom even more magnificently. The fields will be filled with gold, and the tailwind will be warm. Last spring, there was a strong earthquake. At that moment, MC looked at Barrick, who said that it was boring. Clay said, and the rebellious clan from the border was destroyed, the Brock family. And if the opponents of the Burial Empire want to know their future, let them look back to the past. Let a new clan be founded. Ian. He extended his hand forward and MC walked towards him. MC approached him and knelt down and Clay said, Ian, he is glad to see him. He replied, it is a great honor for him, His Majesty. The Emperor said, he is descended from Durga, Brock, but he made a great contribution by stopping the rebels. He also admits that it is his talent that the Empire needs. Someone asked, what is that? The girl replied, she doesn't know. She can't see well from here. But does it look like a white flower? The man laughed slightly and said, among so many beautiful flowers, he chose the white one. MC thought, all these people don't know what the gula flower looks like. During all these changes, gula has become a very important agricultural crop, and soon it will be sold all over Burial, which means that the problem of hunger will be solved. Soon this white flower will become the most honorable emblem in the Empire. Clay said, Ian, from now on he will become Viscount Hielo, for the glory of Burial. MC repeated, for the glory of Burial. He bowed, and everyone around began to clap. Ian thought, Hielo? Where had he often heard this name? Clay said, and now he would like to congratulate the victors of the Battle of Roxana. Members of the Ministry of Magic Hale, Tomi, Nikina. After a while, the musicians began to play music, and aristocrats approached MC with congratulations. The man approached Ian and said, he congratulates him. Viscount Ian Hielo. MC thanked Viscount Hawkmon, who asked in surprise, so he knows him? Ian replied, almost. He knows his son. He helped him very, very much. Another man approached Ian and said, it's nice to meet you. He's the Marquis of Haynes. MC shook his hand and said, it's an honor to meet you, Marcus. At that moment, Barrick waved and shouted, Ian, come here. Viscount Ian Hielo. Romandro said, now he's a real Viscount. He congratulates him. MC thanked them and said, The test for magical power will take some time. Ramandro said, yes, all we can do is stand and watch. Well, now I feel better. MC said, by the way, Mr. Ramandro, are those ladies sitting upstairs the Emperor's favorites? Ramandro looked up and answered, that's right. Ian asked, who is that girl with silver hair? Ramandro answered, that's Madame Delena. She manages some of the Empire's internal affairs on behalf of the Emperor. She also organized the New Year's celebration. Ian asked, so her sons also have silver hair? Ramandro answered, well, yes. Suddenly, MC saw a boy behind Delena and asked, Mr. Ramandro, is this by any chance? Before he could finish speaking, Ramandro said, exactly. Ian thought they were twins. The fourth prince, Arsene, and the fifth prince, Jin. After a while, Barrick looked in surprise at the couple in the corner and said, they're kissing. Ian said, Barrick, stop talking nonsense. They need to go. He apologized for the perhaps blasphemous question, but the current emperor is the 13th, isn't he? Ramandro asked him to watch his words. He is the 14th. Only recently was his father, who died during the coup, recognized as the legitimate ruler. Barrick asked in surprise, how come? He had secret parents? MC answered, everyone tells a different version of what happened, but this means that the previous ruler can be both stripped of his title and reinstated. The current emperor was considered the 13th until last year, but what will happen next year is unknown. One way or another, in the flow of history, one cannot sense how strong a storm is. When he received the title, he couldn't remember the emperor's name, and one cannot figure out who will be the next ruler from one name, since the emperor has twins. All that remains is to relive these events with one memory of the portrait. Ian asked, but why are the twins' names so different? Barrick said, Arsene sounds cool, but doesn't Jin sound too ordinary? Ramandro said, Barrick, he did tell him to watch what he says. When the twins were born, an oracle made a prediction. It was said that because of the child born later, the one born first would fall into great trouble. MC looked at him in surprise after hearing this. Ramandro said that's why even in infancy, two boys couldn't sleep in the same bedroom. He thought it was because of fear of a future power struggle. But since Princess Marev and Gale reached adulthood, the situation changed. That's why they gave the boy a common name. They probably believed that by naming him that, they would escape the influence of an evil spirit. But the oracle isn't always right. That's the thing. He understands. It seems so to him after 10 years of observation. They say that Prince Jin, who received a good education from the cradle, values Prince Arsene very much and cares for him. Sometimes it even seems to him that they have swapped the roles of older and younger brothers. Maybe that's why Prince Arsene is so energetic and bright, and his younger brother, Prince Jin, is calm and serious. Although their faces are identical, their characters can be distinguished at first glance. At that moment, Carr came out onto the balcony and said, he apologizes, Viscount Ian Hilo. Minister Wesley is looking for him. She wants to give him the necessary information before the ceremony of testing for the presence of magic. He asked to come with him. Ian turned and said, okay, he's coming. He told Barrick to follow him. Barrick responded, yes. After a while, Ian opened the curtains and greeted Minister Wesley. She turned around and exclaimed, oh wow, they have a new low-born aristocrat, the bastard son of a border count. I think his name is now Viscount Ian Hilo. MC looked at her and, extending his hand, said, it's a pleasure to meet you, Minister Wesley. If it's not too much trouble, could she please state her family name? Wesley frowned in irritation and said, Viscount Ian Hilo. The position of minister is equal to that of Count Palatine and carries equal prestige and power, so he needs to be careful. MC apologized for his stupidity in mentioning her family name. Wesley said with displeasure, such impudence could lead to his becoming a slave. Ian said she was so caring, he couldn't deny it, Madam Minister. It turned out she was much kinder than rumors said. Wesley pursed her lip and thought, boy, he got a title, and now he's getting all stuck up. She turned away and said, if the verification ceremony confirmed his magic, the ministry would send him an official invitation to join by tomorrow evening. Is there a department he wants to join? MC saw some guys in robes standing to the side, whispering, and thought they were clearly up to something. So maybe this is what they expected? Wesley stopped and said, yes, that's right. What can a country bumpkin who just arrived in the capital understand anyway? Someone should be there to explain everything to him. But the Ministry of Magic won't tolerate lazy people who sit around doing nothing and waste taxes. She doesn't know how strong his magic is, but he will be assigned to a department according to his level. Ian asked, is that so? At that moment, a guy entered the room and said, Minister Wesley, the oracle's light shone. Could she please take a moment and check everything? Wesley turned around and told MC to wait for her here. Barrick folded his hands behind his head and asked, Ian, did he just laugh? MC asked again, did he? The spell that makes the oracle glow, but there is a slight difference. Barrick asked, what if it is erased? Ian answered, the spell circle is not so easy to erase, even by stepping on it, but maybe it can be blocked with something? Perhaps the oracle's light is somewhere here. He looked around, and Burke scratched his neck and said, the minister is capable of anything. That's why he is afraid of her. Ian said, he thinks she has already done something. She wants him to have minor magical abilities. First, they'll publicly shame this impudent fool, and then they'll do everything to make her shove him into a lower department. Barrick asked again, does he need that? Does he want to obey the minister? Can't he just do whatever he wants? MC said that no matter his background, the humiliation of an aristocrat who received a title without good reason would cause anger in high society, and he certainly isn't going to give up even the smallest things just because she considers him a second-class citizen. Barrick asked in surprise, "What will he do?" MC replied that he already said that he had already set a trap. Barrick sighed and said that his head hurts. Ian said, "Barrick, he appreciates his concern, but he doesn't have to do this, because the answer already exists. It's easy to look down, but looking in the opposite situation, that is, from the bottom up, is difficult. Marav wants him to get into the magical stones department, which he needs so much. It's easy to get there, because there are few employees. But he needs to get into a more important department. To do this, he will have to make a name for himself and prove his abilities. Although he is a bastard of low birth, he is worthy of the title. Moreover, he has a rare and outstanding gift." MC ordered Barrick to bite his finger, and he asked again, "Finger?" He growled and quickly bit his finger. Ian pointed to the floor and told him to draw here and there. Barrick answered, "No. If he knew that he would have to bite his finger, he would have come up with something better." MC said, "Yes, that was his mistake." Barrick said, "Then he should feed him meat for a month." Suddenly, there was a screeching of wheels behind them, and the guys turned around. Barrick said, "Ian, here." He answered, "That's right, the light of the oracle." Wesley went to the harp and asked, "Ian Hielo, does he know how the test is done?" MC answered, "No." Wesley replied, "If the light of the oracle appears in the ministry, he must bring his hand up and use magic. Depending on the strength of the magic, the atmosphere in the room would change." Ian thought he understood that she wanted to deceive him, but he couldn't do it so blatantly. Wesley ordered everyone to pass judgment. The mages replied, "Yes, Minister." One of the men tugged Barrick's arm and asked, "He's the knight accompanying Viscount Ian, isn't he?" MC replied, "Barrick, it's okay. He can step back." The mages knelt before the seal and MC approached the harp. Suddenly, one of the mages asked to be excused, and Ian turned around and thought, "This man is one of those who was awarded for his services at the Battle of Roxana." He thought her name was Nakina. Nakina approached MC and asked, "He's left-handed, isn't he?" He replied, "That's right." She asked him to take the harp with his left hand and concentrate his magic in his right. "It's important to place your hand on the oracle's light for the magical waves to be beautiful and natural. Your hand movements should be soft." The mage ordered Nakina to come here quickly, and she replied, "Okay." The guy spoke. "Nakina," he told her not to linger. She answered, "Yes, but it was like she was lying to a child, which made her uneasy. There should be a limit to lies, after all." The guy answered, "She's the same as always." Nakina said, "Okay, they need to get out of here. She doesn't want to see this." The guy said, "That's better. They haven't had beer in a while, right?" Ian smiled and thought, the Battle of Roxana, Hale, Tomi, Nakina. After a while, the curtains were pulled back and the aristocrats said, "Viscount Ian Hielo, looks like it's finally begun." The man frowned and said, "It must be hard to organize 2 races a day." The woman asked, "Well, how could this be difficult for someone who ate crumbs, surviving in back alleys?" Ramandro watched them, his hands folded in displeasure. Wesley came on stage and said, "They all know perfectly well how important the power of magic is to the protection of the Burial Empire. For years, they had to put up with the regrets of not being able to find a sufficiently talented mage. But now the Ministry of Magic and all of Burial have received a blessing, which is nothing short of rejoicing. It's a New Year's miracle, nothing less. They swear that the magical power demonstrated by Viscount Ian Hielo in the future, it will serve to glorify the Burial Empire." Everyone watched MC attentively as he prepared. He concentrated and, touching the harp, thought, "Is this how it's done?" He ran his hand over the strings and a loud melody resounded throughout the hall. Bright mana spread throughout the hall, surprising everyone around. The conductor froze in surprise and then quickly began to work. The music spread throughout the hall, and Gale frowned with displeasure. He looked at Wesley's surprised face, and Delana looked at him and thought, "Can a man really look at his beloved like that?" She put her lorgnette to Clays and asked, "His Majesty, did he see this?" He looked ahead thoughtfully, when suddenly Delana called out to Jean. He said, "Mother, Arsene is hard to see through the binoculars." She looked at Arsene, and then ruffled Jean's hair and asked, "Did he give him his binoculars? How kind he is. Isn't it truly divine? His Majesty?" Clay continued to look thoughtfully at what was happening. Jean said, "This Ian is truly incredible." After a while, MC stopped and cried out, "For burial." All the aristocrats cried out, "For burial." Wesley approached Ian and waved her hand, and he kissed it. She said, "Viscount Ian Hielo, he has incredible power. She will wait for his application for admission to the Ministry of Magic." MC turned away and began to descend from the stage. The aristocrats ran up to him and said admiringly, "Viscount Hielo, he's incredible." Someone suggested shaking hands first. What would he say? Will he continue using magic until he's assigned to a department? By the way, which department will he join? With that kind of power, he can get wherever he wants. The Volunteer Magic Troops department is the best, so the guy is going to bet on it. Let him join. At that moment, a voice was heard from behind. "Viscount Ian Hielo." Ramandro cleared his throat and said, "He needs to say something. Let him come here for a minute." Ian turned away and asked him to excuse him. He'd be right back. The aristocrats asked him to come back quickly. The men went out onto the balcony, and Ramandro cried out with tears in his eyes, "Ian, what's wrong with him? He's never seen anything more wonderful in his life. I wish his Vivian could see it too." MC thanked Mr. Ramandro, including for his timely assistance. Ramandro asked, "Besides, isn't he the first aristocratic mage? He will go down in history. He congratulates him with all his heart, Ian replied. Yes. Ramandro looked at him puzzled and asked why he reacted like that. MC replied, no, it's simple. He can't believe it. Even after 100 years he was the first, and thanks to that, he was able to sit on the imperial throne, and now he's first again. Ramandro asked, was he really too worried? Ian replied, no, he's grateful that he's happy for him. By the way, where's Barrick? Ramandro asked in surprise. Barrick? Didn't he go with him? MC replied, he went, but he was asked to leave before the ceremony, so he thought he was with him. The men froze, when suddenly Ramandro screamed, oh my god, so that's where that idiot went. What if that idiot somehow harms the aristocrats? Barrick was holding a bottle of booze in his hand and said, Ian, he's here. Ramandro looked around and shouted, where the hell was he? And what's wrong with his hands? Barrick smiled and looked at his finger and replied, it's payment for the meat sacks. MC said he remembered that he had to be fed meat. He offered to tell him where he had been. Barrick replied, in the back corridor, where the oracle's light was shining into the room. He was waiting there for it to be over. Right. Maybe he saw something interesting in that corridor. He said to order everyone who was drawing the magic circle to come forward. He has no idea how that could have happened. MC asked again, is that like Minister Wesley? Barrick smiled and asked, it seemed similar, right? She treats her subordinates in a frightening way, like rats. MC replied, it doesn't seem like it at all. He thought Wesley would personally finish drawing the magic circle, but it turned out that it was originally drawn incorrectly. Surely many people knew that something was wrong with the circle. But then that man named Nikina wanted to help him. This means that there are factions in the Ministry of Magic too. The department headed by Wesley, and those to whom she assigns work, and those who are not part of this department. Ramandro began to hit Barrick on the shoulder, and Ian thought, naturally, that everywhere there are factions. If not for Noam, he would definitely have had a hard time adapting to the Ministry of Magic for the first time. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a voice. Viscount Ian Hilo. The guy apologized for disturbing and asked, but could he spare him a minute? He will lead him to a private office on the second floor. At that time, the entire imperial family was sitting in the office. The guy led Ian to the right place, and the guard bowed and said, it is nice to meet you, Viscount Ian Hilo. He is Viel's third captain of the Imperial Guard. He apologizes. But can he conduct a search? MC replied, of course it is his duty. He spread his arms out to the sides, and Veals checked him and thanked him for his understanding. He opened the door and told him to go inside. Ian walked inside and saw many aristocrats. The girl looked at him and said, so he came. The man said, up close, he looks even more striking. Clay told Ian to come here. MC approached and, kneeling, greeted His Majesty. He looked up and wondered if these people were not only the center of the Burial Empire, but also the key to its future. Everyone looked at him carefully, and Clay said, Viscount Ian Hilo, he blesses him once again. What he showed today will be an example for high society. MC bowed and said, for him, this is the greatest honor. The Ministry of Magic will also do everything for him. His Majesty. Delana smiled and said, but Viscount Hilo, which department of the ministry is he going to? Merev and Gale looked carefully at MC. Gale thought, maybe to the magic support department? No matter what department he wanted, they would never let him in. MC smiled and said his opinion meant nothing. He would follow Minister Wesley's instructions. As the head of the ministry, she knew best where he belonged. He thought, in fact, he wasn't going to go to the Magic Stones department that Prince Marev had spoken of. If he went there, he would distance himself from the center of power. To do this, he would need to skillfully balance between the two sides. Therefore, he should accept Gale's offer to mislead everyone. Arson approached Ian and asked for forgiveness. He asked if he could show his magic again, like at the ceremony. MC leaned towards him and said, but, His Highness Arson, to show magic like at the ceremony, he needed the light of the oracle. Arson said, no problem, he can show something else. Delana cried out in surprise, Arson! The children gathered around Ian and started talking, wanting to see. Arson looked at his father and asked, Your Majesty, may I? He asked, please. Clay nodded, after which Ian said, okay then. He released the mana, and the children cried out in joy, how beautiful. Arson looked at the flow of mana in admiration and asked, can I touch it? MC replied, of course, Your Highness. Arson said he was still young, and didn't know the ministry mages. It was his first time at such a ceremony, so it was incredible. Delana sat next to Jean and watched the proceedings closely. She asked Arson to mind his manners. Sir Ian was no joke to him. Stop behaving so rudely with him. MC smiled and said, Madam, today is such a happy day for him, so he would like to give the prince some happy memories too. Arson hugged him and happily asked, really? Thank you for saying so. Ian looked at him carefully, when suddenly a loud cough was heard from the side. Merev ran up to Clay and asked, His Majesty, is he all right? He ordered His Majesty taken away, and the boy replied, yes, Prince Merev. Delana turned around and said, Arson, let him come here and not bother Sir Ian. Arson instantly became sad, but nodded his head and headed toward his mother. The imperial family left the room, but Gale remained. He asked if he shouldn't go too. Jin. MC approached him and said, His Highness Prince Jin, if he doesn't mind, could he accompany him? It was already very dark outside. Jin looked at him carefully, and Ian said, he will do as he wishes. After a while, they were walking down the corridor, which MC illuminated with its mana. The maid said, Viscount Ian, they have a lantern. He replied, no need, this light is brighter. He thought it would be more convenient to observe them from here. He didn't notice any scars on Jin or Arsene. As he thought, it was difficult to tell the twins apart by their faces. if there was any detail other than their personalities by which they could be distinguished. Suddenly they stopped and Jin said, "Sir Ian?" He asked again. "Yes, His Highness," Jin asked. "Can he touch the light?" MC replied. "Of course, His Highness." He sat down and brought his hand closer to Jin. He stretched his hand towards the fire and said, "So that's what Arson just saw." Ian thought, if you look from the outside, you can tell which of them is Jean and which is Arson. There is one more difference. Jean is considered a serious child who rarely smiles. At the moment, Jean smiled and said, "It's soft and warm." MC thought, but only Prince Jean has dimples when he smiles. At that moment, Delina turned to Arson and asked, what kind of frivolous behavior had just happened? How many times had she told him to behave quietly in the presence of Princes Gale and Marev? But he still asked Sir Ian to show his magical abilities. Arson sat down next to her on the sofa and apologized to his mother. He looked at her happily and asked, but she saw it too, right? How beautiful Sir Ian's magic was. How could he resist after seeing it so close? Delena said it was true. Even though she is his mother, she feels like she doesn't know him at all. At that moment, the guard said, "Mistress Delena, His Highness Prince Jin has arrived." He entered when the door opened slightly and sat down next to Delena. She said, "He had a hard time today, Jin." He said, "No, Mom. It was she who had a hard time because of the preparations for the New Year's celebration." Delena thought, even though they are twins, how could they be so different? If Arson were even half like Jin. No, if not for the oracle. She patted Jin on the head and asked him to enlighten his older brother once again. What do Prince Marev and Prince Gale mean to them? She was so worried then. She thought that she would not be able to live up to her status. The butler entered the room and said, "Mistress Delena, His Majesty the Emperor is calling her." Delena asked again, "The Emperor? She is already coming." She asked Jin to keep an eye on Arson and got up from the sofa. Jin replied, "Yes, Mom." She went out into the hallway and the boys were left alone in the room. Arson picked up the box and asked, "Little brother, will he nag him like Mom told him to?" He didn't answer. He didn't like talking to him. Jin replied that it wasn't that. He knew he had made a mistake this time. When they were very young, their older brothers took care of them. But it was only a matter of time. If they weren't careful, they too could perish like the third prince. The truth that the third prince died in a fall because he thought himself more important than the first and second princes was kept secret. And no one in the imperial family mentioned it. Jin said that perhaps the emperor, their father, had done the same. But they lived in luxury because they didn't care about their older brothers. As their mother had explained many times, Arson asked Jin to tell them frankly. It wasn't their age that mattered, but the oracle. Those words about the one born later harming the one born earlier. And also, if one of the brothers close to the throne dies, then the entire imperial line will be interrupted. If it really happens that the younger one harms the elder, then the imperial line will be interrupted. Jean said, "Arson, the oracle is not always right." Arson said, "But he is not always wrong either. Jean, he likes him very much." He hugged him and asked him not to kill him. Jean hugged him and told him not to joke like that. Could he really harm him? At that moment, MC was walking down the corridor when suddenly he saw Gale at the window. He said, "Well, Sir Ian, did Father and Jean get to their chambers?" Ian answered, "Yes, that's right." Gale said, "This has been happening to Father for a long time. Even if he suffocates in his sleep, the next day he is fine again. This has happened more than once or twice." That's why Marev looked even stranger. Why was he being so dramatic, as if Father was definitely going to die this time? Ian said that no matter how familiar it was, the anxiety wouldn't go away that easily. He thought he'd heard that the Emperor favored Gale more than the Empress's son, Marev. If the Emperor died, his position could be shaken without his protection. Yet he seemed incredibly calm. Gale said that, regarding the magic confirmation ceremony, it was quite impressive. Perhaps he had met another mage at the border? MC answered sharply, "No. People at the border aren't even familiar with the concept of magic. He'd met people like gypsies, but not mages." Gale asked again, "Is that so? So he had nothing to do with the bloodstains on the magic circle?" Ian asked if there had been any problems with the magic circle, so they'd narrowly escaped disaster. What a relief that the celebration had passed without incident. He hadn't spilled any blood. This belonged to someone else. Gale thoughtfully touched MC's glove with his hand and threw it on the floor. He examined his hand closely, and Ian asked, "Should he show his other hand too, His Highness?" He pulled his hand away, and Gale said, "No, that's not necessary. Let him tell me what he thinks of his proposal instead." MC remembered the conversation with Gale, who said that he had high hopes for Ian. After all, before becoming a lord, he was a commoner, and before he was Ian, he was a wizard. He hopes he understands who he is. Currently, Gale said, according to that proposal, if he wants to become a full member of the Ministry of Magic. MC interrupted him and said, of course he agrees. Gale asked, is that so? And how will he prove it? Will he wring his master's neck? Ian replied, he will prove it, if that's what he wants. However, he also hopes, His Highness, that he will prove to him that he is not mistaken and is choosing the right path. Gale looked at him carefully and then cried out loudly, okay, good, that's what he likes about him. But the order of actions must be clear. He will be the first to prove himself. Is he a real magician or a stupid spy? Romandro asked to wait. He begs for forgiveness. He has something to tell Viscount Ian Hielo. Gale asked, who is this? Is it Romandro? Ramandro's eyes widened in fear and said, "They have not seen each other for a long time, His Highness Gale." He thought, a nightmare. Ramandro said, "He came with important news." Gale asked, "Wasn't he the one who picked up Ian from the first floor?" Ramandro thought, "So he was following them then too?" Gale said, "The knight who accompanied Sir Ian? Well, he is not a knight." MC thought. "Beric?" He bowed and asked His Highness's forgiveness. His knight is not used to such events. He is afraid that he might do something, so he asks to be allowed to leave. Gale said, "Yes, he can go." Ian went towards Ramandro and asked, "Did something happen to Beric?" Ramandro replied, "No, there's no need to be scared, but he really did come to take him away." MC whispered, "Everything said here reaches Prince Gale." Ramandro cried out in fear, "But it's half true." After a while, they entered the hall where Beric was lying. Ramandro said he was drunk. He offered to take him away from here before he died. MC leaned toward Beric, who screamed loudly, "Ian?" MC said, "Yes, it's him. They need to go home already. There's no need to relax even though he's wearing gloves. He knows how to put pressure on you to get your gloves taken off for inspection. So they need to leave here before they end up in Gale's hands." He and Ramandro picked up Beric and headed towards the exit, and Gale was watching them from the window at that moment. After a while, the guys put Beric on the bed and said he was heavy. Maybe because he has a mountain of muscles like a knight? MC said they need to forbid Beric from drinking. Ramandro wiped his forehead and said, "Good idea, that's too bad a reason." He simply sat down on the bed and said, "After all, the Ministry of Magic acceptance notice will arrive tomorrow morning." MC replied, "Yes, definitely." Ramandro looked out the window and told Ian to listen. He's curious about something. Why did he keep quiet about collecting tribute during his audience with His Highness Prince Marev? Ian looked at him carefully and remained silent, and Ramandro said he was in no position to comment on his actions. He was simply curious about what he was trying to achieve. Well, he meant that if he wanted to prioritize his work as a mage, he would try to help in his own way, so he could contact him anytime. MC thought, so he would help him even if he sided with Prince Gale. He asked, "But isn't he Prince Marev's man?" Ramandro replied that although Prince Marev was his superior, if he resigned, he would never see him again. He was ashamed to say it, but he was simply eating up the salary the Empire paid him. But would they really stop seeing him, Ian? Of course, it would be sad if he had to work for another person, but if such is the fate of a magician, then nothing can be done. MC offered to clarify something. He is not going to work for Prince Gale. Ramandro asked in surprise, "Really?" And he was already getting nervous. Ian said that he is not going to involve Prince Gale in all the details, because there is nothing more dangerous than revealing your cards. If suddenly Prince Marev starts asking him about something, there is no need to worry about him. Let Ramandro answer what he thinks is right. Isn't the most important thing for him right now Vivian and the child who is soon to be born, Mr. Ramandro? Ian said that he will figure everything out, so there is no need to worry. He knows it himself. Ramandro said that yes, he has plenty of worldly wisdom. He showed himself magnificently at the border, but if he ever needs to discuss something, let him come to him. And pretending he didn't know about Ruron was also a smart move. He'll find somewhere to store it for the long term. MC said, "Thanks for saying that." Ramandro said, "Oh well, hadn't they spent many days together?" Ian looked at him and thought perhaps the real luck was that Mr. Ramandro had come to the border. Suddenly the doorbell rang and Ramandro asked in surprise, who could have come here at such an early hour? From the Ministry of Magic? MC said he didn't know. In any case, it was too early. The maid looked into the room and said, "Mr. Ian, he has a visitor." He asked, who had arrived at such an hour? The maid answered she gave her name as Bathsheba Brut, the Imperial Guard. She said, "They hadn't seen each other for a long time, Sir Ian. She had come to pick up her late father's things." After a while, Beric ran out of the house and yelled, "Ian, Ian, the guards are here. What's the matter?" "It's that girl. She was the one he fought with in the gateway. He knocked out her tooth and bled afterwards." Bathsheba told him to bite his tongue. Beric asked, "Mr. Ramandro, what did he say wrong?" MC went inside the house and asked, "Mr. Ramandro, can they use his living room?" Ramandro answered, "Well, of course, but what connects him with the Imperial Guard?" MC answered, "This is Petreo's daughter." Ramandro asked again, "Petreo? I see." He turned around in surprise and screamed. What did he say? Petreo's daughter? After a while, they were sitting in the living room. MC held out the box and said, "This is his ring." Bathsheba frowned and said, "It is." MC asked if this was familiar to her. There was a poison in it called tebarfin. Once the poison comes into contact with the skin, the flesh begins to rot and the person dies painfully. This is the best way to hide your identity after an unsuccessful assassination attempt. Bathsheba said, this is indeed her father's ring, but she didn't know that he had a poison for murder. Ian asked, since when did her father start wearing this ring? Bathsheba answered, since he left the guard and joined the new service. He started wearing the ring when he started working for Molan, so it was definitely he who gave it to Petreo. Some time ago, Molan said he was sorry, Bathsheba. Petreo died doing his nightly duty, protecting him from Ian. He heard her father suffer day and night, in that dark basement where that bastard dared to imprison them. Currently, MC said, Petreo apparently trusted her until the very end. When asked if he was worried about his family, he had no doubts. That's all he can tell her, and it's up to her to judge. Bathsheba didn't understand why he always wore this ring, because it wasn't an engagement ring. She even asked once if he had met anyone, and her father only laughed sadly. So if she found out what kind of ring it was, then Ian said that since this poison is often used in the slave trade, if we follow its trail, we can surely prove Molan's involvement. Bathsheba closed the box with the ring, and standing up, put her hand to her head. She bowed, and MC thought that in her salute he felt a sincerity that could not be expressed in 1,000 words. He said that he would gladly accept her gratitude. Bathsheba said well, it was time for her to go. MC asked her to stop. He asks her to fulfill his request. He is thinking of sending Barak to the palace for training. If she suddenly notices them in the palace and realizes that he is missing something, then please let her tell him. Barak shouted loudly, him? To the palace for training? What nonsense. They will see each other at the palace. He will even clean her teeth under the gum, so she should be careful. Bathsheba ordered him to bite his tongue. She left the house, and Ramandro exhaled and said that he was so exhausted, and they had already caused a commotion since the morning. He really wanted to just have breakfast and rest. He paused and asked, what was Lady Bathsheba doing here? A maid ran into the room and shouted, Master Ian, an invitation to join the Ministry of Magic has arrived. Everyone turned and looked at her carefully. A little earlier, before sunset, Wesley stood on the stage at the palace and thought that all her important plans had failed. It was necessary to suppress Ian's magic as much as possible to break his spirit. But Barreto approached her and said, Lady Wesley, the banquet hall is all cleared out. The remaining aristocrats moved to the ballroom. She asked, okay, and Gale? The guy answered, His Highness is in the ballroom. Wesley asked, was there any other news? The guy answered, no. And did she say that there was blood on the circle? Barreto frowned and replied, yes, that's right. She bit her finger and looked closely at the seal. Wesley said she was going to Gale. Barreto said fearfully, Minister, he doesn't think this is a good idea. Wesley turned around and said that at dawn she would have to send Ian an invitation to join the ministry. So shouldn't she discuss further actions with him? She quickly walked down the corridor and, entering the hall where the aristocrats were still resting, quickly looked around. She heard a voice from the side, His Highness Prince Gale. What was he saying? Gale asked, did it sound like a joke? Melania smiled and said, well, of course, everyone here thought so. The man said, His Highness, he is so nice to Lady Melania. Gale looked at Wesley, who stopped and nodded her head. He asked to forgive him. He was only going for a minute. The girl asked where he was going. She asked him to come back quickly. Gale went out onto the balcony with Wesley, and she lit a cigarette. He asked what happened to the magic circle. She replied that she had definitely checked everything again and came here. The circle really didn't work because of the blood on it. The blood had carefully covered the most important part of the circle. She found it hard to believe it was an accident. It was all done on purpose. It was unlikely that this was the work of that child from the border. She probably saw him for the first time today. Ian was clearly having someone's help. Gale said he heard that he had been in contact with Nikina from the Department of Volunteer Magic Troops. So, the first thing they needed to do was arrange surveillance on her. He didn't know. He didn't think so. Wesley asked why. Gale replied that Nikina had just returned from the Battle of Roxana, and Ian was coming to the palace for the second time today, so it was unlikely that they had anything in common. And even if Nikina and the Department of Volunteer Magic Troops were Marev puppets, Wesley said they were probably ordered not to contact Ian because it would reveal all his cards. Gale said he assumed someone had helped him out of pure kindness, or it had really been Ian. Wesley said it couldn't be, like someone who had just arrived from the border. Gale replied, yes, and it's not an easy matter for her, is it? Wesley's eyes widened in surprise and said, no way, she is Wesley, after all, His Highness. Gale said, yes, he had expressed himself incorrectly. By the way, about the oracle's light that Ian showed, what level of magic do she think he has? Wesley replied, it's not bad for his age. He has exceeded her expectations. Yes, it's unusual. The more she looks, the more she is amazed at how impudent and brazen he is. If it turns out to be true that Ian damaged the magic circle and has much greater power, then they can't give him to Marev. Gale said he has contacted the department and they will follow any of her orders. But even though he told them so, it was unknown what Marev would do with these departments behind his back. He put his head to Wesley's ear and told her to offer him several departments, including the Volunteer Troops Department, and let her see how he reacted. He turned and started to leave, and Wesley called after him, Gale? He turned around, but she couldn't say anything. She nodded her head and said that they would see each other later. His Highness Gale. He said she had done well. Wesley threw the cigarette butt on the floor and pressed it down with her shoe, carefully looking at the starry sky. Currently, in the Romandro house, a messenger greeted Viscount Ian Hielo. Yesterday at the New Year celebration, he was truly impressive. Thank you for putting on such a beautiful spectacle for them. Viscount Ian Hielo, they ask that you further direct his magic for the benefit of the great Bariel Empire and the Emperor. They ask that you accept the invitation to join the Ministry of Magic. Currently, the Ministry of Magic is the most prestigious ministry in the palace. Here are the working conditions that are offered to him, as well as the recommended departments of the ministry, which were personally selected by Minister Wesley. The man bowed and said to think everything over and see if he could send his response. MC said, okay, thank you for working so hard since this morning. The man said, no, it's not worth it. If he doesn't mind, can he shake his hand? Ian answered, of course. The man thanked him and said that in that case, they would wait for his answer. He got into the carriage and headed back, and MC said that he was kinder than he thought. Romandro spoke up, no matter how hard he tried to restrain himself. He was the first newcomer to the Ministry of Magic in a long time. He simply couldn't humanly do otherwise. MC started reading the scroll and thought, a salary of 10 gold pieces a month. The departments are not much different from the ones he knew. However, yesterday on the second floor, in the banquet hall, during the discussion of the selection of departments, he will follow Minister Wesley's decision. That's what he answered. Of course, Wesley knows this herself. So is she really giving him the right to choose again? Ramandro looked at him and asked, Ian, what is he thinking about? MC said, it seems that Minister Wesley suspects that he has connections in the Ministry of Magic. Ian found it highly suspicious that despite manipulating the magic circle, he still successfully passed the ceremony to test his magical potency. He had only just arrived in the capital, so he couldn't have any influence. Therefore, he suspected that the Marev had tightened his internal connections. They probably trusted them to find out which department the spy was hiding in. Ian believed he should first consult with the Marev prince. Apparently, there were other spies in the Ministry of Magic besides himself, as Wesley suspected. Barrack asked what he was planning to do. He replied that if the prince's man was there, the least suspicious thing for both sides would be for him to go to the department where that man was located. Ramandro replied that no, he would simply feign ignorance and go there himself. Ian added that that would only heighten suspicions. On the contrary, if he joined the same department, Wesley's attention would be focused solely on him, and the Marev's people would be less suspicious. Therefore, if his spies were there, he'd go there, and if not, he'd go to the volunteer magical troops. Ramandro asked again, the volunteer magical troops? There's a lot of hard work there. Surely he wouldn't get tired of it? The protagonist asked Barrack to bring him a piece of paper and replied that this department was more independent than others, as it worked more often in the field. This meant that loyalty there was to the department head, not to the minister, and the internal balance was probably better. Hasn't this always been the case? Of course. This was a contingency plan in case the Marevs didn't have their own people in the ministry. So, after he sent the Marevs a letter, he received a reply that afternoon. He asked if there was anyone in the ministry who could help him, and in his reply, he wrote that the Ministry of Magic didn't have his eyes and ears. Sometime later, the minister's subordinate reported a request from Viscount Ian. He wanted to join the volunteer magical troops. Wesley chuckled and asked, so he wanted to join the volunteer magical troops? He irritated her so much it gave her a headache. The head of the Hale department was so stubborn that it was difficult to deal with him. Barreto asked, so that meant she was right about their connection to the Nakina? She replied, no, then he wouldn't have joined the same department. So were there traitors in other departments too? Wesley didn't know, but she found herself thinking that nothing was adding up and that there were no clear answers, which only made things more difficult. If the Marev spy who helped sabotage the magic circle wasn't in this department, then who did it? The circle had clearly sabotaged Ian. She recalled the outline of Gale's face and wondered, I can't believe it. How could a country bumpkin be capable of such a thing? Her reputation was at stake. He's the youngest minister of magic in the history of the Empire. If he has the same abilities, or rather abilities that exceed hers, then her situation is dire. All her achievements will be destroyed by some bastard from the borders of the Empire. He has an assistant. He must be involved somehow. She turned sharply and asked, when is he planning to visit the palace? Barreto replied that he wrote that he would arrive during the open training day. Wesley asked again, open training day? But why then? He replied that he was planning to send his escort knight to the training. If she granted permission, he would do all his business on the training grounds, and then officially introduce himself as a member of the department and begin his work the next day. She wondered, so it was Ramandro. He was clearly helping him every step of the way, being by his side, from his entry into the department to the training grounds. She left the office and walked around the palace for a while, when she suddenly flung the door open, and her subordinates started shouting, quickly finishing their work. What was her business? She replied that they needed to prepare to receive Viscount Ian, and since he was planning to join the volunteer magical troops, they needed to notify everyone there. The subordinates shouted that they obeyed. As soon as the leader returned, they would inform him of everything. Wesley asked them to compose themselves. Did he even understand what this meant? The guy started shouting, yes, of course, she shouldn't worry about it. He'll be waiting for them. She found it funny and told them to get on with their work. After these words, she slammed the door and left the office. Her subordinates stood silently near the door for a while. One of them, with a displeased expression, said, newbie, this hasn't happened in a long time. How many years has it been? It's a good thing the minister wasn't angry. They needed to welcome him properly, just to test whether the oracle could be trusted. They began discussing among themselves the Viscount joining the volunteer troops. Many were surprised. Had he really been kicked out? The girl thought that for his services in battle, he would finally be able to secure a position. But Sir Ian himself had chosen this department. It was clearly not easy for him to suddenly receive this position. After all, he had so suddenly lost Minister Wesley's favor. After some time, the subordinates prepared various fruits and vegetables and carried plates of food. They discussed how this was, on the contrary, a wonderful opportunity. Wouldn't he get a good grade if he sorted things out for the minister? He might be from the outskirts, but he was still an aristocrat. At that moment, Hale entered the room and looked around carefully. He approached Nikina and asked, "What kind of nonsense is this? Is a newcomer joining them? Does she know what's going on?" She replied that there was such a commotion here that it was impossible to hear anything. He felt sorry for her that she didn't know what was going on. The others were discussing whether he was having trouble attracting new recruits. Hale replied that he had no problem, and the boy offered him something to eat. Hale chuckled and said that they should work as they were now. After a while, Barrack woke up and yelled at Ian to come here quickly. Why was he getting ready so slowly? Ian asked him to stop yelling and wait. When he got closer, he asked if they were waiting for him. Barrack chuckled and replied, "Of course." He promised to take him to the training grounds at the palace today. People say there are as many strong warriors there as in the clan of the unearthly warriors. Ramandro addressed him as a loser and asked if he even understood what a privilege this was for him. Did he really think he often had the chance to compete with knights from the imperial palace? Barrack turned around and sarcastically replied that this was ridiculous, after which he said he would see about it, that he was doing the honor of being with a knight of the palace. Where else could they gain such a devastating experience? Ramandro replied that they would deal him many blows. He needed to break his nose to bring him back to his senses. The protagonist wondered if he should call a healer beforehand. Suddenly, he turned to Barrack and asked to borrow another sword. He asked again, why? He didn't want to do that. The protagonist replied that at least half of the warriors there were battle mages, and he would be in trouble if he had problems with his sword. He replied, smiling, that nothing terrible would happen. Everyone would fight with their swords, and he wouldn't be the only one with a wooden sword. Right? Ian sighed with displeasure and told him to do as he saw fit. After that, he turned to Lord Ramandro, who asked again, what happened? He came closer, offered him his hand, and said that when he returned from the palace, he would already be a mage, so he was saying his final farewell to him as a wizard who brings good luck. Ramandro smiled at him and said he understood, offering to do it again. Barrack also asked to do it with him too. Afterwards, the protagonist shook his hand, but told him to leave his sword. Today was open training day at the palace. On this day, the training grounds were open to everyone. Warriors gathered to test their strength and make new acquaintances. It was something like a day off. When Barrack and Ian arrived, Barrack shouted in surprise, wow, how huge his opponent was. Everyone here looked so strong. Had he ever seen the people who had just passed them? The protagonist told him to move on. There would be even more people inside. Barrack noted that there were also spectators standing above. These were aristocrats watching the knights train. If a knight caught their attention, they could strike a deal, and sometimes the captain of the guard himself offered to recruit the knight. He asked, does this mean they were going to the first floor? Ian replied, yes. He should go and watch experienced warriors wield a sword and try to act accordingly. If he found someone to fight, he should greet them politely and then ask for a sparring match. Barrack replied that it was incredibly nerve-wracking for him and made him shy. The protagonist asked him to stop acting like that. Suddenly, the people around them began to talk about them, and one of them asked, who is that? She's never seen him before. Another replied that it was Viscount Ian, the first aristocrat to join the Ministry of Magic. The girl wondered if this was his escort knight. The guy replied that they said this idiot came here from the border. Barrack overheard this conversation and became angry. Did they really just call them brats? The protagonist asked him to ignore it. It was just an aristocratic knight. He should look at others as a guide. For example, before them were the palace guards. Only the best served the emperor in the palace. He could learn a lot from them. Barrack was dumbfounded when he spotted a familiar girl and, calling her Toothy, noted that she was also there. At that moment, the protagonist turned around and announced that he would be going up to the second floor, and he should try his best here and remember what he had told him. Barrack raised his hands and wished him a pleasant viewing. Suddenly, he was noticed by Mr. Sirio, who greeted the Viscount and, shaking his hand, announced that this was their first meeting since the New Year's celebration. He'd heard that he was starting work at the Ministry of Magic today. Ian replied that yes, that was indeed true, but his escort knight had been acting a bit aggressive, so he'd had to check out the training ground first. Sirio replied that he understood everything, and the protagonist turned around with a questioning expression. He noticed that he'd approached one of the men, greeted him, told him his name, and said that with his incredibly keen eye, he'd noticed that he was a formidable fighter, and it seemed he was available right now. He wanted to fight him? Sirio heard this too and laughed at how sweet he was. Where had he found him? Ian replied with a sad expression that he himself didn't know. Barrack had somehow appeared on his own. Sirio turned his attention to the knight's master, Viscount Tavian. Ian didn't remember seeing him at the New Year's celebration. Sirio noted that he wasn't even there. The former head of the mercenary guild, his business was going well. He'd recently become an aristocrat. Meanwhile, Tavian watched as his fighter was accosted by Barrack, who asked if he agreed or if he'd scared him. The boy asked his friend if he could fight him. Tavian grinned and asked, Ian wouldn't mind, would he? He replied, let them do as they please. At that moment, the boys prepared for battle and took off their shirts. The boy, with complete confidence, shouted, go ahead. He asked for it, so he shouldn't complain. At that moment, Barrack punched him in the face, sending the boy flying backwards, hitting his back and head against the wall. Tavian, like Sirio and Ian, were very surprised by what was happening, and their mouths dropped open in shock. The boy said his hair was so red it would bleed. Barrack smiled and said he should shut up and learn from him. The boy got angry and stood up, ready for a fight, shouting that he was about to win. At that moment, Barrack abruptly moved to attack him, when the boy suddenly shifted slightly, but Barrack kicked him in the stomach again, causing blood to flow from the boy's mouth. Barrack laughed at him again, and their battle continued in Barrack's favor. The bystanders watched in amazement, saying that the red-haired boy was good. This was the knight accompanying Ian. Suddenly, Viscount Tavian began laughing loudly and shouting, "Sir Ian, his knight fights quite well. How much does he pay him?" He replied that this boy works for food. Tavian asked again, "Yes? Then that's a very good deal." Ian thought, yes, if only they knew how much he ate, they would change their minds about saying that. At that moment, the girls said that judging by the way the red-haired guy fights, he grew up on the streets. This technique is primitive, but he's still not so bad, right? Let the bat shave us see. At that moment, she choked. He fights as if it's some kind of game for him, although for the one receiving the blows, it doesn't seem like a game at all. She was very angry when suddenly a gentleman approached her and asked, "Is it them?" She answered, "That's right, Captain." At that moment, he headed straight for the fighting guys, and Barrack grabbed his opponent by the hair, who asked him not to do it. He said it was too rough. Next time he shouldn't rip his shirt off. Or is he one of those? At that moment, the captain asked, "He serves Viscount Ian, right?" Barrack turned in surprise and looked closely at the captain. He gaped in shock and announced that Ian was indeed his master. Jack introduced himself as the captain of the palace guard and seemed to have quite a bit of skill. He would like to duel him. What would he say about that? Barrack was a little frightened and dumbfounded, which stopped their fight. He turned to him and said that the captain of the guard himself had offered him this fight. It was an honor for Barrack. The captain and Barrack looked at the already beaten and wounded boy lying motionless on the floor. Barrack rose from his seat and, extending his hand, grinned and said he accepted. The captain looked at this gesture with disgust and remained silent. Barrack asked again, "Will he not shake his hand? That would be very rude." Jack ignored these words and, turning around, asked again, "Does he give permission for the fight, Viscount Ian?" The protagonist began to think he would try to kill him. Was this a misunderstanding about Pitreo? They were the same age, and since he was a former vice-captain, they must have been very close for a long time. The protagonist replied that that was fine, but he had conditions. Obviously, there was a significant disparity in skill between him and his knight, so anyone could stop this fight at will. So, would he accept the challenge on behalf of the guard captain? Barrack started shouting. What did that mean? What difference in skill was he talking about? The captain immediately replied, "Okay," and realized he'd first cut out this insolent man's tongue. Just as he grabbed his sword, Barrack tried to attack him with his hand, but he grabbed it just in time. Barrack was surprised by his quick reaction, and the captain, without a moment's hesitation, continued to glare at him with hatred. Suddenly, Barrack's entire hand began to tremble, and he wondered what was going on. Why wouldn't he let go of his hand? He pulled him closer. And Ian thought about how Barrack needed to be hit once for his behavior and words to come to his senses and learn a valuable lesson. He developed only by facing strong opponents in difficult situations. And if he realized that there were many talented warriors around him, he thought he could learn a lot from them. For example, he could learn modesty and politeness. At that moment, Barrack froze and shouted, "Why isn't he letting go?" The captain abruptly released his hand and said that respect for one's opponent and adherence to etiquette are the foundation of combat. His behavior was no different from that of an animal. Barrack became extremely angry and gritted his teeth in pain because the captain grabbed his arms again, and he began screaming, "Have you really lost your mind? What's going on here? Tell him to leave him alone right now." At that moment, Barrack bit him on the neck and fell to the ground nearby as Jack pushed him away. Those around him were saying he was simply crazy. Did he just bite Master Jack on the neck? Could it really be true? It seemed highly doubtful, but if he hadn't, he wouldn't have escaped his grip. But not every man off the street fights like that, right? It's not easy to fight a guy like that in a real fight. At that moment, Bathsheba wondered, what was going on here? The accompanying knight Ian was fighting the captain of the Imperial Guard. Barrack had thought he was different. He really surprised him. Jack grabbed his neck and replied that he really was acting like a dog. Barrack began shouting back that he really was and thanked him for the compliment. At that moment, Barrack kicked the captain, causing Jack to wonder if this kid was unusual. They found themselves facing each other, and moments later, Barrack continued to strike him. Jack realized this guy was far smarter than he thought. He was deliberately hitting him in the most difficult places to attack. While his attacks were primitive, he also possessed innate talent. Barrack, meanwhile, smiled and realized that if he fell into his arms again, it would be the end for him. Then he would make sure the captain didn't catch him. The battle continued, when suddenly Barrack kicked Jack with incredible speed. He realized his speed and strength were unmatched. More importantly, his tenacity was unmatched. It wasn't something you just learned, but he motioned for him to stop, and Barrack looked at him questioningly. Suddenly, the captain punched him square in the face with such force that Barrack crashed into the wall, shattering it. Blood was streaming down his face, but he still tried to get up and laughed, saying that he was quite a fighter. Those around him were surprised that he had gotten up even after the commander's blow. Perhaps he had missed? No, the red-haired man had actually been knocked back. This meant he had survived the blow and gotten up. At that moment, Barrack actually rose and began running toward Jack, then attempted to strike him with incredible anger, but the captain again brought his fist close to his face. Barrack managed to back away briefly, but with a smile on his face, he took another blow. The captain grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the floor again. The ox beneath him crumbled into tiny pieces again, and Barrack became very wary. He was terrified, but suddenly another attack occurred above his face, after which everyone around him fell silent. Sirio turned to Ian and asked if he could stop this. If this continued, his knight could die. Ian looked at the floor and thought, no, Barrack was capable of more. He tried to hold the captain's fist with his hands, tears in his eyes. At that moment, he shouted loudly at Ian that he would kill this man with incredible anger. Everyone around him was stunned by what he saw and heard, and Ian calmly exhaled and replied that it was his decision. At that moment, Barrack glowed with a bright magical light, and the captain wondered in surprise. Was he a magical swordsman? A bright explosion erupted on the battlefield. Barrack pushed his opponent back a short distance, then with incredibly agile movements, approached him and kicked him, but the captain stared back and tried to dodge the blows, even though Barrack continued to fight, striking him in various parts of his body. Jack watched what was happening and thought, even though he had magical power, wasn't it on the level of a newly awakened mage? Besides, he was attacking as if he'd completely lost his mind. He grew angry and realized there was nothing he could do about it. At that moment, he grabbed his hand and glared at his opponent with glowing eyes. Barrack was stunned by what he saw, his mouth hanging open in shock. Bright magical sparks erupted between them, and moments later, Barrack collapsed to the ground nearby. He wondered what was happening. Bright flashes of light continued across the battlefield, when suddenly the captain appeared directly in front of him and swung his fist again. Barrack realized he would be finished if he struck him, but he wouldn't have time to dodge. At that moment, a bright beam of light pierced Barrack, who retreated some distance. The captain's fist trembled, and he stared confidently ahead without hesitation. Across from him, Barrack rose to his feet and drew his magic sword. Jack replied that it was all clear, that was how it would all end. He also drew his sword and prepared for battle. The people around him started shouting that the captain had even used magic power while wielding the sword. Knight cadets had to be on their toes. You'd only see that kind of thing in battle with monsters. Barrack chuckled and said out loud that he understood everything. It was just wonderful. He'd just gotten this thing, so he was curious to see how well it would cut. At that moment, Ian addressed him by name and said that he told him not to infuse magic into the sword. Barrack screamed in realization. Right? So he couldn't even see it once? What was wrong with that? Ian replied that he couldn't do that. Barrack asked him not to do that to him, that he didn't know what it was, that he'd just start slashing. He begged Ian to try it at least once, when suddenly Jack attacked him from behind with a single movement, and he fell face first onto the ground. The people around him wondered if they were already finished dueling with magic and a sword. They were simply perplexed by what was happening, and one of their subordinates said, "Is he okay? He's bleeding. Should they arrest this guy?" The captain replied that it was sparring and they had no reason to arrest him. At that moment, Bathsheba approached him and informed him that she took the memorabilia that belonged to her father. He replied that they shouldn't talk about it here. First, he needed medical attention. At that moment, he abruptly walked towards the exit. Ian passed him, and approaching Barrack, who hadn't moved at the scene of the battle, asked if he was okay. He tried to mumble something, but nothing came out. The protagonist touched his head and used magical powers to heal him. At that moment, Sirio approached him and asked if he was really dead. The protagonist replied no, he couldn't be killed that easily. Ian breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What happened to the sword?" He stared at the weapon lying on the ground, which had darkened. Sometime later, Barrack was back in the hospital bed, trying to come to his senses. Jack was watching him, and Ian asked if he was seriously wounded. He replied that he should ask the knight accompanying the Viscount. The protagonist remarked that the one who delivers the blows hurts as much as the one receiving them. The captain said that he heard what Bathsheba said. He saw the last moment of Petreo. Ian replied that it seemed the rumor had already spread among the Imperial Guardsmen. He was doing his duty, and he himself did what he had to. Petty revenge is not worth it, the captain asked in return. So where did he get such skills? Ian asked again. Did he mean the knight? He fought well, although his base is simply terrible. Apparently, he has an innate talent. Unless, of course, they think he is completely incapable of concealment. At that moment, Barrack jumped up and started shouting, asking why he was looking at him like that. The captain replied that it was his own fault. Ian remarked that it was good he'd come to his senses. If he'd stayed lying there any longer, he would have already left him there. Barrack started shouting angrily, asking if he'd really left him there. Who was he planning on leaving here? And how would he get home? He replied that he wasn't a child and could handle it. After that, Barrack told the captain that they hadn't yet determined who was stronger. He'd stabbed him in the back, so they'd still fight. The protagonist remarked that this was called losing, when suddenly the captain addressed him by name and announced that he wanted to make him an offer as captain of the Imperial Guard. Let him join the guard and serve His Majesty the Emperor. Barrack confidently replied that he didn't want that. The captain got angry and said with surprise that they were given a lot of meat for lunch. Barrack considered this and replied that he still didn't agree to it, and the captain asked why. Barrack pointedly replied that it was because, what could a captain who stabbed him in the back teach him? Jack became incredibly angry and called him insolent, after which Ian tried to stop their verbal sparring, saying that was enough. Barrick, even if he wasn't currently considering joining the guard, recommended that he still attend their training sessions. He wouldn't have much time to do at Romandro's house, but there were many knowledgeable people on the training ground. From now on, when they went to the palace, they couldn't come and go together. Barrick replied that in that case he agreed, and Ian turned to the captain and said that if he allowed it, he would be polite. Then he turned to Barrick and said that Captain Jack would be assisting him on the training ground. Barrick asked again, should he be polite? But what was that? At that moment, he thanked the captain in advance, and the captain thought that, judging by his manners, he had a long way to go before becoming polite. At that moment, Jack stood up and Ian announced that they would discuss the details next time, but for now he asked him to change it and remember his request. Barrick looked at him questioningly and asked again, request? What kind of request was that? The protagonist replied that he didn't need to know. Was his nose okay? He replied that he was breathing evenly. At that moment, the captain left the office, wondering if Ian had asked for the truth about Barrick and his black sword. He was captain of the Imperial Guard and probably had access to information he didn't have. The Viscount clearly had some doubts. In his condition, it must be difficult for him to get up and walk. Only the most skilled battle mage could heal his wounds. Someone who only recently picked up a sword couldn't possibly have such powers. Something clearly happened to him before he became a magical swordsman, so he must take control of the situation from the start. They would become enemies, and this guy would become a thorn in the side of the entire empire. People in the palace began to discuss Captain Jack using magic today on the Imperial Palace training grounds. But why? Had a monster appeared there? No, it was a sparring match, incidentally, with a knight not from the palace. He'd heard that was something special. Someone asked, isn't the knight from the palace? So he was already on the right path. With such stats, shouldn't he have been accepted into the guards right away? He didn't know if Ian would agree to hand over his master. Lately, the palace guards had been complaining that the Ministry of Magic was taking away their share of the budget. Magical sources don't even think about how much their food costs. By the way, this is happening today, right? Isn't it today that Ian joins the ministry? The time has already come. At that moment, the door to the room opened and everyone froze in anticipation. One of the girls turned to the head of the Hale and asked if he had seen the newcomer. He replied, yes, at the New Year's celebration, and he was handsome. One of the subordinates turned to Tommy and said that he thought he would never leave the youngest, but here comes some aristocrat. Will he now be the senior mentor? Tommy replied, yes, and he will do better than him. However, those guys from the volunteer magical troops, what will they do if he has such abilities? They are completely incapable of adapting to other people, so they cannot become more influential. Minister Wesley arrived. Everyone looked at her with admiration. She arrived with Mr. Ian, who was dressed in smart clothes and looked confidently ahead. Minister Wesley began her speech by explaining that, as they all might have heard, a new employee was joining the ministry today. This was Viscount Ian Hilo. He was the first aristocratic wizard in Burial's history. At least that's what he called himself. But they remained to see if he lived up to his reputation. Could he introduce himself? Ian bowed and said his name was Ian Hilo, so they shouldn't feel awkward about his aristocratic status. He hoped he could learn a lot from them. Those around him bowed their heads in disappointment. At that moment, Nikina looked at him thoughtfully and clapped for him. Everyone in the hall began clapping, after which the minister announced that Chief Hale of the volunteer magical troops would be supervising Ian, and she wished them luck. Hale bowed and replied, yes, Madam Minister. After that, Wesley announced that they could disperse, and those around him rose to their feet and began chatting with their acquaintances. At that moment, Nikina approached Ian, who shook her hand and told her it was nice to meet her. He was new, so she should address him as a friend. Her name was Nikina. He remembered, after all, they had met before. After that, Tommy approached him, smiled, and said that if he had any questions, he could come to him. Ian also smiled and thanked him for the gesture. At that moment, another guy approached him, greeted him, and asked if they would see each other often at work from now on, right? The protagonist greeted him and asked if he was a member of the magic support department. He replied that he was, extended his hand, and asked if they could shake hands. The protagonist became wary and noticed the hand approaching him. He cautiously offered his own, when the guy suddenly asked, isn't that really what he wants? Isn't it really that an aristocrat wants to shake a commoner's hand? He chuckled, and noted that Ian had been showing off in front of the others since day one. How could they possibly work together with that attitude? The volunteer troops had become so arrogant that they were simply unbearable. Chief Silo and Hale listened to what was going on, and let them listen. Why was the new guy acting like this? At that moment, Hale lit a cigarette and paid no attention. The protagonist said he hoped they would work together, and after a moment, finally shook his master's hand. At that moment, Hale noticed what was happening and stubbed out his cigarette on the guy's hand, who screamed loudly in pain. He said his palm was dirty. The guy started screaming in pain, asking Chief Silo to do something quickly. Silo angrily asked, what's going on here? Everything has its limits. Silo grabbed Hale by the robes, pulled him close, and sternly asked, what was he planning to do with their department? Did he hit his head and blow out the last of his brains? Hale addressed him by name and asked if he was overwhelmed by all the paperwork. If he wanted to harm someone, he should be prepared for the consequences. His man had wanted to set Ian's hand on fire, so he had taken precautions. Or did he have something against him? Indeed, there was magical power in his palm, and Salo shouted that he had overdone it anyway. Hale asked again, had he overdone it? In that case, he was asking for forgiveness. He needed to set it on fire to maintain balance. Then this guy, sprawled out, would have been unable to utter a word. Salo was dumbfounded by what he heard, then stepped back and started shouting, how much more can this go on? He should keep an eye on his people from now on. If this happens again, he will report it to the minister. At that moment, the door to the room slammed shut, and they walked out. Hale's team was together, and they began discussing what Tommy had already said about this. How he hated how they smoked in here, and then the ash spread everywhere. Please, let them not smoke indoors. He picked up a rag and began cleaning up after the leaders. At that moment, Nakina turned to Ian and informed him that Tommy was the one who insisted on maximum cleanliness. But from now on, he should be more careful. First, he needed to learn to sense magical power. How could he be the youngest member of the troops without it? Ian looked away, thinking about how he'd realized the man was about to play a joke on him, and he was considering using a little magic to put him in his place. Nakina continued to say that since he was now part of their troops, he should prove himself, no matter what, and let him feel at home. The protagonist thanked her for these words when suddenly, Mr. Hale entered and announced that he was late for the introduction. He was pleased to meet him and extended his hand to Ian, who smiled and shook his hand in return, saying it was also a pleasure to meet the leader. He looked forward to a fruitful collaboration. The leader suggested they go get something to eat and drink to their meeting. Tommy asked again, did they want to drink during the day? Maybe at least a beer. Ian asked, by the way, where were the rest of the volunteer troops? Nakina said they had all gone on leave after the Battle of Roxana, and it was unknown when they would return to battle, so they were resting for now, quietly. Let him ask if he would mind a beer? She didn't know what aristocrats liked. He replied that that would be fine, of course, but he hadn't come here alone. Suddenly, Barrack ran up to them with incredible speed and started shouting, Ian, everyone else has already left, and why isn't he coming out of here? He thought they had missed each other. Tommy asked, what's that even like? How can he walk in such a state? Ian replied that this was his night barrack, and that he was like that because he'd just returned from training on the parade ground. Tommy asked, so he was sparring with Captain Jack? Ian replied that was exactly it. They were so happy to have a new guy joining them. After all, these people were short-handed, and his right hand was a magical swordsman? Then that was only a plus, a huge plus. At that moment, Nakina put her hand on Barrack's shoulder, and smiling, said that they would now be close to Ian, so they would see him often too. She was pleased to meet him. Her name was Nakina. Tommy, also smiling, approached him and said his name. Barrack stood there, perplexed, unable to answer. Nakina asked again, they want a drink? Will he come with them? Barrack asked again, will there be meat? Nakina replied, of course, since they have a junior, the leader is treating them. Hale replied that he was broke this month. Nakina asked again, so what? Let him go with them anyway. They'd eat meat, drink, and spend all the boss's money. Hale watched in bewilderment when suddenly Barrack exclaimed with joy. Hale turned to Ian and said he'd explain the work schedule in more detail while they drank. Now they could go. They exchanged glances and, with peace in their hearts, went off to spend time together. After a while, they arrived home, where Barrack was very happy, but his face showed weariness. They were all a little tired, when suddenly Ramandro met them and asked, Barrack, is he here? He could barely stand. And why did they smell so strongly of alcohol? Ian explained that he'd gotten very drunk at the volunteer forces recruitment celebration. Ramandro asked again, but he was the one who joined the volunteer forces. What did that have to do with Barrack? Barrack collapsed on the sofa and said he couldn't fit in anymore, and they shouldn't give him anything anymore. Ramandro shouted that he was talking about that. Why was the knight getting drunk earlier? While they were gone, Ian had received a letter. He was waiting for him so they could open it together. Ian asked again, had he received a letter? It was the mayor of Karena sending him a report. The protagonist asked if they could perhaps read the letter right now. Ramandro started calling for Kasha and answered, yeah, right. Did he really go off somewhere alone again? Ian asked again. Again? He replied that he'd been wandering around a lot lately. He even wondered what he was doing there. Wesley was keeping an eye on him, so they should pass it on to Kasha, so he could be more careful. At that moment, the letter was handed to him, and Ian began to read. This is the mayor of Karena City, Onyx, and she hopes he reached the capital safe and sound. She's writing to tell him the news he's been waiting for. This information concerns the blue-haired boy he asked about with the bandits. The bandit leader isn't entirely sure either, but he suspects the black sword belonged to the Aton people. He claims it was because of it that the phenomenon occurred. This warlike people is known as the Blood Tribe, who live in the north of Burial, drink the blood of monsters, and live in constant battle. These people will grow powerful in the coming monster attack that will shake the empire, but will ultimately be destroyed by the captain of the palace guard. The Aton tribe uses the black sword to summon monsters, which is why this boy followed them. Ian looked at the letter and thought it made sense, since back then, Hash's body was undead, not human. During the interrogation, he concluded that the boy Sir Ian had spoken to was not human, so the small town would be of no further assistance. He requested more precise information from the palace, so he asked him to wait and also to pass this information on to the palace expert, Ramandro, who was with him. He would write to them later and thank them for it. Ramandro was dumbfounded by what he saw in the letter, as was Ian. Sometime later, Wesley's subordinates reported the information to her, and she asked again, what was he talking about? Had undead been discovered in Karenna? A servant reported that the report on repelling the bandits' attack mentioned the presence of undead. Therefore, they turned to the palace for help. One of his subordinates approached Minister Wesley and asked her not to be angry with him. But didn't the Ministry of Magic claim to have brought necromancers under its control? Another replied that this was true. But perhaps the mayor of Karenna mistook the vagabond for undead? The mayor hadn't written to them about this. Since the matter was urgent, it required an immediate response. They should send the reply by carrier pigeon for speed, and they could send the remaining documents by cart. Wesley examined the letter again and wondered if the undead should be considered monsters. Had the government authorized the slave trade if they were undead? Could one become undead without the help of a necromancer? These were specific questions, and they had clearly prepared for them. So had the mayor of Karenna gotten rid of the bandits? The girl replied that they had attacked several times, but they said that local mercenaries assisted the Karenna guards. At that moment, Wesley wondered, mercenaries? But where would they come from in such a city? If those who pursue glory are mentioned in such a manner, they clearly played a major role in the fight against the bandits, and they couldn't take them lightly. Suddenly, one of the committee members replied, no, the fight against bandits falls under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Ministry of Defense. Minister Wesley? She should simply gather and present all the answers. This matter isn't so important that she should handle it personally. Wesley glared at him and replied, Minister Taiha, it's already a new year. So why is he so eager to take this matter over? After all, the Minister of Security could change twice a year if a war breaks out. If he changes anything now, she'll only leave more work for whoever comes after him. Minister Taiha began shouting angrily. What did she just say? Another committee member shouted at Minister Wesley to refrain from such words. She replied, of course, unless he stops talking such nonsense. The man thought about how strange Wesley was acting today. As Taiha had said, she wasn't obligated to take on this matter herself. The Minister of Security was right, so he hoped their ministries could come to an agreement to resolve this issue. Minister Taiha silently told Wesley to know his place and wondered about the truth potion. Were they really going to give that to someone just before assuming a high-ranking position? What were they thinking? An awkward silence fell between the ministers. After a while, Wesley turned to Barreto and asked him to summon all the necromancers and order the Department of Magic Stones to prepare as well. He replied that he understood her orders. They should prepare so there would be no problems. Meanwhile, Ramandro covered his face with his hand and wondered if he should have just let him die back then. Ian remarked that it seemed like Barak had influenced him. Ramandro asked again, what? No, that's not it. Minister Wesley could figure it out, and it was all too dangerous. There was no guarantee that the Kasha and they, who knew the secret, would be safe. So should they report everything to the Prince of the Maravs? After all, she had slaughtered the entire village. Ian asked him to calm down, because first they needed to find out if the mayor's report had reached the palace, because if they rushed, their plan might be exposed. If the report hadn't arrived yet, they could intercept it en route. If it had already been delivered, they needed to see what it said. Since he now worked at the Ministry of Magic, he would also try to find out information from the inside, because they might have information about necromancers that was unknown to others. For example, why had research into turning living people into true undead ceased? It was obvious what role Wesley played at the palace. He was a knight on Gale's metaphysical chessboard. He didn't remember the undead participating in the coup. This meant that the undead were Wesley's personal research. Perhaps Gale wasn't even aware of what was happening. That was the key. The secret, in other words. The reason Wesley was keeping all this a secret was her weak point. Ramandro asked again, Minister Wesley's weak point? Perhaps it was Prince Gale. She'd do anything for him, but he doesn't know if he should be seen as a weakness. Isn't he the second most powerful person in the Empire? If you think about it, Minister Wesley is a crazy woman, and it's true what they say. Love can drive you crazy. Everything Wesley does is for Prince Gale. But if the necromancy research is happening without Gale's knowledge, then Wesley is doing it only for himself. Surely, if she's not crazy, then couldn't she possibly be planning to use the research results on him? At that moment, Ramandro jumped up and asked if the minister could try to turn Prince Gale into an undead. Wasn't that too serious an accusation? Ian replied that they couldn't come up with any other hypotheses in this situation. Apparently, due to the Imperial Palace's blessing, mind control magic affects members of the Imperial family. Wesley is probably trying to find a way around it. Judging by the results, mind control magic and undead magic are very similar, because it forces a person to act according to its commands. But at their core, they're different. Necromancy is more akin to witchcraft than magic. Ramandro apologized, saying he didn't understand the matter. Is magic really that different from witchcraft? He replied that magic is the use of mana, while witchcraft is the interaction with mysterious forces through blood, training, and various artifacts without the use of mana. Therefore, anyone who wants to control the Imperial family will have to consider necromancy. It's obvious that Wesley was trying to turn living people into undead. So isn't her only motive the destruction of Gale? Ramandro asked, What if Prince Gale ordered Wesley to do it? The protagonist replied that he was likely unaware of what was going on. If Gale knew, he would have used necromancy to stage a coup without hesitation. But such a thing had never happened in history. So what was he going to do now? For Minister Wesley, Gale was an important ally, and the Prince of the Marevs was a danger. It was still a good chance. At this point, the protagonist paused for a moment, then announced that he intended to get rid of Wesley, along with the Ministry of Magic's nefarious dealings. Romandro asked, "But would it really be that easy?" Wesley was Gale's greatest strength and his lover. He replied that this also worried him. Will Gale be able to get rid of his main supporter, Wesley? He would likely try to keep her by his side under the guise of love. To get rid of Gale, they would have to use Wesley, and to use Wesley, they would have to use Gale. This meant that even without Wesley, they would have to convince the ministry there would be no problems, and thus they needed a powerful wizard to replace her. He turned to Mr. Romandro and asked if he would like to speak with Madame Vivienne. It seemed he would have to stay home late for a while. Romandro was dumbfounded by this and asked, "But why?" He replied that if the letter from Karen had reached Wesley, they would immediately realize they knew about the undead and therefore want to get rid of them. At that moment, Romandro's mouth dropped open in shock, and clutching his head, he began screaming. No, his family, his wife and child, they need to request help from the Prince of the Marevs immediately. Ian replied, "No, he'll talk to him himself when the opportunity arises. First, could he ask a few questions?" Romandro asked, "What are those questions?" He asked to stop by the administration office a little later, and then it would happen, and before leaving, they needed to sort out a few things. Romandro said fine. Once he'd sorted things out, he'd definitely come to him. He'd go where he was supposed to be, that is, to the Ministry of Magic. Ian replied, "No, to Gale Palace." Romandro asked, surprised, "Is he serious?" Ian replied, "He was serious." "And when would the government appointment ceremony take place in the new year?" Romandro replied that it would probably be next week. He'd go to the administration office and check, but the discussions had intensified because of the potion, so it was unclear what the outcome would be. Meanwhile, Barak was fast asleep and hadn't heard anything. The protagonist said it was just in time. He'd stop by the Ministry of Magic and then head to Gale Palace. He told Romandro they were saying goodbye. "See you at the palace." After some time, the main character found himself inside the palace. The amount of information available to the ministry and outside, as well as within the minister's inner circle, varied greatly, as did the quality of that information. Before meeting with Gale, he needed to check for any more information on magical stones and necromancy. Suddenly, he overheard someone talking from one of the offices. Palace subordinates were asking if Wesley had really asked for a necromancer to be summoned. Why do it so suddenly? Another subordinate replied that it seems some had already left the palace. Wouldn't they complain about being summoned without warning? And the funniest thing was, they couldn't even utter a peep at Madame Wesley. They only treated them this way because they had a gentle nature. One of the guys said, "How tired he is. No matter what he does, everyone else says he's a foreigner, disrespects him, and discriminates against him here." Madame Wesley had said it was urgent, so he'd probably activate the male magic, or they'd get a reprimand. He needs to take on 10 people from above. Ian overheard this entire conversation and wondered if Wesley had summoned the necromancers. He saw that the letter from Karen had already arrived, and he needed to hurry. He turned abruptly and walked in the other direction of the palace. Fate changes in an instant, but it will take a long time for destiny to change and reach him. The storm that shakes destiny was calm, but he realized it was only then that it had almost swept him away. Wesley might be the same, but didn't it start the moment he woke up in marriage? No, perhaps it began in Ian's life even before that. Ian thought about the records office, which was somewhere nearby, where he remembered. He walked toward it. Sometime later, a chariot stopped near the palace, and Mr. Romandro emerged. Ian greeted him and asked if he brought this item with him. He handed him the chest and said, "Yes, this is it." He'd found it in a warehouse on the shopping street before arriving at the palace. Ian thanked him for the service, after which Romandro whispered that, as he'd requested, he'd checked with the administration. Suddenly, the protagonist interrupted him and said that Wesley had received a letter from Karen. Romandro exclaimed in horror. "Yes, indeed," he said. But how did he know? Had they really met in person? Ian mentioned that rumors had spread throughout the Ministry of Magic and they needed to hurry. He'd learned from the administration that there was only a week left before the appointment ceremony. The meeting where final decisions were made was held in a couple of days. The protagonist thanked him for this, after which Romandro asked if he'd go inside. Romandro would rather wait in the carriage for his return. Ian replied, "Okay, he'll be back soon," and headed toward the palace. He watched him go, thinking that knowing Ian, he'd be fine, but he still worried about him. By the way, where did Kasha go during the height of the chaos that erupted in Karena because of the undead? Meanwhile, on a dark night, 2 angry men stared at Kasha, who was on the street. He barked and looked at them playfully. He realized that things were bad.